The Rich and the Super Rich. A Study in the Power of Money Today. By Ferdinand Lundberg. Dedication. To Bernie and Lillian. Humanists of the deed. Molto affettuoso. Let me tell you about the very rich. They are different from you and me. They possess and enjoy early, and it does something to them, makes them soft where we are hard, and cynical where we are trustful, in a way that, unless you were born rich, it is difficult to understand. They think, deep in their hearts, that they are better than we are because we bad to discover the compensations and refuges of life for ourselves. Even when they enter deep into our world or sink below us, they still think that they are better than we are. They are different. F. Scott Fitzgerald. 1. The elect and the damned. Most American citizens of the wealthiest, most powerful, and most ideal swathed country in the world by a very wide margin own nothing more than their household goods, a few glittering gadgets such as automobiles and television sets, usually purchased on the installment plan, many at second hand, and the clothes on their backs. A horde if not a majority of Americans live in shacks, cabins, hovels, shanties, hand-me-down Victorian eyesores, rickety tenements, and flaky apartment buildings as the newspapers from time to time chortle that new Russian apartment house construction is falling apart. Conditions abroad, in the standard American view, are everywhere far worse than anywhere in the United States. The French, for example, could learn much about cooking from the automat and Howard Johnson. At the same time, a relative handful of Americans are extravagantly endowed, like princes in the Arabian Nights tales. Their agents deafen a baffled world with a never-ceasing chant about the occult merits of private property ownership, good for everything that ails man and thoroughly familiar to the rest of the world, not invented in the United States, and the vaulting puissance of the American owners. It would be difficult in the 1960s for a large majority of Americans to show fewer significant possessions if the country had long labored under a grasping dictatorship. How has this process been contrived of stripping threadbare most of the populace, which once at least owned small patches of virgin land? To this fascinating if off-color question we shall give some attention later. Statements such as the foregoing on the rare occasions when they are ventured, although strictly true and by no means new, one are bound to be challenged by the alert propaganda watchdogs of the established order. These propagandists, when hard-pressed, offer an incantation about a mythical high American standard of living which on inspection turns out to be no more than a standard of gross consumption. The statements must, therefore particularly in this age of burgeoning one-sided affluence be monumentally and precisely documented and redocumented. Not that this will deter the watchdogs, who have limitless resources of casuistry and dialectic to fall back upon as well as an endless supply of white paper from denuded forests. Critical scholarship takes a hand. But, fortunately for truth, critical scholarship, roused from its one-time somnolence by echoing charges and counter-charges over the years, has finally been led to make penetrating, detailed, exhaustive and definitive revelations of the underlying facts. Although the findings of such scholarship are not featured in the controlled prints, are not publicly discussed and are not even alluded to in polite society. As far as the broad public is concerned in an age of unrestrained publicity, when even the martyrdom of a virile young president is made overnight into a profitable industry, the facts about the skeletons in the closet of the affluent society are shrouded in secrecy for all except those queer beings willing to delve for hours among dusty tomes in library crypts. Nonetheless, irreproachable scholarly analyses of diamond-hard official data fully support my initial assertions, which to the average newspaper reader may seem incredibly iconoclastic, ludicrously wrong-headed, or the maunderings of an idiot. Further along, some of the complex reasons for the odd situation will be touched upon, after the paramount position of the wealthy and the ways they are maintained have been fully depicted. A nation of employees. Most adult Americans in the quasi-affluent society of today, successors to the resourceful, and wholly imaginative, Americano of Walt Whitman's lush fantasy, are nothing more than employees. For the most part they are precariously situated, nearly all of them are menials. In this particular respect Americans, though illusion-ridden, are like the Russians under communism, except that the Russians inhabit a less technologized society and have a single employer. There are, of course, other differences, such as the fact that Americans are allowed a longer civil leash, but not of social position. And this nation of free and equal employees is the reality that underlies and surrounds the wealthy few on the great North American continent. Those few newspapers that make a practice of printing foreign news occasionally survey Latin American countries. The writers are invariably grieved to find a small oligarchy of big landowners in control, with the remainder of the population consisting of sycophantic hangers-on and landless, poverty-stricken peasants. But I have never seen it remarked that the basic description, with the alteration of a few nouns, applies just as well to the United States, where the position of the landowners is occupied by the financiers, industrialists, and big rentiers, and that of the peasants by the low-paid employees, all subject to dismissal for one reason or other, just like the peasants. The banana republics. These same writers, focusing attention on Central America, refer caustically to the banana republics, those countries, economically dominated mainly by the United Fruit Company, where political leaders are bought and sold like popcorn, and where ambitious insurrectos from time to time overthrow earlier insurrectos who run the government for their own profit. But the United States, sacred land of Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, and Madison of the icing itself, often displays many similar aspects, mingled with a heady atmosphere at times reminiscent of rural carnivals, oriental bazaars, raucous gambling houses, and plush bordellos. If anyone thinks I exaggerate, he should notice how the mingled images of Coney Island, Atlantic City, Miami Beach, Hollywood, Palm Springs, Broadway, Las Vegas, and Madison Avenue often disconcertingly float into plain view at political conventions, state funerals, elections, court proceedings, and congressional hearings, much to the glee of enchanted but I fear disrespectful and unconsciously alienated spectators. Conditions in the United States, mutatis mutandis, are not nearly so different from conditions in other countries as North American natives are customarily led to suppose by imaginative editors. As in the banana republics, we have assassinations and attempted assassinations of the chief of state at regular intervals. Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and Kennedy shot dead, Truman and both Roosevelts the targets of would-be assassins, any number of local chiefs politicos bullet drilled. This is not to say that those differences that exist between the United States and the Central American republics may not be important. The point is that, while the differences in favor of the United States are endlessly stressed for public edification, such as the prevalence north of the Rio Grande of indoor flush toilets, an engineering marvel long antedating television sets, the grim similarities are seldom or never alluded to. To refer to them would be considered unpatriotic. In the matter of domestic gunplay, for example, the United States far outdoes any of the banana republics. Since 1900, more than 750,000 persons have died in the United States of non-military gunshot wounds inside or outside the home, and the annual death rate from gunplay is now 17,000, or about 50 per day. Two other forms of violence are equally prevalent, and violence in general, to the dismay of the genteel, is the staple theme in American films and television, reflecting the external society. More than 1.5 million have been killed by the automobile since its vaunted introduction into the United States. Crime, to purloin a phrase, is rampant. From the Wickersham Report of 1931 down to a presidential commission in 1967, several national commissions have surveyed, recommended, and wrung their hands as the tide of crime, much of which is not reported, has risen. In addition to frequently disclosed tie-ins of organized crime with local politicians, the associations of the organized underworld are openly traced up to the congressional level. 3. In ancient days, the messenger who brought bad news to the king was frequently executed. Those who produce unwanted messages such as these are now generally stigmatized as muckrakers, themselves unclean, as though an epithet disposed of the phenomenon. Even in such a presumably distinctive Latin American feature as the intrusiveness of the military, the United States now clearly overshadows anything in this line the Latin American republics are able to show. Compared with the political power and influence of the American military today, Hohenzollern Germany, at one time designated by horrified American publicists as the acme of cold militarism in modern times, was only a one-cylinder, comic opera affair. The Pentagon of today, its agents busy in Congress and the executive branch, with the politicians obviously standing in awe of the bemedaled generals, with the defense industry corporations loaded with retired officers, could flatten an entity like Hohenzollern or Hitler Germany with a few well-placed blows. The youth, too, are freely conscripted, as though they were German peasants. Even the presidents are beginning to feel bewildered by it all. Dwight D. Eisenhower in his presidential farewell address called attention to this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry and warned the country to be on guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. He said, "The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist, and the influence of the military is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. With the military behind it if not over it, the federal government is assuming a dominating role in many directions," he said, "and is gravely to be regarded." President John F. Kennedy felt that he had been duped by the Pentagon and the CIA into acquiescing in the long-planned invasion of Cuba, which foundered at the Bay of Pigs as Kennedy backpedaled on ordering air support. This action gained him many infuriated rightist enemies. Many partisans of President Lyndon B. Johnson assert that he was misled by military advice into the costly Vietnam involvement that cast a deepening shadow over his administration. However, some leading generals from the beginning opposed the glorious adventure. While American generals do not formally make political decisions, they, as have generals in many other countries since 1914, do evidently proffer advice that makes certain decisions and consequences a foregone conclusion. For they are far from inconsequential politically. Except that the United States has such large numbers of industrial and office workers, rather than landless peasants, it has few features to which general descriptions of Latin American society do not apply. The United States is a great deal more like Brazil and Argentina, for example, than it is like France or England, two countries upon which most Americans are inclined to look with patronizing reservation. Even in such a distinctive United States feature as the separation of church and state, there is now a strong movement, led by politicians with their eyes on the least instructed voters, for a direct supportive involvement of the state in the affairs of the church, an involvement that would presumably gain these politicians the support of the church. In this feature, then, there is a movement to make the United States even more like Latin America and less like Europe, where church and state are tending to become more and more separate in most jurisdictions. It might almost be said that there is a growing tendency to model the United States, apart from its industrial features, upon the banana republics, thus making it the banana republic par excellence. The statistical setting. The setting of our story is of necessity statistical. And statistics have the merit of being succinct. I am aware, however, that many readers cannot face statistics, a fact that leads seasoned editors to advise writers to dispense with them or to hide them in the back of the book. Apparently, childhood encounters with arithmetic under inferior school conditions have developed in many people, even the cultivated, a distaste for numbers, and when they see them they merely skip. But it will repay readers to study and ponder carefully the following figures. While good studies have been made for some decades, 3 recent high-level inquiries have developed the picture in sharper and more exact detail than ever before. They represent a long series of analyses of the extent and concentration of American wealth that was begun by G. K. Holmes in 1893. These analyses, showing greater and greater precision with the passing years, are listed in the chapter notes. The 3 recent studies were made, independently, by Professor Robert J. Lampman of the University of Wisconsin for the National Bureau of Economic Research, by the Survey Research Center of the University of Michigan as a continuing project in 1947, 1952, 1956, 1960, and 1963, and by the Harvard historian Gabriel Kalko as presented in his Wealth and Power in America, 1962. I will touch upon these, as well as a resounding official clincher, in this order. Running to 286 pages, containing 138 formidable tables and 37 charts, including 13 Lorentz curves, and employing the most sophisticated applicable mathematics. The Lampman study was published by Princeton University Press in 1962. 6. What Professor Lampman did was to obtain basic data from federal estate tax returns for the years 1922, 1929, 1933, 1939, 1945, 1949, 1953, and in some cases for 1954 and 1956, but he concentrated attention on 1953. Such tax returns are required by law of all decedents with estates exceeding the level of exemption, which was $50,000 for 1922-26, $100,000 for 1926-32, $50,000 for 1932-35, $40,000 for 1935-42 and $60,000 after 1942. With the data in hand, Professor Lampman then employed the established estate multiplier method. This requires that one multiply the number and property of decedents in each age-sex group by the inverse of the general mortality rate for each such group. One thereby arrives at an estimate of living persons and the amount of estate in each age-sex group and in each estate size. Professor Lampman illustrates the method as follows: suppose that out of a population of 1,000 men aged 40 to 50, 2 men died in 1 year with estates of $100,000 or more. Suppose further that it is known that 5% of all the 1,000 men aged 40 to 50 died in that year. Then it may be assumed that the 2 men who died with $100,000 were 5% of all the living men in the group with $100,000. Hence, to estimate the number of living men with $100,000, we should multiply 2 by 20, the inverse of 5%, to get the answer of 40 living men with $100,000 or more. 7. The Lampman findings. What Lampman found was as follows: 1. More than 30% of the assets and equities of the personal sector of the economy, about 20% of all wealth, Indiana, the country being government-owned, in 1953 was held by 1.6% of the adult population of 103 million. 8.2. This group of 1.6% owned 32% of all privately owned wealth, consisting of 82.2% of all stock, 100% of state and local, tax-exempt, bonds, 38.2% of federal bonds, 88.5% of other bonds, 29.1% of the cash, 36.2% of mortgages and notes, 13.3% of life insurance reserves, 5.9% of pension and retirement funds, 18.2% of miscellaneous property, 16.1% of real estate and 22.1% of all debts and mortgages. 9.3. The following table shows the percentage of national wealth holdings for the top 1/2 of 1% and 1% for the indicated years. 10.5 of 1% of adult population, percent. 1922 29.8 31.6 1929 32.4 36.3 1933 25.2 28.3 1939 28.0 30.6 1945 20.9 23.3 1949 19.3 20.8 1953 22.7 24.2 1954 22.5 1956 25.0 26.04. The estimated gross estate size for the total adult population in 1953, obtained by extension of the same methods, was as follows: 11. Gross estate number of average total gross size, dollars, persons aged estate size estate 20 and over, dollars, billion, millions, percentage dollars, percentage. 0 to 3,551.70 50.0 1,893.18.3 3,500 to 10,019.00 18.4 6,114.0 10.2 10,000 to 20,000 21.89 21.2 15,328.4 29.3 20,000 to 30,000 6.00 5.8 25,000 30,150.013.4. 30,000 to 40,000 2.001.9 35,070.06.3 40,000 to 50,000 0.800.8 45,000 36.03.2 50,000 to 60,000 0.35 0.3 55,000 19.31.7. All under 101.74 98.4 7,900 810.8 72.4 60,000. 60,000 to 70,000 0.18 0.1 61,000 10.5 0.9. Over 60,000 1.66 1.6 186,265 309.2 27.6. All estate 103.40 100.0 10,800 1,120.0 100.0 sizes. Median estate size 3,500. In this table is found one verification of my initial paragraph. It shows that 50% of the people, owning 8.3% of the wealth, had an average estate of $1,800 enough to cover furniture, clothes, a television set and perhaps a rundown car. Most of these had less, many had nothing at all. Another group of 18.4%, adding up to 68.4% of the population, was worth $6,000 on the average, which would probably largely represent participation in life insurance or emergency money in the bank. Perhaps this percentage included some of the select company of people's capitalists who owned 2 or 3 shares of AT&T. Another 21.89% of adults, bringing into view 92.59% of the population, had $15,000 average gross estates, just enough to cover a serious personal illness. This same 92+% of the population altogether owned only 47.8% of all assets. Top wealth holders. The number of persons in the top 1% of wealth holders through the decades was as follows: 12 years number of persons percentage share, thousands, of gross estates. 1922 651 32 1929 744 38 1939 855 33 1945 929 26 1949 980 22 1953 1030 25. But the top 11% of persons, Indiana the magic 1%, or 0.11%, held about 45% of the wealth of this particular group, while the lower half, or 0.50%, held only 23% or 13, says Lampman. The personally owned wealth of the total population in 1953 amounted to about $1 trillion. This means that the average gross estate for all 103 million adults was slightly less than $10,000, the median would, of course, be considerably lower. In contrast, the top wealth holder group had an average gross estate of $182,000. The majority of this top group was clustered in estate sizes below that average. Of the 1.6 million top wealth holders, over half had less than $125,000 of gross estate, and less than 2%, or 27,000 persons, had more than $1,014,000. There were, then, in excess of 27,000 millionaires in the country in 1953, not only the greatest such aggregation at one time in the history of the world, but a number greater than the aggregation throughout all of history before 1875, as of 1966. Millionaires numbered about 90,000. If consumer prices had remained stable from 1944 to 1953, there would have been fewer. In 1944 there were 13,297 millionaires, says Lampman. In 1953 there were 27,502 millionaires in 1953 prices, but only 17,611 in 1944 prices 15. What of the 1965 to 67 year span? As the prices of stocks advanced tremendously in the preceding dozen years, one can only conclude that the proportion of wealth of the top wealth holders also advanced impressively. For this small group, as we have seen, owns more than 80% of stocks. The Dow Jones average of 65 industrial stocks stood at 216.31 at the end of 1950, at 442.72 in 1955, at 618.04 in 1960, and at 812.18 in March, 1964. As of May, 1965, it was well above 900. The less volatile Securities and Exchange Commission index of 300 stocks shows the same quadrupling in value, standing at 41.4 in 1950, 81.8 in 1955, 113.9 in 1960, and 160.9 in March, 1964. How many employees have experienced a fourfold increase in salaries in the same period? The rise in value of stocks, however, surely invalidates one of Lampman's speculations, to this effect, our finding that the share of wealth held by the top 2% of families fell from about 33 to 29% from 1922 to 1953, or about oneinth, would seem compatible with the general belief that there has been some lessening of economic inequality in the United States in recent decades. 16. The more recent rise in stock prices and in corporation earnings shatters even that slight concession. Professor A. Burley, Jr., has rushed forward to hail the Lampman showing that the upper 1% saw its participation reduced from 32% of all wealth Indiana 1922 to 25% in 1953, but his celebration was premature and he did not fully report Lampman, who indicated that the participation had been reduced from 1922 to 1949 but thereafter was again increasing. 17. The Lampman findings were extended to 1958 in an extremely sophisticated statistical critique presented in 1965 to the American Statistical Association by James D. Smith and Stanton K. Calvert of the Statistics Division of the Internal Revenue Service. 18. After reviewing Lampman, revising him in a minor particular, Smith and Calvert conclude that top wealth holders owned 27.4% of gross and 28.3% of net prime wealth in 1953, but increased their share to 30.2 and 32.0% respectively by 1958. These data support Lampman's conclusion that the share of top wealth holders has been increasing since 1949. Prime wealth, as they explain, is total wealth less the value of assets in trust funds and pension reserves. This is where the question rests on the basis of the most recent data supplied by leading authorities in the field. Concentration of wealth in a few hands is intensifying. Actually, in view of market valuations, the share of top wealth holders at this writing is easily the greatest in history. It is my hypothesis that the share of the top 1/2 of 1% now exceeds the 32.4% of this group for 1929. Later studies should show that the proportions for all groups of top wealth holders studied by Lampman have been significantly exceeded. So much for Lampman, although there is much else in his razor-sharp book that merits attention. 19. The University of Michigan study. Although showing some minor variations, the continuing University of Michigan survey dovetails with the Lampman study and fully supports it. First, it was found that 3% of spending units Indiana 1953 had $60,000 or more total assets. This compares with 2.3% of individuals in the Lampman study. A spending unit consisted of any one or more persons established as a household. According to this University of Michigan survey of consumer finances, the upper 11% of the nation's 54 million spending units held 56% of the total assets and 60% of the net worth of all private holdings in the country. While this group held only 30% of consumer capital, Lampman comments, p. 195, they held 80% of business and investment assets. 20. According to the 1960 University of Michigan survey of consumer finances, 86% of all spending units Indiana the country owned no stock whatever. Of incomes under $3,000, 95% owned no stock. Of incomes of $3,000 to $5,000, 93% owned no stock, and of incomes of $5,000 to $7,500, 87% owned no stock. The class of $7,500 to $10,000 incomes was 78% without stock ownership, while even in the $10,000 to $15,000 income class 61% owned no stock. In 1963 a total of 83% owned no stock. Stock ownership, it is clear, was being somewhat more widely diffused as long-term holders gradually unloaded at rising prices. Whereas in 1953 only 44% of the income class above $15,000 owned no stock, in 1960 this same broad class included only 26% without stock ownership. 21 For some years the New York Stock Exchange and the Advertising Council, as part of a campaign to show that a people's capitalism exists with a widely diffused ownership in American industry, have been busily pyramiding figures. These computations show that in 1956 there were 8,630,000 American shareholders, and in 1962 there were 17,010,000. 22 The figure more recently being cited is 20 million. 23 Even though the method of their compilation is challenged by statisticians, these computations could all be true and still not after the implications of the Lampman analysis and University of Michigan surveys. For if 17% of spending units owned stock in 1963, as the University of Michigan survey indicates, that would be well over 17 million persons. And anyone would qualify as a stockholder if he owned only one share worth 10 cents. That most stockholders own trivial amounts of stock is shown by the University of Michigan figures for 1963. The 17% of spending units holding stock broke down in this way: 3% held less than $500 worth, 2% held $500 to $999 worth, 4% held $1,000 to $4,999 worth, and 2% held $5,000 to $9,999 worth. As far as stock ownership goes, these are all insignificant figures. Yet they make up 75% of the households holding stock. Only 4% of all spending units owned more than $10,000 of stock. 24 But most of this group, exceeding 4 million people, also owned little stock, for we are already aware that a group consisting of 1.6% of the population owns more than 80% of all stock, 100% of state and local government bonds and 88.5% of corporate bonds. Less than 20% of all stock. Indiana 1963, then, was owned by some 15.4 million people. Throughout this study, therefore, it is going to be taken as fully established that 1.6% of the adult population own at least 32% of all assets, and nearly all the investment assets, and that 11% of households, following the University of Michigan study, own at least 56% of the assets and 60% of the net worth. It is even possible, as we have seen, that 0.5% own more than 1/3 of all productive assets as of 1965 to 67. It is evident that this leaves very little to be apportioned among 90% of the population. It will be recalled that Lampman showed 50% owning virtually nothing, with an average estate size of only $1,800 as of 1953. This same study, according to my tabulation numbered 4, showed that 89.6% of the adult population had available to it only 47.8% of the assets, while 50% had only 8.3%. The University of Michigan figures and the Lampman figures, in short, coincide rather closely although developed by different methods. Supporting studies. Every other serious study supports these findings. The Senate Temporary National Economic Committee, TNEC, just before World War II inquired into the distribution of stock among 8.5 million shareholders in 1,710 major companies as of 1937–39 and found that 4% of all common stockholders held 74.9% of the stock, and 4.5% of the preferred stockholders held 54.8%. 25 Looking into the same situation as of 1951, the Brookings Institution of Washington, D.C., found that in 2,991 major corporations only 2.1% of the holders owned 58% of the common stock and 1.1% of the holders owned 46% of the preferred stock. Two-thirds of all common stock holders owned only 10% of the shares. 26 Harvard's J. Keith Butters estimated that in 1949 the spending units, households, that owned $100,000 or more in marketable stock, comprising 1/5 of 1% of all spending units and 2% of stockholders owned between 65 and 71% of all marketable stock held by individuals. 27 None of these studies took into account the beneficial interest of individuals in stock held by institutions for the account of individuals, which swells the percentages proportionately. The Lampman estate studies do not necessarily reveal the sizes of fortunes. This is because many of the fortunes are systematically distributed during the lifetime of the owner, mainly for the benefit of heirs. At the time of death the fortune is reduced. Again, in extrapolating from the estates to the rest of the population, at least two distortions are discernible. First, only adults are considered by Lampman, whereas a considerable number of children are millionaires owing to having had trust funds settled upon them. Second, the economic position of age groups is not strictly comparable between the affluent and the poor because of an average earlier death rate for the latter. But, on the whole, the Lampman study came closer than anyone had yet come to showing the asset position of all adult age sex groups. Definitive data from the Federal Reserve. Strongly persuasive though all these studies are, it is possible to be definitive about the distribution of wealth in the United States, on the basis of findings put forth recently under the highest official auspices. In a complex and comprehensive study prepared for the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System on the basis of Census Bureau data under the title Survey of Financial Characteristics of Consumers, the cold figures are officially presented on asset holdings as of December 31, 1962, removing the entire subject from the realm of pettifogging debate. On that date the number of households in the country worth $500,000 or more was carefully computed at about 200,000. 28 The number of millionaires at the year-end was more than 80,000, compared with Lampman's 27,000 as of 1953. Only 39% of these 200,000 had no inherited assets. 29 These 200,000 at the time held 22% of all wealth, while 57% of the wealth was held by 3.9 million individual consumer units worth $50,000 or more. The panorama of wealth holding throughout the populace was as follows: in millions of units 30% of millions households all consumer units, households, 57.9 100.0. Size of wealth -1.0 1.8. 04.78.01 to $999 9.0 16.01 thousand to $4,999 10.8 18.05 thousand to $9,999 9.1 16.0 10,000 to $24,999 13.3 23.0 25,000 to $49,999 6.2 11.0 $50,000 to $99,999 2.55.0 $100,000 to $199,999 0.71.25 $200,000 to $499,999 0.5 less than 1.0 $500,000 and up 0.2 less than 0.4 In stating that 200,000 households held 22% of the wealth, there is some danger of suggesting that the power of these 200,000 is less than it actually is. The nature of the wealth held is of determining importance here. In general, the lower wealth holders mostly own inert assets such as automobiles, small amounts of cash and some residential equity, while the upper wealth holders mostly own corporate equities in an aggregate amount sufficient to show that they are in full control of the productive side of the economic system. Households in the number of 200,000 worth $500,000 and more held 32% of all investment assets and 75% of miscellaneous assets, largely trust funds, while $500,000 worth $200,000 to $499,999 held 22% of investment assets. The 700,000 households worth $100,000 to $199,999 held 11% of investment assets. 31. Center of economic political control. We see, then, that 1.4 million households own 65% of investment assets, which are what give economic control. Automobile and home ownership and bank deposits do not give such control. The economic power of the upper 200,000 is greater than indicated by their ownership of 22% of all assets. It amounts to 32% of investment assets. Experts concede that a 5% ownership stake in a large corporation is sufficient in most cases to give corporate control. It is my contention that general corporate control lies in this group of 200,000, very probably and almost certainly lies in the combined group of 700,000 wealthiest households, slightly more than 1% owning assets worth $200,000 and more. There is a danger here, as the erudite will recognize, of perpetrating the logical fallacy of division, that is, arguing that what is true of a whole is true of its individual parts. That argument here would be that because 200,000 households own 32% of investment assets, they each hold a stake of exactly 32% in the corporate system. I do not make such a ridiculous argument. First, this upper group concentrates its holdings for the most part in leading corporations, bypassing the million or so paper tiger corporations of little or no value. Again, as just noted, far less than 32% of ownership in any individual corporation is required to control it. Control, as we shall see, is the relevant factor where power is concerned. Usually comparatively little ownership is necessary to confer complete corporate control, which, in turn, extends to participation in political control. A man whose entire worth lies in 5% of the capital stock of a corporation capitalized at $2 billion is worth only $100 million. But as this 5% and many own more than 5% usually gives him control of the corporation, his actual operative power is of the order of $2 billion. Politically his is a large voice, not only because of campaign contributions he may make, but by reason of all the legislative law firms, congressional and state legislative, under retainer by his corporation, for every national corporation has law firms in every state. There is additionally to be reckoned with all the advertising his corporation has to dispense among the mass media as a tax-free cost item, the lobbyists his corporation puts into the field, and the cultural charitable foundations both he and the corporation maintain. Such a man, worth only $100 million net, is clearly a shadowy power in the land, his ownership stake vastly multiplied by what he controls other people's property as well as his own. And there are more than a few such. On the other hand, many intelligent citizens today complain in the face of the alleged complexity of affairs of feelings of powerlessness. Their feelings are justified. For they are in fact politically powerless. The actual power of such concentrated ownership, therefore, is much greater than its proportion in the total of investment assets. The corporate power of the top 200,000, and certainly of the top 700,000, is actually 100%. The power of this top layer corporatively would be no greater if it owned 100% of investment assets. Actually, it might be less. It would then receive no support from many tremulous small holders, but would probably find them in political opposition. As to distribution of investment assets among smaller property holders, 1% are owned by the $5,000 to $9,999 group, 7% are by the $10,000 to $24,999 group, 11% are by the $25,000 to $49,999 group, and 15% are by the $50,000 to $99,999 group, or 34% are in all. In this group of comparatively modest means one finds some of the most voluble supporters of the established corporate way. Within their own terms they are all winners, certainly hold some financial edge. Most of them, as their expressions at stockholder meetings show, greatly admire the larger stockholders. In their eyes, a divinity doth hedge the large stockholders. Net worth in the populace. Approached in terms of net worth, assets less debt, the situation of the lower populace is more unfavorable, as shown in the following table. 32% of net worth consumer units. Negative, deficit, 11,051 to $999, 12 $1,000 to $4,999, 17 $5,000 to $9,999, 15 $10,000 to $24,999, 23 $25,000 to $49,999, 10 $50,000 to $99,999, 4 $100,000 to $199,999, 1 $200,000 to $499,999, 1 $500,000 to $999,999, less than 1/2 of 1%, or $1 million and more, less than 1/2 of 1%. As this table shows, 28% of the households had a net worth of less than $1,000, the 11% with a deficit, on balance in debt in varying amounts, greatly exceeded the percentage of those worth $50,000 and more. The less than 1/10 of 1% who were millionaires, from time to time pointed to with pride by Time, Fortune, and the Wall Street Journal, were offset by 11% of households worth less than 0. Add the 0 group and one obtains 16% of all households. 45% of all households had a net worth of less than $5,000. Is this affluence? The view from the bottom. A sensitive statistical analysis meriting the closest attention by all students of the distribution of wealth is that of Harvard's Dr. Gabriel Kalko, Wealth and Power in America. Not only does he develop essentially the same perspective as Lampman and the University of Michigan since World War II, 1/10 of the nation has owned an average of 2/3 of liquid assets, p49, but he attacks the problem from below. He has no difficulty in showing, on the basis of official figures that, as of affluent 1957, 44% of the spending units, households, lived below the maintenance level set by U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics budgets, and that 27.5% lived below the emergency level. 33 These figures represent a slight improvement over 1947, when the figures were 51.2% and 27.5%. Dr. Kalko approaches the problem via income from all sources, employment as well as assets. As he shows, using Bureau of Census and University of Michigan figures, the distribution of income in the United States is fantastically lopsided. Whereas the lowest 1/10 of the population in all years from 1947 through 1955 received only 1% of national personal income after federal taxes, the upper 1/10 in the same years received from 27 to 31%. The second from the lowest income 1/10 received 3% of income from 1947 through 1955 except for the years 1953 and 1954, when it received 4%. The third from the bottom income 1/10 received 5% throughout these years. For 1947 to 55, in other words, the three lowest income 1/10s, or 30% of recipients, received 9% of national income after taxes compared with a varying 56 to 58% for the three upper income 1/10s. 34 These figures spell poverty in all starkness, particularly in view of the greater concentration of children on the lower and poorly guided levels. Oddly, the prospect does not improve very much as one ascends until one gets to the very top. For the fourth income 1/10 from the bottom received only 6% of income, and the fifth income 1/10 received only 8%. It is not until the sixth 1/10 from the bottom that one finds 10% of the receivers obtaining 10% of the income, balanced distribution. The next highest got 11%, the next received 13%, and the next to the top got 16%. But if the top income 1/10, which received 27% of income Indiana 1955, were to be broken down into 1% groups, we would find, as established by Lampman, that the top 1%er got the lion's share. For the higher one ascends, the fewer the number of persons involved, the greater the percentages of participation in economic advantages. Again, let me remind readers, these incomes are from employment as well as from assets. It is the asset-derived income that is the most desirable, involving little or no strain on one's time or energy. With that kind of income, one is not chained to a job, often ungratifying in itself. With asset income, one can choose one's line of endeavor or choose to be completely idle while others work. Inadequate countermeasures. Not only is poverty in the United States very deep and widespread, Dr. Kalko clearly shows, but the various New Deal measures devised to mitigate its Social Security, unemployment insurance, disability relief, minimum wage laws and the like are quite inadequate in their coverage. There is no such thing, as newspapers repeatedly insist, as an embryonic welfare state in the United States. This is evident in the fact that the average monthly old age insurance payment in 1963 was $77.03 or $924.36 per year. As to savings by each income tenth, the lowest income tenth has long lived on a deficit. From 1929 to 1950 this deficit varied from 2 to 35%, standing at 16% in 1950. Not only does this group not own anything, but it is deeply in debt. The lower 50% of income receivers Indiana 1950 had a net savings deficit of nearly 18.5%, the sixth income tenth from the bottom had only 4% of net national savings, with the figures rising thereafter by income tenths from 10 to 11 to 20 and to 72% for the top tenth. During the Depression years of 1935 to 36, the net savings of the top income tenth amounted to 105% of the next income tenth, 13% of the next income tenth, 6% and of the fourth income tenth 2%, adding up to 126%. But 60% of the lower income receivers incurred debt of 25% as an offset. 35 in this numbers game, much of what one saves another owes. To all this some hardy souls respond by saying, well, that's the way the ball bounces, that's the way the cookie crumbles. In other words, all this is the consequence of the inevitable interplay of chance factors in which some persons are the lucky winners or the more intelligent players. Planned consequences. But actually the results at both the top and the bottom are contrived. They are the outcome of pertinacious planning. For example, it is known on the basis of other careful studies that the lower income levels are disproportionately populated by Negroes and poor Southern whites. They don't account for all of the lowly by any means, but they do account for very many. And the economic plight of both the Negroes and the Southern whites is the consequence of a long-standing political power play. Southern Democratic Party gravy train politicians after the Civil War, seeing a popular local issue in restoring slavery in all but the name, 36 asked for and received Northern Republican acquiescence that would ensure personally lucrative Democratic one-party dictatorial rule in the South. In return they agreed to deliver unbroken congressional support to the Republicans in blocking the rising national clamor, mainly from organized labor, for needed social legislation. For nearly 100 years the scheme has worked perfectly, and the politically confused Southern white in holding the Negro down, culturally and economically, has kept himself down to the same level. The scheme has had wider effects, as it has enabled the wealthy backbone of the Republican Party to keep a good portion of the rest of the country deprived, particularly of needed educational and social measures. The social role of the Republican Party ever since the death of Lincoln has been delay and obstruction, even though off and on there have emerged responsible, forward-looking Republicans. This isn't to say that the foregoing paragraph accounts for the existence of deep and widespread poverty in the midst of fabulous wealth, but it accounts for some of it. The mild war on poverty. President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964 startled average newspaper readers by suddenly announcing, out of a seemingly cloudless sky, his war on poverty. This was widely interpreted, cynically, as a pure vote-getting ruse, of no intrinsic merit. For was it not a fact, as newspapers vowed, that there was no genuine poverty in the prosperous, high-living United States? But since then, as a result of official speeches and the passage of an initial anti-poverty measure exceeding $1 billion, the country has been gradually introduced to the strange, even subversive, notion that poverty is prevalent in the United States. The argument has now shifted, as it is always bound to in the nimble hands of the dialecticians, to what precisely constitutes poverty. Sargent Shriver, director of the Office of Economic Opportunity and former President John F. Kennedy's brother-in-law, suggested that a family of 4 with a yearly annual income under $3,000 and an individual with an income under $1,500 be classified as poor, which would put more than 30% of all families in Indiana the poverty-stricken category according to University of Michigan figures. For the University of Michigan Survey of Consumer Finances showed for 1962 that, while the figures of the lowest tenth of all spending units, households, were not then available, the figure for the next to the lowest tenth was $1,510 for each household, and for the third from the lowest tenth it was $2,510. For the fourth tenth from the bottom it was only $3,350. 37 Mr. Shriver subsequently raised his figures to $3,130 and $1,540. The United States Chamber of Commerce predictably challenged Mr. Shriver's first gauge of poverty as too high. The Chamber of Commerce based its criticism of the old gauge, said the New York Times, on the fact that a small family living in a warm climate and growing most of its own food could live comfortably on $3,000 a year. 38. As the patient could rest easily on this amount of income, why introduce him to luxuries such as medicine? Mr. Shriver, himself a wealthy man, more recently indicated that 35 million American families are poverty-stricken, untouched by existing programs for assisting the poor. 39 If one assigns only 3 persons to a poor family, many of which have many more, one obtains 105 million persons out of a population of 180+ million. Rather obtusely, the Chamber of Commerce people did not recognize that the administration, in dealing with a serious situation, for whatever motives, humanitarian or selfing, had produced a deceptive new official yardstick for measuring poverty, income. Down through history, poverty has always referred to lack of property. The man who had no property was defined as poor. The more property a man owned, the less poor he was. Most people in the United States own little more property than do Russian peasants, and by that standard they are poor. By the Shriver standard, if a family had income from uncertain employment of twice $3,130 a year, it would not be poor. While many Americans by the Shriver standard are poor, most are not, even though they own nothing worth speaking of. But the Shriver standard makes it appear that most people are well off, which is hardly true. Poverty defined. For my part, I would say that anyone who does not own a fairly substantial amount of income-producing property, or does not receive an earned income sufficiently large to make substantial regular savings, or does not hold a well-paid securely tenured job, is poor. He may be healthy, handsome, and a delight to his friends, but he is poor. By this standard, at least 70% of Americans are certainly poor, although not all of these by any means are destitute or poverty-stricken. But, as was shown in the 1930s, Americans can become destitute overnight if deprived of their jobs, a strong support to mindless conformity. As a matter of fact, many persons in rather well-paid jobs, even executives, from time to time find themselves jobless owing to job discontinuance by reason of mergers, technical innovation, or plant removal. Unable to get new jobs, they suddenly discover, to their amazement, that they are really poor, and they also discover by harsh experience to what specific conditions the word poverty refers. And even many of those who never lose their jobs often discover in medical and similar emergencies that they are as helpless as wandering beggars. They are, in fact, poor. In such eventualities, the man of property is evidently in a different position. He is definitely not poor. And this is all I say. Conditions in England and India. The United States, in the short period since the public lands were distributed to the people, often through the intermediation of profit-scheming railroads, has rather quickly been brought close to the position of older countries such as England. In 1911-13, the small fraction of 0.63% of persons over age 25 in England owned 57% of all capital, compared with 1.84% of such persons owning 51.92% of capital in 1946-47. In 1911-13, 1.53% owned 66.9% of capital compared with 4.56% owning 63.27% of capital in 1946-47. 40 observers see a slight tendency to equalization in these figures. But in superstition-ridden India, about 1% of the population gets half of all income. 41. Apart from the differences in the proportions, a difference between the United States on the one hand and England and India on the other is that in the latter there is a much longer history behind each condition. In the United States it is recent. Some preliminary conclusions. It should be evident in studying the Lampman and Federal Reserve figures on estates that the United States now has a well-established hereditary propertied class such as exists in Europe, which Americans have long looked upon disdainfully as the stronghold of class privilege. Great wealth in the United States, in other words, is no longer ordinarily gained by the input of some effort, legal or illegal, useful or mischievous, but comes from being named an heir. Almost every single wealth holder of the upper half of 1% arrived by this route. Lampman's figures clearly indicate this. He noted that 40% of the top wealth holders are women. Now, while some women have garnered big money by their own efforts, Mary Pickford, Greta Garbo, Helena Rubinstein, and a sprinkling of others in the world of entertainment and fashion, few women have been even modest fortune builders. Women simply do not occupy the money-making positions in finance, industry, and politics. But they have been heirs. It is true that estate splitting between husband and wife is increasingly resorted to in order to take advantage of tax provisos. But this works both ways. Women can split estates with men just as men can with women. And on the upper level of wealth it is usually wealthy people who marry each other. Otherwise it is front-page news. Even if it is contended that not so many as 40% of the men are Indiana the picture because of estate splitting, the men are, as heirs, prominent among the wealthy for another reason. Many men, having inherited a smaller estate, have expanded their wealth through shrewd operations. J. Paul Getty, whom certain English newspapers insistently refer to as the richest man in the world, inherited $7 million from his father many years ago, thus placing him well in the millionaire class. He has through operations in the oil business gone well beyond this level. Nevertheless, he is not self-made. There are more than a few Gettys among the top wealth holders. It can therefore be concluded that at least 40% of the men, Oregon 24% of all the top wealth holders, are heirs, bringing to more than 60% the hereditary proportion. I believe, on other grounds, that the proportion of male heirs in the group is much larger. Women, owing to their inexperience with financial affairs, are generally poor estate managers, Hetty Green notwithstanding. They are more easily victimized by specious schemes, fail to take advantage of obvious opportunities, and so tend to drop out of the group and to be underrepresented. Men are usually financially more capable, and their greater staying power entitles them statistically to a larger representation among the heirs than women. More conclusively, it is directly observable among the super-rich that the possessors, men or women, are simply heirs. They got there by listening to a will being read, not by schemes that fill some observers with unaccountable transports of delight, that others consider unspeakably ignoble. There are few newcomers, as we shall see in the next chapter. Although a man who amassed his own money would figure only once among the propertied, some who are heirs many times over, having inherited from many testators. This has taken place on the upper, intermediate, and lower levels of wealth. And this occasional process leads to further concentration. The federal estate tax statistics since 1916 show that an avalanche of wealth has been transferred over 50 years by testamentary bequest. Individuals inherited in nearly every case. Whatever the presence of rags to riches moneymakers in the past, the acquisitors now are largely gone. The inheritors are in possession. Extended family groups. Lampman's figures relate to individuals. They do not show that most of the people in the upper 1/2 of 1% that now probably own at least 33%, by value, of all assets are members of extended family groups. There are more than 1,600 DuPonts, not all individually in the upper circle. There are sizable clusters of Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, Whitneys, Mellons, Woolworths, Fishers, Phippses, Hartfords, and others. Through distaff marriages, part of the big fortunes are concealed behind offbeat names, such as Cecil, Vanderbilt. The well-groomed heirs or their representatives often sit together amicably on the same boards of directors. Most belong to the same metropolitan clubs. But the rather well-populated group that Lampman calls top wealth holders also certainly contains many blanks as far as big wealth is concerned. It will be recalled he stressed that more than half of his top group had no more than $125,000 of assets, a paltry sum, even though in thousands of neighborhoods around the country a man with such wealth would be looked upon as a Croesus. Owing to intermarriage among the wealthy, property holdings tend to concentrate in fewer and fewer hands. For the propertied, not without sound reason, often suspect the marital motivations of the non-propertied. 42. These processes cannot help but concentrate wealth and make the scope of new estate builders less ample. There is less and less room at the top for new moneymakers. Although there are new successful enterprises, they are all comparatively small. Some are absorbed by the bigger enterprises on advantageous terms. None shows the slightest sign of becoming another Ford Motor Company. All the big bets seem to be down. Reen NAVA+. Apologists on the defensive. But this panorama of contemporary private wealth and power throws some doubt on the doctrines of earlier apologists for the big fortunes. It was once widely preached from pulpits as well as editorial pages that great wealth was either the reward for social service, such as graciously building a vast industry to cater to an undeserving public, or it represented the inevitable, natural, and wholly acceptable outcome of an evolutionary struggle in which the fittest survived and the unfit landed in the gutter. On the basis of this doctrine, the present top wealth holders are the offspring of public benefactors and the fittest of a past generation. Fortunately, they are not themselves facing the same tests of fitness. It was also once often said that, if all money were equally divided among all the people, in less than a generation it would be back in the same hands. While this may have been true when the original fortune builders were alive, it is hardly true any longer, when the heirs would have to contend with gentry like Mr. James J. Hoffa and Mr. Frank Costello. In a struggle waged outside the Marquis of Queensberry rules, which is where the fortune builders operated, most of the present wealth holders, many of them personally attractive, would hardly be voted most likely to succeed. Could they make much headway against Jake Guzik and Tony Accardo? Al Capone and Machine Gun Jack McGurn? Down through the years all the estates have been subject to taxation, federal and sometimes state, but to much less than is commonly supposed, as we shall see. There is no process of estate destruction taking place in the United States through taxation, as is commonly suggested by propagandists of the establishment. And few estates, unless there are no heirs, pass to institutions. But many estates pass indirectly as well as directly to heirs through various arrangements such as delayed action trust funds, endowments, and foundations. The indirectly conveyed portions are operated by the heirs for their own beneficial interest. The fortress of interlaced wealth. What has developed, then, under the operation of inheritance laws handed down from days when property ownership was far more modest to a day when vast properties have been created mainly by technology, is a huge, solid fortress of interlaced wealth against which even clever new wealth seekers, try as they will, cannot make a tiny dent. About the only way one can get in, and that way isn't always rewarding, is by marriage. If a potential new Henry Ford produces an invention and sets out with friends to market it, he generally finds, as did Professor Edwin H. Armstrong, inventor of wide-swing radio frequency modulation, the regenerative circuit for vacuum tubes, ultra-short-wave super-regeneration and the super-heterodyne circuit, that it is boldly infringed by established companies. After he spends the better part of a lifetime in court straining to protect his rights, he may win. Usually he does not, but if he wins he collects only a percentage royalty. What the infringers can show they have earned through their promotional efforts they may keep, with the blessings of the courts, who are sticklers for equity. All effort must be rewarded. And then the overwrought inventor, as Professor Armstrong did in 1954, can commit suicide. Henry Ford came up when there were only small competing companies in the field. When established companies are in the field, inventors must sell out, or suffer a fate similar to Professor Armstrong's. The role of the people. The inheritance laws have played a major role in the development of great fortunes. But they haven't been the only factor. A small group, unless possessed of direct dictatorial power, could not unaided have served itself so generously, even if masters of stealth. Writing about the wealthy in America's 60 families, page 5, I remarked, the situation, for which the people themselves are in a great measure to blame. The public itself has facilitated and continues to facilitate the building of vast hereditary private power within the American elective system of government. This public is in many ways a self-made victim, as sociologists now regard many victims of crimes. The contrast I have posed between concentrated wealth and widely distributed poverty may seem to suggest that I am arguing for the equalization of wealth. But though there is obviously considerable room for some equalization, I shall not argue for it, because there are millions of people who could not hold on to $10 for 5 minutes or $10,000 for 5 months. If wealth were equalized, what would we have? As Lampman showed, if all asset wealth as of 1953 were equally apportioned, there would be about $10,000 for each adult. Let us suppose that a share in this amount were held for each adult in a national trust supervised by the United States Treasury. The income from each share at 5% would be $500 per annum. If one adds this to the present amount of each person's earned income, it would not amount to much, however welcome it would be for some in the lowest brackets. If inequality of income is not the main question, what is? Policy-making power of wealth. First, the present concentration of wealth confers self-arrogated and defaulted political policy-making power at home and abroad in a grossly disproportionate degree on a small and not especially qualified mainly hereditary group. Secondly, this group allocates vast economic resources in narrow, selfing directions, both at home and abroad, rather than in socially and humanly needed public directions. When, through its agents, it cannot enlist the government in support of its various plans at home and abroad, it can, and does, frustrate the government in various proceedings that have full public endorsement. It involves the nation in cycles of ferocious wars that are to the interest of asset preservation and asset expansion but are contrary to the interest of the nation and the world. It can and does establish connections all over the world that covertly involve American power in all sorts of ways unknown until some last-minute denouement even to Congress and the President. It doesn't do any of this maliciously, to be sure, any more than an elephant feels malice when it rubs against a sapling and breaks it in two. An elephant must behave like an elephant, beyond any moral stricture. And power of any kind must exert itself. Historically it has invariably exerted itself in its own self-visualized interests. So, concentrated asset wealth not only brings in large personal incomes, but confers on the owners and their deputies a disproportionately large voice in economic, political, and cultural affairs. Thus the owners may make or frustrate public policy, at home and abroad. Low incomes of vital personnel. Managers of concentrated asset wealth determine, among other things, how much is to be paid for various services, who is to be paid a great deal and who is to be paid very little. Some people, for the convenience purely of asset wealth, are rewarded munificently for services of comparatively slight social importance, for example, certain leading company executives. Other persons are paid poorly for what are universally insisted to be superlatively valuable services, for example, scientists, engineers, artists, and teachers. The pay of scientists in the United States in the 1960s, according to the National Science Foundation, is in the range $6,000 to $15,000 per annum, 43 far less than that of an astute salesman of encyclopedias or vacuum cleaners. Referring to starvation wages, Paul Woodring, educational consultant to the Fund for the Advancement of Education of the Ford Foundation, said, there are dozens of liberal arts colleges which pay average salaries as low as $3,000 per year and minimum salaries much lower still. 44. If it is said that such compensation has more recently been increased, which isn't generally true, one may still ask, is it anywhere near the astronomical level of executive salaries? Of salaries of scientists and teachers, a company director would say, what have we to do with those? They aren't in our jurisdiction. The executive salaries, I admit, are. My response to this is, when the leading cadres of wealth want to be the government, as we shall see, they are the government. When they don't want to be, when there is some delicate problem to be solved, they say, go to Washington about that. It's out of our jurisdiction. But even in Washington they have many friends who believe that teachers and scientists should not be spoiled by being paid ample wages. Marxism and the workers. Marxists hold that it is the workers, factory workers, who are being deprived to ensure profits for the rich. And this may be so to some extent in some times and places, and at one time it was so universally in the United States. But the workers would not likely be paid more and would probably be paid less than they are now in thoroughly unionized industries, under such so-called Marxist regimes as we have yet seen. In some instances, owing to organization and the balance of external forces, some categories of unionized workers in the United States today are probably disproportionately rewarded, are paid more than many trained scientists. Their leaders have simply seized opportunities to exert leverage in the power structure, threatening to disrupt production. Lest I leave a misleading impression of American workers, it must be said that the position of the unorganized and unskilled is very bleak, in the depths of poverty. So-called white-collar workers are also poorly paid. Since World War II the custom has spread among low-paid skilled people, particularly teachers, of working at two jobs, a practice known as moonlighting. Police and firemen, too, participate in the practice, and so do even skilled factory operatives who wish to keep above the poverty level. At a time when many sociologists discourse fervidly about a coming 30-hour week and assert increasing leisure to be a basic human problem, many moonlighters work 60 and 70 hours a week, hardly a step forward from the 19th century 12-hour day. The moonlighters drive taxis, tend bar, act as property guards, work in stores, etc. But if the workers in general are indeed deprived for the sake of profits, they wouldn't be benefited much directly by an egalitarian distribution of assets, nor would anyone else. For it isn't the factor of ownership of assets in itself that is crucial. It is the factor of general control that concentrated ownership confers that needs to be understood. Owing to the strength given them by their concentrated and combined assets, the big owners and their paid managers have a major, if not always decisive, voice in running the economic system, in backing the political parties and their candidates, and in influencing, if not determining, national policies from the highest to the lowest. The ownership titles, reinforced many times over from the vantage point of banks and insurance companies, are what constitute the ticket of admission. The amount of ownership at the top of the pyramid necessary to ensure such control for any group may be only 5%. Scattered smaller owners, if there are any, cannot gather enough stock to overcome the leading blocks and would not know what to do if they could. The radiation of control. This control at one or a few points radiates through all of industry, with a few central groups participating in a cooperative manner. The industrial control, to be shown later, gives command over vast resources, some of which are used to influence political parties and candidates, newspapers, and other publications. A tacit, uncriticized scheme of values is put into action and is absorbed by many people far from the scene. The point to be raised is this: is this scheme of values always conducive to the security and well-being of the Republic? Whether it is or not, it is often decisive at crucial historical turning points. And it isn't subject to review in any public forum. I don't assert that every single individual man, woman, and child in the circle of great wealth has an active role in this process of control. Many are far from the centers of power, leading la dolce vita, and hardly know what goes on. Some are utterly incapable, confined in sanatoria, the wards of family trustees. Still others, present in full command of able faculties, disapprove of the general trend but are unable to prevail against what is basically a group momentum. Many people own some stock. Each share is entitled to a vote. An owner may refuse to vote, in which case decisions are made despite him. Usually he sends in his proxy to be voted for the management, which is the way the Russians vote, for a single ticket. However, he may decide that he wants to vote against the management, in which case he must at great cost and effort round up many other stockholders. This task in any company is about as great as putting an opposition slate in the field in a Russian election. Occasionally it succeeds, although not when initiated by small stockholders. One must have some large blocks of stock to begin with if one hopes to check or unseat any established management blocks of 5, 10, or 15% of all outstanding stock. If one has that, one appeals for other large blocks to join, or buys additional large blocks in the market, for vast sums, which one must be presumed to have. For it is ownership blocks that determine who the managers shall be. If one miraculously wins the election, one has the task of installing new managers, men more to one's liking. But the one who can do this is himself one of the top dogs. He is not a small stockholder. Such control is exercised not in one company or in a few companies, contrary to what is often supposed, but through a long series of interlocking companies. It is what constitutes power in the American system. It may not be power as great at a single moment as that possessed by some elected officials, such as the president, but it is a more continuous power. An elected public official, even a president, must from time to time undergo the hazards of a formal election at regular intervals. And even a president is limited to a maximum term of 8 years, whereas the head of a big corporation or bank can remain in office for 40 or 50 years and can see many presidents of the United States come and go. Deficit in public services. The converse of the great concentration of personal wealth is the great deficit in needed public social services. On the corporation front, the country is obviously extremely lusty. But in education and medicine, to cite merely two areas, everything suddenly becomes extremely meager, scrounging and hand-to-mouth. This disparity is curious in a wealthy country and forcefully reminds one of Benjamin Disraeli's allusion to two nations, the rich and the poor. But the deficits in these areas, the dialecticians will be quick to point out, are gradually being met now by government out of taxes. As we shall see later, however, the contribution of the top wealth holders to taxes is disproportionately low. The wealthy, like everyone else, dislike to pay taxes and, unlike most other people, they know how to minimize them through the exercise of political influence. This is one of the nice differences between being wealthy and being poor. The Constitution of the United States bars the bestowal of titles of nobility. But in many ways it would clear up much that is now obscure if titles were allowed. Not only would they show, automatically, to whom deference was due as a right, but they would publicly distinguish those who held continuing hereditary power from people who are merely temporarily voted in or appointed for limited terms. The chroniclers of high society, that is, the circles of wealth, recognize this need and, in order to show hereditary status and family position, they allude to males in the line of descent by number, as in the case of royal dynasties. Thus in the English branch of the Astor family there is a John Jacob Astor 745, but there are also George F. Baker 3, August Belmont 4, William Byrd 3, Joseph H. Choate 3, Irene and Pierre DuPont 3, Marshall Field v. Potter Palmer 3, John D. Rockefeller 4, Cornelius Vanderbilt v. and so on. 46. It is names such as these that would properly be found in an American Almanach de Gotha. 2. Room at the top. The new rich. Were it not for the miscellaneous batch of hard-bitten, shirt-sleeved Texas oil lease speculators and wildcatters that since World War I has risen on a tide of special tax privileges like science fiction dinosaurs, it could well be said that the day of accumulating gargantuan new personal fortunes in the United States is just about ended. This leaves the tubbed, scrubbed, and public relations anointed inheritors of the 19th century money scramble holding most of the chips. As it is, fortune building continues, albeit at a greatly subdued pace outside the lushly flowing oil industry. For just about everything else of marketable value is tightly vaulted down, much of it resting comfortably in trust. But even in the oil industry, magnitudes are exaggerated, Texas style, by writers who desire to bedazzle readers with a modern if oil-soaked Arabian Nights tale. New personal wealth is dealt with in this chapter, that is, great individual wealth that has shown itself since World War I and, more particularly, since World War II. For the most part it is wealth not known to Gustavus Myers, historian of the first waves of American fortunes, and, partly because of the giveaway oil depletion allowance, it postdates America's 60 Families, 1937. Classification of these new fortunes with respect to wealth and superwealth and their comparison with the old fortunes are deferred until Chapter 4. Actually, before larger sums are bandied about in these pages, let it be noted that a person worth only $10 million, insignificant though $10 million is compared with many modern fortunes, is very, very wealthy indeed. If a prudent, hard-working, God-fearing, home-loving 100%er American saved $100,000 a year after taxes and expenses, it would take him a full century to accumulate such a sum. A self-incorporated film star who earned $81 million a year and paid a 10%er agent's fee, 10%er in business expenses, a rounded 50%er corporation tax on the net, and then withdrew $100,000 for his own use, on which he also paid about 50%er tax, would need to be a box office rage for 34 unbroken years before he could save $10 million. Yet some men do acquire such sums and much more. But never by offering mere talent, whatever it is, in a free market. Even the most talented bank robbers or kidnappers have never approached such an accumulation before being laid low by the eager gendarmerie. The incandescent Marilyn Monroe, as big as they come in filmdom and a veritable box office Golconda, died broken old story with the moth-like entertainers and professional athletes. She bequeathed $81 million to friends, but, despite posthumous earnings of $800,000 accruing to her estate, nothing was left after taxes and creditors' claims. Clearly she was in need of a tax lawyer. There was even nothing left to establish a trust fund to generate a paltry $5,000 a year for her invalid mother. Yet Miss Monroe, obviously a true blue American, reportedly drew $200 million to the box office from 1950 to 1963. One more recent reports indicate that something was salvaged for her mother. Hard to get, $10 million shows its power in another way. If invested in tax-exempt securities, it can generate about $250,000 a year. Now if the owner exercises initial frugality and invests this income similarly each year, it will produce $6,250 the first year and, disregarding compound interest all along, $12,500 the second year, $18,750 the third year, $25,000 the fourth year, and so on. In the 10th year the income of the accumulated income of the original $10 million will be $62,500 on a new capital sum of $2.5 million, which automatically doubles itself every 10 years. The owner might even do a bit better by investing in taxable securities and paying taxes, particularly on the second accumulation, but I have focused on tax-exempt securities in order to keep to the simplest terms. Yet the ordinary man on his 4 or 5%er in the savings bank must pay full taxes. This sort of accumulating on the income, thus generating new capital sums, has long been the investment style of old Boston and Philadelphia families. Careful to a fault, they own only small yachts, drive only old, but well-maintained, cars, and are accustomed to wear old but expensive clothes of the first class so that they look quaintly dowdy. And they intermarry with old families, unfailingly. They are people who would rather study the fine engraving on a stock certificate than the brush strokes of an old master. They are, in short, respectably, unobtrusively rich. How the sizes of new fortunes were obtained will appear in the text. The most conservative available figures are used throughout and are critically evaluated. For precise figures it would be necessary to get certified copies of net worth, which, not being voluntarily proffered, could be obtained only in the unlikely event of a congressional subpoena with the acquiescence of the Supreme Court. The sacred right to privacy is used to screen the dimensions of great wealth, although privacy becomes expendable when young men are summoned into the armed forces for police duty at coolie pay and are unceremoniously ordered to strip naked for minute scrutiny and examination. And if subpoenaed, the figures might not be even momentarily accurate because, owing to the undeveloped state of a part of many large holdings, the owners themselves honestly don't know how much, at going market prices, they are worth. Seeking such accuracy in the figures amounts to committing the fallacy of misplaced precision. 2. The Fortune Study. Fortune, stepping into the data vacuum decreed by a delicately sensitive Congress, has given us the latest précis on the largest individual contemporary fortunes. 3. Beginning our exposition with it and selecting only the relative newcomers, we find that with few exceptions the newer fortunes rose on the basis of oil and its generous depletion allowances, an upper executive position in General Motors Corporation. Fortune assumed, reasonably enough, that an income of $1 million or more per year, some incomes range much higher up to perhaps $25 to $50 million, might suggest asset holdings of at least $50 million. But some large incomes are non-repetitive, derived from unloading assets, which might have been procured very cheaply, at a large profit. They are not the same as continuing incomes from investments. The incomes swollen by relieving oneself of assets at higher prices, capital gains, are reflected in boom times in the sharp rise in million-dollar incomes from 49 in 1940 to 398 in 1961. But no steady million-dollar incomes at all blossom from the sale of services or talent. Not even the most extravagantly rewarded executives or film stars pick up that much in straight across-the-board pay. The point of departure for Fortune was a Treasury official's estimate that in 1957 there were between $150 and $550 million plus asset holders. There were actually 223 incomes of $1 million plus, according to the Treasury's subsequently published Statistics of Income, 1957, p. 20. Fortune to its own satisfaction identified 155 of them by name. Of this group it published the names of half, the ones thought to possess assets of $75 million upward, and gave estimates of their net worth in broad ranges. Fortune also named a few other steady big income beneficiaries at random in its text, outside its list, giving no reason for this deviation. The list, confined to then living people, did not name all the big post-1918 fortunes, although here and there some persons who had recently died were mentioned. Some such fortunes omitted from the fortune list will be mentioned further along. Before scanning the fortune list and then noting qualifications of it, the reader will be better prepared if he ponders over the tables in Appendix A that provide a broad statistical background since 1940 on the larger incomes and lay the ground for some incisive observations. In the upper brackets at least, these income recipients abstractly impaled like skeletal insects in the tables are unquestionably included among Lampman's 1.6% of adults that compose American wealth holders. No doubt the fortune list in its entirety, with some additions to be supplied, represents a part of the moneyed elite of the Lampman higher strata. But in the group of Appendix A incomes below $100,000 or so, many are only those of potential wealth holders for the simple reason that they are from salaries. Property and politics. Nonetheless, the varying totals shown in Appendix A of incomes in excess of $25,000 numbering 49,806 in 1940 and 626,997 in 1961 certainly represent the cream of the take in the American SFSTEM. This is not a large group and, in relation to a population of nearly 260 million, of which more than half are adults, it is not any different in relative size from the small group of tight-fisted landowners found in Latin American countries or from the Communist Party of Soviet Russia. In order to participate in politics in the Soviet Union, one must be a member of the Communist Party. This is a formal condition. Similarly, in order to participate meaningfully in politics in the United States, one must be a property owner. This is not a formal requirement. Formally anyone may participate. But, informally, participation beyond voting for alternate pre-selected candidates is so difficult for the non-propertied as to be, in effect, Impossible. The non-propertied person in the United States who wishes to attain and hold a position of leverage in politics must quickly become a property owner. And this is one reason why unendowed budding American politicians, not being property owners, must find or create opportunities, legal or illegal, for themselves to acquire property. Without it they are naked to the first wind of partisan adversity and gratuitous public spitefulness. Politically the non-propertied carry little efficient influence in the United States, that is, they have at best only marginal individual leverage, which is not the same as saying that all property owners participate in politics. But, when all the chips are down, these latter rule or significantly modify the situation in committee rooms and cloakrooms, directly or through amply rewarded intermediaries. In the United States the ownership of property, often evidenced by possession of a credit card, gives the same personal amplitude that possession of a party card confers in Soviet Russia. Although different, the political systems of Soviet Russia and the United States are not basically so different as widely supposed. The United States can be looked upon as having, in effect, a single party, the Property Party. This party can be looked upon as having two subdivisions: the Republican Party, hostile to accommodating adjustments, hence dubbed conservative, and the Democratic Party, of recent decades favoring such adjustments, hence dubbed liberal. The big reason third parties have come to not a puzzle to some political scientists is simply that no substantial group of property owners has seen fit to underwrite one. There is no anti-property party. Big new wealth holders stated net financial age worth activity in name, millions, 1957. Schooling. 1 J. Paul Getty $700 to $1,000 Integrated Oil 65 Oxford, AB, Los Angeles, Companies. 2 H. L. Hunt $400 to $700 Oil Operator 67 5th grade, Dallas. 3 Arthur Vining Davis Ditto Alcoa Executive 90 Amherst, AB, deceased 1962. 4 Joseph P. Kennedy $200 to $400 Market Operator 69 Harvard, AB, Boston. 5 Daniel K. Ludwig Ditto Ship Operator 60 Public School, New York. 6 Sid Richardson * Ditto Oil Operator 60 plus some college, deceased 1959. 7 Alfred P. Sloan, Jr. Ditto General Motors Executive 82 MIT, New York. 8 James Abercrombie * $100 to $200 Oil Operator, Houston. 9 Stephen Bechtel Ditto Public Construction 57 Some College, San Francisco. 10 William Blakely * Ditto Railway Express and Airlines, Dallas. 11 Jacob Blostein Ditto Integrated Oil Companies 65 Some College, Baltimore. 12 Clarence Dillon Ditto Investment Banker 75 Harvard, AB, New York. 13 William Keck * Ditto Oil Operator, Los Angeles. 14 Charles Kettering Ditto General Motors Executive 81 Ohio State, deceased 1959. 15 William L. McKnight Ditto Minnesota Mining and 70 Public School, St. Paul, Manufacturing Co. 16 John Meckham Ditto Oil Operator 45 Some College, Houston. 17 C. W. Murchison Ditto Oil Operator 62 Some College, Dallas. 18 John L. Pratt * Ditto General Motors Executive, Fredericksburg. 19 R. E. Smith * Ditto Oil Operator, Houston. 20 Michael Benedum $75 to $100 Oil Operator 88 Public School, deceased 1961. 21 Donaldson Brown Ditto General Motors 72 Virginia, Baltimore, and DuPont Executive Polytechnic Institute. 22 George R. Brown Ditto Public Construction 59 Some College, Houston. 23 Herman Brown Ditto Public Construction 65 Some College, deceased 1962. 24 James A. Chapman * Ditto Oil Operator, Tulsa. 25 Leo Corrigan Ditto Real Estate and 63 Public School, Dallas, Hotel Operation. 26 Oral F. Halliburton * Oil Well Equipment, Duncan, Oklahoma. 27 Henry J. Kaiser Ditto Public Construction 75 Public School, Oakland. 28 John W. Kiefer Ditto Paper, Containers, Milwaukee. 29 John E. Mabby Ditto Oil Operations, Tulsa. 30 John D. MacArthur Ditto Insurance Promotion 60 Public School, Chicago. 31 H. Meadows Ditto Oil Operator 58 Law School, Dallas. 32 Charles S. Mott Ditto General Motors Exec. 82 Stevens Institute, Flint, of Technology. 33 James Sodiel, Jr. Ditto Banking 44 Public School, Miami. 34 George W. Strake Ditto Oil Operations, Texas. 35 Louis Wolfson Ditto Financial Operator 45 Some College New York. Not listed in Who's Who 1956 to 57, 1964 to 65. In general, American politics are not nearly so brusque, arbitrary, and doctrinaire as Russian politics. But those carried away by the lullaby of American democracy should consult the harsh experience of the Negro and other repressed groups in the American system. Their matters begin to take on a distinctly Russian complexion. As to the sources of the big incomes, those above $500,000 and over $1 million, Appendix A shows that the aggregate received in this category includes comparatively little in salaries or partnership profits. Receipts in the form of dividends and capital gains, interest, and other forms of property return, were comparatively colossal. The 398 persons in the $1 million plus income class in 1961, for example, took only $18,607,000 in salaries, an average of $46,753, and $10,503,000 in partnership profits but took $259,574,000 in dividends, $434,272,000 in capital gains, $8,754,000 in interest, $3,163,000 from trust funds, not including capital gains from such, and $2,371,000 from rents and royalties. The group as a whole also absorbed $7,915,000 of business loss, more than offset by the interest it received. This, in brief, is not a group of workers even of the upper executive class, and the same holds true of the $500,000 to $1 million group of income recipients. Fortune differentiated between inherited and personally assembled wealth. We will leave the inheritors for Chapter 4, examined above is the fortune list of the new big wealth holders, 35 in number. Left off the fortune list but referred to in its text were Dr. Martin Miller, New Orleans surgeon, with a reported annual income of $7 to $8 million from oil royalties, E.V. Richards, New Orleans real estate operator estimated by Fortune to be worth $50 to $100 million, and Matilda Jettings Gray of New Orleans, who inherited an oil fortune of unstated present value from her father. Fortune also mentioned a sprinkling of new names in the $50 million bracket, but these persons need not detain us here. Revision of the list. Under critical analysis, this list requires some pruning and rearranging, both with respect to the number of inclusions among the new big rich and to estimated size of holdings. Only the probates of estates of those who have died since 1957 can give us a clue to the value of the fortune, although even they cannot be decisive. But Michael Benedum, king of the Wildcatters, died in 1961 at the age of 92 and the probate of his will in Pittsburgh showed a net estate of $68,199,539, putting him only some 10% below Fortune's $75 to $100 million range in which B appears. For I count this estimate a direct hit, as holdings of this size can easily vary in value by 10 to 25% or from year to year, up or down. Benedum left half his estate to the inevitable tax-evading foundation and after a number of specific bequests to relatives B left the residue to a nephew, Paul G. Benedum, who now ranks as a wealthy man of the lower ranks and directs the Benedum oil properties through his own holdings and those of the Benedum Foundation. In passing, it may be noted that Benedum, as Fortune relates, had the amiable and rare habit of cutting younger and even menial employees in on some of his lucrative ventures, thus, a chauffeur who looked for no more than a steady $50 per week was so favored and predeceased his benefactor worth some $17 million. Arthur Vining Davis, former head of the Mellons Aluminum Corporation of America, died in 1962. The press report of his will played back the fortune estimate of $400 million on his wealth, but the probate showed that fortune had missed wildly on this one. It was too high by about 370% or 6. The actual size of the Davis estate was $86,629,282.83, not including $5 million of Cuban property. As there is no record of early Davis gifts large enough to have ever put him in the $400 to $700 million class of wealth holder, on this one fortune must be debited with a very bad miss. There is no public evidence to justify such a high estimate by fortune. As of December 11, 1939, according to a Securities and Exchange Commission study, TNEC study, monograph number 29, to be cited later, Mr. Davis owned 11.4% of Aluminum Company of America Common and a brother owned 0.96%. Mr. Davis also owned 5.41% of the cumulative preferred. At the 54-3/4 close for 1962, a block of 12% of Aluminum Common then outstanding was worth $140,397,615. 5.5% of the preferred was worth $3,128,547 at the year's high. At the record high of 133.5 in 1956, 12% of aluminum was worth $329,262,364. This block of stock never could have put Davis into the $400 to $700 million class even in a momentary market flurry. As it was, he had obviously sold much of it at lower levels or transferred it to others off the record. He could not have sold it or anywhere near its high point because then the proceeds exceeding $300 million would have been in his estate. He was too old at the time to divest himself of any by gift under the provisions of the tax code. The Davis will, after assigning $1 million and his home to his secretary, divided the estate into 100 shares. Of these, 50 were put into a public trust with the First National Bank of Miami, a nephew among the CO trustees. 25 were put into a public trust with the Mellon National Bank and Trust Company of Pittsburgh, the nephew and a son-in-law among the trustees. 10 shares went to the heirs of a deceased brother, 10 shares to a stepdaughter and 5 shares were set aside for inheritance taxes. Thus, 75% of the estate escaped taxes. The tax-free income of the trusts was broadly designated for the usual charities and scientific, educational, and religious work, but the trustees, like those of many similar establishments, will continue to exercise the corporate voting power of the Davis holdings, which is what counts. Davis thus passed his financial power, diminished only by an overall tax of 5% on to his relatives. In 1952 Davis had established another foundation, the Arthur Vining Davis Foundation, which, according to the Foundation Directory, 1964, at the end of 1961 had assets of only $1,379,672. So no earlier Davis wealth of substantial proportions appears to have escaped notice. A report is not yet available on the estate of Herman Brown of the construction firm of Brown & Root, Inc., of Dallas, who died in 1962. Charles F. Kettering, research director of General Motors, died in 1958 and left an estate conservatively estimated at a little more than $200 million, but no inventory was cited. The bulk went to the Charles F. Kettering Foundation and a trust. At the end of 1962 the foundation had assets of $72,020,128, according to the Foundation Directory, and as Kettering in his lifetime placed large sums for medical research, there seems no reason to question seriously the fortune rating of the $200 million range. One of the surer ways of spotting truly big wealth is that it shows itself in huge public transfers of assets during the lifetime of the owner. Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., also appears to be justifiably rated. By the end of 1962, Sloan had conveyed to the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation assets then worth $222,715,014 at the market. Charles Stewart Mott, also of General Motors, had at the end of 1960 put assets worth $76,754,317 into a foundation bearing his name. The John L. Pratt Foundation of Fredericksburg, Virginia, however, at the end of 1962 had assets of only $88,753. But this structure can be looked upon as a prepared financial tomb to receive a large portion of the Pratt fortune, which can be tentatively accepted as close to or in the range laid out by Fortune. It is evident that the Fortune estimates as checked against available probates show extremely wide variations, approximately correct at times but at other times far off the mark. It would, in fact, be remarkable if Fortune had found an unofficial way to being even approximately correct in all cases. Ambiguity of the new wealth. Additionally, one must notice that much of this new money is concentrated in real estate, promotional effort, and uncertain oil prospecting. The owner of real estate or of oil-producing land holds something not readily translated into dollars. The independent oil prospector is subject to price fluctuations, curtailment of politically arranged tax privileges and, in many parts of the world, confiscation. In any event, his wealth consists largely of estimated below-ground reserves, which may be erroneous. The real estate operator, in order to cash in, must find for his properties buyers, who are relatively scarce, and often the big realty operator is sitting on a slippery cushion of bank loans and mortgages. His own equity is seldom as imposing as the facades of his properties. Few men on the list are in manufacturing or banking, where there is not only solid evidence of what an enterprise is worth but where the heavy money is found. And even big oil operators fall on evil days. Glenn McCarthy, who in 1949 threw open the Shamrock Hotel of Houston to a less than astounded world and who is more recently financially in an ambiguous position, is a case in point. Hence I would place a question mark after the name of nearly every independent oil prospector on this list with respect to the rated extent of his wealth. I do this for two reasons: most of them own purely private companies and few publish balance sheets and income statements. Those that do, such as Murchison's Deli Taylor Oil Corporation, have years of deficit operations alternating with profitable years. What non-financial observers do is to look at a heap of assets, usually no more than leases and land concessions, and put some figure on the heap. They do not take into consideration offsetting liabilities, cost of leases, drilling equipment, political contributions and the like. This is not to deny that the oil men mentioned are wealthy in varying degrees. Nor is this a point made in passing. The issue underlying my remarks is this: are large fortunes, solidly comparable in size to the inherited fortunes, still being made in profusion by free as air rugged entrepreneurs in the American economy? Fortune, the Wall Street Journal and most newspapers that follow the party line laid down by these overarching publications say yes. I say, most respectfully, no. In the upshot, the reader can make his own choice. We have already seen that Arthur Vining Davis drops like the proverbial plummet from Fortune's $400 million class to the $86 million class in probate autopsy, and I venture to say that most of the independent oil operators will, when they throw in their final hands, show similar downward variations from ebullient outside estimates. But I incline to keep Jacob Blostein pretty much in the position Fortune assigned him because B is a full-scale operator, is high in national political councils and is a known big stockholder of the muscular Standard Oil Company of Indiana, a solid, old-line Rockefeller enterprise. The J. Paul Getty story. J. Paul Getty may be worth less than Fortune rates him, but Getty does not belong to the list of new wealth. Getty himself provides this information as well as his own comments on the Fortune estimate. As wealthy people seldom contribute to the discussion of their affairs, Getty's action was most unusual. Getty, incidentally, was scarcely known except to business associates until the Fortune article appeared, crowning him the world's richest man. Illustrative of the extent to which I had been able to maintain my anonymity through the years, Getty writes in his memoirs, was a chance encounter with a former classmate I had not seen since my undergraduate days at the University of California at Berkeley. Meeting accidentally on a Los Angeles street in 1950, we recognized each other and stopped to reminisce for a few moments. By the way, Paul, my former schoolmate asked me at one point in our conversation, "Who are you working for these days?" Right after the article appeared, Getty relates, he became a sitting duck for a parade of interviewers, cranks, money seekers and spongers. As to the source of his wealth, Getty writes, his father died in 1930, worth $15,478,137. As early as 1916 the elder Getty was a millionaire oil prospector. He left the bulk of his estate to his wife, but by 1916 he had entered into a 70-30 partnership with his son, allotting the latter, Gratis, 300 of 1,000 newly issued shares of the Getty Oil Company. By the terms of his father's will, Getty got only $500,000, but I had no real need for more money, I had several millions of my own. 9. He owned, in fact, more than 30% of Getty Oil. Getty, in brief, is an inheritor. The son of a wealthy oil operator, he completed his formal education at Oxford University before World War I and was brought in on the ground floor as a junior partner of a going business where he did well. In 1930 Getty was elected vice president and general manager of George F. Getty, Inc., but the controlling interest remained with his mother and former associates of the elder Getty. Young Getty, in order to protect the company's position, urged the acquisition of additional shares of companies in which the Gettys already had interests, but his elderly associates held back and young Getty went ahead on his own account. He first bought 160,000 shares of Pacific Western Oil Company at $7 a share, $1,120,000. He next started buying Tidewater Associated Oil Company in the open market at $2.50 a share, depression low prices, and acquired 285,004 shares for $923,285.30 or an average price of $3.59. 10 Getty, schooled by his father to reach only for aces, was out to get control of Tidewater. He found himself blocked by the powerful Standard Oil Company of New Jersey but, with some unexpected luck, delicately outfenced this giant and finally got control of Tidewater and the Mission Corporation, which the New Jersey Company had formed to hold its own Tidewater stock. He also picked up at bargain prices the Hotel Pierre in New York, and the Skelly Oil Company, which owned the Spartan Aircraft Company. In the meantime his mother had assigned her Getty shares to a trust for her grandchildren, with J. Paul Getty as sole trustee. In 1963 Getty, after accepting Getty Oil stock for his various independent holdings, held 12,570,939 shares of the Getty Oil Company, which now owns all or nearly all of Tidewater, Mission, Mexican Seaboard, Skelly, and a good many others. 11 These shares in the same year, by the company's audited computation had a net tangible underlying value of $31.21. This single holding alone, then, was solidly worth $392,339,006.19 and is only part of the family holding. By late 1967 the market value of J. Paul Getty's Getty Oil Holdings had advanced to around $1 billion, $200 million. As Getty personally has always liked to stand free and clear of banks, one may suppose none of it is up for collateral against hidden loans. Add here and there any stray properties Getty may own, consider that he has made provisions for his sons and grandchildren going beyond those of his mother's trust fund, and one sees looming before one an authentic very large fortune, new in its latter-day magnitude at least, although not in its origin. Aside from the Sloan, Kettering, Pratt & Mott General Motors fortunes, all post-1918 jobs, it is one of the few so-called new big ones we can accept without demur, other than denying it is new, from the fortune list. Had Getty not had money and insight provided by his father he could not have picked up these companies. Getty, commenting on his elevation to hyperbolic billionaire status, said there is no such thing as a billionaire among active businessmen, not in the sense that most people would understand the term. An individual may own or control business enterprises worth $1 billion or even more, but little of his rated wealth is available to him in cash. A millionaire or billionaire does not have his millions on deposit in his personal checking account. The money is invested in his businesses. It is impossible for him to know what his investments are really worth at any given time. The values of a businessman's holdings fluctuate greatly. The price of stocks may rise or fall, corporations may show major increases or decreases in their net worth, innumerable variables may multiply the value of an investment or wipe it out completely. 12. Getty's entire life has been subdued in pitch. He went to school quietly, first to the University of Southern California, later to the University of California, and then to Oxford. He traveled the world quietly, went into business with his father quietly, and later bought large amounts of stock very cheaply and quietly. He was married quietly 7 times and as quietly divorced, with no hint of scandal. In his memoirs he quietly takes the blame for his marital failures and speaks with quiet commendation of his various wives. He appears to have quietly evaded politics and politicians at all times. In more recent years he has lived quietly in the baronial halls of Sutton Place, his English manor house, and will one day no doubt die quietly and quietly leave his swollen fortune to foundations and to his 4 sons and many grandchildren. Getty, beyond doubt, has been the all-time ghostly atypical presence in the procession of American wealth. When he speaks, and he has been interviewed on TV, he speaks, yes, very quietly. H. L. Hunt and the politics of oil. Haroldson L. Hunt, number 2 on Fortune's list, has been variously estimated as worth $250 million to $3 billion. 13. Forced to choose, I'd incline toward the lower figure. Fortune pegged him at $400 to $700 million, leaving a good deal of leeway, but Hunt's fortune, like that of all the oil prospectors, rests literally in the sands and in money-inflamed politics, domestic and foreign. He no doubt holds a good hand, but one may doubt that it harbors a royal flush. Hunt, a small-town cracker-barrel philosopher, in this aspect very much resembling the late Andrew Carnegie and Henry Ford, and overburdened with wildcat possessions beyond his own wildcatting dreams, first came to national political notice during the 1950s, much as Henry Ford did in the early 1920s, as a rabble-rousing propagandist for hard-nosed right-wing political points of view. For Hunt takes seriously what he has heard around the town cracker barrel. The violence of the diatribes in his subsidized radio programs, carried to 331 Cracker Barrel stations, led many observers to see them as having at least helped nurture the mood for the assassination of President Kennedy. The programs, seeming overtures to Schrecklichkeit, are prepared and taped by a stable of about 25 henchmen Hunt maintains in Washington, D.C. In general, views blandishing to the Ku Klux mentality are broadcast. 14. On the very morning of President Kennedy's assassination in Texas, the Hunt radio program in Dallas and other areas predicted pessimistically that a day was soon coming when American citizens would not be allowed to own firearms with which they could oppose their rulers, an important function of red-blooded free citizens in the Cracker Barrel point of view. Of a communist society, thought by Cracker Barrel pundits to be imminent in the United States, the Hunt commentator said forebodingly, "No firearms are permitted the people because they would then have the weapons with which to rise up against their oppressors." Hunt staged his alarmist programs through a series of incestuous foundations: Fax Forum, Inc., the Lifeline Foundation and Bright Star Foundation, none of which is listed in the very complete Foundation Directory, 1964, issued by the Russell Sage Foundation. Until early 1965, after the assassination of President Kennedy, that is, despite many strongly sponsored protests, Hunt seemed to have mysterious and powerful friends in or behind the Internal Revenue Service, which granted these propaganda foundations complete tax exemption. The Lifeline Foundation originally got tax exemption as a religious organization. To his fingertips the pecuniary man as well as Cracker Barrel philosopher, Hunt further improved his position by soliciting business donations for his foundations and giving his own food and patent medicine companies reduced advertising rates on his radio programs. For H. L. Hunt believes in killing whole flocks of birds with a single stone. One of Hunt's many immortal quoted sayings is, "Everything I do for a profit." There is also the H. L. Hunt Foundation, founded in 1954, a financially anemic affair with assets at the end of 1961 of only $799,553, according to the Foundation Directory, and which in that year made charitable grants of a stupendous $17,500. No doubt it is this lithe creation that is destined to receive and immortalize any portion of Hunt holdings in flight from inheritance taxes. Although Hunt silver-haired, soft-spoken, frugal, a food faddist is very rich, few people are able to say they have ever seen the color of his money. He has never been known to contribute in the presence of witnesses more than $250 to $500 to any single political candidate, and in 1956 he gave the Republican Party, over the counter, a mere $38,000. In 1952 the Republicans tried to entice $300,000 from him, but Hunt came up with only $5,000. This, at least, is according to the public role of penny pincher that he plays. But owing to the vastness of his land holdings, sprawling over the Southwest and the Middle East, and his seemingly uncanny ability to obtain high-level political chaperonage at crucial moments, realistic observers surmise that Hunt is passing out large sums under the table. He must have a front man he spreads his money through, hostile Senator Ralph Yarborough of Texas has said. A man with that kind of bankroll is bound to have. It is rumored in Texas, according to the New York Times, August 17, 1964, that Hunt put up $150,000 to get General Douglas MacArthur the Republican presidential nomination in 1952 and that he put up $100,000 for the Kennedy-Johnson ticket in 1960 owing to his long-standing friendship with Lyndon B. Johnson. Booth Mooney, the Hunt public relations man in Washington, wrote the authorized The Lyndon Johnson Story in 1956, updated in 1964, and Lyndon Johnson is an old friend of the oil depletion allowance as well as of Hunt. Although Senator Barry Goldwater in 1964 stood forthrightly for straight Hunt political wisdom, Hunt testily denied that he was supporting Goldwater against the old Huntsman, LBJ. One must agree with Senator Yarborough that Hunt and other Texas oil men are passing money, or some equivalent, to political figures. If they didn't, they wouldn't have the depletion allowance, ostensibly passed as a defense measure to stimulate the search for oil but also serving the useful function of providing a politician's entering siphon into the oil Golconda. There might instead be a special high tax on oil. Here we touch the edge of a problem. Why, if the independent oil men are so favored by nature and politicians, do they show this political rancor? True, not all the oil men are so perturbed as Hunt and some others, who apparently feel that their easy-come wealth could as easily be whisked away. Many of the more realistic, less anxiety-prone Texas oil crowd speak of themselves as just plain lucky and see no need for making the world safe for future wildcatters. But H. L. Hunt is an expression in exaggerated form of the irritation and resulting apparent meanness of many oil independents, even though most oil men appear to regard him as more than a little kooky. What produces this irritation? There is, first, the annual tax bill. Some of the successful oil men write annual checks for the Internal Revenue Service in amounts that would stagger the ordinary man. And most of the oil men are ordinary men who early in their lives worked long hours for small wages. The men who write these checks still think in terms of the original $20 a week roustabout. And while it is frequently said that one wouldn't mind writing big tax checks if one had the big incomes, to have worked in one's early life on the supposition that what one acquired one could keep and then to learn after hitting it big that one must share to some extent with the government or politicians is more than some persons can swallow gracefully. Some of the oil men, Hunt included, feel very much the way a man earning $60 a week would feel if he was told the withholding tax was to be $50. They just aren't psychically attuned to their new positions. On top of the tax bite, very much softened by the depletion allowance and drilling write-off, the oil men find they must share what is no doubt a good part of the depletion benefits with hungry politicians in the form of campaign contributions. And for these political contributions they feel the politicians ought to deliver more. The politicians, to extenuate their less than totalitarian success, no doubt report that there are various obstacles in the form of liberalism, communism, socialism, Eastern capitalists, labor unions, welfarism, and a world full of wrong-thinking people all the way from college professors and journalists to Supreme Court justices. The enormity of it all, the injustice of all these misguided people stirring a witch's brew with which to annoy Horatio Alger's own darling boys out on the oil frontier, finally becomes more than human flesh, or at least H.L. Hunt's flesh can stand. Hunt has seen it all at first hand, indeed. He has regularly attended the national conventions of both parties, keeping his ears close to the ground, his eyes sharp and his nose clean for any whiff of godless un-Americanism. And there is, as God only knows, much of it around, in the very Constitution itself. There is, too, the milieu of Texas as a force shaping Texas consciousness. For Texas has very much the economic and political status of a colony, as also have many far less bustling western states. In the words of Senator Wilbert, Pappy, Leo Daniel, Texas is New York's most valuable foreign possession. The widely traveled John Gunter in 1947 found that Texas reminded me a good deal of Argentina. Cattle culture, absentee ownership, vast land holdings by semi-feudal barons, a great preoccupation with weather, an underdeveloped middle class, interminable flatness and open spaces, and fierce political partisanship and nationalism. And reaction closely paralleling that of Argentina. 15 Most of the state is in fact absentee-owned by big Eastern capital. The largest enterprise in the state is the Humble Oil and Refining Company, subsidiary of the Global Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, the annual gross revenue of which exceeds the combined revenues of 30 state governments. $11.471 billion versus $11.375 billion in 19,65. The operations of the huge Eastern enterprises DuPont, U.S. Steel, General Motors, Dow Chemical and various others are splattered right and left. And many of the prominent men in the state, Hunt included, originate elsewhere, are in effect colonial concessionaires. Many Texas oil men are not native Texans at all. With a thin layer of native wealthy and imported representatives of big corporations at the top, bellowing the glories of Texas in history and contemporary culture, most Texans find themselves somewhat dazedly in the low-income classes, dirt poor in fact, colons. Gunter was told in Texas that 20 corporations ran the state, but he thought this exaggerated. I don't think so. At least, the rank-and-file colons, many close to peons, do not run it and they know it. Texas boastfulness, free-swinging behavior, and loud talk about independence of spirit are all a compensatory reflex to the feeling, deep in many Texans, that they are dusty puppets manipulated from outside. Some informed Texans amuse themselves sardonically by giving visitors the home addresses in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, even Amsterdam, of the owners of prominent items of Texas property. One word fits the general Texas political consciousness from high to low: resentment. And some of Hunt's outpourings have awkwardly expressed simply this. As to colonialism, it shows itself everywhere in this way: one can see a great deal going out: cattle, cotton, oil, minerals, chemicals, but little or nothing coming in. The dividends go out, too. Texas, like Pittsburgh 75 years ago, is being bled gray, if not white. The niggardliness of Hunt's known political handouts is thought to derive from the position that, although Hunt may like a man's political stance, he does not like to back losers. His political contributions, like those of the old line magnates, are not made to support or propagate principles so much as to purchase instant influence in government. In this respect he seems, if reports are true, cut from the same bolt as the late Henry J. Havemever, the sugar magnate, who testified before the United States Industrial Commission that he habitually contributed to both political parties, as do the oil men, and explained, "We get a good deal of protection for our contributions." Hunt, lamentable to relate, has had some hard times with cruel politicians. When he bid $17 an acre on offshore oil tracts that the government ordinarily leased at $406 an acre, he was unsympathetically rebuffed by Secretary of the Interior Frederick Seaton. Hunt thereupon procured Senator Everett M. Dirksen and Representative Charles A. Halleck, statesmen of the purest Republican strain, to convoy him to a protest interview with Seaton. This eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation came to naught, but after the tidelands were transferred under Eisenhower to state jurisdiction, for which the well-heeled oil lobby had worked every bit as hard as wildcatters on a hot tin roof, Hunt found Texas Governor Allen Shivers, a board member of Hunt's Fax Forum, far more accommodating. In this matter Shivers's land commissioner, Bascom Giles, before he was bundled off to the state penitentiary for getting caught cheating the state in another quarter, approved all of Hunt's bids for more than 100,000 acres of tidelands leases, even though Hunt bid an average of $6 an acre while the average overall bid was $78. As I remarked, Hunt is frugal, and this frugality, aided by his knowledge of governors, has helped make him wealthy in a nation where people are so foolish as to pay whatever it says on the price tag. The last president of whom Hunt fully approves was Calvin Coolidge. Even Herbert Hoover he finds too soft. Both Eisenhower and Kennedy he regards as disasters of virtually Rooseveltian proportions. Although backing haughty Douglas MacArthur for the presidency, Hunt literally doted on Senator Joseph McCarthy, with whom he zestfully played cards and exchanged fraternal favors. For governor of Texas he backed morose General Edwin Walker, whose right-wing propagandizing forced him out of the army, to the regret of a considerable congressional bloc. The political ideology of William Buckley, Jr., himself a scion of a small-bore Texas oil fortune, makes a strong appeal to Hunt, although he believes the volubly rhetorical Buckley uses too many big words. Hunt, unlike Buckley, sees nothing to be gained by repackaging a muted clucksishness in fancy language as a tortured endeavor in high moral aspiration. Hunt deeply admires Candyman Robert Welch, founder of the John Birch Society, George, Stand in the Doorway, Wallace of Alabama, and others who stand forthrightly for the trammeling of common equity. According to the New York Times, Hunt's ideal Democratic ticket of 1964 would have been Harry F. Byrd of Virginia for president and Frank J. Lask of Ohio for vice president, with a Republican ticket consisting of Bork B. Hickenlooper of Iowa and Roman L. Ruska of Nebraska. Showing the earnestness of his beliefs, Hunt spends a good deal of priceless wildcatting time bombarding newspaper editors with Cracker Barrel messages. For he believes that if the American people would only remove the scales from their eyes, they would see that the nation is being subverted right and left. Among the subverters, as he sees it, are the governesses, nurses, tutors and teachers of the children of the established rich, who grow up to become extreme leftists like W. Averell Harriman, Nelson Rockefeller, John Lindsay, G. Menon Williams and John F. Kennedy, all alien to the Cracker Barrel. One can see what they did even to language-frenzied William Buckley, Jr. It is very insidious. But although he almost from the first unpatriotic rejection of his cheap bid for valuable tidelands disliked Eisenhower, Hunt has not yet turned on his close friend Lyndon B. Johnson, of whom he said early in 1964. Johnson is the kind of president who can lead Congress around by its nose. I wouldn't mind seeing him in there for 3 terms. Hunt was born in Vandalia, Illinois, in 1890. He could read at age 3 and early displayed a phenomenal memory, which he has retained throughout the years. Like Henry Ford, basically an intelligent but very partially informed man, he quit school in the 5th grade and became a drifter at 13. After wandering through the West as a barber, cowhand, lumberjack, and gambler, Hunt still likes to gamble and claims to trounce the racetrack bookies. He settled in Arkansas, where he became a moderately prosperous cotton farmer. Ruined by the collapse of cotton prices in 1921, he turned for lack of anything better to oil, and was literally swept off his feet toward riches. According to the Hunt legend, he struck oil on the first try with a drilling rig he bought with a $50 loan. Another version is that he won the money, or the rig itself, in a card game. A wildcatter with little or no money must strike oil right away because, as Hunt himself testifies, only 1 in 30 attempts to get oil succeeds, and the average cost of each attempt now is about $250,000. Hunt attributes his continued success to following the law of averages: if one keeps trying, one will eventually strike oil. He claims he has drilled as many as 100 dry holes in succession, which at $250,000 average per hole is $25 million. After much successful drilling in Arkansas, Hunt shifted to East Texas, not then considered likely territory. But their aging C.M. Dad, Joyner brought in the world's largest producing field. Hunt bought Joyner's discovery well, took a lease on 4,000 nearby acres and wound up with most of the Joyner land in a deal that many chroniclers profess to find mysterious. Hunt says he paid $1 million for the lands, money he had made in Arkansas. But Joyner, like most wildcatters, died broke, while the bubbling East Texas field swirled Hunt upward to oildom's pantheon. He now, like most of the Texas oil men, operates all over the world, hobnobs with the Arab sheiks and plays oil politics wherein the white chips cost anything from $1 million to $10 million. Suspected of being the financial angel of various far-out right-wing agitational groups, Hunt is regarded by some observers as dangerous. And in a sufficiently intense atmosphere he might be. But all of the various right-wing groups to which some politically unsophisticated wealthy people contribute as yet show no signs of being more than money-catching rackets set up to squeeze a profit out of the fears of rich neurotics. No doubt they stir passions, but their leaders couldn't stage a Cracker Barrel putsch, much less set fire to the capital wastebasket. If Hunt is giving any of them money, it can only be his version of a share the wealth movement. Hunt has been overheard introducing himself to strangers by chirping, "Hello, I am H.L. Hunt, the world's richest man." Clint Murchison and Sid Richardson. Joseph P. Kennedy is sufficiently recognizable as the sire of the late president to need no further identification. His career has been exhaustively investigated by Richard J. Whalen in The Founding Father, which is almost clinical in its penetration. Fortune seems to me to rate him on the high side. Many of the people on the fortune list deliberately avoid public notice, attempting to blend, chameleon-like, into the background. One who confesses to this sort of shyness is Daniel K. Ludwig. The General Motors fortune hunters and Henry J. Kaiser are rather fulsomely known to the public through newspaper reports and need not detain us. Two oil men of a cut somewhat different from H.L. Hunt perhaps should be noticed. They are Clint Murchison and Sid Richardson, who often made a team with the Murchison sons. In some ways more ambitious than Hunt, they have also been more realistic. Although rightists politically, they have never showed a desire to play the role of a Fritz Thyssen in the American system. Murchison is the plain man as a multimillionaire, shirt sleeves, unassuming manner, and all. His grandfather and father owned the First National Bank of Athens, Texas, which Clint now owns, and Clint had a short stay at Trinity University, Texas, before entering the bank. Upon his demobilization from the Army in 1919 he encountered his boyhood friend Sid Richardson, who had also tried college and who was now dealing in oil leases. Because he liked trading for the sake of trading, he joined Richardson. After a period of buying, selling and exchanging leases throughout the Southwest, barely keeping ahead of the game, Murchison pulled Richardson out of a poker game in Wichita Falls one night to investigate the rumor of a wildcat well near the Oklahoma border. They sneaked past guards close enough to smell oil, and the next morning they spent $50,000 buying regional leases. The following day they unloaded the leases for more than $200,000 and were off and running in a business way. During the Depression, Murchison built up the Southern Union Gas Company and the American Liberty Oil Company, both later sold. Then he formed the Delhi Taylor Oil Corporation, always rising higher on a flood of new oil. Murchison is distinguished from most of the other Texas oil men by the breadth of his diversified non-oil interests and by his participation in a number of national financial coups with the alert Alan Kirby and the late Robert R. Young of the Allegheny Corporation. As to his diversified interests, Phi is virtually the sole owner of the Atlantic Life Insurance Company of Richmond, Martha Washington Candy Company of Chicago and Dallas, Waco and Austin Taxi, bus and transit lines among various smaller interests. He is or was the dominant owner of the American Mail Line, Limited, of Seattle, Delhi Taylor Oil Company, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, New York publishers, Diebold, Inc., office equipment, and a chain of small Texas banks as well as miscellaneous other goodies. He has a substantial interest in the transcontinental bus system, American Window Glass of Pittsburgh, and Southeastern Michigan Gas Company. Of course, even as this is being written, his holdings and those of his sons may shift in the unending succession of deals for which he is noted. His general strategy appears to be to pick up cheaply properties that do not appear to be living up to their potential and to make them into good earners by installing skilled managers. He gets wind of these properties, as do most wealthy men, through professional investment locators. He was approached by the late Robert R. Young, a fellow Texan and the financial mentor of Woolworth's Allen Kirby in the Allegheny Corporation, and was asked to join the Young Kirby forces in the 1950s in seeking control of the Morgan Vanderbilt New York Central Railroad, the Pieta of railroad cognoscenti. Allegheny already controlled the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad, a lush earner. Murchison joined Young and brought Richardson with him. Between them Murchison and Richardson put $20 million on the line. Clint, after talking with Young over long distance, told Sid about the transaction on the telephone. When the calls were over, says Cleveland Amory, who researched the Texans in their native habitat, Richardson thought the deal was for only $10 million. Informed it was twice that, he called his partner back. "Say, Clint," he said, "what is the name of that railroad?" The capture of the prize New York Central by this group made financial history, as they say. Murchison and his sons also followed Allegheny Corporation and took a position in the stock of Investors Diversified Services, which controls a tangle of investment trusts with aggregate assets of more than $1 billion. Richardson, Amory informs us, was a bachelor and lived around in various hotels and clubs. Amory assigned him a wealth exceeding $1 billion, a figure few others agree with. But he owned an island in the Gulf of Mexico where he hunted and fished. He declined to write letters and had no secretary, his office was in his hat. He owned a fleet of Cadillacs in Dallas and one each in every city he regularly visited. In 1947 Richardson established the Sid W. Richardson Foundation of Fort Worth, Texas, which for the end of 1962 reported to the Foundation Directory net worth of $69,554,801. Benevolent grants for the year totaled $14,500, which hardly spread much sunshine among the heathen. In the meantime, the income on this big accumulation most of the time since the fund was started would have been subject to maximum tax rates up to 91% or more recently 77%. The foundation, however, in a neat stroke, preserved all this income intact and saw to it that none of it went to paying for the costs of sacred national defense. Murchison, widowed and remarried, owns a 75,000-acre ranch in Mexico's Sierra Madre Range. Here he has entertained the Duke and Duchess of Windsor and other ultra-magnificos. In fact, he owns several homes. One has a room with 8 beds so a group of us boys can talk oil all night. 17. The Wolfson story, in brief. The only other person of special interest on the fortune list is Louis Wolfson, assiduous wheeler dealer of Miami Beach who has engaged in much shuffling about with New York Shipbuilding Corporation and the construction dredging firm of Merritt Chapman and Scott among others. Wolfson is one of the standard Roman candle phenomena of American society, one of hundreds that come and go across the financial horizon like fireflies, and fortune itself demoted him from the list of heavyweights in 1961. 18. Having no reason to gainsay fortune here, I accept its last judgment on Wolfson. Wolfson and an associate were convicted on September 29, 1967, in federal court on 19 counts of criminal conspiracy and illegal stock sales. Gaudily overdramatizing, newspapers pointed out that Wolfson faced a possible 95 years in jail. When it came to sentencing, the judge meted out sentences of 1 year on each of the 19 counts, with the sentences to run concurrently. If overruled on appeal, Wolfson will then serve 1 year with the customary time off for good behavior. Nominees of the Sativa Post. Thus far I have confined myself to the fortune list of alleged new builders of alleged big fortunes, but others, too, have their candidates. accepting and endorsing Fortune's nominations of John D. MacArthur, John Meckham, Daniel K. Ludwig, Leo Corrigan, William Keck, R. E. Smith and James Abercrombie as financial big shots and dispensing a bit of scuttlebutt about them. The Saturday Evening Post in 1965 put forward 6 additional candidates: Dr. Edwin Land, inventor of the Polaroid camera, whom the Post credits with $185 million, a doubtful figure despite the soaring market prices of Polaroid stock; Henry Crown, head of the General Dynamics Corporation, government contracts, and dabbler around in building supplies, real estate, and railroads, whom the Post says is worth $250 million; Howard Amundsen, California insurance and savings and loan wizard, worth $300 million according to the Post; and W. Clement Stone, insurance promoter, worth $160 million on the Post's nimble abacus. The Post did not turn up any new information on ultra-shy Ludwig, who it averred had made around $1 billion since World War II, none on Charles Allen Jr., of the investment banking firm of Allen & Company, other than that he is a financier. And no more on John Eric Johnson than that he is the major stockholder in market-zooming Texas Instruments Company and the possessor of a huge fortune. 19 All these figures, even those bearing on Land, are little more than curbstone estimates. Land's could be about right, for he owned 51% of the Polaroid Corporation stock at the inception of its productive phase. But one does not know yet to what extent he may have revised his holdings. As Land is a technical man, an inventor who sticks closely to his work and has ready access to all the capital he thinks he needs, he was bankrolled to the tune of $375,000 by the old line heavy money of W. Averell Harriman, James P. Warburg and Louis Strauss, all vastly enriched by their Polaroid stock. He retains a large interest. Precisely how much we shall see later. Of all the persons named thus far in this chapter, Land is the only one who has created a ground-up new free enterprise. All the others jumped aboard existing merry-go-rounds or hung on to government coattails, although Kettering and Donaldson Brown did significantly creative jobs at General Motors. Land did far more than invent the Polaroid camera, which develops its own pictures. He has more than 100 inventions to his name in the field of optics and was inventing while still a student at Harvard, which he quit. He is not a bit interested in money and resents being categorized primarily as a rich man. He lives in moderate middle-class style in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and has a small farm in New Hampshire. Like Pasteur, Edison, and other creators, he lives mainly in order to work. His impact on the world has been far more than adding to its marketable gadgetry, for he played the chief role in developing cameras, such as those used in the famous U-2 espionage plane, that would take detailed pictures at more than 70,000 feet of altitude. It was his cameras that exploded the idea of a missile gap and detected the Soviet missiles in Cuba. He is currently interested in ways of humanizing machine society, eliminating the problem of mass boredom and mental stagnation in American life, particularly among industrial workers. Whether he cracks this nut or not, his mind is soaring in an empyrean far above that of Hunt, the Wildcatters, and the Wheeler dealers. Most of the men mentioned on both the Fortune and the Post lists are obviously of wheeler-dealer stripe, the kind that can well be, financially speaking, here today and gone tomorrow. In a steadily continuing inflation they will all no doubt come through with burgees flying. In the event of a substantial recession, some could find themselves in disturbed relations with their banks if not on the streets selling apples. The New York Times, September 13, 1963, offered a few additional names of supposedly new rich: Thomas J. Jr., Arthur K. and Mrs. Thomas J. Watson, their mother, collectively then worth $108 million in international business machines stock; Sherman M. Fairchild, son of a founder of IBM and dominant owner of Fairchild Camera and Instrument and Fairchild Stratos; Archibald G. Bush, with a $103 million holding in Minnesota mining and manufacturing; Cyrus Eaton, Cleveland banker, and a variety of others. But very few of the names mentioned by the Times additional to those named by Fortune and the Post are of men who made their own fortunes. Like the Watsons and Fairchild, they are mostly inheritors, Howard Heinz II, The Pickle King, Joseph Frederick Coleman III of Philip Morris, Inc., J. Peter Grace of W.R. Grace & Co., Louis S. Rosenstiel of Skenley Industries, Norman W. Harris of the Harris Trust and Savings Bank, Chicago, and others. More entries for the Pantheon of Wealth. These are by no means the only names of possible new big money nabobs that could be mentioned. And while there can be no guarantee that some sleeping prince has not been missed, a supersolvent wraith like J. Paul Getty, the law of diminishing returns sets in after these listings. We are not, of course, stooping to mention the ignoble wretches, the proletariat of Dun and Bradstreet, evaluated at less than $75 million by wealth watchers, even though some of them are interesting characters and are given compensatorily reverent treatment by fortune from time to time. 20 will run into a few occasionally further along, resolutely ploughing their golden ruts. But, to consider one of a number of rejected nominations and the reasons for banishing him from the financial pantheon, lest the reader suppose I am being arbitrary in those I flunk out, let us consider the late William F. Buckley, Sr., publicly saluted as having been worth $110 million on his death in 1958. 21 money of this specific gravity should have put him high in the fortune hierarchy, but fortune did not so much as mention him, with what to me seems ample justification. Buckley, an authentic on-the-spot imperialist concession hunter, before his death stirred desultory attention by founding a private school in Sharon, Connecticut, dedicated to safeguarding small children against contamination by the theories of so-called liberalism. 22 His son, William F. Buckley, Jr., carries his father's torch of anti-New Dealism in the oil-slick National Review and in books embarrassingly revelatory of elementary intellectual inadequacies such as God and Man at Yale. McCarthy and His Enemies and Up from Liberalism. A McCarthy lover, the son has also collaborated on a rousing defense of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Education, to the son as to the father, is guided indoctrination with ancient unwisdom. Apart from the elder Buckley's authoritarian views on education, he decreed that his children be trilingual and study the piano whether musically inclined or not. He was reportedly an ardent admirer of Theodore Roosevelt, particularly of Roosevelt's penchant for sending threatening battle cruisers to objectionable, small, countries. 23 When he gave up the ghost, Buckley père was not widely known. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that his death recalled him from oblivion to obscurity. He was not immortalized in Who's Who, Current Biography 1940–1960 or Poor's Register of Corporations, Officers, and Directors. The New York Times carried no précis of the probate of his will, which it usually does on large estates. It seems fair to say that attention has focused on him retrospectively only because of the verbal political posturings of his son and namesake. While there is no reason to doubt that the elder Buckley may have left his 10 children and 28 grandchildren, as of 1957, more money than might be good either for them or for the country, there is no external evidence justifying his placement in the $110 million, the $50 million, or even the $25 million class. Compared with grizzled Clint Murchison or old Sid Richardson, he simply does not rate. I omit any detailed analysis of the Buckley enterprises, all small. 24 Buckley's Pantopec Oil, of which John W. Buckley is now the family director, in 1962 had total assets of only $3,435,011 and working capital of $35,544. It had 3 million shares outstanding, all valued on the market as low as $600,000. But in 1956 it sold its Venezuelan concessions to the Phillips Petroleum Company for $4.9 million, a respectable sum to which I genuflect. Priced a while back in the $2 range, the stock of Pantopec slid down to 20 cents a share in 1963. 25 Coastal Caribbean Oils, Inc., another Buckley company, in 1962 had total assets of $3,632,216 and a deficit in working capital of $138,286. Like Pantopec, it was pretty much a hollow shell consisting of 1. Stock issue and 2. Arbitrarily valued exploring concessions. It boasted 3 employees and claimed 16,453 stockholders, no doubt all praying madly for the blessed increment in the form of gushers. 26 Canada Southern Oils, Limited, a holding company, in 1964 had stated assets of $9,653,393, a working capital deficit of $469,704, 10 employees and 15,000 stockholders. 27 James L. Buckley is an officer and director of some Pantapec subsidiaries, but he is also vice president and a director of United Canso Oil and Gas, Ltd. William F. Buckley, Jr., in person, is a director of Canso National Gas Company, a subsidiary. Moody's assigns United Canso assets in 1963 of $10,599,807, net working capital of $1,474,118, net loss for the year of $304,562 and an accumulated deficit of $7,382,815, 45 employees and 10,400 stockholders. To what extent other stockholders divide the clouded prospects with the Buckleys the record does not show. But even if one concedes all these stated assets, less liabilities, such as accumulated deficits, to the Buckley family and doubles the total for good measure, one doesn't get within rocket range of $110 million. Nor have the Buckleys established the usual wealthy man's foundation nor made telltale large transfers to universities or hospitals. This is not to deny that Buckley Sr. in his lifetime probably collected more legal tender than 95% of Americans have ever eyed wistfully through the bank teller's wicket. But he was just not rich of the order of $110 million unless he held assets well concealed from public view. This is always possible, but there are considerations for holding it improbable. That the elder Buckley was never a really large operator is strongly suggested by the history of his son's National Review, which the father admired as something of a time bomb under the pallid outlines of an American welfare state projected by the New Deal. I reason that a super-wealthy father, admiring this curious publication so much, would have underwritten it completely, using any deficits to charge a tax loss against real income. This wasn't done. The National Review was founded in 1955. Capital of $290,000 was importuned from 125 angels, not from Buckley alone, although this was a trifling sum to a man reputedly worth $110 million even if he did have a wife and 10 children. By mid-1958 the Review had accumulated a deficit of $1,230,000. How this was paid off or written off is not yet clear. But, in order to offset continuing deficits, in 1957 the parent company, National Weekly, Inc., bought a radio station in Omaha for $822,500 and in 1962 an Omaha FM station. These have reduced the deficits, it is said, although they continue happily for liberalism, progressivism, and plain reason. 28 But a big fortune would hardly find it necessary to run around juggling obscure radio stations with which to offset relatively small publication losses, which could be used to reduce taxes on any very large income. A wealthy man might enjoy owning a minor money loser like National Review, with up to 77% of the loss a tax saving. My conclusion, then, is that there are no vast Buckley assets. Buckley, Jr., has postured before the country in various guises, mainly as a neoconservative with ill-concealed negative intentions toward the disconcessioned. But he has also made a public display of the fact that he is a particularly devout Catholic. His supposedly profound Catholicism, however, did not prevent him from teeing off on Pope John XXIII when that lamented pontiff, respected even by many unreconstructed Protestants and atheists, issued the humane encyclical Mater et Magistra, which urged aid for the underdeveloped peoples of the world via welfare programs. The encyclical, the Buckley concessionaire pronounced, was a venture in triviality and was not sufficiently alert to the continuing demonic successes of the communists. If these latter and their dupes have successes in odd corners of the world, life will manifestly be difficult for Pantapec. America, the Jesuit Weekly, responded that to imply that Catholic conservative circles accepted the Church as mother but not as teacher was slanderous, and that it takes an appalling amount of self-assurance for a Catholic writer to brush off an encyclical. The National Review owes its Catholic readers and journalistic allies an apology. Never at a loss for an unexpected word, Buckley stigmatized these comments as impudent. All of which reminds one of the remark of John F. Kennedy when he found that he was opposed by wealthy Catholics: "When the chips are down, money counts more than religion." 29. Owing to the many bizarre positions taken by the National Review in projecting its oddly tailored version of conservatism, observers have wondered at odd moments about the Buckley motivations. Not only has he been opposed to the New Deal at home, with accents here and there of McCarthyism and Birchism, but in the foreign field he has stood forth valiantly as the defender of Moshe Chombe of Katanga province in his struggle with the United Nations, which Buckley despises, and as the defender of the white coup d'état in Rhodesia. Buckley himself in 1961 organized the American Committee for Aid to Katanga Freedom Fighters, which had the ring in its name of an old-fashioned communist front group. Critics rightly disparage as vulgar Marxism attempts to account for anyone's total personality in terms of direct economic motivation. But if anyone will read the National Review with the Buckley oil concessions in mind, the political mentality of William F. Buckley, Jr., will be at least partially explained. Whatever and whoever threatens the well-being and future of those concessions, communism, liberalism, socialism, New Dealism, the Supreme Court, Congress, the United Nations, the President, nay, even the Pope, is going to feel the touch of the rhetorician's venom. Young Buckley, he is now past 40, is referred to as an aging enfant terrible in his political stances, is almost an automaton of Marxist motivation who would have been clinically fascinating to Karl Marx himself. And this, in all simplicity, is neoconservatism in a nutshell. The otherwise inexplicable Buckley infatuation for Moshe Chombe is readily understood the moment one recalls that Chombe was the native proconsul in Katanga province for the Union Minière du Haut-Katanga, SA, of Belgium, envied concession holder to the rich mineral lands of the Congo. A blow at Chombe was a blow at concession holders everywhere, and Buckley brought the National Review phrase "crazy spears" to bear on the United Nations as he did on the Pope. A note on neoconservatism: all the neoconservatives from H. L. Hunt and Barry Goldwater on down resemble Buckley in that, whatever their rated wealth, which is usually small, they are insecure. Some feel subjectively more insecure than others, all are objectively insecure in a changing world. They are caught between big corporations on the one hand and big government, communist or liberal, on the other. But, envying the big corporations and wishing to be included among them, they direct most of their fire against the cost-raising social aspirations of the people from whom established capital does not feel it has so much to fear. If necessary, entrenched capital can stand social reform as in Sweden, passing the costs on in price and taxes. It has, in any event, more room for maneuver and holds all the strong positions. But the Goldwaters and Buckleys, with their obscure department stores and oil concessions, are in a different boat. They have begun to suspect that they may never make it to the top, there to preen before the photographers. Sad, sad. Hence, they cry, government should not be used to meet the needs of the people, despite the constitutional edict that it provide for the common welfare. Government should merely preside over a free economic struggle in which the weak submit to the strong stomachs. As for the big wealthy in the establishment, in the power structure, the power elite, they should not, say the neoconservatives, allow themselves to be deluded by infiltrating nurses, governesses, tutors, teachers, wandering professors, swamis, university presidents and others bearing the spirochita pallida of political accommodation. For accommodation has its own special word in the vocabulary of neoconservatism. It is communism. The neoconservatives or radical rightists, like the radical leftists, are discontented. There is, however, a different economic basis to the discontent of each. The leftists own no property, therefore see no reason to embrace a property system. The rightists still have some but feel their property claims slipping, feel they are being precipitated into the odious mass of the unpropertied. They foresee being thrown out of the property party, for many of them, in fact, are heavily indebted to the banks. The illusion of the radical rightists is that they can yet save their property claims, not by restoring free competition and subduing the rival Rouse Rockefellers, DuPonts, Fords and Mellons, whom they admire and fear as well as envy, but by inducing these latter to join in an all-out assault on the sans-culottes and descamisados. However, established wealth, seeing no good for itself in upsetting a smoothly running operation which it feels fully capable of controlling, is not interested in this vexing prospect, hence the outcries of the neoconservatives against the Eastern establishment and the socialism of Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. In Buckley's National Review, these self-dubbed conservatives sound like inverted Marxists in yachting clothes. Obiter script to those interested in more on William F. Buckley, Jr., and his success in selling his pantapec conservatism to a goodly number of unwary college students as well as 7 million buyers of Cracker Barrel newspapers that carry his weekly column should consult Forster and Epstein, Danger on the Right. These writers say, however, there is a unanimity as to Buckley's attractiveness, erudition, charm, intelligence, and wit. On this, permit me to register a demurrer. As to erudition and intelligence, nobody would claim it for him who had counted up his frequent logical fallacies, semantic confusions, apparent inability to distinguish between fact and value, and his historical gaffes, such as tracing the political disequilibrium of the world to Wilsonian idealism. Buckley is, in fact, a free-flowing wordsmith, a rhetorician, with a property fetish. Other names that have been put forward here and there as new wealth holders of the first magnitude, like that of the senior Buckley, similarly disintegrate under analysis. Some half-forgotten big shots, some new rich who died before fortune staged its round-up, ought, in the interests of a fully rounded picture, to be noticed. There were a few, mainly Texas wildcatters and General Motors executives. It will be recalled that the American political economy went into a severe decline in the 1930s and was brought out of its long coma only by World War II. What happened was reflected by the million-plus incomes. These numbered only 21 in 1921, but under the expert ministrations of the Harding-Coolidge administrations, installed by Big Wealth as the public list of campaign contributions shows, millionaires plus numbered 207 in 1925. They rose to 290 in 1927. In Spanish bullfights there comes a moment when the bull, maddened, bleeding and covered by darts, feeling his last moment has come, stops rushing about and grimly turns to face the man with scarlet muleta and sword. It is known to Spaniards as the moment of truth. It seemed for a while in 1928 that this was the moment of truth for the American economy, when stocks in the bull market were pushed up to unprecedented heights, discounting not only the future but the hereafter. In that year there were $511 million incomes. But this was a tough bull. Thousands of people, as they said, believed in the United States, by which they meant they thought there was no limit to American expansion and, most importantly, free and easy money-making. Gushing blood money from every orifice, the bull market again in 1929 faced its tormentor, the big American moneymaker. There was again the swift, profit-taking thrust that produced $513 million incomes for the year, a record. But the sacred bull, though dying now, was not cleanly slain. In 1930, million-dollar incomes, as the blood drained from the bull, sank to 150, in 1931 to 77, and in 1932 to 20, all figures from United States Statistics of Income. The market had come full circle since 1921, millions of dollars had been made and put away in the final push, for not everybody lost money in 1929, and millions were trudging the streets out of work in an extremely flexible labor market, that is to say, employers could name their terms in a way delightful to all neoconservatives. Put another way, alien to economists, millions of Americans were crying into their pillows at night, that is, those who did not merely set their jaws and lose all feeling or give up the ghost. What the moment of truth disclosed about the American economy was this: it can't take any and every kind of abuse, can't be left to the infinitely greedy wheeler-dealers and overreachers of the marketplace. The 1930s were not good times for fortune building. $1,000,000-a-year incomes gradually rose to 61 in 1936 and then sank to a dull 52 in 1940. But the vultures were still getting scraps from the old bull and would try their hands again with sword and cape after the war. Against this background of economic carnage, few new fortunes could have been assembled, although we have seen how J. Paul Getty vastly reinforced his family holdings by picking up tidbits from the dying bull. Largish new fortunes of recent contemporaries who died prior to 1957, similar to the living snared in the fortune survey, stemmed mainly from General Motors and from oil wildcatting and lease trading. There were, of course, exceptions. But fortune, too, appears to have missed completely a few of the big on-the-surface post-1918 money piles of interest to connoisseurs. Neither the public record nor fortune, for example, showed how Henry R. Luce himself, late founder and head of the Time Life Fortune Sports Illustrated complex of high-powered mass media, deployed his assets, but even though his enterprises were initially bank-financed, his reported net worth exceeded $100 million upon his death in 1967. Again, Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt Wallace, founders and sole owners of the multilingual, globe-circulating Reader's Digest, deserve more than a pious thought in this connection, for they have already conveyed some small fortunes to various schools and colleges. The Wallaces have more giving away money than many well-heeled persons have spending money. Just how far, if at all, the following stalwart entrepreneurs fell below the $75 million mark at their peaks would be a quest to put a crew of accountants on their mettle. Donald W. Douglas, chairman of the Douglas Aircraft Company, born in Brooklyn in 1892, MIT graduate, an Episcopalian and a Republican. 30. Walter E. Walt Disney, motion picture producer, born in Chicago in 1901, died in 1966. Although he never attended college, he was graced by honorary degrees from Yale and Harvard. 31. William S. Paley, born in Chicago in 1901, son of a successful cigar manufacturer and an apprentice in that business. A graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, he joined the now opulent Columbia Broadcasting System at its modest inception and became president, chairman, and chief stockholder as well as a power in the land. He is president and director of the William S. Paley Foundation, assets as yet nominal, trustee and director of numerous important educational boards, an officer of the Legion of Honor, holder of the Legion of Merit, Croix de Guerre with Palm, Order Crown of Italy, etc., etc. 32. Juan Terry Tripp, born in New Jersey in 1899. A Yale graduate, he became president, then chairman of the emerging Pan American World Airways, a director and member of the Finance Committee of the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, trustee of the Yale Corporation, the Carnegie Institution, the Phelps-Stokes Fund, etc., etc. 33. All these men, like nearly all on the Fortune, Saturday Evening Post and New York Times lists and like most of the 19th century acquisitors, were escalated financially by organizing readily available new technology which they did not create. This observation does not hold true of such rare birds as Dr. Edwin H. Land nor the late George Westinghouse and George Eastman, Kodak, themselves skilled technologists and inventors. Nor would it apply to merchandisers like the late Frank Woolworth, who simply took advantage of urbanization, based on technology. Steady population growth on a resource-rich continent was, of course, a necessary precondition to the organization of emerging technology. Few of these people could have made their marks in such a noisome way if they had been confined to the limits and laws of Switzerland or Holland or even England or Germany. The saga of A.P. Giannini. It is the general time-tested assumption that the chief of an enterprise is taking care of himself in Rococo style. But this assumption would have been wrong if applied to Amadeo P. Giannini, 1870–1949, the Italian Catholic fruit and vegetable peddler who built the colossal Bank of America of San Francisco, still the biggest in the world, the Transamerica Corporation, chain bank super holding company, and beat the Morgan interests in their attempt to wangle into control. Giannini, although he had plenty of opportunities at the hands of grateful directors who pressed upon him the customary slushy stock bonuses, which he refused, believed that $500,000 was a sufficient personal fortune for any man. And his estate at his death was under $600,000. He was succeeded at the helm of his enterprises by his son Lawrence. 34. From the outside looking in, one would have thought that Giannini, because he was in a position to do so, would have helped himself greedily to all sorts of fiscal bonbons. But Giannini, in his lordly disdain for personal gain and his personal pride in the vast enterprise he had built, was one of the few American moneymen with a truly aristocratic view of his role. Deceased magnates. There were, too, a number of recently deceased men that fortune did not mention, although their accumulations by no means passed out of existence with their deaths. They should be reckoned. William L. Moody, Jr. First, there was little noticed William L. Moody, Jr. 1865 to 1954, with a rated net worth of $400 million at his death. According to the Foundation Directory, 1964, the Moody Foundation of Galveston, which he established, retained tax-sheltered assets of about $188 million at the end of 1962. Among the trustees were two sons, William L. III and Robert L., chairman of the board. Moody III was grimly cut off with $1 in his father's will, but through litigation was able to get a settlement of $3,640,898. Most of the residual estate went to the tax-saving foundation. 36. Moody was in banking, cotton processing, real estate, insurance, printing and newspapers. With his father he founded W. L. Moody & Company, bankers of Galveston, later merged with the National Bank of Texas. He founded in 1920 the American Printing Company, which he owned, bought the Galveston News and Tribune, founded and owned the American National Insurance Company, one of the biggest such enterprises in the Southwest, and founded and owned the National Hotel Company. He built various skyscrapers here and there, and at his death owned 30 sizable hotels, any one of which spelled Easy Street for the owner. What he did not put into his foundation he left to 2 daughters and 1 son. As this big fortune had its roots back in the 19th century, it should probably not be considered new, although awareness of it is new. Like many others, Moody mushroomed with the region around him. He was in the mainstream of American property acquisition. Hugh Roy Cullen, a Texas regular. Hugh Roy Cullen, 1881 to 1957, Texas wildcatter, left more than $200 million, according to Common Report. He established the Cullen Foundation, to which be assigned $160 million, say standard sources, 37, but the Foundation Directory, 1964, accords the foundation a net worth of only $2,434,610 at the end of 1961. Possibly the estate was still being processed. Cullen also allotted more than $30 million to the University of Houston, specializing in vocational training, there to establish a memorial for his only son, and at least $20 million more to hospitals and the like. Cullen, a man of little schooling, son of a cattleman, went to work at age 12 and eventually emerged as a cotton broker. He went into oil in 1917 and at various times was closely associated with Rockefeller and Mellon companies. His personal instrument was the Quintana Petroleum Corporation, and with it be found many big new fields. But he followed the lead of someone else in applying scientific methods to the discovery of oil. Like H. L. Hunt, he believed the American public needed instruction in political basics, and in 1951 bought the Liberty network of radio stations with outlets in 38 states, to facilitate the flow of Cracker Barrel interpretations of the Constitution. Cullen was one of the earliest of the ultra-conservatives. He was against the New Deal from the beginning. Like Herbert Spencer, he was opposed to all government regulation, was opposed to the Marshall Plan, to the United Nations, to unionization, and to the lowering of tariffs. In this latter respect, an inner contradiction shows in his theory of self-effacing government, for tariffs are a government regulatory device in favor of domestic producers. Cullen's true position, like that of almost all the anti-regulation business people, is that he opposed government regulation that in any way might conceivably sandpaper business profits, but he joyfully favored any sort of government. Regulation, interference, intrusion, intervention, support, or action if it was price-raising or promised to be directly profitable to business. This is the actual principle governing the pecuniary man, who is at bottom an unconscious anarchist, hostile to all government, not his personal instrument. Back in the 1930s, Cullen organized what was known as the Texas Regulars, still the hardcore of the ultra-conservative movement. In 1948 he supported the Dixiecrats, but in 1952 he led the revolt in the Texas Republican delegation against Taft in order to get on the ground floor with Eisenhower. He gave money lavishly in politics to any counterclockwise movement. Cullen, like H. L. Hunt, took his acquisition of wealth as a sign from on high that he possessed unique virtue, that he was of the elect, a prophet to lead the boobs to the promised land. His sudden riches not only gave him an excess of confidence but a feeling of omniscience and clairvoyance in all human affairs. Although he had never studied these matters, was indeed like Hunt anti-intellectual, he thought he knew all about foreign affairs, world politics, history and, above all else, the needs of the domestic political economy. These were quite simple. What was needed was a general application of the Horatio Alger philosophy within a simple Spencerian setting, each individual striving upward toward the kindly light of money with no intervention from government either to block or assist, except established businessmen. In seeing the businessman as omniscient, Cullen was simply echoing an early American point of view. It was often said by the bullying Major Henry Lee Higginson, founder of the Boston banking firm of Lee Higginson and Company, that any well-trained businessman is wiser than the Congress and the executive. 38 And, if one gives full value to the operative word well-trained, the Major may have had an arguable point of view even though some fastidious minds might consider it faint praise to concede anyone more wisdom than Congress. But businessmen rarely limit omniscience to the well-trained and tend to feel that anyone who has made some money has given ample proof of his general wisdom. Although a simple but forceful mentality such as Cullen's may evoke uneasy smiles among the more knowledgeable, it must not be forgotten that such men, by reason of their ability to put up money, have much to say in politics. Arrogating to themselves the role of supreme legislators, they use formal legislators, chosen in the catch-as-catch-can political process, as their cat's paws, mainly to block socially necessary measures. Cullen and his Cracker Barrel colleagues placed their distinctive stamp on the internal colonialist politics of Texas, and they had more than a little to do with returning the Republican Party to power in 1952–60. They are always working at it, with money and main, and will never be satisfied until they install the straight Coolidge-McKinley ticket. They keep the lambent glow of the horse and buggy age bright in the thermonuclear missile automation computer age. James A. Chapman, still another oil baron whose fortune reached awesome dimensions, was James A. Chapman of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Chapman died in 1966, aged 85, leaving about $100 million, most of it to the University of Tulsa, the balance to other educational and medical institutions. Self-floated with $700 in 1907 on a tide of oil, Chapman was rated by insiders as Oklahoma's most successful oil operator. During his lifetime, Chapman, said his attorneys, had secretly given away more than $75 million. His will made no provision for his wife and conveyed only $1,000 to his 47-year-old son because, as it noted, adequate provisions had already been made for them. New York Times, October 15, 1966, 1:1. De Golyer, a man for most seasons. But not all of the oil men are Cracker Barrel fugitives from textbooks, it is gratifying to report. Some are impressive figures and would unquestionably have risen to prominence in any socio-political system. One such was Everett Lee de Golyer, 1886–1956, of remote French descent, who compares with most oil hunters as does a Stradivarius with a banjo. De Golyer, a geologist and a geophysicist, was many times a millionaire, and is indeed credited with bringing applied geophysics to the United States. He is known in scientific circles, where he was very much at home, as the father of American geophysics. To de Golyer more than to any other one man goes the credit for the discovery of so much underground oil since 1910. Without de Gaulier or some counterpart, the world oil supply would unquestionably be much lower than it is today. For the oil industry from the beginning was very wasteful, haphazard, and slapdash, full of apprentice barbers performing as surgeons. De Gaulier's father was a mineral prospector, and de Gaulier, born in a Kansas sod hut, initially took an interest along these lines. He joined the Wyoming Geological Survey in 1906 and later worked with it in Colorado and Montana. But soon tiring of rule-of-thumb methods, he enrolled in the University of Oklahoma, where he was graduated in 1911 at the age of 25. In the summers he worked as a field geologist and in 1909 joined the Mexican Eagle Oil Company, then owned by British interests and later, sold to Royal Dutch Shell. On his first trip out in the area near Tampico, later known as the Golden Lane, relocating the search in accordance with his knowledge of structural trends, he brought in Potrero del Llano No. 4 well, one of the most spectacular gushers of all time. This well produced 110,000 barrels daily and cumulatively produced more than 100 million barrels. De Gaulier was promoted to chief geologist and then chief of the land department. Some sources say he was a millionaire before finishing college, others relate that Mexican Eagle put him on a salary of $500 a month, fairly good money in 1909 while he went to school. He continued with the company in a consultative capacity until 1919, although he left it officially in 1914 to open his own offices as a consulting engineer to the petroleum industry. Called to England in 1918 to participate in the sale of Mexican Eagle to Royal Dutch Shell, he was then backed by Lord Cowdray of Mexican Eagle to form the Amarada Petroleum Corporation, of which he was made vice president and general manager, then president, and finally chairman. He retired from highly successful Amarada in 1932. He continued, however, with the Geophysical Research Corporation, which discovered oil fields by scientific methods for the big oil companies. He also formed Core Laboratories, Inc., and the Otlotl Royalty Corporation to carry on oil discovery and ownership. De Gaulier's method was to apply the knowledge of a trained, scientific mind nourished widely in the theoretical literature about the causal processes of Earth formations. He picked up some of his most valuable insights by applying early European theory to his work. The presence of underground salt domes is now known to predict the presence of oil. How are salt domes formed? Then prevalent theory held them to be of volcanic origin, the result of the expansion of growing salt crystals or deposits from rising columns of brine from deep sources. De Gaulier came to accept the European theory that they are formed by plastic flow, the salt having flowed owing to the weight of overhanging rocks. Once the salt dome has been found, the oil prospector must determine the formation of the underlying rocks in order to get through. All this careful inquiry was quite out of harmony with the practical, common sense, feet on the ground, down to earth, no nonsense, rule of thumb guesswork in the field by the boys who had just recently left the Cracker Barrel. De Gaulier implemented his insights by introducing the use of the seismograph, gravimeter, torsion balance, electromagnetic surveys, and explosives to send shock waves through the varieties of underground formations, thereby determining their texture. Using these appliances he found field after rich field in Texas, Oklahoma, and the Gulf region. Cullen and others, sweating for money, copied his methods, which are now standard all over the world in oil prospecting. Basically a scientist, a student, and a scholar, de Gaulier was widely read, not only in his technical specialty but in the literature of the Southwest. He published a long, impressive list of original scientific papers and wrote about the history and personalities of the Southwest. From a money-making point of view he wasted tens of millions of dollars of time reading and writing. He collected priceless rare books on the Southwest, on geology and geophysics and on scientific method and the history of science and left them, a treasure, to the University of Oklahoma, the University of Texas and other institutions. He established the de Gaulier Foundation to add to these valuable collections of books. In the late 1940s, hearing that the Saturday Review of Literature was in financial straits, he came forward to give it a lift and was made chairman of the board. De Gaulier served on literally scores of national and local cultural and scientific bodies and boards, lectured to serious audiences at MIT and Princeton, and served in 1940 as Distinguished Professor of Geology at the University of Texas. He held well-deserved honorary degrees from many American and foreign universities and was frequently decorated. Although a moderate Republican, he served willingly under Franklin D. Roosevelt as oil advisor to the New Deal, later in the war, and as chief of the technical mission at the Tehran Conference. The number of his trusteeships, directorships, and organization memberships was far too extensive to list here. He is memorialized by the National Academy of Science, of which he was a fellow, in volume XXXIII of its biographical memoirs, together with Thomas Hunt Morgan, the biologist, Robert A. Millikan, the physicist, Louis M. Terman, the psychologist, and Josiah Royce, the philosopher. He was clearly much more than an oil prospector, businessman, or capitalist. The memoirs give a bibliography of his writings from 1912 onward, encompassing 15 pages of titles. After an illness of 6 years, de Gaulier shot himself at the age of 70. 39. What de Gaulier was worth is less interesting than what he could have been worth had he devoted himself solely to accumulating wealth. There is no doubt he could have been worth billions had he been interested in nailing down for himself every likely claim. As it was, his retained wealth was estimated at $10 million to $100 million at his death, a wide range. 40. Looking on his fellow oilmen with considerable reserve, de Gaulier frequently remarked that the talent for making money can imply a lack of talent for leading a useful life. 41. De Gaulier certainly did not suffer from this deficiency. But like some of the other oil men, de Gaulier did believe in luck. "I hate to tell you," he once said, "how many times I've made money by going against my own judgment." 42. On this same theme, realistic R. E. Smith, one of the fortune listees, said, "My West Texas oil field was solely luck. It has 38 million barrels in reserve and cost me $5 an acre." It was the same with Hugh Roy Cullen. The first money he made was on some land he didn't want. The oil company kept the A acreage. They gave him some D property, the lowest grade, as consolation, and he hit. The company never did hit anything on their A property. The lesson you learn as you get older is that it's luck. Again, the fortune of Matilda Jettings Gray, explained a Louisianian, came mostly from her father. He made it on a herd of cattle, found an oil well under every cow. 43. Without some element of luck, no matter how hard-working, ingenious, greedy, or unscrupulous the protagonist, nobody ever made much money. The general luck of the 19th century entrepreneurs was to have a great deal of new technology thrust under their noses: steam engines, steel-making processes imported from abroad, internal combustion engines, new electrical apparatus, and the like. Few of the entrepreneurs participated in the creation of any of this, but they did know how to convert it under lucky circumstances into titles of extravagant ownership in their own names. Raskob of DuPont, John J. Raskob, 1879–1950, one of the upper executives of the General Motors Corporation, prepared with a knowledge of stenography, got his start by becoming secretary to wealthy Pierre S. DuPont. Raskob's big coup some years later was to suggest General Motors as a likely investment for surplus DuPont money, and he thereafter alternated risingly lucrative employment with General Motors and E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company. The leading figure in trying to make Al Smith president in 1928 and the Democratic Party a replica of the Republican, he was made private chamberlain to the Pope. He founded the tax-shy Raskob Foundation for Catholic Activities in 1945. It had assets of $29,281,060 in 1960 and 4 Raskob sons among its officers. On his death he left his wife and each of 10 surviving children trust funds of unspecified amounts. 44. One presumes they were generously proportioned. As Raskob was a pecuniary man to his fingertips with no other apparent interest in his life, his fortune before he started redeploying it may well have exceeded $75 or $100 million. William S. Knudsen, 1879–1948, former president of the General Motors Corporation and Director General of the Office of Production Management during the war, had one of the 10 biggest incomes in the country. 45. But the expanse of his holdings at the end is fogged. Standard reference media, including the New York Times, give no accounting of his estate, which was presumably disposed of before his death. He established no foundation, left 3 daughters and 1 son, all presumably financially sound. A note on probate: there is nothing conclusive about the probate of an estate. In his lifetime a wealthy man might make tax-free dispositions to foundations or other endowments, which usually show on the record, or he might make regular low-tax distributions to members of his family. At a gift tax cost of $325,700 as of 1965, an unmarried person could transfer $1 million to an individual. If he did this every year for 25 years to 5 persons, thus transferring $125 million cumulatively, he would have to pay $40,712,500 additional in taxes, a tidy sum. If he waited to bequeath $165 million at death to individuals, the tax bite would be $125,438,200, or about $85 million more than by the installment transfer procedure. But by having his individual gifts each year and putting the other half of the money into a tax-free foundation, which his heirs could play with as it suited their tastes, he would pull his total transfer taxes down to a low $6,119,375 or a little less than 4% on $165 million. His saving over the first procedure, for the benefit of his heirs and their foundation, would be $34+ million, over the second procedure, a little under $119 million. Delightful though this prospect is, if the man is married he can make the original transfer of $125 million solely to individuals at only double the cost of 4% or paying a little more than $12 million, under special provisions for estate division written into the law in 1948. His saving here over the first direct transfer is $28+ million, which he can slam into a foundation for so much extra gravy. Whoever said we didn't have a thoughtful Congress to write such thoughtful laws? In the meantime, newspapers and spokesmen that is, paid propagandists go about talking loosely about high taxes on the big estates. When one gets down to the fine print, those high taxes just aren't there. A man might, indeed, die stony broke and still have ruled over a large fortune if he had concentrated a goodly sum in a foundation. As head of the foundation he would naturally set himself a substantial salary. He would not, legally, own anything, he'd just control the assets of the foundation by charter and the disposition of its income. Until he drew his last breath, even though he was only on straight salary, he'd have corporate, political, and other power through his foundation, as well as the satisfaction of knowing that he hadn't helped the rustics in Congress with their eternal problem of budget balancing. So the mere fact that a man dies without leaving traces of large assets really proves nothing. Jesse H. Jones, 1874–1956, was for many years a power in the land and a top-level, hard-bitten wheeler dealer. A banker and politician based in Houston, where he owned the Chronicle, banks, buildings, and other properties, as well as properties in Dallas and Fort Worth. Jones became chairman of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation and Secretary of Commerce under Roosevelt II. As chairman of the RFC he is said to have made the decisions to lend more money than any other man in history, getting himself involved, too, with some of the borrowers. His father was a Tennessee tobacco planter, and young Jones came to Dallas at age 20 to find a place under an uncle in the lumber business. His estate at death was only $8,765,302.46, but he had earlier made large distributions to children and a foundation, the Houston Endowment, 1937, which in 1962 had assets of $43,939,169 and had just made grants of $7,249,765. Almon G. Carter, Texas Uber als Almon G. Carter, 1879–1955, son of a blacksmith, went to work at age 12 selling newspapers à la Horatio Alger, graduated into selling photographs and then, in 1904, into the not-so-great game of advertising. In 1906 he became advertising manager for the Fort Worth Star and by 1923 was president and publisher of the merged Star-Telegram. He also weaseled into radio and television but made his biggest money in oil wildcatting. Under his ownership was drilled the discovery well of the Big Pool in the Wasson Lease in Gaines and Yoakum counties, Texas. He sold out there for $16.5 million and put the money into the Amon G. Carter Foundation, which at the end of 1962 had total assets of $32,519,275, Foundation Directory, 1964. An aviation enthusiast, he was a founder of American Airlines and a major political influence in bringing various military aviation installations, bomber plants, and missile enterprises to Texas. He is credited with using his influence to make Texas second only to California as an aviation center. He was a noisy Fort Worth and Texas booster and was said hyperbolically to own all of Fort Worth. He left 2 daughters, a son, the Star-Telegram, various pregnant properties and the foundation. No probate of his will was published in standard reference media available to this inquirer, but if one assumes only half his wealth was left in the foundation, he was worth more than $65 million at some time in his later life, probably a bit more. 47 William H. Danforth, Apostle of Purina. William H. Danforth, 1870–1955, of all American millionaires probably most deserves the much abused characterization of philanthropist. For Danforth genuinely liked people in general and was obviously stimulated by them. Born in the backlands of Missouri, Danforth went to St. Louis at 14 to go to school and remained to be graduated from Washington University. With $4,000 borrowed from his father, he went into a horse feed partnership with 2 men in 1894, the Robinson-Danforth Commission Company. A natural salesman, Danforth traveled through the Middle West selling Purina horse feed in a folksy way. "Purina feed will make your horse laugh," one of thousands of bucolic Danforth slogans, and buying ingredients from farmers. The day after one of the partners sold out to Danforth in 1896, the business already booming, a tornado blew down their sizable plant. With an unsecured bank loan of $25,000 he rebuilt, and the business extended into all varieties of farm feeds under the Purina label. It also went into the production of whole wheat cereals for human consumption, the new health fad, under the familiar checkerboard label. This latter was adopted from a farmer's shirt design and for some reason had such an hypnotic effect on customers that it was widely infringed but successfully defended in the courts. Danforth was quite spontaneously an enthusiastic extroverted Christian, a YMCA man. He served in France as a YMCA secretary in World War I, a believer in the social gospel and a true cornball do-gooder. He seemed to feel that goodwill, good humor, enthusiasm, and energy were all that were needed to put the world to rights. A Congregationalist Sunday school teacher and superintendent, he believed in helping young people help themselves. He gave thousands to finance camping trips and outings in the woods and on the shores for the young. He was a pioneer in helping finance mostly somewhat bucolic college educations, for which in 1927 he established the Danforth Foundation, assets in 1962, $125,694,089, mainly in Ralston Purina stock. Danforth believed in college as much as he believed in the Bible. Danforth ran his business pretty much like a folksy husking bee with plenty of homespun hijinks. He required his employees to exercise together and sing together, and was the originator of widely copied employee welfare programs such as contests, office messages and personal items, employee theatricals, awards, parties, picnics, square dances and general one big happy family stuff. He produced mottos tirelessly and wrote inspirational books and pamphlets in the school of Dr. Frank Crane, Elbert Hubbard, and Orison Swett Martin. Everybody around Danforth was caught up in a blizzard of activity, all happy Christian soldiers marching onward and upward and holding forth the holy grail of Purina. Somehow, money filtered artlessly through the hole like molasses in a bran mash. Danforth unquestionably believed in everything he did. There was probably not an insincere bone in his body. And the good Lord just made that cash register ring, ring, ring. Danforth was extremely wealthy by 1929, when Jehovah suddenly signaled that he was unaccountably displeased. All of Danforth's holdings were wiped out in the stock market crash with the exception of his ownership of Ralston Purina. The sign probably meant that the good Lord wanted him to stay out of the wicked stock market and stick to healthy, whole wheat food. After the crash, business for Purina slacked off so badly that Danforth, depressed, had to lay off old employees. As grain prices continued to tumble, Danforth found that he was constantly having to sell for less than he paid for the raw materials and labor. He was, in short, going broke in a big way. Satan was in command. But the Lord had not forsaken his earnest worker. In 1932 Danforth relinquished control of the business to his son Donald, recently out of sleek Princeton University and in his father's estimation not much of a businessman. But the boy's mother spoke up staunchly on his behalf. Donald took hold and, giving the business the old college try, he made good in such a way as to amaze the elder. In the general inflation, sales were world-tipped from $19 million in 1932 under Donald's shrewd Ivy League ministrations to $400 million in 1956, when Ralston Purina chugged into 87th place on Fortune's list of the mightiest corporations. In the distance such giants as AT&T, General Motors, and Standard Oil of New Jersey could dimly hear the Corn Belt juggernaut slowly creeping up on them. Danforth himself was a natural in a world of counterfeits. Personally likable and uncomplicated in his views, he was simple-minded and naive and perhaps just lucky never to fall into the sights of the financial sharpshooters all around him. He took no visible interest in politics. His early heroes were Hill, Harriman, Rockefeller, Astor, McCormick, Carnegie, and their like, whom he saw as builders of the nation, Daniel Boone's of the dollar. He longed to emulate them. He always sought out the business great in an effort to learn their secrets. He looked up John Wanamaker, whom he admired both as a businessman and as a Christian layman. In Danforth's view, businessman was just about synonymous with Christian. Jesus was, after all, as it has been said, a salesman. Danforth would gladly have given him a job selling Purina. Once Danforth followed Henry M. Flagler, the Standard Oil tycoon and Florida promoter, around a golf course in Florida, pencil and notebook in hand, and asked the great man many questions, to which he was graciously given answers. Danforth also sought out Henry Ford for prayerful discussions about philanthropy. As far as the record shows, Danforth, unlike many of his prominent business contemporaries, never engaged in any shady practices, was never involved in any swindles, was never the defendant on criminal charges and was never accused of exploiting his workers. Nor was he, it seems, ever seriously criticized, knocked, called to account or rebuffed in good times or bad. For a portrait of the American capitalist as an extremely good, wholesome, honestly Christian, earnest, outgoing do-gooder, one must turn to William H. Danforth. The name of Ralston got into the Ralston Purina label in a curious way. Early in this century there was a Dr. Ralston who established health food clubs around the country. Danforth, in order to get into the human food market with his whole wheat cereals, made a money-for-name tie-in with the good doctor, and Ralston Purina was off on the heels of Quaker Oats and Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Health foods, big money, and religion all gathered at the shore of the mighty Mississippi River. 48 new old fortunes. Although all these non-inherited fortunes have been treated as new, they are new only in a relative sense. Almost all the big individual non-inherited fortunes mentioned in this inquiry date back before World War II, and, indeed, the bulk of them date before 1929. Most of the Texas oil fortunes were founded between 1910 and 1925. The General Motors fortunes were all in fetal existence in the 1920s. Although the names of the owners are less familiar than Rockefeller, Morgan, and Vanderbilt, every single one was already rich on the eve of Pearl Harbor, and nearly all were rich in 1929. Many clearly date from before World War I. Danforth, Moody, Jones, Getty. Unless processes are going on inaccessible to inquiry, it can be said that big new individual property accumulations are now taking place, if at all, at a decidedly diminished pace. And this is understandable in view of the entrenched position established by hereditary wealth. No man, however puissant, can come along and simply say move over to the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, E1. DuPont de Nemours and Company or dozens of similar enterprises, nor can such a puissant man by any method yet disclosed take them over as his own. Whirling dervishes of the mass media. Although the barrel has been scraped in the search for new or non-hereditary wealth on the American scene, and just about every likely candidate appears to have been noticed, there can be no guarantee that some big sleeper has not been overlooked. We have ignored, for reasons of space, stuff ranging from $25 to $75 million. Most of the names of new fortune builders put before the public are those of men who are little more than speculative entrepreneurs backed by banks or some syndicate. As long as these whirling dervishes stand upright, they receive rapt attention. But most of them vanish in a cloud of debt and tears to become skeletons in the death valley of newspaper files. Newspapers are interested in such worthies for at least two reasons. 1. They want new names and faces to present to the public, and many people as well as editors seem to find it thrilling to read of some immigrant who arrived in this country with $5 and went to work as a rag picker, quietly saved his pennies, gradually bought real estate and finally emerged as the greatest real estate tycoon of all time. Or so they say until the banks start calling loans. 2. They cite these putative geniuses of pecuniary derring-do in order to prove that anyone who is willing to work hard, live right and tend to business can make at least $1 million and probably more in the United States, the American dream. A curious feature of this thesis is that the money cult editors and writers who expound it are themselves not notably pecunious, are apparently unable to apply their own profound insight. In the 1920s, in the aftermath of World War I, names to conjure with in the press were William C. Durant, founder of General Motors and possessor of a fresh fortune several times in his life, Jesse L. Livermore, Arthur W. Cutten, Frank E. Bliss, the Silver Fox of Wall Street, Benjamin Block, Michael J. Meehan, Joseph E. Higgins, Louis W. Zimmerman, George Breen, and Harry Content. 49 all went down the financial drain without a gurgle. Arthur W. Cutten, as big as they used to be verbally blown up, died in 1936 while under indictment for income tax evasion. His estate of $350,000, once reputed to be worth $100 million, press reports of the holdings of market operators are usually vastly exaggerated, thus attracting more suckers, had tax liens against it of $644,000 and was confiscated. 50 rumors that he had funds in Canada, where he was born, were checked without affirmative result. Cutten, for years a drab bookkeeper in a Chicago brokerage house, in the early 1920s became a speculator-manipulator in the grain pits. He finally had perhaps a few million drably to his credit and drably came to New York in 1925 at the age of 54 in search of drab new puddles to conquer. He engaged in buying and bulling stocks, assisted by hordes of even drabber men and women who bought anything they heard bookkeeper Cutten was buying. Distributing to the suckers as the top he had set was approached, Cutten pocketed the profits. This process was endlessly repeated and would no doubt still be going on if the moment of truth had not come in October, 1929. Cutten was, with poetic justice, one of the many picadors and bandolieros whom the dying bull managed to gore fatally before expiring. His career may be summarized as a transit from bookkeeper to gambler to nothing. There is no hard evidence that I can find that Cutten was ever worth $100 million, $50 million, or even $10 million net. He was carried by the banks. There were, too, in those salad days, high-flying dervishes like Samuel Insull, Charles E. Mitchell, Ivor Kreuger, Albert Wigan, Howard Hobson, Edward Doherty, all men with complex Rube Goldberg schemes afoot and in the end all speculative flat tires, personally as undistinguished as any pushcart peddler. But in their day the newspapers ecstasized over them as proof positive that under the great American system of godly democracy any right-thinking, right-living man who had faith in the United States should, could, and would acquire a fortune. The biggest flops of all, as one would expect, were those men widely regarded as the soundest. The superlatively sound men of the time were Horace P. and Mantus J. Van Swearingen of Cleveland, presented in the press as masters of railroading, although they were actually two obscure provincial real estate brokers. With the backing of the J.P. Morgan bloc, the Van Swearingens busily floated vast railroad holding companies, busily issued watery securities, busily merged, unmerged and submerged railroads, and busily carried on general financial wildcatting in search of profit. Their bubble burst in the Depression, removing two geniuses of bank press creation from the scene. Just how big the Van Swearingens were considered in the 1920s may be seen in the fact that they were listed in 1930 by James W. Gerard, former ambassador to Germany, as one of the 64 shoguns who ruled the United States. President Herbert C. Hoover was, correctly, not on this list, which was headed by John D. Rockefeller I, Andrew W. Mellon, J. P. Morgan II, George F. Baker, John D. Ryan, Copper, Henry Ford I, 7 DuPonts of high dynastic numbering, the 5 Fisher brothers of Detroit, Body by Fisher, A. P. Giannini, Daniel Guggenheim, a few corporation executives, and some dubious elements no doubt included by the diplomatic Gerard to be complimentary, William Green, Matthew Wall, Roy W. Howard, William Randolph Hearst and, of all people, Adolph Zukor and Harry F. Warner, the film moguls. But although one might quarrel with the Catholicity of Gerard's choices, he did adhere to the theory, bitterly denied by all party-liners of the American myth, that some sort of dimly visible shogunate lies behind major trends in American policy. The country was not being run from Washington by duly elected representatives of the people, Gerard sensed, but by a group of remote control drivers, masters of the cash register. Its ringing was, to them, the Liberty Bell, signaling their own freedom from want. One could go on for many pages reviewing the lists of the financial also-rans, a fevered crowd all duly celebrated in their day. In order to bring things down to date, we may notice in parting the name of William J. Zeckendorf, the big builder, operator, and general juggler of office buildings and hotel properties, since World War II given much press attention as an authentic coast-to-coast tycoon. The Zeckendorf story, a reader's thriller for many years, may be now told very briefly. His enterprise went decisively bankrupt in 1965 as the banks called the loans, a process irreverently known as pulling the plug 51. Fallacious logic in media celebrations the notion that new fortunes are being made right and left in the United States, selectively documented from time to time by Fortune and the Wall Street Journal, may now be looked at briefly. In general, these publications perpetrate several fallacies in logic in supporting this thesis, notably those of untypical instances and of neglected aspect. Fortune, January, 1952, presented a survey titled The New Rich, cueing it in with the substatement that a lot of enterprisers you probably never heard of are proving you can still strike it rich in America. Since 1945, said Fortune, a brand new crop of rich men has risen in the U.S., mostly shirt-sleeved enterprisers who started from scratch. They are hardly more than well off compared to the Pittsburgh millionaires of the 19th century or the Detroit millionaires of the 20s. What makes them spectacular is their profusion. Every state in the Union has them by the hundreds, and their collective wealth, glittering from coast to coast, has given the whole country a pleasant golden hue. I find it difficult to believe that any responsible writer of such a line is not being exaggeratedly ironic. They are the core of that fast-growing group whose 15,000 odd members report incomes between $100,000 and $300,000 a year. Their affluence is neither freakish nor unstable. Right behind them, ready to step into their shoes, are roughly 50,000 individuals who in 1948 reported incomes of $50,000 to $100,000 a year, and 175,000 who reported $25,000 to $50,000. Fortune takes no account of the carefully established fact that most of these incomes are old-line asset incomes, not the incomes of new men. Nationally, their presence is recorded in the 400,000 Cadillacs sold since 1945, the 37,000 pleasure craft registered since 1946, the doubling of Chris Craft's 1951 big boat sales, 42 feet and up, and the introduction, under the pressure of demand, of a 62-footer, priced at $125,000. A score of the splashier restaurants have become fabulously successful as a result of their patronage. Their private planes, as many as 200 at a time, fly in for the bigger Texas football games, and their dexterity with an expense account, since pleasures and business are barred to sort out in wholly owned enterprises, gives them a spending power far above others making the same amounts in straight salary. Fortune soberly names some of the new paragons as follows: William Mullis, frozen shrimp, Georgia; Gino Paulucci, frozen chop suey, Minnesota; Sam Joachim, burlap bags, Texas; Boss Sam's, church furniture, Texas; Abe Katz, plastic toys, New York; Ralph Stolken, punchboards, oil, cattle, movies, TV, Chicago, valued by Fortune at $35 to $50 million with no source evidence cited; Vern Shield, power shovels, Iowa; Dr. Earl Carpenter and John C. Snyder, baby beds, Wisconsin; Winston Smiley, floor cleaners, Missouri; Malcolm Lee McLeod, timber; South Carolina; Milton Brucker, plastics; California; Harry E. Humphrey, French fried potatoes, Maine; Hugh B. Williams, earth boring machines, Texas; Smiling Jim Moran, the courtesy man, auto dealer, Illinois; Sam Ike, real estate, Maryland; Kenneth Alderd Spencer, chemicals, Kansas; Herman Delmos, Breezy, Wynn, sporting goods, Georgia; Fred Hervey, supermarkets, restaurants, Bog Farms, mayor of El Paso, Texas. All these are instances, says Fortune, of individual success. What they all are, in fact, are fairly run-of-the-mill marginal businessmen, hailed by Fortune as the new rich. No balance sheets are revealed, no listing of bank loans. How many will emerge with a substantial net worth is not shown, nor how many will go the way of Zeckendorf and thousands of others. In many cases, especially where annual sales are cited, one can make certain hard deductions. The baby bed makers, said Fortune, had run their sales up to $1 million a year. Now, some of the most successful U.S. enterprises regularly have around 14% profits on sales, an envied figure even if sometimes exceeded. If we gratuitously give this superb percentage to the baby bed makers, they were making $140,000 a year. Split two ways, this is $70,000, which after taxes leaves less. Allowing each entrepreneur to live very frugally, let us say he saves $50,000 a year. In 10 years he will then be worth $500,000, in 20 years $1 million. The point is that few small businesses keep up this way. They run into competition and other vicissitudes, mostly from larger enterprises. But Kenneth Alderd Spencer is doing well, says Fortune. Besides a $850,000 salary, in 1950 he received $377,000 in dividends on his 236,000 shares of common stock and realized $118,000 through sale of the purchase rights of a new issue. Smiling Jim Moran has set up a $1,450,000 trust fund for the children. Not too bad, but, really, chicken feed. But these simple annals of the merely well-to-do, whom we always have with us, hardly prove that new fortunes are in the offing. Successful business entrepreneurs though all these men may be, one can scarcely regard them as the new rich. They are small fish in a pond full of large fish. And the odds against any of them becoming big fish, authentic barracudas, are enormous. As instances of the ability to make new fortunes on the American scene, we must pronounce a Scotch verdict, not proven. Where the repertorial fallacy enters in is the citation only of these minor winners, no losers. But of the many who answer the siren call to riches, few are chosen, as the record of bankruptcies shows. Business failures in the United States, according to annual reports by Dun & Bradstreet, national credit raters, have in most years since 1950 exceeded 10,000 and in some years 15,000. Between 1950 and 1953 they ranged between 7,611 and 9,162 and have not to date fallen below 10,000. In 1963 they totaled 14,374 with total liabilities of $1.3 billion, the value of a largish supercorporation. For every businessman in a given year who makes enough of a splash to come to the attention of Fortune's editors, about 10,000 split a got trying and cough blood in the bankruptcy court. If it weren't committed to dispensing sunshine, Fortune could write a melancholy article every year on business failures and issue a thick supplementary directory merely giving names and addresses. Nor do these figures show the panorama in its full sweep. The special monograph on small business of the temporary National Economic Committee, a joint Senate and Securities and Exchange Commission operation, in 1939 revealed that in the first 39 years of this century, 19 million enterprises opened their doors and 16 million closed them. This was a 4-decade failure rate of 85%. Henry Thoreau, writing in Walden in the mid-19th century, concluded that the failure rate of businesses in his day was 97%. The failure system in business, under the American system, each year the failures exceed the new successes by a very, very, very wide margin. In business, under the American system, hundreds of thousands more have failed, generation after generation, than the few who have succeeded. If we are to judge by the preponderance of individual successes over failures or vice versa, then the American system, business-wise, is a record of steady, almost unrelieved failure. It has failure literally built into it. It is indeed a near miracle, front-page news, when anyone really makes it. This judicious observation sounds paradoxical only because it contradicts conventional propaganda. As it is observed by Professor Paul A. Samuelson of MIT in his standard textbook, Economics, McGraw-Hill, N.Y., 7th edition, 1967, p. 76, the average life expectancy of an American business is 6 years. While it is true that no particular blame attaches to anyone for the high rate of small business mortality, blame can be leveled for the misleading propaganda about the business system. By the one-sided stressing by propaganda organs of the few successes, many are led to lose their hard-earned savings in establishing new businesses. Sound advice to 85 to 95% of Americans contemplating opening their own businesses would, in the light of the facts, simply be, don't. The belief of a wide public that it can succeed in business supplies a lucrative crop of suckers for established equipment suppliers, usually big corporations. Banks, too, participate in this merry game by making loans against resaleable equipment. The same fixtures are sold and resold to a long string of losers incited into action by florid accounts of success in the Wall Street Journal, Fortune, and other media. Today, the new man going into business, like the individual consumer, does not realize that all the possibilities in almost every situation have been determined down to decimal places by batteries of computers and the results have been evaluated by staffs of exceedingly acute experts. In pitting himself against these computers and highly paid experts, the ordinary man is very much like an amateur chess player who elects to pit his skill against a consulting collection of chess masters. His doom is virtually sealed with his very first move. Fortune's valedictory for its inspiring group of minor successes was that the new rich symbolize the abundant health of the U.S. economy, for they have been pushed up by a general prosperity below. A fair guess is that money in the hands of millions at the base will keep them at the summit and in the decade ahead swell their number by the thousands. More fuel from the Wall Street Journal. The editors of the Wall Street Journal in 1962 put somewhat similar findings about 13 men and 1 woman into the form of a book. 52. The foreword by Warren H. Phillips, managing editor, makes it clear that the presentation is designed to prove something, that it is as easy as it ever was to make a fortune in the American economy, that it is desirable to do so and that fortunes are being made right and left. Like the Fortune Group of 1952, the Journal's Group of 1962 embraced only modest fortunes, men who might be called the poor man's millionaires. They did not pretend to be like the all-time heavyweights of the Fortune 1957 list. As Mr. Phillips observed, it is often said that today it is infinitely more difficult to amass great wealth than during earlier periods in the nation's history, that the nation's economy has matured, and the rags to riches legend belongs to its period of youthful growth, that business opportunity today is highly limited, not only by high taxes, but by stiffer competition from large corporations and by pronounced restrictions based on education, race, religion, sex, and age. The evidence sharply contradicts this impression. 53. The only evidence Mr. Phillips cites is the number of post-war million-dollar incomes that we have already examined, incomes from established assets. All such statistics suggest that the opportunities for making fortunes in this country are as wide today as in any earlier period of history. 54. The statistics on large incomes provide no evidence whatever for concluding that new fortunes are being made or that there are opportunities for making fortunes. Without the identities of such large income receivers, one cannot tell whether the income is from an old or a new fortune, from asset wealth or from earnings in the form of salaries or commissions. In view of the fact that, despite pertinacious work by Fortune, the Saturday Evening Post, the New York Times and myself, so few authentic recent fortunes have been turned up, it is a practical certainty that nearly all the million-dollar incomes as well as $50,000 and $100,000 incomes come from old fortunes. An individual fortune may bring in $500,000 one year and, as business conditions boom and dividends rise, increase its income to more than $1 million. It is then a new million-dollar income but not indicative of a new fortune. It may, too, have had a million-dollar income many times in earlier years. But it is always the same good old fortune, whatever the income. Nothing new has been added. In the United States, Mr. Phillips also wants us to believe, material success is more within the realm of the possible than in most European societies, with their cartelized business systems and more rigid social class structures. 55. And with this statement it is easier to agree, but on other grounds, for most European societies takes in a group that either has no business system at all or one so rudimentary as in Spain, Portugal, Greece as to afford few trading opportunities. If one adds Russia, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia all under statist regimes and looks at small places like Finland, Austria, Switzerland, Liechtenstein and Denmark, there isn't much of a playground left for material success. The United States could outdistance this combination with one new millionaire a decade. As for the rags to riches legend being still valid, none of the names presented by the journal editors supports it. Nearly all were merely non-asset holders before they started their modest climbs. Although only one of the cases cited comes within hailing distance of heavy money $34 million, if this is his authentic net worth, it may be interesting to peep at some of these small operators briefly as a contrast with our coming glimpses at truly impressive super wealth. Thomas F. Bolak, says the journal, was an oil field laborer before he rose to become lieutenant governor of New Mexico and a gentleman farmer. He did it by buying oil leases at 25 cents an acre in the San Juan Basin, which he sold for $5,000 an acre. He was worth $3 million in 1951, says the journal, and possibly more later. 56. Then there is Winston J. Schuller, Michigan restaurateur, who was worth only $50,000 in 1946 but is now worth more than $3 million. 57. Schuller got a lift toward immortality when his father gave him and a brother a rundown restaurant. The upcoming entrepreneur sagely added a bowling alley and generally refurbished the place. It was a hit and began to boom. Schuller opened other restaurants and soon had a chain. A prudent man, he formed a separate corporation for each restaurant, say the journal editors, thus avoiding any large cumulative taxable income. He also decreed that the corporations not pay out any dividends, and although each one necessarily paid corporation taxes, each getting the initial deduction, he would not be taxed on any dividend income. Earnings were plowed back into expansion, so that Winston J. Schuller is presumably getting richer and richer minute by minute. Peter Conavos of Dedham, Massachusetts, presents a simple story to the journal editors. His father was a Greek barber and Pete started with a lowly saloon on borrowed money in 1947. He went into real estate on the side and in a decade had made $5 million, so they say. 58. A stalwart woman, Mrs. Catherine T. Clark, baked her way to newfound wealth. Finding a chink in the capitalist armor in the form of soggy corporate bread, she decided in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, to bake a palatable whole wheat loaf. She began in 1946, and by the time the Wall Street Journal got around to her, she was head of Brownberry Ovens, Inc., selling non-soggy bread to an insatiable market, had moved to San Francisco and was now, the journal editor's guarantee, wearing $50 hats and Paris clothes. The account is vague about her net worth, but it seemed to be big-ish. 59 again, there is James J. Ling of Ling Temco Electronics, Inc., now Ling Temco Vought, of Dallas, Texas, who quit school at 14, the son of an oil field laborer. He learned electronics in the Navy, began business in 1947 and was worth around $14 million when the journal editors got to him. He has since gone much higher, may become a terrific tycoon. Robert Peterson, his father an immigrant mechanic, found himself in 1948 low man on the totem pole as a California press agent. But he started Hot Rod magazine, which was such a success among teenagers that it swept him up to a reported net worth of $3 million in short order. 60 Ralph E. Schneider, in the 1940s a lawyer from the Harvard Law School, 32, with at most a meager $15,000 a year income, started the Diners Club credit card system and was worth at least $7 million by 1960. 6-1 The journal editors also suspect that he has a string of other juicy investments. Kjell H. Kvoll, born in Norway in 1919, his father a Norwegian sea captain, in 1947 found himself a California Jeep salesman and rapidly getting nowhere in typical American style. But he became an MG dealer, had vast success with a restless public and now owns British Motor Car Distributors, Ltd. His net worth, $3 million at least. 62 James A. Ryder, a day laborer in 1935 and later a truck driver, now owns the Ryder System, Inc., of Miami, truck, car, and equipment leasers and highway freight haulers. His stated net worth, $7 million. 63 And now comes Sidney S. Barron, whose father owned but lost a shoe factory in the 1929 smash-up. Barron is a public relations man who in 1949 was worth only $25,000. He has since handled various accounts, but the most talked about have been Tammany Hall and the Dominican dictator, Rafael Trujillo, whose points of rare excellence were put before the American people by Barron. By 1959 Barron had a net worth of at least $1 million, say the journal editors, and wore $160 suits. And say what one will about Trujillo, and echo if one will the French saying that money has no odor, it isn't everyone who can wear $160 suits. But in the United States a successful moneyman wears them like a halo. 64 The most impressive of the journal's meager bag appears to have been Samuel Rotbord, a lawyer who before World War II drew up some papers for a partner of the American Photocopy Equipment Company of Evanston, Illinois. Interested, Rotbord bought a share and in time became president, chairman, and principal stockholder, with the company now listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Worth only $20 million the year before the journal's editors spotted him, his holdings at press time were worth $34 million. 65 This is by no means all of the Rotbord saga. The former lawyer also had paternally conveyed to his two sons $35 million in securities in two trust funds and had induced friends to invest and become rich. 1. Edward Flann, invested $20,000 in 1944 and was at press time worth $3 million. A sister did likewise, with similar consequences. As the journal editors say, he has the Midas touch. Rotbord found the taxes of the partnership running so high in 1953 to -91% that he reorganized as a corporation, which brought taxes down to the 52% corporation bracket. Then he astutely formed the Clay Bob Realty Company and exchanged much of his APCO stock for its stock. The advantage here apparently was that Clay Bob paid a lower tax than his personal tax would have been. The proceeds received by Clay Bob, as the journal tells the story, are not paid out to Rotbord, who has plenty of other lucre, but are invested. That ends all nonsense about taxes and helps Rotbord keep his head above water. The way this worked is as follows: APCO as a partnership had roughly only $9 left after taxes out of every $100 of income. As a corporation it had $48 left, disregarding any other unstated circumstances. Now, as the journal editors indicate, Clay Bob received it and as a personal holding company, if it merely retained and reinvested it, was entitled to an 85% tax credit. For under Section 243 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1954, personal corporations receiving dividends from qualified companies are entitled to such a tax credit. Any income Clay Bob paid out would be taxed at the full rate to individuals, manifestly a self-penalizing process that would not rationally be adopted for more than part of income at most. What remained taxable to Clay Bob at 52% was $7.20, leaving $44.26 for reinvestment, much more retained value than if the owner had taken dividends direct from APCO. In such a situation an owner gets richer and richer by declining to take cash income as an individual. Naturally all this affluence has wrought some changes in Rothbard's life. He owns a Rolls-Royce, a big yacht and 70 pairs of cuff links. 66 Hans Fischer, born in Vienna, heads H. Fischer and Associates of Cleveland. A consulting engineer, he came to the United States in 1939, as yet, alas, a non-American. Around 1950 he had only $4,000 and with only that much was practically an un-American, but such had been his success when the journal editors looked him over. He, now fully American, was worth $1.2 million, owned a Cadillac, a Jaguar and a 4-to-5-foot Chris Craft, and lived in a big house in Shaker Heights, Ohio, near other true blue Americans. But J.W. Walters did somewhat better, possibly because he was American-born and therefore by nature anointed. A Navy veteran driving a truck in 1946, he was looking for a really cheap house, all he could afford. He saw an ad for a shell structure at $1,195 and went with borrowed money to buy from a man named Davenport. Instead, he went into partnership with this man. Davenport, evidently a person of little faith or having other worlds to conquer, sold out to Walters in 1948 for $48,000. Walters was then 38 years old. The lowly enterprise went on to become National Homes Corporation, producer of prefabricated homes, which the journal men say has made more than $1 million for each of 7 persons and left Mr. Walters with a net worth in 1960 of $8,700,000. 67 Walters, who quit school after the 12th grade, has acquired a 1,700-acre Florida hunting ranch as well as other dazzling properties. National Homes now makes prefabricated apartment buildings, shopping centers, and schools as well as individual houses. It will build whole prefabricated towns, and has done so, at the drop of a nail. But these people, though we salute them as true blue American enterprisers, are all really small potatoes, hardly worth a feeble cheer from the House Un-American Activities Committee. The new crop, either the one of Fortune, 1952, or the Wall Street Journal, 1962, simply does not rate on the scale of wealth, even though its members may be having the time of their lives in their cruisers, Jaguars, $50 bats, and $160 suits. The sweetest-smelling real estate empire, the New York Times, in 1965 introduced 2 formidable contenders into the arena of big new wealth, as if to replace the void left by the departure of bulky William Zeckendorf. These new tycoons, said the Times, are Sol Goldman, 47, and Alex DiLorenzo, Jr., 48, who have built a real estate empire on a pyramid of mortgage loans. When the Times studied them in April 1965, they quietly owned more than 20 office buildings, including the 77-story Chrysler Building, extensive harbor terminals, a growing flotilla of hotels, various sprawling industrial buildings, shopping centers, and large apartment houses. More than 20,000 persons were employed in keeping these properties operative. Cruising under the firm name of Wellington Associates, presumably it would be unlucky to be Napoleon Associates, they have followed the technique of mortgaging out, that is, borrowing enough money with first and second mortgages to cover the full purchase price of a property, literally nothing down. If, Through improvements or other devices, the buyer can increase the rent rolls. He can go to a bank in a year or two and borrow enough money on a new mortgage at lower rates to wipe out the high-interest mortgages, sometimes leaving a surplus above the original purchase price. This surplus is then invested in other properties and the process goes on like a rolling barrage. A neat feature is that the surplus is tax-free because it is technically borrowed money, on which one pays no tax, naturally. Wellington Associates bought the Chrysler Building in 1942 for $42 million, mostly carried on first and second mortgages charged against them. Some 4 years later they borrowed $47 million at 5.5% from a Wall Street syndicate, which spread the paper around the country, and paid off on the old paper. In the meantime, by amortization out of rents they had reduced their original obligation by $3 million, so they had $8 million of technically borrowed non-repayable tax-free money to play with, the best kind there is. Now the Chrysler Building alone is producing for them $1.5 million a year, tax-free, for their investment in other properties. Proceeding in this way, if nothing goes wrong, such as an interruption in rents or bulkiness of the banks, Goldman and DiLorenzo should in time own all of the United States, cost-free. They have already bought more than 250 pieces of property in Manhattan and own more than 450 properties conservatively estimated, says the Times, to be worth more than $500 million. The equity of the two partners in this chunk is set at about $150 million, a worthy figure. But it could shrink or expand. The Times got wind of Wellington Associates because its swift rise had set alarm bells ringing in nearly every investigative agency in the country, including the FBI. The latter was instantly fascinated because of the persistent rumor that underworld money is finding its way into American business, that bad guys born in Sicily and other unhallowed places are infiltrating good guys with names reminiscent of Astor, Vanderbilt, and Rockefeller. No basis whatever for these rumors was found in the Goldman-DiLorenzo setup, which emerged smelling as sweet as any real estate empire ever smelled. It appeared, indeed, to be the sweetest-smelling real estate empire that the investigators had ever encountered. 68 The rising tide of wealth. But wealth is apparently rising around us like a tidal wave even as inquiry proceeds. Herman P. Miller, assistant to the director of the Census Bureau, reports that the rich among us are flourishing as never before. And not only millionaires, but multimillionaires. The figure of 27,000 persons owning $1 million or more of property in 1953, according to the Lampman study, must now be raised to close to 90,000 in 1965, says Miller. It is this increase in the wealth of wealth holders that is taken to prove that newcomers are making big money in droves. The 90,000 millionaires are a diverse lot, says Miller. They include men and women, young and old, creators and contrivers, new rich and established rich. Since their number is rapidly growing, it suggests that the new millions are largely earned sick. And not simply passed down through inheritance, that is, they come from the creation of goods and services we can all enjoy. A large proportion of today's new millionaires derive their wealth from scientific inventions, home construction, new products, and other things that enrich our lives in many ways. 69 There is nothing in the set of figures presented to justify this disarmingly pleasant conclusion. The simple fact is this: in the general rise in prices, holdings previously valued below $1 million are now valued at $1 million or more. No doubt some new earning properties have been created out of inventions and the like, but most of these $1 million plus properties are owned by the same people who in most cases inherited them. It is not the case, as far as these bare statistics show, that the new millions are largely earned. That remark is thrown in from nowhere, with no evidential basis cited. A man worth $200,000 in 1940 may now be worth $2 million and may in 5 or 15 years be worth $800,000 or $5 million, depending upon the swing in the economy and the nature of his property. But it is not the case that there are 90,000 newly moneyed millionaires, 9,000 or even 900. It is clearly incumbent upon anyone who contends this to show it. Some few persons have in the past 20 years come up from nothing to $1 million or more, but they represent only a minor fraction of this phalanx of 90,000, who are simply the old line upper property holders. A new string from Time, but reports such as these are quickly followed by others, all with the same message but a different cast of characters. Thus Time, December 3, 1965, under the title Millionaires, presented a new list of men who had allegedly made $1 million or more before they were 40. Editors should notice that there is still to be presented a list of women, like Lucille Ball, who have made $1 million or more before 40, and even of children who have become worth more than $10 million before they are 5 years old. Said Time. As a land passionately devoted to free enterprise, the U.S. has always been the best place for a man to make his million. The fabled 19th century millionaires all began poor. Despite their often controversial actions, they, like most American millionaires, basically enriched themselves by enriching a growing nation, a statement that might be seriously questioned. FL. The U.S. still offers countless opportunities for the man who wants to accumulate a personal net worth of $1 million or more, and thousands sees them every year. The number of U.S. millionaires, reports the Federal Reserve Board, has swelled from 40,000 in 1958 to nearly 100,000 at present. How do they do it? In a variety of individual ways, but their common denominator is that they find an economic need and fill it. My readers are aware, to the contrary, that nearly all of these 90,000 plus do it by inheriting, with the increasing number of millionaires traceable to the rise in prices. But Time goes on to present its own meager bottom-of-the-barrel list of new wealthy. Net worth *. Arthur J. Desio, 35, Elkhart, IND, Skyline Homes $5 million. Charles Bluedorn, 39, NYC, Gulf and Western Industries $15 million. Harold Smith Prince, 37, NYC, Broadway producer $1 million. Arthur Carlsberg, 32, Los Angeles, real estate $5 million. Merlin Francis Mickelson, 38, Minneapolis, computer parts $47 million. John Diebold, 39, NYC, management consultant $1 million. And Eugene Furkauf, 44, NY, Corvette, Inc., cut price stores $55 million. Jerry Wallman, 38, Philadelphia, football impresario millions. Art Modale, 41, Cleveland, football impresario millions. Michael Mungo, 37, South Carolina, ex-cotton picker, real estate $2 million. John F. Donahue, 41, securities salesman $1.5 million. Alvin Weeks, 41, Atlanta, frozen pastries not stated. Joseph McVicker, 35, Cincinnati, toys millionaire. Walter Davis, 42, Texas, trucking $7 million. Ernest Stern, 45, Pittsburgh, theater magnate not stated. Robert K. Lifton, 37, NYC, real estate $4.75 million. Fletcher Jones, 34, Los Angeles, computer program $20 million. Del Coleman, 40, Chicago, jukeboxes not stated. James Thomas, 37, Los Angeles, real estate millionaire. Michael Rafton, Oakland, portable classrooms huge profit. Charles Stein, 37, Chicago, orange juice millionaire. Al Lapin, 38, Los Angeles, coffee vending, pancakes rich. Jerry Lapin, 36, Los Angeles, coffee vending, pancakes rich. Fred Bailey, 39, Los Angeles, ordnance parts $2 million. Charles Gelman, 33, Michigan, chemist, filter manufacturer $1.3 million. Time cites no public record for its figures. Accepting all these valuations as authentic, what do they prove? Not, surely, that big wealth is new wealth or vice versa. Nobody denies that a few score or even a few hundred men in business ventures make a temporary million or more. The point is that most of these sums mentioned are chicken feed, and the larger figures might require some further examination. Again, how many of these will survive economic downdrafts? How many will follow William Zeckendorf into sterile impecuniosity? A list of hundreds of names could be drawn up under the title Men Once Worth $1 Million or More Who Went Broke. As Thomas Mellon remarked, it is harder to hold onto money than to make it. The big winners in review. What remains to be said about this heterogeneous collection of names? Some have arrived, some are in the process of arriving, or departing, some are only pseudo-arrivistas. To return to the fortune list of 34, taking it at face value and disregarding any of the qualifications offered, most of the men on it are neither builders, inventors, constructors of new type industries nor job creators. The predominant oil crowd play an enlarged version of the childhood game of finders-keepers under a big tax shelter. They provide little employment, at most pour low-tax high-price oil into a pre-existent world pipeline. Kaiser and the Browns of Brown and Root, Inc., are construction men, buoyed up a long part of the way by politically wangled government loans and contracts. Kaiser has shouldered his way heavily into private enterprises of various kinds: aluminum, plastics, cement, steel. Perhaps he has bulldozed a pattern for the future in which government will finance new private enterprises via low-cost loans, contracts, tax schemes and other aids, thereby providing jobs lower down for the multitudes that the old-line monopolists allowed to spawn without reckoning on the ability of the economic system to sustain them. Stuart Alsop found that all on his post list but land had made good in a big way, mainly by taking advantage of special government shelters over oil, insurance, and real estate. All the oilmen Meckham, Keck, Smith and Abercrombie get the depletion allowance and are able to take large deductions for intangible drilling expenses. Thus, as Alsop remarks, an oilman with a good tax lawyer can pay little or no income tax on a real income of millions of dollars. In real estate, depreciation plays the role of depletion in oil and there is always mortgaging out. In insurance, the key word is reserves, for in order to build reserves generous tax allowances are made which apply as well to the equity of the owners of insurance companies such as Stone, MacArthur, and Amundsen. The latter, doubling in the building and loan business, is propped up also by government insurance up to $15,000 per individual depositor. Kettering, as I have noted, was an inventor. Mott and Sloan, engineers. Kennedy, Wolfson, and Getty are market operators who, like most of Alsop's list, never made any weighty contribution to the gross national product. Getty became king-size by buying underpriced shares in the Depression. Halliburton, Ludwig, and McNigbtt are company organizers and rationalizers, able to find chinks in an established market. MacArthur simply offered through mass advertising as little insurance as anyone wished to buy, from $1 per month up. Like the Woolworth plan, this one was admirably suited to an economy in which few people have money beyond immediate pressing needs. All the non-inheritors on the fortune list were born in the United States. Of the 23 for whom the information is of record, 13 were born in small towns or semi-rural areas. A few started as poor boys, notably H. L. Hunt, who was dirt poor. But most had comfortable beginnings. Getty's father was rich, Richardson's and Murchison's were well-to-do, Sloane's father was a successful small businessman and Kennedy's father a prosperous enough saloon-keeper politician. In general, those who never entered college appear to have had the more modest beginnings, but except for Hunt the rags-to-riches theme applies to none. At least one married well from a financial point of view, although he was also endowed with technical ability. A notable pattern emerges in the large number of school dropouts on the list, from early grades to college. Stuart Alsop noticed the same thing in his Saturday Evening Post list of 13, of which 5 are on the fortune list. Most of the fortune men identify themselves educationally as having attended public schools, which may mean anything from first grade to completing high school. And most of those I have added: Amon G. Carter, Jesse Jones, John J. Raskob, Hugh Roy Cullen, William L. Moody and even A. P. Giannini had scant schooling. With few exceptions, the fortune builders of more recent date, like their 19th-century forerunners, had little interest in school even when it was available to them. Not especially well-educated or well-read either, they are obviously truants from high culture. Many who weren't high school dropouts were grade school dropouts. Educators, trying in desperation to rally popular support for education and mulling over statistics, like to point out to rugged Philistines that on the average educated people earn more than the meagerly educated. And this is true when it comes to offering marketable skills and personalities at modest salaries in an existing establishment that requires ever-increasing skilled personnel for its complex operations. But it has never been true where really big money is concerned. An education can be a severe handicap when it comes to making money. The reason for this is that in the process of being educated there is always the danger that the individual will acquire scruples, a fact dimly sensed by some of the neoconservatives who rail against the school system as communistic. These scruples, unless they are casuistically beveled around the edges with great care, are a distinct handicap to the full-fledged moneymaker, who must in every situation be plastically opportunistic. But a person who has had it deeply impressed upon him that he must make exact reports of careful laboratory experiments, must conduct exact computations in mathematics and logic, must produce exact translations and echoes of foreign languages, must write faithful reports of correct readings and must be at least imaginatively aware of the world in its diversity, and who has learned these lessons well, must invariably discover that some element of scrupulosity, even if he hasn't been subject to moral indoctrination, has been impressed on his psyche. If he enters upon money-making in a world bazaar where approximate truths, vague deceptions, sneak maneuvers, half-promises and even bald falsehoods are the widely admired and heavily rewarded order of the day, he must make casuistic adjustments of his standards. The very process of laboriously making the adjustment, even if he succeeds, puts him at a disadvantage vis-a-vis the unschooled, who need waste no energy on such adjustments, who pick up anything lying around loose as easily as they breathe. Some educated people can't make even a partial adjustment to the market bazaar, and their disgraceful bank accounts show it. They are, as even their wives sometimes kindly inform them, failures, though they are doing something conceded to be useful, such as instructing children or enforcing the law. They can inscribe after their names a big F and go stand in a corner under a dunce cap as the propaganda dervishes scream about success. But, so as not to alarm appropriations-conscious educators, mere schooling, which is not the same as an education, may prove no great handicap in the race for money, which is one reason some heavily schooled persons turn out to be pecuniary successes. For many persons dutifully put in the required number of years in a national school system noted for its permissiveness without ever acquiring dangerous scruples. One could cite hundreds of names. Among other things, they learn to cheat handily in examinations, excellent training for the market, they learn to bluff overworked teachers with verbal balderdash. And they do well subsequently as loose-talking salesmen, jobbers, advertising men, promoters, agents, brokers, morticians, lobbyists, fixers, office holders, and smooth workers in the film and television industries. They all learn to be practical. That is, judiciously unscrupulous. After all, as any of them can testify truthfully, the world isn't perfect and they piously feel no obligation to alter its skewness. They may even become tycoons, and it is only other tycoons who stand in their way. An education, it is widely and correctly thought, should prepare the individual for life. But the preparation is not for life as the Philistines preconceive it. Educators have prolixly explained what an education is so many thousands of times without denting the popular notion that it is vocational preparation that it would be piling prolixity on prolixity to attempt it again. Put most briefly perhaps, an education is designed solely to humanize the individual, and if it has done that it is a take. The idea of an education is to raise the individual above the level of mere animality, or at least to qualify his animality significantly. If such an individual makes out better than average financially, it may be due to recognition of his worth. But thousands of thoroughly educated people have never been appraised by their contemporaries as worth a living wage. T.S. Eliot, Harvard-schooled and widely hailed as the most significant poet writing in English in the past half-century, earned his living as a bank teller and, much later, as a publisher's reader. Financially speaking, Eliot as poet, teller, or editor wasn't worth so much as a cuss word. Yet it seems probable that his writings will be appreciatively read long after every single existing American corporation and bank, and the memory thereof, has passed out of existence. Curious. An education, truth to say, has nothing whatever to do with making or not making money, except perhaps as a hindrance. The educators, in extolling the money-rewarding features of education, are indulging in a benevolent deceit, trying to hornswoggle a public with a peasant view of life to support the schools and perhaps lift themselves by their bootstraps above simple animality. Vocational trainees sometimes get sidetracked into true educational paths. There is no evidence that any of the men on our list who had a higher education, except the General Motors engineering group, ever made use in their careers of what, if anything, they learned at college. There is little in the careers or expressions of either Getty or Kennedy to reflect the influence of Oxford or Harvard. Each could as well have finished off in a business college just as Raskob did. Harvard never endorsed either stock market pools or the general conduct involved in such pools. These were strictly extracurricular. The General Motors men were all technicians and applied their knowledge of technology strictly to making money, not to engineering the best possible cars. Donaldson Brown, who married a DuPont girl, is credited by Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., in his memoirs with developing a penetrating method of ascertaining rate of return on investment by company subdivisions, a method taken over as well by DuPont. 70 Most of the men on the Fortune list, as on Stuart Alsop's list, were unsuitable employees, a facet that Alsop takes note of. Few of these men could fit into a prearranged job, except for the General Motors executives. As far as employment was concerned, they were maladjusts, non-organization men. In whatever brief employment some of them had early in their careers, they were like restless panthers, looking only for a chance to break out and track into the jungle. Again, except for the General Motors crowd, who were team workers, nearly all the others mentioned were loners. And most of them remained loners, detached, non-gregarious. Exceptions would be found among some of the Texas oil men, although Hunt is very much of a loner. Alsop found other peculiarities among those he interviewed, which apply, with some exceptions, to the Fortune listees. None played golf, supposedly the businessman's game. All were physically restless, standing up, moving about, scratching themselves, drumming their fingers, chain-smoking cigarettes, twiddling and twitching, all of which may merely have been restiveness at having to submit to an interview. Alsop takes it as a general character trait. Some who have been in the armed forces made out poorly under military discipline, couldn't take it. John D. MacArthur, Alsop reports, was discharged from the Navy in World War I, unsuited to naval discipline. Despite the many big wars the United States has fought in the lifetime of all these men, none stands forth as a major or minor military figure. Where a who's who record is available, it shows few in military service, even when by age classification one would have expected to find a man in uniform. But some perhaps common deviant characteristic appears to have led the military to pass them by. Money-making and military service do not appear to mix. As to religion, few on the Fortune list make a point of mentioning it. 2 were Jews and 1 was a conspicuous Catholic, Mr. Kennedy. While a few of the others who do not give such information may be Catholics, the probability is that all 31 are at least nominally Protestants or religiously disinterested. Catholics do not appear among moneymakers proportional to their numbers in society, probably for the same reason that they do not loom large in any department of upper hierarchical American life except local politics and trade union leadership. They have been self-segregated from the mainstreams of American life by a clergy apparently afraid that contact with non-Catholics will cause their submissiveness to the Church to diminish. With the history of Europe before us, we cannot conclude that Catholics as such are not interested in money and power. Many of these men, dead or alive, are saluted as philanthropists by newspapers, that carry the advertising of their enterprises, because they have, before or at death, established foundations formally classified as charities under the law. Of these, Kennedy, Sloan, Kettering, Kaiser, Benedum, Richardson stand out thus far, although virtually all of them will in the normal course of operations establish foundations. Such action has now become standard procedure in reducing estate taxes and keeping controlling shares either in a family or a friendly group, at the same time provisioning considerable posthumous social influence through the financial patronage the foundation is able to bestow. Who among the non-inheritors has made the deepest national impress? This question is easy to answer, and one must say Mr. Kennedy, at second remove, mainly through his children. Although John F. Kennedy was not trained by his father to become what he became, not merely President of the United States but a president fantastically visualizing the United States as something more than a pettifogger's paradise, the father did not impede him and in many ways must be conceded to have indirectly helped him, as the sire's biographer, Richard J. Whalen, skillfully brings to light. Through JFK, and possibly through his other sons, Mr. Kennedy and his wife, enters history, that is, he comes under analytical individual consideration of the historians, instead of merely being part of history like his financial contemporaries and the rest of us. Between history and history there is a vast difference. The former invokes the canons of aesthetics and morality, the latter is non-evaluative, shapeless. Mr. Kennedy also made a signal contribution as the aggressive first chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. If we continue beyond the fortune list we find no significant alteration in these patterns, although we do, here and there, run into odd variations in the form of Land, de Golyer, and Danforth. These are untypical cases, sports. As to the general human type of American wealth builder, new and old, it can be said that he is usually an extrovert, given to little reflectiveness until perhaps he approaches senility. He is more often unschooled than schooled, and unread, and has for the most part a naive view of the world and his role in it. A man of action, he is compulsive and repetitive in his single-minded acquisitiveness. He simply does not know what else to do. As de Golyer remarks, he substitutes money-making for living and often believes that he is engaged in a great crusade. He rarely, as far as the record shows, has qualms or doubts about himself. He is almost invariably devoid of a sense of humor. Color him gray. Beyond certain minima, economic gain is inevitably associated with prestige and status, self-validation called success, opportunities for assertion against others, autonomy from disliked persons, tasks, or situations, and so forth. What gives economics its power to command such energy as is invested in the pursuit of gain is often its instrumental value as a means to some other objective. Money buys more than commodities, it buys psychic gratifications of all sorts, although never so completely as the money seeker thinks it will. 71. The winner is consequently usually restive. For he evidently feels that with all his wealth he ought to strike a blow for something tremendous. But what? And how? Christianity? Science? World peace? Progress? Education? Free enterprise? Democracy? Health? In many cases he ends up feeling frustrated and morosely retires to some house and garden paradise to meditate on the freakishness of the world and its people. In no case yet of record has he developed a sense of mission that the world can identify itself with. By his position alone he is alienated. For all he has, in fact, apart from deviants like de Golyer, Land, and Danforth, is money. 3. Crime and wealth. In the quest for new wealth there are shadier avenues yet to scan. For the organized underworld has been designated by a number of recent observers as the luxuriant seeding ground for new fortunes of menacing portent. This theory grew out of hearings before the Special Senate Committee to investigate crime in interstate commerce, May 10, 1950, to May 1, 1951, under the chairmanship of Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee. In 1952 Kefauver was the Democratic candidate for Vice President of the United States. The germ of the theory appears in Kefauver's book based on the hearings, Crime in America, 1951. With minor variants the story has since developed. Underworld characters with local political protection are acquiring legally established businesses as fronts and are snatching working control in various large corporations, especially in hotels and hotel chains, motels and motel chains, in divers pleasure resorts and perhaps also in banks. Such characters, it is held, have made a bundle in the underworld through gambling operations, houses of prostitution, bootlegging, assassination, smuggling, the narcotics traffic, and they are now pyramiding their illicit gains in the labyrinthine corporate world. Various dangers loom. They will loot companies from the inside, they will rig markets and defraud the public, they will be better able to procure politicians, they will prey on legitimate businessmen. They will turn a happy, honest corporate world into a devil's den, with consequent demoralization of an orderly society. They will, in short, act like fairly typical businessmen. As the senator himself put it, I cannot overemphasize the danger that can lie in the muscling into legitimate fields by hoodlums. There was too much evidence before us of unreformed hoodlums gaining control of a legitimate business, then utilizing all his old mob tricks, strong-arm methods, bombs, even murder to secure advantages over legitimate competitors. All too often such competition either ruins legitimate businessmen or drives them into emulating or merging with the gangsters. The hoodlums also are clever at concealing ownership of their investments in legitimate fields, sometimes, as Longese Willman said, through trustees and sometimes by bamboozling respectable businessmen into fronting for them. Virgil Peterson of the Chicago Crime Commission testified that hundreds of hoodlum-owned businesses are successfully camouflaged. He told us of having been consulted by a friend of his who had been offered a $25,000 a year job to head a new corporation. Peterson investigated and found that the fellow who had contacted him was part and parcel of the Capone syndicate. One Senator Kefauver said he feared legitimate business would be used as a front, a cover for tax-evading illegal operations, that unreliable men would arise in industries vital to health and safety. I, for one, he said, do not like to think of food products necessary to the health of my children, or of medicine that can mean life or death to a good many people, coming from plants controlled by gangsters whose code of ethics is the $, and who do not care if that $, is stained somewhat with blood. 2. But the senator nowhere gave definitions of legitimate and respectable businessmen. Kefauver showed that mobsters were established on the fringes of 70 different industries, including drug manufacturing, baking, candy making, food distribution and hotels. 3. While he did not enlarge Kefauver's theory, Robert F. Kennedy, chief counsel of the Select Committee, McClellan Committee, of the United States Senate on Improper Activities in the Labor or Management Field, subsequently Attorney General of the United States, and still later Senator from New York, did reinforce it in his book based on the McClellan investigation, The Enemy Within, 1960. For the investigation found, as Kennedy reports, direct tie-ups between extremely vicious underworld characters, spurious labor unions and various leading corporations. For the object of these tie-ups was to prevent effective unionization of employees, a criminal violation of the National Labor Relations Act. Many other crimes, such as murder, were allegedly committed out of sheer exuberance of spirits. After diplomatically saluting the majority of American businessmen as above crookedness and collusion in labor management negotiations, Kennedy wrote that we found that with the present-day emphasis on money and material goods, many businessmen were willing to make corrupt deals with dishonest union officials in order to gain competitive advantage or to make a few extra dollars. We came across more than 50 companies and corporations that had acted improperly and in many cases illegally in dealings with labor unions. In the companies and corporations to which I am referring, the improprieties and illegalities were occasioned solely by a desire for monetary gain. Furthermore, we found that we could expect very little assistance from management groups. Disturbing as it may sound, more often the business people with whom we came in contact, and this includes some representatives of our largest corporations, were uncooperative. 5. By and large, wrote Kennedy, little accurate information came to us from the business community. We received 150,000 complaints during the committee's life. 75% of them came from representatives of organized labor, mostly rank and filers. Some came from people outside the labor management field. Only a handful came from people in the business world. Certainly no investigation was touched off by any voluntary help we received from management. And this was not because management had no information to give. I believe 90% of the corrupt deals between business and labor could be eliminated if business officials would simply talk to proper authorities. 6. Why business people, as the instigators of the corrupt actions, would do this he didn't say. Often, Kennedy related, we found that corrupt deals involving management were handled through attorneys who played the role of middleman, or, as we came to think of them, legal fixers or illegal prostitutes. More often it was the labor relations consultant who played the middleman. 7. Kennedy reeled off a list of names of offending companies that reads like a miniature social register of big business. Although I thought I had become case-hardened, Kennedy remarked, I discovered I still was not shock-proof when I studied the results of our investigation of the A&P. 8. The thesis that the underworld is a direct bridge into new propertied wealth for late-coming frontiersmen is laid down flatly by Professor Daniel Bell, chairman of the Department of Sociology of Columbia University. 9. The jungle quality of the American business community, particularly at the turn of the century, was reflected in the mode of business practiced by the coarse gangster elements, most of them from new immigrant families, who were getting ahead just as Horatio Alger had urged. 10. For crime, in the language of the sociologists, has a functional role in society, and the urban rackets the illicit activity organized for continuing profit, rather than individual illegal acts is one of the queer ladders of social mobility in American life. Indeed, it is not too much to say that the whole question of organized crime in America cannot be understood unless one appreciates, 1. The distinctive role of organized gambling as a function of a mass consumption economy, 2. The specific role of various immigrant groups as they, one after another, became involved in marginal business and crime, and 3. The relation of crime to the changing character of the urban political machines. 11. Crime, in other words, was the road taken by many immigrants, imbued with the Horatio Alger ideal of 100%er Americanism to become property holders and escape the repressive wage yoke imposed upon them by foresightly frugal Anglo-Saxon corporations. As business became more organized, so did racketeering and gambling, until in the 1920s and 1930s it had become industrial racketeering through the medium of labor disputes, a fertile field. 12 leading entrepreneurs here were Arnold Rothstein, shot after a high-stakes card game, Louis Lepke Buchalter, executed in Sing Sing, Gura Shapiro, Dutch Schultz, assassinated, Jack Legs Diamond, assassinated, and Lucky Luciano, deported. Buchalter and Shapiro, as Professor Bell notes, in New York in the 1930s dominated sections of the clothing industries, house painting, fur dressing, flour trucking, etc. In a highly chaotic and cutthroat industry such as clothing, the racketeer, paradoxically, played a stabilizing role by regulating competition and fixing prices. When the NRA came in and assumed this function, the businessman found that what had once been a quasi-economic service was now pure extortion, and he began to demand police action. 13. Seeking other worlds to conquer, says Professor Bell, the criminal racketeer shifted his emphasis from production to consumption, mainly gambling, without wholly yielding his interest in the productive side, as his deep involvement in labor racketeering in the 1950s and 1960s attests. The Kefauver investigation revealed the tentacles of the gambling and vice syndicates. The McClellan investigation disclosed the seamy labor racketeers in full bloom. The latter performed the economic function of keeping labor costs down for the owners, a function performed by the political police in Soviet Russia. The gambling entrepreneurs performed the political economic function of helping finance surreptitiously the major local political organizations' machines to critics in Boston, Providence, New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City, and other large urban areas. Properly rejecting the Kefauver Committee's idea that a mafia rules the underworld, Professor Bell points out that the committee failed to understand, 1. The rise of the American Italian community, as part of the inevitable process of ethnic succession, to positions of importance in politics, a process that has been occurring independently but also simultaneously in most cities with large Italian constituencies: New York, Chicago, Kansas City, Los Angeles. 2. The fact that there are individual Italians who play prominent, often leading roles today in gambling and the mobs, and 3. The fact that Italian gamblers and mobsters often possessed status within the Italian community itself and a pull in city politics. 14. The road of crime. Indiana. Other words, was taken by some late-coming immigrants trying to become property owners, Italians, East European Jews in the garment trades and Irish. 15. The urban political machines levied on all of these a heavy tariff. 16. In the process many of these men became legitimate property holders, legitimate here meaning that a court will uphold one's property claim. Many of the top crime figures, I don't know why Professor Bell puts crime in quotation marks, since they were court-certified criminals F.L., now derived their income from legitimate investments, real estate in the case of Costello, motor haulage and auto dealer franchises Ford in the case of Adonis, or from such quasi-legitimate but socially respectable sources as gambling casinos. 17. One arrives, in short, at the big shots of the underworld, their names paraded anew in the Kefauver and McClellan investigations, and including such labor leaders as Jimmy Hoffa, Dave Beek, and their henchmen topsy-turvy Robin Hoods who gleefully robbed the poor for the benefit of the rich. These are men who, it is widely asserted, have traveled the latest highroad to wealth and secretly own large shares in the largest corporations. They have indeed the requisite qualities of ruthlessness and unscrupulousness but lack finesse. Without harrowing the reader with details of the lengths to which I have gone to verify this notion of the criminal underworld as the source of great new wealth, let me categorically say this: there is nothing to it. While it is no doubt true that people like Costello have accumulated a nest egg of dimensions that might be envied by the common man, I doubt that it is very great in the terms under discussion. If Costello or any other underworld character as of 1965 had a net worth of more than $5 million, it would be surprising. No available evidence shows great underworld wealth unless Wall Street is located in the underworld. Senator Kefauver cites incomes of various gambling groups taken from income tax returns, which the underworld dislikes falsifying since Capone and others were caught at it and jailed for long terms, but though some of these figures are impressive, even if understated, it is only in a small way. They seem in the category of the marginal speculative businessmen scanned toward the end of the previous chapter, at best. The reason for this low pecuniary estate is simple. The underworld in its public operations, gambling, prostitution, other variants of vice, as distinct from secret operations such as dope peddling, is subject to the split. It must share its receipts. Kefauver estimated the gambling turnover alone at $20 billion a year, with local politicos, and the police from the beat patrolman up to the precinct captain. This necessity diminishes the net return to the operators who, themselves a group, must also split. I should imagine the net return on total sales to be a good deal less than I%. On $20 billion, a figure pulled from the air, I% is $200 million, and even $200 million is far more than is likely to reach underworld coffers. For in addition to payoffs to winners, the gamblers must make heavy payouts for judicial fixes and lawyers. They must constantly yield tribute to hijackers. And when the residue is split among hundreds of operators, there isn't much left for each. The take in prostitution is less and subject to a bigger overhead. Someone who was known to be on the take for many years was Mayor Frank Hague of Jersey City, long a power in national councils of the Democratic Party. He might just as well have been a Republican. For Hague the revenue from gambling was steady. As a formal Catholic he frowned on prostitution. At his death he left an estate valued at $5 million. 18. If Hague, starting as a poor youth and never leaving the receiving end, could do no better than that, what must the so-called syndicate heads have made? Even if we allow that Hague spent $5 million additional in high living, his receipts would not have been more than $10 million for a very large, enduring and central gambling political operation. While a goodly sum, this is not really big money. And Hague was not himself a gangster. According to the newspapers, some criminal, usually Italian, Irish, or Jewish, establishes an organization. Then he shops about for political protection and manages to seduce some respectable church-going American official with a charming wife and children and a dog, cat, and canary. A really decent chap, you know, until sweet-talked and bribed by an agent of the mafia. What actually almost always happens is that an established group in business and/or politics, having decided what the prospects are, looks about for a strong-arm man. If he can't be found locally, he is imported, as Costello was imported into New Orleans to run slot machines, as Johnny Torrio and Capone, Brooklyn men, were imported into Chicago to dominate vice in general, and as Harry Bennett was brought to Detroit by Henry Ford. Something to notice about nearly all the underworld figures in their public appearances is that they are unsure of themselves. In fact, if they didn't have sponsorship, they wouldn't have the assurance to set up extensive public operations. The newspapers require one to believe, for example, that the Anastasia brothers jumped ship and then proceeded autonomously to establish themselves on American soil as general strong-arm men and assassins. If one will only notice one's own uncertainty in a strange city, much less a strange country with a strange language, one will see how unlikely it is that lower-class people who don't know the language would take to large-scale law-breaking in a strange land. But if someone in authority convinced them it was all right to break the law, that they would be protected and paid, and if he was able to prove this on numerous touch-and-go occasions, one would produce the pattern of sullen, defiant, wordless behavior of lower-class thugs at the bar with which the public is familiar. The core of the Chicago Prohibition mobsters, now world-famous, was originally recruited by Chicago newspaper publishers who were engaged in literal gun battles for newsstand position. This circulation war. All of the gunplay of the 1920s had a long dress rehearsal before World War I in the newspaper war. The participants learned through the Chicago newspaper attorneys how the fix worked, and, later under political protection, they functioned the same way in the Prohibition gangland wars. 19 newspapers also purvey the fiction that once an operation has begun, another independent comes along and tries to muscle in, and then gang warfare breaks out. This is seldom true, although some independents, perhaps misled by reading the newspapers, have lent color to the theory, to their own undoing. Most cases of urban gang warfare in the United States, apart from juvenile gangs, are expressions of factions in the local political party structure. Local branches of the two major parties or factions thereof extend protection to different strong-arm men, in gambling, prostitution, bootlegging, protecting small businessmen, and similar enterprises. Out in the field, the cohorts of one gang infringe on the supposed territory of another, each catering to the hoi polloi. Formally outside the law, there is no way out for them except to fight or retreat. In some cases, no doubt, there have been retreats. In the known cases, violence has been the arbitrator. The strong-arm men occasionally trip over the law, though there has not been a single conviction other than for the murder of a newspaperman for hundreds of gang murders in Chicago since World War I, but rarely are their political protectors laid by the heels. One exception was James J. Hines, Tammany district leader and the political connection for the Dutch Schultz gang, who was convicted and sent to jail in the late 1930s by Thomas E. Dewey, later governor of New York and twice the Republican candidate for president. Somewhat later, James J. Moran, fire commissioner under Mayor William O'Dwyer, was imprisoned for simple extortion as a result of disclosures before the Kefauver Committee. O'Dwyer himself stood clear. But political protectors usually stand apart from gang affrays and may or may not come to terms among themselves. If they don't, as in Chicago in the 1920s, the various gangs Jennas, Capones, Morans, O'Banions, O'Donnells et.al. fight a war of extermination. Capone swept the field, in part through greater cunning, in part because he introduced the machine gun into his operations, a technological advance with devastating results. Capone was a machine gunner in World War I. Kefauver named a number of the Republican and Democratic Illinois legislative connections of Capone's successors. 20. The list could be greatly extended. Sometimes outsiders do muscle in. One such was Vincent Mad Dog Call in the 1930s, who preyed on various banks and drops of the rackets in New York City and is reported to have kidnapped for ransom some leading mobsters. Coyle was abruptly shot to death in a telephone booth. On rare occasions, a member of the underworld approaches officials with a view to buying political protection. A danger in doing this, shown in a case Kefauver cites, is that the official may be untouchable and may successfully turn and prosecute his tempter. For attempted bribery is, odd as it may seem, illegal. But in these operations, the strong-arm men agents of political parties or business groups are the low men on the totem pole rather than the swashbuckling chiefs depicted by the newspapers. For it is they who are investigated, put on trial, pilloried in newspapers, sometimes jailed or executed, and murdered. It hardly seems a desirable way to make a living. Their ulcer rate must be high. Even Frank Costello, referred to as the Prime Minister of the Underworld and in the 1940s a modest Warwick in elevating chosen men to local office, has been shot, narrowly escaping with his life. Most of the men summoned before Kefauver showed either physical scars or the ravages of tension and dissipation. None, despite possession of massive houses, swimming pools, and cars, is really a winner. In their public appearances, they look congenitally unhappy. One pities their wives and children. A hard life, all in all, in the great American quest for property. Crime, the high road to wealth. Either sound instinct or a certain knowledge led Kefauver, Kennedy, and Bell to link notorious underworld figures with the business world. For crime is an historically established highroad to American fortune building, as was first detailed by Gustavus Myers in the History of the Great American Fortunes and later by Matthew Josephson in The Robber Barons. If earlier men came into the upper propertied class by means of violent crime, it would seem that later criminal practitioners might be heading toward the same dubious salvation. So assiduously and unscrupulously did the earlier fortune builders work that one might suppose they believed that in attaining wealth they were attaining eternal life. Honoré de Balzac, 1799–1850, held that behind every fortune there is a crime, a judgment with which I would disagree if he intended to suggest that in every case the fortune is conceived in crime. Another Frenchman, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, in soaring hyperbole simply stated, "Property is theft." With these notions flares on a distant horizon we need not concern ourselves here. But today, in view of what we are now about to consider, it could be said with some justness in paraphrase of Proudhon, business is crime. And if this were so, businessmen would be, in all simplicity, criminals. Both the Kefauver and Kennedy investigations were rooted to a considerable extent in newspaper preconceptions. And the standard newspaper pattern of crime in the United States is based on and has itself shaped the FBI's annual Federal Uniform Crime Reports, with variations here and there to suit individual editorial prejudices. These reports consist solely of crimes known to the police. In this pattern thousands of individuals each year commit crimes ranging from petty larceny to murder. Some of these offenses, particularly theft, are committed for gain, many, particularly murder, are committed under emotional stress. Most convictions for theft, rape, and assault involve members of the lower socioeconomic classes. The culprits number few property holders except an occasional embattled husband and wife, over and mistress, or small business arsonist. Deviating a bit now from the annual Federal Uniform Crime Reports, the newspapers also recognize organized underworld crime and crime committed by politicians. The latter in the main, according to the press, receive bribes and graft, and are seldom caught. It is usually a red-letter day for the newspapers when one is convicted, providing much ground for editorial moralizing, the sanctity of the home, American institutions, the Founding Fathers. But the most threatening sort of crime to news editors is organized crime, carried on by mafias, Cosa Nostras, syndicates, gangs, mobs, and other nefarious enterprises. Sometimes these appear as coast-to-coast operations, under a shadowy board of sinister directors, wrong guys all. At other times they are purely regional but interlocking with other regional enterprises. The syndicates rule over gambling, prostitution, white slaving, drug peddling, smuggling, counterfeiting, fencing stolen goods, shady hotels, nightclubs, bootlegging, labor racketeering and all manner of systematic evil, public and private. They are protected by politicians, a disturbing special species, who participate in the ill-gotten gains and snicker all the way to the bank. Although these phenomena are indeed all present in profusion, as a full pattern of American crime the picture is false and has been shown to be so by the scientific experts in the field, the criminologists. Nonetheless, every newspaper continues to present it, which is much like ignoring Pasteur's germ theory of disease in reporting on medicine. Nearly all of these newspaper-featured crimes are crimes reported, if reported at all, to the police, although bribery of public officials and of the police themselves is rarely so reported. But criminologists, interested in all crime, cannot confine themselves to police-reported crimes. They are interested as sociologists. Criminology is a subdivision of sociology, the study of group behavior, in 1. Crimes that may not be reported at all, and 2. Crimes reported to administrative agencies other than the police, such as juvenile boards. Many crimes are never reported. Rape is often not reported, some say 80% of the time, because the victim, subject to twisted puritanical values, feels disgraced, stigmatized. Again, special agencies have been established for taking cognizance of many crimes, as of juvenile delinquents and businessmen, and newspaper reporting of the work of these agencies is extremely tentative. Upper-class crime, the sorts of crimes ignored by newspapers in their bulk and persistence, are what the late Professor Edwin H. Sutherland, 1883–1950, of Indiana University called white-collar crime. Sutherland was known as the Dean of American Criminologists. He was a former president of the American Sociological Association and chairman of his department. Out of his work, as out of Pasteur's, albeit on a smaller scale, there has grown an internationally reputed school of specialized researchers. Sutherland, like other criminologists, was interested in the causes of crime, for which there are many divergent and irreconcilable theories. 21. He analyzed these theories, showed them defective. As a sociologist, Sutherland was impressed as long ago as 1925 with the fact that more than 98% of the prison population came from the lowest socio-economic classes, less than 2% came from the upper classes. 22. To explain this disparity, criminologists had developed two special theories: that crime is caused by poverty, that crime is caused by mental illness. But Sutherland could accept neither as overarching in its explanation. He noticed, first, that well-to-do people showing no signs of mental disease commit what everybody agrees are serious crimes, murder, for example, and then noticed that most of the poor were painfully law-abiding. And if poverty was not a cause of crime, it did not account for the patent fact that most people in prison were very poor. Reaching for a more enveloping standard, Sutherland concluded after prolonged study that crime apart from impulsive crime is no more than learned behavior that deviates from some prescribed norm. It may be learned in various ways or by face-to-face association with dominant persons who prescribe and approve the deviant behavior, giving rise to Sutherland's differential association theory. The criminal, in acting, simply substitutes a different norm in accord with the teachings of those on whom he is dependent, usually the younger vis-a-vis the older on all social levels. Sutherland did not pursue the question of why some personalities made apt learners and others did not. But, if this is so, it does not account for the preponderance of poor people in prisons unless one is to conclude that they alone have been instructed in deviant values. Why this preponderance? And why do some well-to-do lawbreakers land in prison and not others? Sutherland, after much inquiry, noticed that the laws are written and administered with different emphases. In general, crimes in which property or the propertied might be injured, even though the non-propertied might be injured by them as well, were implemented with much more severe sanctions than other crimes. Most offences open to members of the upper socio-economic class other than those traditionally proscribed, as he found, were dealt with by special administrative tribunals. The offences were mostly variants of fraud or conspiracy. Where they were committed against the broad public, they called for relatively light penalties, seldom prison terms. Verdicts against the offender were often carefully phrased so as to be non-stigmatic. But the crimes accessible to the lower classes, involving violence or direct theft or some of each, called for penalties that were physically severe and were intensely stigmatic in their language, some so stigmatic that the victims themselves could not use it, e.g., rape and blackmail. Even when a member of the upper socio-economic class was found guilty of a stigmatic crime and was about to be sentenced, there was a marked difference in language of the judge. Often in the case of a culprit of the lower classes, the judge administered a savage tongue lashing, while the defendant hung his head and his family sobbed, terrorized. But when upper-class culprits had been convicted in criminal court of using the males to defraud the general public, the judge, as quoted by Sutherland, typically said, "You are men of affairs, of experience, of refinement and culture, of excellent reputation and standing in the business and social world." They were in fact, as the judicial process had just disclosed, criminals. This difference in attitudes of judges is often pronounced. Severely reprehending toward members of the lower classes, the judges become wistful, melancholy, or sadly philosophical when sentencing men of the upper class. After all, this isn't strange, as they both come from the same class, may have gone to the same school and may belong to the same clubs. And a sad duty does indeed confront the judge, in contrast with those joyful occasions when he can say to some despicable specimen just convicted of armed robbery, "I sentence you to 20 years at hard labor." When Sutherland inquired, closely be found, contrary to the established supposition, that many members of the upper classes did commit offences for which the government held them accountable. But in most cases special arrangements had been made to handle them with kid gloves, and in many cases to administer by way of punishment a slap on the wrist. 23 Nor was the reason for differential formulation and application of the law hard to find. The class whose members were being proceeded against was the class that had the dominant influence in the government and supported the political parties at the top. It was, indeed, their government and their political parties engaged in running their very own plantation. As to the vast volume of crimes of all kinds in modern society, upper class and lower class, Sutherland is very clear about general background. After the disappearance of the nobility, he says, businessmen constituted the elite, and wealth became respected above all other attainments. Necessarily, poverty became a disgrace. Wealth was therefore identified with worth, and worth was made known to the public by conspicuous consumption. The desire for symbols of luxury, ease, and success, developed by competitive consumption and by competitive salesmanship, spread to all classes, and the simple life was no longer satisfying. High crime rates are to be expected in a social system in which great emphasis is placed upon the success goal attainment of individual wealth, and relatively slight emphasis is placed upon the proper means and devices for achieving this goal. In this type of social organization, the generally approved rules of the game may be known to those who evade them, but the emotional supports which accompany conformity to the rules are offset by the stress on the success goal. 24 What Sutherland referred to as white-collar crime did not concern some kind of newly discovered crime, nor was it an extension of the concept of crime. He employed the white-collar notion as Alfred P. Sloan had employed it in the Autobiography of a White-Collar Worker. It referred simply to crimes open to commitment only by the upper, respected, approved and socially preferred class. Not reported to the police, these were of little interest to simple-minded police-oriented newspapers. They were reported to special administrative agencies. Sutherland first presented his thesis in a speech in 1939 to the American Sociological Association. He later published a series of monographs and in 1949 a book, White Collar Crime. 25 This book is already a classic of sociology, ranking in the opinion of some professionals with works like Émile Durkheim's Suicide and perhaps even Max Weber's Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. It is required reading for anyone who wants to understand American society as well as crime and modern criminology. The thesis of this book, stated positively, says Sutherland, is that persons of the upper socio-economic class engage in much criminal behavior, that this criminal behavior differs from the criminal behavior of the lower socio-economic class principally in the administrative procedures which are used in dealing with the offenders, and that variations in administrative procedures are not significant from the point of view of causation of crime. Today tuberculosis is treated by streptomycin, but the causes of tuberculosis were no different when it was treated by poultices and bloodletting. 26. Sutherland accepts the combination of two abstract criteria used by legal scholars to define crime, a legal description of an act as socially injurious and a legal provision of a penalty for the act. 27 White-collar crime, as Sutherland makes clear, is far more costly than crimes customarily regarded as constituting the crime problem. 28. The crimes committed mostly by the propertied and wealthy in the course of managing their property include embezzlement, most big fraud, restraint of trade, misrepresentation in advertising and in the sale of securities, infringements of patents, trademarks and copyrights, industrial espionage, illegal labor practices, violations of war regulations, violation of trust, secret rebates and kickbacks, commercial and political bribery, wash sales, misleading balance sheets, false claims, dilution of products, prohibited forms of monopoly, income tax falsification, adulteration of food and drugs, padding of expense accounts, use of substandard materials, rigging markets, price fixing, mislabeling, false weights and measurements, internal corporate manipulation, etc., etc. Except for tax fraud, the ordinary man is never in a position to commit these crimes. A distinction between most white-collar crime and most ordinary crime is that the white-collar criminal does not usually make use of violence, he depends chiefly on stealth, deceit, or conspiracy. In the case of illegal labor practices, however, he does often through agents employ violence leading to death of workers. And there may be violent, even fatal, reactions to some of its non-violent forms, such as the consequence of adulteration or improper preparation of foods and drugs. The white-collar criminals, however, are by far the most dangerous to society of any type of criminals from the point of view of effects on private property and social institutions. 29. For their predations gradually tend to undermine public morale and spread social disorganization. 30. Large-scale stock swindles, bank manipulations and food and drug adulteration administer particularly convulsive shocks to broad segments of the populace. The volume of total violations, much of it officially unchallenged, leads to a spreading mood of public cynicism and more rank-and-file law-breaking. It is finally echoed in the statement, "There's one law for the rich and another law for the poor." Government itself stands impugned. The stage is set for anarchy, sometimes emerging in riots. An equally grave consequence, which Sutherland does not notice but upon which I shall later touch, is that the attempt to gloss over, conceal, minimize and apologize for white-collar crime in general and in specific cases trammels the channels of public communication, undermines the terms of public debate and clouds the critical faculties even of many scholars. The laws relating to white-collar crime, as Sutherland remarks, tend to conceal the criminality of the behavior and thus do not reinforce the public mores as do other laws. 31. Sutherland surveyed the laws and took note of those instances in which white-collar crime is explicitly stated to be crime and those where it is only implicitly indicated. White-collar crimes are committed by individuals and by corporations, mostly the latter as the transmission mechanisms of widespread illegal planning. They are committed against a small number of persons in a particular occupation or against the general public. It is rarely a case of individual versus individual. Individuals only commit such white-collar crimes as embezzlement and fraud, and when they do they come under statutes clearly labeled criminal. But there are many newer statutes, developed incident to the emergence of machine technology and the modern corporation. There are, first, the antitrust laws, the Sherman Act, the amendment thereto establishing the Federal Trade Commission, the Clayton Act and other amendments. The Sherman Act is explicitly stated to be criminal law, and various of its amendments explicitly define violations as crimes. The amendments are largely under the jurisdiction of the Federal Trade Commission, which may issue cease and desist orders or enter into stipulations for the termination of some behavior. If a stipulation is violated, there may be issued a cease and desist order, and if this is violated there may be issued a court injunction, the violation of which is punishable as contempt of court, provided for in the original act. If the interim procedures, similar to probation in the ordinary courts, are not effective, fines and imprisonment may be imposed for contempt. An unlawful act, as Sutherland remarks, is not legally defined as criminal by the fact that it is punished but by the fact that it is punishable. It follows from these and other considerations that all the decisions made under the amendments to the antitrust law are decisions that the corporations committed crimes. 32 Laws against false advertising, designed to protect competitors and consumers, and the National Labor Relations Law, designed to protect employees against coercion and the public from interference with commerce, are adaptations of the common law to modern conditions. Laws against false advertising relate to common law fraud. There are, 2, laws against infringement of patents, which relate to the common law prohibitions of restrictions on freedom in the form of assault, false imprisonment, and extortion. Prior to the enactment of these and other laws, the basic common law already expressed itself against restraint of trade, monopoly, and unfair competition. False labeling, a variant of false advertising, is defined as crime in the Pure Food and Drug Act. False advertising in the Federal Trade Commission Act is defined as unfair competition, and comes under the same criminal procedure as its other violations. It is fraud. As to the National Labor Relations Act, all of the decisions under this law, which is enforceable by penal sanctions, are decisions that crimes were committed. 33 Most white-collar criminal statutes are relatively non-stigmatic, that is, they don't arouse an automatic reaction of reprehension in the broad public. That someone has been convicted of using the mails to defraud, or has restrained trade, does not sound as heinous as if he had been convicted of robbing post boxes, even though in the first cases very large sums may have been illegally taken from millions of people, and in the latter case perhaps only a social security check from a single individual. The crimes of the lower socio-economic classes, however most of them embalmed in the federal uniform crime reports, do carry with them deep social stigmas. They are, in part owing to newspaper emphasis, socially disgraceful. They exclude one from respectable society and curtail one's civil privileges. In the case of most crimes in the white-collar area, too, the penalties are notably lighter than for crimes reportable to the police. Few of these crimes, even when they individually involve sums greatly exceeding all the burglaries and bank hold-ups in a year, call for prison sentences. Most call for nominal fines, and some require that the defendant merely not repeat the crime. In a few the action is broken off with the defendant signing a consent decree agreeing to terminate a lucrative course of illegal action. There would be difficulty in imposing jail sentences or executions in many of these cases, because the defendants are usually corporations. While the courts have decreed in their wisdom that corporations are persons and are entitled to all the protections of persons, it is a fact that one can't jail or execute a corporation. And officers of a corporation, being quite different persons, cannot, it seems, justly be held responsible by a careful Congress for the acts of the corporation. Even where the acts of the corporation have netted millions in illicit gain, the fines prescribed by a benevolent Congress are trivial compared with the gains. It is true that the legislation establishing the Sherman Act and the Federal Trade Commission did provide for prosecution of officers of offending corporations, but such prosecutions have rarely been launched by business-minded public officials. And prosecutions under the Sherman Act are wholly at the discretion of the Attorney General. They are not mandatory, hence are subject to political juggling. Corporate crime. Sutherland centered his study on the behavior of corporations, the instruments of much steadily continuing crime. 34 He took the 70 largest non-financial corporations as given on two lists, that of Burleigh and Means in the Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1933, and that of the Senate Temporary National Economic Committee, 1938. He then excluded from these lists public utility corporations. He examined 15 power and light companies separately, and the corporations in one other industry. Left with 68 corporations, he added 2 that appeared on the list of 1938 and not on the list of 1929. It was a list representative of the cream of corporate society, the elite. 35 The average life of these corporations was 45 years. Their criminal histories were traced through official records, which Sutherland names. He found a total of 980 decisions against these corporations, with a maximum of 50 for one and an average per corporation of 14.0. No fewer than 60, or almost all, had decisions against them for restraining trade, 53 for infringements, 44 for unfair labor practices, 43 for a variety of offenses, 28 for misrepresentation in advertising and 26 for rebates. In all there were 307 adverse decisions on restraining trade, 97 on misrepresentation, 222 on infringement, 158 on unfair labor practices, 66 on rebates and 130 on other cases. 158 of these decisions were entered in criminal court, 296 were in civil court, 129 were in equity court, 361 were by commission order, 25 were by commission confiscation and 11 were by commission settlement. Even if the analysis had been limited to explicit criminal jurisdiction, 60% of the corporations, or 42, with an average of 4 convictions each, had experienced that particularly stigmatic jurisdiction. As Sutherland points out, in many states persons with 4 convictions are defined as habitual criminals or repeaters. Applying this concept to corporations, on the average at least 60% of the leading corporations are habitual criminals. Few cases initiated after 1944 are included in the Sutherland study, and the author warns that his work does not include all violations that have taken place because not all administrations were vigorous in enforcing the law and not all cases were systematically recorded. In general, there was lax enforcement under Republican administrations. Only 40% of the cases from 1900 to 1944 date from prior to 1934 and more alert enforcement under Democratic administrations. The most serious attempts at enforcement occurred under the New Deal, although the bulk of the laws had been on the books for many decades. One gets some insight here into reasons for the pre-Johnsonian enthusiasm of the corporate world for the foot-dragging Republican Party, as well as some understanding of the quid pro quo for heavy national campaign contributions. Of these 70 corporations, Sutherland found, 30 were either illegitimate in origin or began illegal activities immediately thereafter. 8 others, he found, were probably illegal in origin or in beginning policies. The finding of original illegitimacy was made with respect to 21 corporations in formal court decisions, by other historical evidence in the other cases. Sutherland does not attempt any estimate of the total loot, all depressing to the common living standard, produced by these and unadjudicated violations, but, as many violations continued for long periods of time, it must run into large sums that make the work of mafias, Cosa Nostras, and spurious labor unions look like extremely petty operations. One cannot, of course, attribute the entire income of these corporations to criminal behavior, although a part of net income was the consequence of criminal activity. In the case only of the 29 that were born in crime, to which Balzac's phrase would certainly apply, could one attribute all the subsequent earnings to criminal behavior. But the total criminal haul, throwing a garish light on the maxim crime doesn't pay, ran into billions upon billions of dollars for these 70 corporations alone. Crime, carefully planned and executed, is demonstrably the royal highroad to pecuniary success in the United States. Corporate crime is, indeed, crime in the grand manner. But it isn't part of the pattern of crime as presented by the newspapers. Why the newspapers aren't fully alert to this sort of wrongdoing apart from ineptitude, why they don't include it in the standard pattern of crime, is not difficult to decide. Nearly all the advertising revenues of the newspapers and mass magazines, as well as of radio and television stations and networks, come from these same corporations and their smaller counterparts. Although reporting individual large cases as they arise, not always prominently or fully, the newspapers have never, despite recent sociological revelations, ventured statistical summaries of the situation as they regularly do with lower class, police-reported crimes, a marked case of class bias. Even the large individual cases are only reported fully in a few leading metropolitan papers. They tend to be ignored by the many hundreds of others. Not only are acts of commission unreported or diminished in significance, but those who commit these acts with the corporations as pliant tools are in their general modus operandi held up to public view as the cream and bulwark of society, the very pillars of the nation. Such a strange state of mind is inculcated in the public that a correct statement of the facts inevitably seems bizarre, overdrawn, tendentious and even perversely subversive. The leading stockholders in these corporations, 80% of all stock being held by 1.6% of all adults, consist of the wealthiest property owners in the country. The leading company executives are the most highly paid group in the country, drawing remuneration astronomically exceeding that of skilled professional people. 36 Corporations as ideal delinquents. Sutherland compares the behavior of corporations and their officers with that of the professional thief, the ideal delinquent, of which he made a special almost classical study. 37 Both are repeaters, persistent operators. Illegal behavior of both is more extensive than complaints and prosecutions show. Neither loses status with associates but may instead be admired. Each customarily orally expresses contempt for law, government, and governmental personnel, and the crimes of both are not only deliberate but organized. They are, however, different in their self-conceptions. The professional thief recognizes himself as a criminal and is so regarded by the public. The corporate man thinks of himself as respectable and is generally so regarded by the public. But white-collar criminals often, as Sutherland points out, admit to being law violators, a distinction without a substantial difference. Another difference is that the crime of the professional thief is plainly visible whereas the crime of the corporation is camouflaged, hard to detect. Corporate men, unlike professional thieves, rationalize their acts by semantic substitutions. Fraudulent representation is excused as merely puffing one's wares, and so on. Extravagant or insistent claims are called the hard sell. Conspiracy in restraint of trade is a gentleman's agreement. Price fixing is stabilizing the market. Monopolistic practices are suggested as laudatory evidence of a hard competitor. Yet both the professional thief and the corporation use aliases, the latter by forming subterfuge subsidiaries, dummy companies, inventing new brand names for the same product to escape new regulations or developing fighting brands. In public defense both employ mouthpieces. The professional thief usually has only a lawyer, but the corporation and the corporate man have lawyers, advertising agents, and public relations counselors. These latter influence lawmaking and law enforcement as they relate to the corporation as well as defend the company in court and before the public. The object is the same in both cases, to get the client off scot-free. But although different from the professional thief in that it is directed by a group and thus invokes for itself the maximum of rationality, the corporation is similar, says Sutherland, in that it selects crimes risking the least danger of detection and identification and against which victims are least likely to struggle. It selects crimes that are difficult to prove and it engages in the wholesale fixing of cases. The corporations, when they encounter officials they cannot fix, have gone as high as the President of the United States to remove them. In general, says Sutherland, the fixing of white-collar criminals is much more extensive than that of professional thieves. It is also much more costly, and he cites the case of the bribe of $750,000 by 4 insurance companies that sent Boss Pendergast of Missouri to jail, later to be pardoned by President Truman, who originally belonged to the Pendergast organization. It was almost 10 years before the insurance companies were convicted. Then they were only fined, no insurance executives went to jail. There was, too, the case of federal Judge Martin Manton, who was convicted of accepting a bribe of $250,000 from agents of the defendant when he presided over a case charging exorbitant salaries were improperly paid to officers of the American Tobacco Company. While the attorney for the company was disbarred from the federal courts, the assistant to the company president, who made the arrangements, was soon thereafter promoted to vice president, a good boy. In the case of white-collar crimes of corporations, if any individual is punished, usually none is, it is only one or a very few. The authorities do not dig pertinaciously with a view to ferreting out every last person who had anything to do with the case. But, as Sutherland points out, it is different with crimes of the lower classes. In kidnapping, for example, the FBI, in addition to seizing the kidnappers, flushes to the surface anyone who, 1. rented them quarters to conceal the kidnapped person or to hide out in, 2. acted as unwitting agents for them in conveying messages or collecting ransom, 3. transported them, 4. in any way innocently gave them aid and assistance, or, 5. was a witness to any of these separate acts. The government men do such a splendid job that almost everyone except the obstetricians who brought the various parties into the world are brought before the bar, where the aroused judge breaks the book over their heads in the course of sentencing. Sovereignty, it turns out after all, is not to be trifled with. It may be argued that kidnapping, which resorts to violence, is a more serious crime than bribing a judge. With this I would disagree. Gravely serious though kidnapping is, its commission strikes directly at only a few, and in most cases involves comparatively small sums even though they seem large to the ordinary man. But bribing a judge, and in the Manton case far more than any known kidnap ransom was at stake, strikes at a very broad public and, indeed, at the foundations of social institutions in general. It is subversive in the deepest and truest sense. Emulatory crime in the ranks. What is of particular interest is the vast amount of emulatory crime, white-collar crime inspires among underlings, insiders, and outsiders, much of this never reported to the police. Companies, as many reports since World War II show in Fortune, the Wall Street Journal and other business papers, are increasingly subject to constant depredations. Specialty, department, and chain stores are subject to a continuous pressure of theft, which led one security officer to state his opinion publicly that 25% of the public is absolutely honest and wouldn't steal under any circumstance, 25% is systematically seeking opportunities to steal, and 50% is ready to steal at any time it feels certain of escaping detection. There is a constant assault on the corporate fortress from the inside as well, by employees who steal from stockrooms and loading platforms and who gave in some cases organized truly gigantic withdrawals of goods. Embezzlement is rife. Only a few years ago some of the police in Chicago and Denver were found to be practicing old-fashioned burglary on a large scale as a supplement to low salaries. If money is evidence of personal worth, then many persons are out to prove they are as worthy as anyone in Wall Street. In 8½ concentrated pages Sutherland gives a synopsis of crime in the United States. 38 Fraud is extensive in the professions legal, medical, clerical, although he rates physicians and surgeons rather favorably on the whole. Bribery of officials, particularly by businesses selling goods to municipalities, counties, and states, is common. But within private business itself corruption is internally quite common. He reports, buyers for department stores, hotels, factories, railways, and almost all other concerns which make purchases on a large scale accept and sometimes demand gifts of money payments. Again, the police constantly break the laws. The laws of arrest are rigidly limited, but the police exercise their authority with little reference to these limitations and in violation of law. Hopkins refers to illegal arrests as kidnappings, and in this sense, the number of kidnappings by the police is thousands of times as great as the number of kidnappings by burglars and robbers. The courts, similarly, are not immune from criminal contagion, and this is true especially of the lower courts. The United States, the plain unvarnished facts show, is a very criminal society, led in its criminality by its upper socio-economic classes. 39 Contemporary big business crime has the ominous outlook altered since Sutherland terminated analysis as of 1944? It has not changed in the slightest. In the 2 decades since 1945 the acts cited by Sutherland continued in many cases with redoubled force, for the penalties imposed by law are obviously not of sufficient weight to deter. One can make large sums of money in business by breaking the law up to the point where one is ordered to stop or is indicted. In the Federal Trade Commission alone, from January 1, 1945, through fiscal 1965 as given in annual reports, there were 3,991 cease and desist orders for violations by enterprises large and small. 40 the largest corporations were conspicuously represented, along with ambitious small fry. The specific violations were, false or misleading advertising, using a misleading trade or corporate name, using false or misleading endorsements, removing or concealing law-required markings, disparaging competitors' products, misrepresentation and deception, false invoicing, misbranding and mislabeling, deceptive pricing, failing to make material disclosures, offering deceptive inducements, obtaining information by subterfuge, using misleading product name or title, shipping for demand, payment goods not ordered, etc., etc. In the Food and Drug Administration, which administers the amended Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act of 1938, there were 5,208 criminal prosecutions from 1945 through 1961, an average of 306 per year. 41 many of these were for distributing poisonous or contaminated products. Fines and jail sentences were usually meted out. In its 26th annual report, the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, empowered to supervise the issuance, sale, and resale of securities, reports that from 1934, when the Commission was established, until June 30, 1960, 2,777 defendants have been indicted in the United States District Courts in 645 cases developed by the Commission, and 1,385 convictions obtained in 585 cases. The record of convictions obtained and upheld is over 85% for the 26-year life of the Commission. 42 during the past fiscal year, says the 1960 report, 53 cases were referred to the Department of Justice for prosecution. This is the highest number of referrals in the past 18 years and the second highest in the Commission's history, and is in line with the continuing increase in the number of referrals during the past several years. As a result of these and prior referrals, 43 indictments were returned against 289 defendants during the fiscal year. 43 The Securities and Exchange Commission, of course, deals with thousands more cases each year in which it issues orders to discontinue illegal practices. The National Labor Relations Board, which processed only a few more than 1,000 cases in 1936 and now processes more than 25,000 a year, enforces fair labor practices. As defined in the twice amended National Labor Relations Act of 1935. Most of its rulings on appeal to the courts have been sustained. Of 2,719 cases subjected to judicial review up to June 30, 1964, the orders of the NLRB were fully affirmed in 57% of the cases and affirmed with modifications in 20%. In only 18% of the cases was the board completely overruled. In appeals to the Supreme Court, the board was affirmed in 63% of the cases and affirmed with modifications in 8%. The Supreme Court overruled the board completely in 17% of the cases. 44 This board, a quasi-judicial tribunal similar to the Federal Trade Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Food and Drug Administration, issues injunctions and supervises violators and, according to the National Labor Relations Act, any person who shall willfully resist, prevent, impede, or interfere with any member of the board or any of its agents or agencies in the performance of duties pursuant to this act shall be punished by a fine of not more than $5,000 or by imprisonment for not more than 1 year or both. Complaints under this criminal statute are brought by individuals and unions against employers and by employers against unions. 45 Business or white-collar crimes are usually thought of as nonviolent, thus placing the culprits in public opinion at least a peg above such unorthodox businessmen as Frank Nitti, Tony Accardo, and Frank Costello. But this differentiation is clearly false, as is shown in many cases of record before the National Labor Relations Board. A recent pattern, as brought to light by the McClellan Committee, is for Company X to hire a labor relations advisor A who in turn enrolls certified thugs T1, T2, and T3, to beat up, bribe, drive away or destroy labor organizer L. Up to 1945, according to Sutherland, labor relations decisions had been made against 43 of the 70 large corporations, or 60%, with 149 decisions in all. All 43 were repeaters, 39 used interference, restraint, and coercion, 33 discriminated against union members, 34 organized company unions, 13 used labor spies, and 5 used violence. Such violence was largely confined to the steel and automobile industries. The late Henry Ford was quoted as saying in 1937, "We'll never recognize the United Automobile Workers Union or any other union." The Ford Motor Company had long maintained a service department under Harry Bennett, a former pugilist, staffed with 600 men equipped with guns and blackjacks. With reference to this service department, Frank Murphy, then governor of Michigan, said, Henry Ford employs some of the worst gangsters in our city. According to undisputed testimony before the NLRB, in 1937 the United Automobile Workers Union started to organize employees at Ford's River Rouge plant. It was announced that organizers would distribute literature outside the plant at a specified time, and reporters and photographers were present in force. Said a guard to a reporter, "We are going to throw them to hell out of here." Upon arrival, the organizers went up an overhead ramp to one of the entrances, where they were told they were trespassing. Witnesses said they turned and started away. As they left, they were assaulted by service department guards, beaten, knocked down and kicked. Witnesses testified that it was a terrific beating and unbelievably brutal. Among those severely beaten were Walter Reuther and Richard Frankenstein, officials of the United Automobile Workers Union. The guards followed out into the street. One man's skull was fractured, another's back broken. Cameras of photographers were seized by guards and the films destroyed. 2 reporters were chased by automobile at 80 miles an hour through Detroit streets until they reached the sanctuary of a police station. Later, when women organizers attempted to distribute literature outside the plant, they were attacked by guards, knocked down and beaten. City policemen who were present during these events stood by and did not interfere. Testimony to the local power of Henry Ford. 46 from fiscal years 1959 through 1965, inclusive. The Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice won 147 formally designated criminal cases against companies and lost 24. It won 206 civil cases and lost 9. 47 other disciplinary bodies to which one should turn for a more complete picture of such business violations as are judicially decided are the Federal Communications Commission, the Civil Aeronautics Authority, Federal Aviation Agency, Federal Power Commission and the Interstate Commerce Commission. There is no federal agency that compiles, correlates and makes public the statistics on corporate crimes as the FBI does with diverse police-reported crimes in the Federal Uniform Crime Reports. If there were, there would be shown a much larger volume of corporate crime than reported here. It is well recognized by experts that the enforcement of laws against corporate crimes is at best of a sporadic token character carried on by understaffed and underfinanced agencies. The Federal Uniform Crime Reports serve a purpose beyond merely informing the public of the incidence of crime, which they do only very lopsidedly and exaggeratedly for these particular crimes. The reports have the intent, as evidenced in many public expressions by J. Edgar Hoover, the redoubtable G-Man, of encouraging greater public support for more repressive police measures and stiffer penalties, against errant members of the lower socio-economic classes, who generally commit these direct action crimes. Some future reader may assess the sagacity of this writer when he says that after this disparity in reporting lower class and upper class crimes has been sharply pointed out, there will be no change. No federal agency will make a comprehensive annual statistical report on corporate crimes as such, although Washington is literally crawling with expert statisticians who could whip the figures together in a trice. Nor will the penalties for corporate crimes likely be increased to the point where they realistically deter. The offenders will continue to be treated as though they were somewhat crotchety but beloved maiden aunts who have been inexplicably naughty. The great electrical industry conspiracy. While the bulk of the cases cited have involved the uncamouflaged criminal jurisdiction, with the judges properly accoutred with everything except the black cap, there have been many recent thumping reminders that carefully planned crime is an inseparable companion of big business. 3 cases involved whole basic industries, the electrical, aluminum and steel industries. None of the protagonists was sponsored by the mafia. They clearly prove that the bad old days, thought to be conquered by the New Deal, are still with us. The great electrical industry case came to a climax in 1961. It involved 45 individual blue ribbon defendants and 29 corporations, including Ultra General Electric Company and Westinghouse Electric Corporation, which together lovingly shared more than 75% of the market. As Fortune remarked, it was the biggest criminal case in the history of the Sherman Act. United States District Judge J. Cullen-Ganny heard the case in Philadelphia. The prosecution was by the Attorney General of the United States, in full panoply. It was crime, crime, crime all the way, front and back, up and down, back and forth. This needs to be emphasized because Fred F. Look, president of Allen Bradley Company, one of the defendants, said, "It is the only way a business can be run. It is free enterprise." The charge was specifically the dark one of conspiracy in this case to fix prices, rig bids and divide markets in a series of secret cartels on electrical equipment valued at $81.75 billion annually. The leading defendants pleaded guilty to the most serious counts, no contest to the rest. The conspiracies extended over many years, going back prior to World War II and in the opinion of some observers to 1896. Surprisingly, this conspiracy was carried on with all the guilt-conscious cloak-and-dagger techniques known to spies, secret codes, mysterious meetings in hotel rooms, queer notes, guarded telephone calls, concealed records, fictitious names, burned memoranda, and the like. No patron of TV or the films, watching the actors, could have failed to recognize that an authentic, vintage conspiracy was afoot. Only sinister music was lacking. Although operating departmental executives stood in the dock and the top managements of GE and Westinghouse virtuously disclaimed knowledge of the whole affair, Judge Ganny felicitously remarked before sentencing, "One would be most naive indeed to believe that these violations of the law, so long persisted in, affecting so large a segment of the industry and finally involving so many millions upon millions of dollars, were facts unknown to those responsible for the corporation and its conduct. I am not naive enough to believe General Electric didn't know about it and it didn't meet their hearty approbation." But although the government had gathered monumental evidence, it had not been able to connect the very top executives directly to the conspiracy in ways required by law. Judge Ganny imposed total fines of $1,924,500. General Electric was fined $437,500 and Westinghouse $372,500. Damages of $7,470,000 were also assessed. Upon 24 individuals in the case, jail sentences were imposed and suspended owing to their advanced ages. William S. Ginn, vice president of General Electric, was given 30 days in jail and fined $12,500. 6 other company officers drew fines of $1,000 to $4,000 and 30 days in jail. And it was the unusualness of sentencing these high-salaried company men to 30 days in jail, the usual police court sentence for disorderly conduct, that attracted special attention. Corporation executives are rarely sent to jail even for brief sojourns. Indeed, they are far more immune to jail terms than high Russian Communist Party officials. The great electrical industry conspiracy emerged in a curious way. The Tennessee Valley Authority one day in the 1950s received identical sealed bids from various suppliers of heavy electrical equipment. The fact came to the attention of Senator Estes Kefauver, who threatened to start his own investigation if the Eisenhower administration did not act. The Department of Justice was alerted and began looking into the case, but at first found it difficult to pick up the threads of wrongdoing. It decided to subpoena various records of the companies and finally obtained an account of conspiracy from the official of a small company. His story implicated General Electric. Queries to General Electric provoked an internal inquiry by top management, which was truthfully informed by some of the operating vice presidents of what went on. Top management professed to be shocked, put pressures on the men and eventually forced all to resign or fired them. This strong line by GE sent angry insiders and their lawyers scurrying to the government with their stories, and the net of evidence wove itself more tightly. In the other companies, men were not removed. General Electric had for many years had a policy formally calling for strict compliance with the antitrust laws. This policy was implemented by written orders conspicuously sent from time to time to operating executives. Nevertheless, General Electric was an old offender, in the 1940s alone being snared in 13 antitrust cases. The convicted executives maintained that they had simply inherited procedures carried on by predecessors and were acting under direct orders from higher-ups. One of the men knew that he held his job under risk for 2 years unless he increased profits. There was evidence of men who had held some of the same positions earlier, who had refused to, enter into collusive arrangements with competitors and who had lost their jobs. Top officials denied everything. Judge Ganni clearly did not believe them. Policy for General Electric was set by Chairman Ralph Cordiner, who, president since 1950, became chairman in 1958. His predecessor, Charles E. Wilson, had left to become Chief of National Defense Mobilization. While Cordiner has been criticized for rudely dumping his men for doing what everybody did in this and in other industries, illegal price fixing is standard business practice, his theoretical position was much sounder than that of others. Cordiner was an avowed devotee of competition, and public policy avowedly requires competition. There is, however, little competition in the American economy. But if this fact were to be formally admitted or authoritatively asserted, the way would be paved for sweeping changes costly to big proprietors. General Electric, in sacrificing its men as it did, acted in the style of governments who, having found some diplomat or espionage agent embarrassing, simply disavow him. Most of these men, happily, were later hired by other companies, some at advanced levels. Origins of anti-monopoly doctrine. The anti-monopoly doctrine was originally developed by individual business people in Europe who struggled against crown monopolies in late medieval times. The earliest reported case in England was Darcy v. Allen in 1602, 11 Coke 84. In 1623 Parliament passed the Statute of Monopolies, abolishing nearly all existing monopolies as unlawful, St. 21 James 1. C3. Englishmen from early times were always opposed to voluntary self-restraints of tradesmen by contract, and English courts refused to uphold such agreements. William Howard Taft, J. Addiston Pipe Case, 85 Federal 271. The business revolutions of 1688 in England and 1789 in France were in part directed against such monopolies. Trade was to be free and open, and the public, in return for granting the trading privilege, would benefit from the resultant low prices wrought by competition. This, too, was the American idea. In time, particularly in the United States, small businesses grew into large quasi-sovereign businesses, and the large businesses found they had become, usually through illegal behavior, large monopolies such as the Aluminum Company, the Standard Oil Trust and many others. Broken up by government action or evolving in separate units, the various industries found in time that 2 to 5 or 6 companies did 75 to 90% of the business, and many small companies tokens of competition the remainder. This pattern is what economists call oligopoly, or rule by a few. Prices are usually set by one company, the price leader, and others follow the leader. When the few tacitly agree so to follow the leader, as they usually do, there is in effect a general subtly maintained monopoly. But if monopolies are indeed tolerated in the American system, if enterprises are not competing so that buyers get the lowest possible prices, what is the constitutional warrant? How does the situation constitute equal protection under the law? There is, in fact, no constitutional warrant. Monopoly is fundamentally illegal, with or without the Sherman Act, which refers to it as a high misdemeanor. Why should a select few have the public market as a private plaything? But, having broken up the electrical and various other clearly proved monopolies, can we not say that the government is keeping the market open to free competition? While many would so argue, concentration and monopoly grow steadily. In view of the steady denunciations, official and unofficial, and of specific laws against monopoly, how can this be? Issues and solutions. The mystery, if such it ever was, is neatly dispelled by Judge Thurman Arnold in his The Folklore of Capitalism. Arnold was from 1938 to 1943 in charge of the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice, and knew whereof he spoke. The operative function of the Sherman Act, Arnold holds, is to make possible from time to time ceremonial observances of the American belief in competition. These ceremonial observances take the form of criminal prosecutions, so that a concerned fraction of the public may believe the competitive situation is being defended. Meanwhile, concentration and monopoly advance in rapid strides from decade to decade as in Europe. Those convicted do not alter their behavior. And now we come to the basic issue, which the General Electric upper moguls perhaps had in mind in talking and acting as virtuously as they did for the record. If these industries are indeed monopolies that continually strengthen their position and do not give the public the advantages of competition, then they should be subject to regulation at least as strict as that accorded the public utilities in their natural monopolies. But it is just this sort of cartel regulation that the corporations fear. They would particularly abhor effective regulation even with stabilized prices. For at what level would the prices be set? At the other extreme from regulation there would be outright government ownership, with profits beyond the recovery of costs going, a la Russ, into the general government operating fund. No accepted politician in the United States takes either of these positions. All profess themselves in favor of the present situation, which implies only that they fundamentally line up with the big proprietors who find the present situation precisely to their taste, monopoly with ceremonial overtones of pseudo-competition. A third course might be to break some of the big companies into their constituent parts. General Electric under Cordiner, for example, was found to be organized into 27 autonomous divisions consisting of 110 small companies. Each of these latter was run as if it were a single enterprise, with the boss of each making up his own budget. But there was constant pressure from the top executive suite on the boss of each unit for greater profitability. This particular course of action, too, would be distasteful to the big companies, most of which are cannibalistic agglomerations, although their physical productivity would not be adversely affected by it. Indeed, it might be enhanced. One consequence of such action would be to produce more top executive jobs, which should be of interest to ambitious middle-class people. The behavior of corporate man shows that he entertains certain unconscious beliefs, which he never expresses, that it is his market, filled with vassals in the form of his customers and his employees, and that government officials are his officials. While in legal theory the corporation exists to serve society, in the unconscious and correct belief of corporate man, society and government operationally now exist to serve the corporation's be-all and end-all of everything. In the electrical industry both the men and the companies came in for somewhat rougher treatment than is usually the case. As heavy equipment was involved, the companies were deluged by lawsuits from public utility companies, municipalities, and government agencies. In 1965 a judgment was turned in against GE, Westinghouse, and some others for $16,863,203 on behalf of a group of Midwestern power and light companies. In all, 1,912 civil antitrust suits were filed against the companies, costing GE a reported $225 million, Westinghouse about $110 million and Alice Chalmers $45 million. Most were settled out of court for undisclosed sums but, all in all, the monies involved were considerable even if they came short of erasing illegal profits. The prevalence of price fixing. Has price fixing been terminated by the electrical industry case? The reader can supply the answer for himself by checking competing products in his various stores. Somehow they are all priced about the same: soap, sugar, milk, salt, cereals, automobiles, appliances, cigarettes, etc. By regions the same grades of gasoline have the same prices under various brand names, except for an occasional price war. But a price war, which is ordinary competition for business, is rare, as everyone knows. Established business considers price wars pathological and will do anything to avoid them. For while business believes in free enterprise freedom to do whatever it desires, it abhors free competition, whatever it may say to the contrary. The government for its part, while condemning price fixing, itself supports agricultural prices. T.K. Quinn, a former vice president of General Electric, has recorded his belief that a third of the American economy, automobiles, steel, cigarettes, cement, oil products, chemicals, roofing material and machinery, is price stabilized through agreements of the leading companies. But corporation men, precisely like members of the underworld, have their own peculiar definitions for every situation. Thus, Roger Blau, president of United States Steel, has said a price that matches another price is a competitive price, with which doctrine few non-business people would agree. If every baseball game ended in a tie, most fans would begin to suspect that the outcome was fixed. Westinghouse stockholders, when called upon to pass on the conduct of their management, voted overwhelmingly to endorse it. General Electric stockholders simply shouted down any attempt to question the management and approved it by 98%. Yet this elaborate charade about monopoly, in which many people, including the judge in the case, seriously believe, is played at a price. The big companies, backbone of the American economic system, are formally stigmatized as criminals. In this respect, General Electric, along with many other companies, is what Professor Sutherland calls a repeater. Attorney General Robert Kennedy, in what was perhaps a grandstand flourish after the trial, suggested that an injunction he brought against General Electric, which had 29 adjudicated convictions on its record, to keep it from repeating its conduct under the threat of more severe penalties. This was much as though a law-breaking ex-convict should be enjoined from breaking the law. To implement this directive, the Justice Department in December 1961 sought a court order to make General Electric subject to unlimited fines if it ever again violated any requirement of the antitrust laws. In support of its action, the Justice Department cited 39 antitrust actions against GE, 36 filed since 1941, including here the 29 convictions as well as 7 consent decrees and 3 adverse findings by the Federal Trade Commission. Such a record, the Justice Department said, revealed General Electric's proclivity for persistent and frequent involvement in antitrust violations in all branches of production. The record of Westinghouse was hardly less immodest. 48. Has the industry learned any lessons? Asked Fortune. One thing I've learned out of all this, said one executive, is to talk to only one other person, not to go to meetings where there are lots of other people. Many of the defendants looked on themselves as the fall guys of U.S. business. They protested that they should no more be held up to blame than many another businessman, for conspiracy is just as much a way of life in other fields as it was in electrical equipment. Why pick on us, was the attitude. Look at some of those other fellows. In so saying, these men showed they did not understand the ceremonial uses of sacrifice. The high Indian civilizations of South and Central America had the custom each year of sacrificing to the gods, by burning or other violence, the most beautiful maidens of the city. By destroying what was manifestly so desirable, the men of the nation showed piety. By stigmatizing with criminal convictions these high-salaried executives, paragons of the mass media, the United States similarly testified to its pious belief in competition even as competition approaches the vanishing point. As an immediate aftermath to the case, President Robert Paxton of General Electric, at the age of 59, with 6 years still to go before his compulsory retirement, resigned because of ill health. 49 of a pending series of 7 criminal indictments of the steel industry. In the summer of 1965, the companies were first found guilty in 2 highly significant decisions. In the first case, 8 companies were found guilty in federal court of conspiracy to fix prices on carbon sheet steel, which makes up an annual market of $3.60 billion, far larger than the electrical industry whole, and enters into a wide range of consumer products from automobile bodies and kitchen cabinets to refrigerators, washing machines, and office furniture. The companies were fined $50,000 each, the maximum under the applicable section of the law, and sentencing of 2 principal officers was deferred. The guilty companies composed most of the steel industry: the United States Steel Corporation, the Bethlehem Steel Company, the National Steel Corporation, the Great Lakes Steel Corporation, the Jones and Laughlin Steel Corporation, the Armco Steel Corporation, the Republic Steel Corporation, and the Wheeling Steel Corporation. Named as co-conspirators in the indictment but not as defendants were the Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company, the Granite City Steel Company, and the Pittsburgh Steel Company. The companies had felt emboldened to commit the sinister offenses complained of between 1955 and 1961, when a Republican administration had briefly returned to power. A curious comment at the time the indictments were handed up was made by Edmund F. Martin, vice chairman of Bethlehem Steel. Even assuming that the matters charged were true, the Department of Justice is seeking not to correct any illegal or improper present-day situation, but only to harass the industry for practices which, even under the allegations of the indictment, have been abandoned. This is much as though a man charged with a 3-year-old burglary were to claim that authorities were not dealing with current crime but were harassing him, since he had been going straight ever since. 50 A few days later, another federal judge fined 4 leading makers of steel forgings and a steel trade association a total of $150,000 after finding them criminally guilty of price fixing and bid rigging in the sale of open-die steel forgings to the Army and Navy as well as to private companies from 1948 to 1961, an interval that embraced the Korean War. Bethlehem Steel, second in the industry, was fined $40,000, United States Steel, $35,000, the Midvale Heppenstall Company of Philadelphia, $35,000, the Erie Forge and Steel Corporation, $25,000, and the Open Die Forging Institute, Inc., $15,000. The defendants did an estimated $100 million business a year in this line. While ship shafts for the Navy and cannon for the Army were involved in the forgings, an interesting sidelight was that the defendants were found to have illegally set identical prices for rotors and generator shafts sold to General Electric, Westinghouse, and Allis-Chalmers, the top defendants in the great electrical industry conspiracy. The difference in the size of fines in the steel and electrical cases stemmed from the number of indictments on each charge. The Sherman Act as amended permits a maximum fine of $50,000 on each charge. In the electrical case there were 20 charges in all, although every company did not fall under each charge. Asked by the Times whether they intended to start civil suits for treble damages against the steel companies, General Electric said nothing had been decided and Allis-Chalmers said it had no comment, but Westinghouse valiantly reported, "So far as we know, we have received full value for our purchase of steel which we believe to have been made at competitive prices." In this case 5 executives of the companies were fined an aggregate of $44,000 on October 25, 1962, on the same criminal indictment, which they did not contest. 51 The fines in these cases, in relation to the amount of illegal business done, were obviously of the order of a $5 slap on the wrist for grand larceny. The number of big recent cases in oil, asphalt, milk, steel, electrical goods, and the like is too great to detail here. No fewer than 92 antitrust suits, a record, were begun in 1960 under the Republicans, although enforcement actually eased off sharply under President Kennedy and came to a virtual halt under President Johnson. 52 The Johnson administration has practically given big business the green light on mergers and regulation in general, in return for which the Presidential Business Advisory Council, composed of about 100 chairmen and presidents of the biggest corporations, appears to have given its full endorsement of Mr. Johnson's personally engineered disastrous Vietnam War. 53 In these upper reaches of power everything is strictly on a quid pro quo basis. The new higher politics let us look at all this law-breaking from another point of view. Perhaps the statutes are somehow misbegotten, as many corporation heads freely assert, even though they are simple expressions of the common law upon which the entire Anglo-American legal system rests. But possibly this legal system, too, is misbegotten and should be scrapped or radically overhauled. In his devotional biography of John D. Rockefeller Professor Alan Nevins, the Columbia historian, suggests that the common view of Rockefeller as the epitome of ruthless pecuniary man, freely breaking the law in quest of profits in any and every accessible field, is entirely mistaken. Professor Nevins in his summation, which may be taken as applying just as well to any industrial tycoon, indirectly suggests that Rockefeller is representative in his way of political man, that is, a person planning and providing for the entire community even if in ways not readily understood by lesser mortals. This is evident, for example, when Professor Nevins says, behind this organizing genius, which has analogies with Richelieu's or Bismarck's, lay a combination of traits not less interesting because of their simplicity, conspicuity, and harmony. And Rockefeller's single-mindedness, says Professor Nevins, reminds us of Cecil Rhodes. 54 In brief, Rockefeller reminds Nevins of commanding political leaders. Had Professor Nevins chosen for comparison political personalities from near home, readers might more readily have detected the untenability of offering Rockefeller as an example of political man, acting according to some conception of the general welfare of society rather than milking society for personal gain through the most effective monopoly of all time. Rockefeller in his heyday in fact stood adverse to the common interest, and this was formally found to be so by United States courts. Professor Nevins has generalized beyond Rockefeller, the architects of our material progress if such they ever were. F.L. The men like Whitney, McCormick, Westinghouse, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Hill, and Ford will yet stand forth in their true stature as builders if indeed they ever were. F.L. of a strength which civilization found indispensable. In this connection Professor Nevins went on to contend grotesquely that these and other men like them saved the world in World War I and later helped the world meet a succession of world crises. He thereupon called for a revision of history, at which historians so far look with deep reserve, to give these unjustly evaluated men their proper due as builders and saviors of civilization. 55 As to the role in 1914-18 of the industrial tycoons, American and foreign, far from saving the world, they were the chief operative factors in producing World War I, as a wealth of research conclusively shows. Again, it was the American business leaders who pushed the United States into that war from far out in left field on fantastic grounds of ensuring freedom of the seas, terminating militarism, and saving the world for democracy. 56 Nearly every major difficulty of the contemporary world can be traced directly to the governments of the major powers, the United States included, in 1914-18, and the leading property holders who stood solidly behind them. They produced, among other things, totalitarian communism as an outgrowth of the situation. But even though Professor Nevins and others who argue like him are not plausible, there does exist this view that corporate man is a disguised political man. And if this were so, then the law-breaking in question might not only be condoned but might even be praised. For if these men are merely trying to get rid of a series of progress-stifling, retrograde laws by wholesale violation and evasion in order to establish industrial feudalism, they may be looked upon as forward-planning political saboteurs, even revolutionaries, who should be compared with and differentiated from Lenin, Trotsky, Gandhi, and Mao Zedong. It is true that no such general intention has been openly avowed, but perhaps the intent is secret. Perhaps there exists a clandestine political conspiracy to undermine the present form of government and produce the good society according to the conception of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, that is, industrial feudalism. As for Richelieu, Bismarck, and Rhodes, none of them was at odds with the system in which he found himself. None was ever found guilty of serious crimes in his nation's courts. But although the corporation leaders do not seem to be consciously political beyond seeking at all times to install opportunistic puppets and catspaws in office, it is a fact, as Professor Sutherland notes, that, during the last century this economic and political system has changed. The changes have resulted principally from the efforts of businessmen. If the word subversive refers to efforts to make fundamental changes in a social system, the business leaders are the most subversive influence in the United States. These business leaders have acted as individuals or in small groups, seeking preferential advantages for themselves. The primary loyalty of the businessman has been to profits, and he has willingly sacrificed the general and abstract principles of free competition and free enterprise in circumstances which promised a pecuniary advantage. Moreover, he has been in a position of power and has been able to secure these preferential advantages. The restriction of free enterprise has also come principally from businessmen who have constantly sought to increase government regulation in their own interest, as in the case of tariffs, subsidies, and prohibition of price cutting on trademarked items. In fact, the interests of businessmen have changed, to a considerable extent, from efficiency in production to efficiency in public manipulation, including manipulation of the government for the attainment of preferential advantages. But the most significant result of the violations of the antitrust laws by large business concerns is that they have made our system of free competition and free enterprise unworkable. We no longer have competition as a regulator of economic processes, we have not substituted efficient government regulation. We cannot go back to competition. We must go forward to some new system, perhaps communism, perhaps cooperativism, perhaps much more complete governmental regulation than we now have. I don't know what lies ahead of us and am not particularly concerned, but I do know that what was a fairly efficient system has been destroyed by the illegal behavior of big business. 57. One can, then, take these various behaviors of the corporations, owned 80% or by 1.6% of the populace, in one of two ways. If the corporate men and their principals are struggling to undermine the political system of 1789, the one established by the Founding Fathers, in order to achieve a new one near their heart's desire, they may be looked upon as political engineers and, at least from the point of view of the big property interests, as admirable men such as Professor Nevins finds Rockefeller to have been. But, on the other hand, if the system of 1789 is the good one, and to be defended, as in my own prejudice I suppose it generally to be, then the corporate men stand before history as convicted habitual criminals, true subversives, and enemies of established society. In any event, returning to our initial inquiry, in looking for criminals in the business system one need not look for denizens from the underworld who have wormed their way in. There is, furthermore, no concrete evidence that underworld figures have done so, although anyone may buy stock in the open market. The big criminals consist of the ordinary corporations and their officers, agents and instrumentalities of the rich, and this is a fact repeatedly certified by the federal courts and the quasi-judicial tribunals of the United States of America. We must confess, then, to failure in the attempt to find members or agents of any mafia, cosa nostra, or underworld syndicate of any kind high in the business world, although the established entrepreneurs, securely installed, give a lusty account of themselves in the matter of law-breaking. Comparatively they make mafias and crime syndicates look like pushcart operations. 4. The inheritors, I. Large sums and wealthy individuals have been scrutinized for 2 chapters, but the concentrated core of private American wealth is yet to be examined. This chapter reports the findings of such an examination. Private wealth acquired by new entrepreneurs, new in the sense of first showing themselves since World War II or even World War I, does not amount to much relatively, as we have observed. The conclusion is evident, although there are indeed new fortunes large and small, either post-1918 or post-1945, they are neither numerous, of unusual amplitude nor especially potent in politico-economic affairs. With the exception of the Kennedy fortune, none of the later fortunes has played a prominent role in public affairs, and the political activities of the Kennedys have not been a consequence of their financial interests. The Kennedys were political long before they had money, though money has proved to be a fortuitous aid to their political inclinations. Except for Joseph P., the Kennedys' grandfathers and grandsons have all been political rather than pecuniary men. Nearly all the current large incomes, those exceeding $1 million, $500,000, or even $100,000 or $50,000 a year, are derived in fact from old property accumulations, by inheritors, that is, by people who never did whatever one is required to do, approved or disapproved, creative or non-creative, in order to assemble a fortune. And, it would appear, no amount of dedicated entrepreneurial effort by newcomers can place them in the financial class of the inheritors. Some 2,000 to 3,000 incomes, more or less, in the range of $50,000 to $500,000, a very few higher, accrue to salaried corporation executives, the stewards and overseers of vast industrial domains for the very rich. These men came into these revenues rather late in life, in their late 40s and 50s mostly, and face early retirement from the scene. Few are heavily propertied. Independent small businessmen, a small enterprise being generally accepted now by connoisseurs as one with assets below $50 million, account for perhaps the same number of such incomes. A considerably smaller number accrue to a scattering of popular entertainers and athletes, whose earning power usually diminishes steeply with the fading of their youth. Very few large incomes, contrary to popular supposition, accrue to inventors. None whatever, as the record clearly shows, accrue to scientists, scholars, and trained professionals of various kinds, only a handful to highly specialized medical doctors working mainly for the propertied class, and to an occasional executive engineer. Top-rank military officers are paid meagerly, although some manage to find their way to the tag end of the corporate gravy train for their few years remaining after official retirement. In brief, few members of the most highly trained professional classes even late in life receive incomes approaching the level of $50,000 or even $30,000. They are, income-wise, strictly menials, necessary technicians on the economic plantation. In the world's most opulent economy they, together with the less skilled bulk of the populace, must count their pennies in an economy of widespread personal scarcity. Increases in the number of large incomes paralleling cyclical increases in prices and quickened economic activity therefore do not indicate, as naive financial observers conclude, that new fortunes are being made right and left. They signify only that established accumulations are profiting by the cyclical trend. Whether the income is high or low, the property always remains, ready to show its truly magnificent earning power in upward cyclical phases, showing its brute staying power in downward slides. In the combined Fortune, Saturday Evening Post and New York Times roundups of the new and established big wealthy, it turned out that about half of the 75+ given close scrutiny are new wealthy and the other half old wealthy. The situation, on the face of it, seems to be about half and half, evenly balanced as between the old and the new. This implication tacitly conveyed by the manner in which Fortune in particular presented its list in 1957 will be flatly challenged here, where it will be shown that even granting the new wealthy all that Fortune claimed for them, they represent little more than a shadow on the surface of a deep, silent, and generally unsuspected pool. This pool consists simply of the estates, including trust funds, shown to view by Professor Lampman, cited in Chapter I. These estates, the owners comprising 1.6% of the adult population as of 1953, the percentage is the same or smaller now owing to the disproportionate increase in the non-propertied through the higher post-war birth rate, that held $60,000 or more of revenue-producing assets, constitute the nearly absolute bulk of the holdings of the propertied class. But more than half of this class own no more than $125,000 each of assets, as Lampman points out, bringing down to 0.8% those in the group holding more than $125,000 of assets. And most of this 0.8% can be considered only moderately wealthy, what is usually meant by the sayings well fixed or comfortably off. The fortune rainbow of individual inheritors holding $75 million or more of assets will now be presented, but there will, first, be some further demurrer leveled against its categorization of new wealthy and old wealthy. It will be recalled that, according to the Lampman findings, there were 27,000 owners of at least $1 million as of 1953, so the fortune list represents only a very small sample off the top. There were about 90,000 such as of 1967, owing largely to the rise in market values. Inherited wealth holders, 1957 stated net worth in financial age in living millions activity 1957 schooling children. 1 J. Paul Getty $700 to $1,000 executive 65 Oxford, B.A., 5 London Getty Oil County. 2 Mrs. Mellon Bruce $400 to $700 rentier, Ailsa Mellon, New York. 3 Paul Mellon $400 to $700 Director 50 Yale, A.B., 2 Upperville, Virginia Mellon National Bank, Cambridge, A.B., etc. 4 Richard K. Mellon $400 to $700 Executive 58 attended 4 Pittsburgh Alcoa, Princeton Gulf Oil, etc. 5 Mrs. Allen M. Scaife $400 to $700 rentier 54. 2. Sarah Mellon. Died, 1965, 6. John D. Rockefeller, Jr. $400 to $700 Standard Oil Group Brown, A.B., 6, died, 1960, stockholder 83.7. Iron E. DuPont $200 to $400 Executive 81 MIT. MS, 8, died, 1963, E. I. DuPont, General Motors 8. William DuPont $200 to $400 President 61. 5. Wilmington, Delaware Trust Co. 9. Mrs. Frederick Guest $200 to $400 Rentier, Amy Phipps, Palm Beach. 10. Howard Hughes $200 to $400 Executive 52 attended none Houston Hughes Tool Co. Caltech 11. Vincent Astor $100 to $200 Real Estate 66 attended none New York owner Harvard, died, 1960. 12. Lamont DuPont Copeland $100 to $200 Executive 52 Harvard, B.S., 3. Wilmington E. I. DuPont General Motors. 13. Mrs. Alfred I. DuPont $100 to $200 Company Director attended none. Longwood College 14. Mrs. Edsel Ford $100 to $200 Rentier. 4. Detroit 15. Doris Duke $100 to $200 Rentier. New York 16. Amory Houghton $100 to $200 Corning Glass 58 Harvard, AB, 5 Ambassador to France 17. Arthur A. Houghton, Jr. $100 to $200 Corning Glass attended 4 New York Harvard 18. Boy Arthur Hunt $100 to $200 Executive 76 Yale, AB, 4 Alcoa 19. Mrs. Jean Mouse $100 to $200 Rentier, Abbey Rockefeller, 20. Mrs. Chauncey McCormick $100 to $200 Rentier, Marion Deering, Chicago 21. Mrs. Charles Payson $100 to $200 Rentier 54 attended 4, Joan Whitney, Barnard 22. John Hay Whitney $100 to $200 Publisher 53 attended 2 Ambassador to Britain Investor Oxford New York Yale 23. David Rockefeller $100 to $200 Executive 42 Harvard, B.S., 6 Chase Bank Chicago, Ph.D., Standard Oil 24. John D. Rockefeller III $100 to $200 Chairman 51 Princeton, B.S., 4 New York Rockefeller Brothers. Fund 25. Lawrence Rockefeller $100 to $200 Executive 47 Princeton, A.B., 4 New York Rockefeller Interests 26. Winthrop Rockefeller $100 to $200 Rockefeller Interests attended Yale 1 Governor, Arkansas Land DEV 4527. Nelson A. Rockefeller $100 to $200 Government 49 Dartmouth, A.B., 6 Governor, New York. 28. John Nicholas Brown $75 to $100 Real Estate 57 Harvard, A.B., Newport Operator. 29. Godfrey L. Cabot $75 to $100 Chairman 96 Harvard, A.B., 5. Died, 1962, Godfrey L. Cabot, Inc. Chemicals 30. Mrs. Horace Dodge, Senior $75 to $100 Rentier Palm Beach 31. John T. Dorrance, Jr. $75 to $100 Beneficiary 38 Princeton, A.B., 3 Philadelphia Campbell Soup Trust 32. Benson Ford $75 to $100 Ford Motors 38 attended 2 Detroit Vice President Princeton 33. Henry Ford $75 to $100 Ford Motors 40 attended Yale 2 Detroit Chairman 34. William C. Ford $75 to $100 Ford Motors 27 Yale, B.S., 2 Detroit Vice President 35. W. Averell Harriman $75 to $100 Government, 66 Yale, A.B., 2 New York Investments 36. Robert Kleberg, Jr. $75 to $100 Cattle, Oil 61 attended 1 King Ranch Texas University Whisk. 37. John M. Olin $75 to $100 Executive 65 Cornell, B.S., 3 Alton, Illinois Olin Matheson Chemicals 38. Spencer T. Olin $75 to $100 Executive 57 Cornell, M.E., 4 Alton, Illinois Olin Matheson Chemicals 39. J. Howard Pugh $75 to $100 Executive 75 attended none Philadelphia Sun Oil Co. MIT listed 40. Joseph N. Pugh, Jr. $75 to $100 Executive 71 Cornell, M.E., 4 Sun Oil County 41. Mrs. M. Merriweather Post $75 to $100 Director 70 Finishing 3 Washington, D.C. General Foods School 42. Robert Woodruff $75 to $100 Executive 68 Attended Emory Atlanta Coca-Cola, etc. Asterisk not listed in Who's Who, 1956 to 57, 1964 to 65. As a beginning, the name of J. Paul Getty will be placed now on the list of inheritors, where it properly belongs. He was placed on the list in Chapter 2 only to appease, temporarily, those who suppose on the basis of public reports that he made the grade strictly on his own. One other name will be included among the inheritors that Fortune classified as new wealthy. Reasons for the reclassification will be given and the reader may judge for himself as between Fortune and this writer. The name added to the list, termed one of the new wealthy by Fortune, is that of Godfrey L. Cabot of Boston, who died in 1962 at 101. He was a member of the famous Cabot family of Boston, who proverbially speak only to God, that was founded by Jean Cabot or Chabot, who came to America in 1700 from the Anglo-French island of Jersey. Cabot soon became one of the large landowners of the new colonies, and the family ever since has been distinguished by propertied business and professional men, diplomats, and political figures. It and the allied Lowell and various other Boston families have been in the money all along, some from earlier than Paul Revere's ride. Godfrey Cabot, after his graduation from Harvard in 1882 and some study abroad, went to western Pennsylvania where he engaged in the new oil and gas business and soon, responding to his chemist's training, became interested in carbon black, a byproduct of natural gas that to others was plain soot. He invested money, of which he had more than a little, in carbon black plants. He soon owned 10, and in natural gas pipelines. He could well be called Cabot the Carbon Black King. Carbon black has many uses in the chemical industry, in which Cabot and a brother were long leading figures. Cabot, in short, was a moneyed investor entrepreneur, as good as they come, and ran his original stake up to a level recently worthy of notice from Fortune. He clearly classifies as an inheritor, albeit personally more creative than most. All the extant Cabots are inheritors. An incomplete list. There is no way to guarantee that this list of 42 exhausts all individuals with inherited holdings, improved or unimproved, of $75 million or more. The list is probably incomplete even within the terms laid down by Fortune. Thus, not included on it was William Rand Keenan, who died July 28, 1965, aged 93, leaving an estate for probate tentatively estimated at $100 million. He was a founder of the Union Carbide Company. 2. That the Keenans were no financial midgets is attested by the fact that William Rand Keenan, Jr., is at present chairman of the board of the Niagara County National Bank and Trust Company, president of the Peninsular and Occidental Steamship Company, the Florida East Coast Railway Company, the Florida East Coast Hotel Company, the Florida East Coast Car Ferry Company, the Model Land Company, Perrine Grant Land Company, West Palm Beach Water Company, Carolina Apartment Company and Western Block Company, and a director of various other companies including the Florida Power and Light Company. So many presidencies suggest large personal holdings. Just how many similar big fish may have escaped our dragnet one cannot be sure. The big wealthy Rosenwalds of Sears, Roebuck were omitted. We have already seen how J. Paul Getty moved along in shadowy anonymity most of his life. The Mellon family, already astronomically rich, was nationally unknown until Andrew Mellon, his name never before printed by the New York Times, was made Secretary of the Treasury by President Warren G. Harding. This was much like making Casanova headmaster of a school for young ladies, as the sequel showed. For Mellon dished out with a lavish hand huge unexpected tax rebates to the surprised rich and, as a distiller himself, did not prevent distillers' stocks from inundating the Volstead Act, which was under his official jurisdiction. Although the list, then, is not exhaustive, it may be taken as tentatively indicative of those who in 1957 individually possessed inherited wealth in excess of $75 million. But the prime value of the list is that it points the way to far larger concentrations of wealth that Fortune chose to ignore. Family holdings. The key: it is noticeable that most of these individuals belong to a financially prominent family, their fortunes a slice from a single source. As the holdings are now vested in individual names, they each, from one defensible point of view, hold a single fortune. Generically, however, their family-derived holdings together constitute a single fortune. And without the family holdings they would amount to little financially. On a generic basis, indeed, many clusters of individually inherited fortunes, no single one as large as $75 million, do in fact exceed some of the strictly individual large ones, such as that of Howard Hughes. For 5 related and cooperating persons holding a mere $50 million each from a single source, and there are many in this pattern, would represent a generic fortune of $250 million. What I term superwealth is prominently, although not completely, represented on this list. Superwealth simply consists of a very large generic fortune that may or may not be split into several parts. It has other characteristics. First, it generally controls and revolves around one or more important banks. It absolutely controls or has a controlling ownership stake in from 1 to 3 or more of the largest industrial corporations. It has established and controls through the family 1 to 3 or 4 or more super foundations designed to achieve a variety of stated worthy purposes, as well as confer vast industrial control through stock ownership and extend patronage influence over wide areas. It has established or principally supports one or several major universities or leading polytechnic institutes. It is a constant heavy political contributor, invariably to the Republican Party, the political projection of superwealth. It has extremely heavy property holdings abroad, so that national, foreign, and military policy is of particular interest to it. And it has vast indirect popular cultural influence because of the huge amount of advertising its corporations place in the mass media. Critics mistakenly blame a shadowy entity called Madison Avenue for the culturally stultifying quality as well as intrusiveness of most advertising. But here it should be noticed that Madison Avenue can produce only what is approved by its clients, the big corporations. If these latter ordered Elizabethan verse, Greek drama, and great pictorial art, Madison Avenue would supply them with alacrity. Beyond this, the dependence upon corporate advertising of the mass media newspapers, magazines, radio, and television makes them editorially subservient, without in any way being prompted, to points of view known or thought to be favored by the big property owners. Sometimes, of course, as the record abundantly shows, they have been prompted and even coerced to alter attitudes. But the willing subservience shows itself most generally, apart from specific acts of omission or commission, in an easy blandness on the part of the mass media toward serious social problems. These are all treated, when treated at all, as part of a diverting kaleidoscopic spectacle, the modern Roman circus of telecommunication. As Professor J. Kenneth Galbraith aptly remarked, in the United States it is a case of the bland leading the bland. No doubt it would be bad for trade if there was serious stress on the problematic side of affairs. It would disturb confidence. On this fortune list, valuable in its way, we find among the super wealthy, among others less prominent, the DuPonts, Mellons, Rockefellers, and Fords, as well as the Pews. The primary but not exclusive sources of their wealth have been E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, the Aluminum Corporation of America, the Standard Oil Group of companies, and the Ford Motor Company. Each of these companies has many times been formally adjudicated in violation of the laws, the first 3 repeatedly named in crucial successful prosecutions charging vast monopolies. Aluminum, Standard Oil, and DuPont achieved their positions precisely through monopoly, as formally determined by the courts. The DuPont dynasty, the combined wealth of 4 DuPonts, as given by Fortune, was minimally $600 million and at a maximum stood at $1.2 billion. But here, it becomes clearly evident, it is possible to understate greatly the size of a generic fortune by singling out for notice only a few of its most prominent representatives. For there are many additional wealthy, so-called DuPonts. Perhaps they do not individually hold as much as $75 million, but many of them out of a total group, exceeding 1,600 persons descended from Pierre Samuel DuPont 1739 to 1817, hold somewhat lesser fortunes that stem directly or indirectly from the central DuPont financial complex. Not included on the fortune list were Alexis Felix DuPont, Jr., born 1905, Alfred Rhett DuPont, born 1907, Alfred Victor DuPont, born 1900, Edmund DuPont, born 1906, Henry B. DuPont, born 1898, Henry Francis DuPont, born 1880, Pierre S. DuPont III, born 1911, and a variety of active highly pecunious DuPonts bearing the DuPont name or alien names brought into the golden dynastic circle through exogamous marriages of DuPont women. Endogamous marriages among the DuPonts, however, have been frequent. The financially elite among the DuPonts number about 250 and most of the family's riches are in their hands. There are, then, 250 big DuPonts and many little DuPonts. The generic DuPont fortune appears to be the largest, now, of the four here under scrutiny. Not only is the DuPont Company the oldest of them, but as a prolific clan the DuPonts have included many individual entrepreneurs, none perhaps individually as outstanding as Rockefeller or Ford but collectively more persistent. Again, as an ordnance enterprise in an era of big wars, DuPont grew astronomically, attaining its biggest growth in World War I, and thus provided the sinews for branching out into at least four of the biggest modern industries: chemicals, automobiles, oil, and rubber. It is the American croup. But, the question should be raised, is any violence being done the facts in examining a generic fortune rather than its individual slivers? The picture would indeed be distorted if the individual heirs had gone their separate ways and an analyst nevertheless insisted upon treating them collectively. But the DuPonts, as well as others, have not gone their separate ways with their inheritances. They have, despite intrafamily feuds, acted as a collectivity. In Note 2, Chapter 2, I mentioned A.C. Wright Mill's reference to an earlier work of mine in which he says chidingly that I once generalized cousinhood only into political and economic power. In the DuPonts, however, we have a literal, closely cohering financial and political cousinhood, as in the case of the Mellons. In the case of the Fords and Rockefellers we have, staving within these terms, brotherhoods. The DuPont cousinhood coheres, tightly, through a network of family holding companies and trust funds which, under a unified concentrated family management, gives a single, unified thrust to the family enterprises. There is danger of distortion in treating any single one of this cousinhood, financially, as an individual. It is misleading because it shows only a few facets on top of the huge iceberg, neglects the concealed major portion below the surface. The precise size of the generic DuPont fortune would be difficult to determine. But the Christiana Securities Company alone, largest of the family holding companies, at the end of 1964 held investments valued by itself at $3.271 billion in E1. DuPont de Nemours, the Wilmington Trust Company, the Wilmington News Journal and the Hercules Powder Company. For this, be it noted, was after E1. DuPont had divested itself of 63 million shares of General Motors Common, in which others than the DuPonts, of course, had some equity. The Christiana portion of this GM distribution was 18,247,283 shares, 5 worth $1.788 billion at a closing price of $98 a share for 1964. At that time the whole original EI DuPont GM block had a market value of $6.174 billion. EI DuPont paid an average price of $2.09 a share for this stock, according to Senator Harrison A. Williams, Jr., of New Jersey, or $131,670,000 in all. 6. With 10,026 formally registered separate common stockholders at the end of 1964, Christiana has stockholders other than DuPonts and their in-laws. These other stockholders are mainly company officers and employees. But the extent of DuPont family participation in Christiana before World War II, according to a government investigation of dominant owners of the 200 largest non-financial corporations, was 74% or 7, assuming that the financial core of the DuPont family still held 44% of E1. DuPont de Nemours stock, as per the TNEC study, the recent record stands approximately as follows: Market value December 31, 1961 December 31, 1964 44% family interest Indiana 45,994,520 E1. DuPont shares at 247-1/2 for end 1961, 241-3/4 for end 1964, $5,1,257,472, $4,892,433,792. 44% family interest Indiana 63 million General Motors shares divested by E.I. DuPont at 1964 closing price of 98. Individual DuPonts holding GM not included, $2,716,560,000. Christiana Securities direct holding in GM, added since TNEC study, at 57-7/8 for end 1961. 98 a share for end 1964, 30,962,102, 52,430,000 underscore 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 underscore. Totals for above $5,032,219,574, $7,661,423,792. Less, sales of 1,050,000 shares. GM by Christiana Securities for taxes and cost of distribution at average price of about 62,193,750 underscore 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 underscore. Corrected totals $5,032,219,574, $7,599,230,042. Less, further planned sale of 457,312 GM shares by Christiana at beginning of 1965 at estimated minimal price of $145,731,200 underscore 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 underscore. Revised totals $5,032,219,574, $7,553,498,842. Add 10.5% DuPont interest in U.S. Rubber Co., as shown by TNEC study held by individuals in the DuPont-owned Rubber Securities Company, $34,316,836, $38,232,179. Add, holdings of Christiana Securities other than E1. DuPont and General Motors, $37,749,136. Add various assorted individual investments by DuPonts and ownership in extensive landed estates. Underscore 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 underscore. Total $7,629,480,000 plus. The figure of $7.629 billion for 1964, as indicated above, is an approximation, but one close to the figures available. In view of the many individual DuPont investments not included for various of the DuPonts have long branched into other fields, it is beyond doubt an understatement. On what grounds can one assume that the family investment in E.I. DuPont de Nemours remained at 44%? First, the investment of this company in General Motors itself was not diminished. Second, since the TNEC study, a new investment was made in General Motors by Christiana. Whether this represented an increase in overall General Motors holdings or a transfer from some other part of the DuPont exchequer is not shown, but presumably it represented an enlarged investment. If anything, the family investment, through individuals, was increased since 1937, the date of the TNEC data. For the DuPonts in the intervening years were in receipt of vast cash dividends. In the meantime, many of them had reduced their once opulent and ultra-expensive scale of living. Unless they had, off the record, somehow disposed of large sums, it would seem inevitable that their investment position was enlarged. Their foundations did not, in the meantime, show any large new accretion of funds. It is true that the family participation in General Motors cannot be computed accurately at the figure given for the end of 1964, even after allowing for the sales of GM by Christiana, because the DuPont trust funds were also required to sell whatever GM they received in the distribution. But the equivalent value in money, depending upon what point in the rising market GM was sold, would remain in DuPont hands. Taking into consideration various factors such as these, and others, the entire family holding should be at least $7.629 billion, rather than the vague recent estimate of $3 billion by a family historian. 8. I conclude, therefore, that the financially cohesive DuPont family is capable of throwing something around a $7.5 billion punch at any time in the American political economy on the present price level. Its members should not, despite their partial setback in General Motors, be looked upon as a miscellaneous collection of financial tabby cats. The individual DuPonts, it should be noticed, retain their GM holdings, constituting the largest identifiable block in General Motors stock. The DuPonts have additionally established a string of at least 18 foundations, 9 the most recent assets of which are reported by the Foundation Directory, 1964, at an aggregate of $148,046,401. These foundations are Breton, Carpenter, Chichester DuPont, Copeland Andalot, Crestley, Good Samaritan, Irony DuPont, Jr., Eleutherian Mills Hagley, Kramer, Laller, Lesesson, Longwood, Nemours, Rencourt, Sharp, Theano, Welfare and Winterthur. The largest of these, Longwood and Winterthur, with combined assets of $122,559,001, are largely devoted to maintaining in all their splendor former DuPont estates as public museums and botanical gardens. 10. The estates thus dedicated to public uses, were not required to pay ad valorem inheritance taxes. But the invested voting power of these assets, funneled through banks and trustees, provides some additional DuPont strength in politico-economic decision-making. Even if one were able to pinpoint the value of the family holdings at $7.629 billion, this would not be especially significant. The big fortunes rise and fall in value with the economy, so that in one decade their values are up and in another down. But the significant fact is that throughout economic changes the big fortunes, and the companies underlying them, outperform expansions of the economy. Put another way, more and more of the economy is constantly being preempted by fewer and fewer generic interests, even though through inheritance the generic property income is distributed among a greater number of individuals. There are, in brief, more DuPonts, Rockefellers, Mellons, and their like today than there were in 1900. But they each share in much enlarged central stakes. The divestiture of General Motors stock took place after the United States Supreme Court ordered it upon finding E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company guilty of violating Section 7 of the Clayton Act, which forbids any stock acquisition whose effect may be substantially to lessen competition or tend to create a monopoly. This case of closing the barn door after it had been wide open for more than 30 years began in 1949 under President Harry Truman. The Supreme Court, overruling a lower court, found that DuPont's ownership of 23% of GM, which it controlled, placed it in a favored market position in the sale of automobile finishes and fabrics, to the detriment of competitors. GM, in fact, was a captive customer. As the New York Times incidentally reported, few if any large companies have been the subject of so many antitrust suits as DuPont. 11 since 1939. 19 have been counted. But DuPont holdings, as indicated, are by no means all channeled through Christiana Securities. During the GM proceedings it was reported to the court, for example, that William DuPont, Jr., personally owned 1,269,788 shares of EI DuPont de Nemours. And, unless the family investment pattern has changed greatly since the TNEC study, other DuPonts are heavy individual holders in EI DuPont de Nemours and other companies. The TNEC study showed the following individual DuPonts directly holding stock in EI DuPont de Nemours: Pierre S., Eugene, Archibald, M.L., H.F., Eugene E., Ernest, trustees for Philip F., trustees for Elizabeth B., trustees on behalf of William DuPont, Jr. and Mrs. Marion DuPont Scott, and Charles Copeland. This group held 5.75% 12. One member of the family and the Brosco Corporation, another family holding company, held stock directly in General Motors, substantial even by DuPont standards. 13. A family trust held much more. But 22 other DuPonts, none named above, held stock in the Delaware Realty and Investment Company, since absorbed by Christiana Securities, which in turn held 2.75% of EI DuPont de Nemours stock. 39 other DuPonts, none named above or included in the Delaware Realty Group, held stock in Almores Securities, Inc. Since dissolved, which held 5.24% of EI DuPont de Nemours stock as well as an interest in the Mid-Continent Petroleum Corporation. 14. The TNEC study uncovered 8 DuPont family securities holding compartise 15 and 7 separate trust funds. 16. This variety of financial instruments was in part at least the residue of earlier feuds and financial squabbles in the family, with charges of individual overreaching and tricky dealing aired in public. In recent decades most of these quarrels appear to have been composed in favor of consolidating family interests. The government in its General Motors case held that the DuPonts were a cohesive group of at least 75 persons. But it named 184 members of the DuPont family in its complaint. Spokesman for the DuPonts, after the GM decision was given, said that GM stockholders closely affiliated with the DuPont management would sell an additional 3 million shares of General Motors. 17. The TNEC study showed that individual DuPonts, their family holding companies and/or their trust funds held stock in many other companies. The largest of these additional stock holdings was in the giant United States Rubber Company, which the DuPonts in effect controlled. Here the Rubber Securities Company, a DuPont family company, and 7 individual DuPonts owned 10.5% and constituted the largest cohesive stockholding group. The continued presence of the DuPont interest in the United States Rubber Company as of 1965 is signaled by the presence on the board of directors of J.S. Dean, President and Director of the Nemours Corporation, and a director and member of the Executive Committee of the Wilmington Trust Company, and of George P. Edwards, Chairman of the Wilmington Trust Company. Other companies in which various of the DuPonts, their family companies and/or trust funds held smaller ownership positions were the American Sugar Refining Company, the Mid-Continent Petroleum Corporation, Phillips Petroleum Company and the United Fruit Company. At various times they have been interested in still other companies. 18 DuPonts are also found in other pecuniary pastures. Thus Edmund and A. Rhett DuPont, sons of Francis I. DuPont, a member of the reorganized Maine Corporation in 1903, have independently developed, using family-derived money, Francis I. DuPont and Company into the second largest brokerage house in the United States, with branches at home and abroad. DuPont in-laws are the chief partners of the highly rated brokerage house of Laird, Bissell, and Meads. Still other DuPonts, outside the main financial line, have established themselves in a variety of varyingly lucrative enterprises, large and small. 19. EI DuPont de Nemours and Company, since its beginning in 1803 with an initial capital of some $36,000, is now one of the world's industrial giants. Because, despite some recent adverse publicity, its history is not nearly as well known as that of the Standard Oil Company or the Ford Motor Company. Highlights of its rise may provide insight here into some ways large fortunes are made. After early difficulties, the company became successful because its French-trained owners made a better gunpowder. Helped along by the War of 1812, the company was made prosperous by the Civil War. In 1872, with the market glutted by post-war surplus powder, the DuPonts organized other leading powder makers and themselves into the Gunpowder Trade Association, which dictated prices and ruled the market for hunting and blasting powder with an iron hand. Hostile competitors were undersold until they capitulated or went out of business, when prices would again be raised. This enterprise, later known as the Powder Trust, continued without challenge into the first decade of the 20th century. 20 under one-man rule for many years, and with wars scarce, by 1902 the company seemed to be losing ground and its weary chief owners thought of selling it to outsiders. But one, Alfred I, the savior of the DuPonts, objected and, bringing to the fore younger cousins T. Coleman of the Kentucky branch of the family, and Pierre S., made a purchase offer that was accepted. The price was $15,360,000, more than $3 million above what it had been hoped to get from outsiders. The new owners soon found, moreover, that the property was worth more than $24 million. Best of all, the new owners put up no cash but gave $12 million of 4% notes plus $3,360,000 in stock of a new company just founded, a company purely on paper. This company, without assets, took over the old company. Only incorporation expenses of $2,100 were paid out by the three up-and-coming cousins. As part of a feud that in time developed, Alfred I was later forced out of the management by T. Coleman and Pierre S. Meanwhile, Pierre had brought in his brothers Lamet and Irony and, after the withdrawal of Coleman, these three ran the show. In a deal from which Alfred I was excluded, Pierre, Lamet and Irony purchased the shares of T. Coleman in 1915 with money borrowed from J.P. Morgan and Company. Furiously, Alfred I charged that Pierre had used the standing of the company to borrow for the purchase and freeze him out. He brought suit against Pierre but lost. He was never reconciled. Although the power play by Pierre and his brothers was not illegal, it seemed, and with this Alfred I would agree, very much like self-centered overreaching, not against the outside hoi polloi, always fair game, but against an original sponsor and benefactor, an all too familiar story on the power levels of world history. The company in the meantime had blossomed unbelievably under T. Coleman's merger policy, and it stood on the threshold of its present eminence. The diverse members of the Powder Trust had now, one by one, been bought up or otherwise absorbed by DuPont. With breathtaking speed, companies were merged into the parent DuPont Corporation. By 1906, 64 corporations had been dissolved. A year later, DuPont was producing from 64 to 74% of the total national output of each of 5 types of explosives, and 100% of the privately produced smokeless military powder. Only the Standard Oil Trust was as well organized. 21 in 1907 complaints finally led the government to file languid suit against the company for violation of the Sherman Act, and after 5 years it was absent-mindedly convicted. Since 1903, when its investment was valued at a maximum of $36 million, it had earned nearly $45 million. 22 But because the companies absorbed by DuPont had been dissolved, the court was in a mild quandary about how to separate the blend. It asked the government and the company, as partners in the minuet, to work out a plan of reorganization. Alfred I went to see President William Howard Taft. At the White House, Alfred insisted that it would be to the advantage of the government and of the nation as a whole for DuPont to retain its 100% monopoly of smokeless military power. DuPonts were aware that war might break out soon in Europe. When it was pointed out that DuPont had been found guilty of violating the law, Alfred turned to Taft's Attorney General, George W. Wickersham, who was present, and reminded him that he had been DuPont's lawyer at the time the violations had taken place. If DuPont had broken the law, it was because the company had received bad legal counsel. 23. At special court hearings, a long procession of generals and admirals appeared to testify for the DuPonts, contending that it was absolutely vital to national security that DuPont retain its monopoly of smokeless military powder. Unbelievably, says the not unsympathetic but frank and independent family historian, the court accepted these arguments. To split up the military powder business among several competing companies would do damage to the close cooperation between DuPont and the government and thus jeopardize the security of the nation without any corresponding benefit to the public. Or so the court held in its final ruling in June, 1912. Thus DuPont was permitted to keep its 100% monopoly of military powder. 24. The less strategic powder divisions were placed in two new companies, the Atlas Powder Company and the Hercules Powder Company, the stocks and bonds of which were turned over to E.I. DuPont stockholders. The effect of the court order was merely to replace control of the new companies by the DuPont Company with control by the collective DuPont family. 25. But in 1942 E.I. DuPont de Nemours and 5 other companies, including Atlas and Hercules, were indicted in an antitrust suit and pleaded nolo contendere, automatically bringing a judgment of guilty. Since the case was a criminal cause, no injunction was in order. Thus the only deterrent effect was the penalty. 26. Substantially, however, it is quite clear that the government lost the case, said Harvard economist Edward W. Proctor. No permanent or even temporary restraint was placed on any of the practices of which the government complained. In fact, the companies calmly continued doing business the same way they had been doing it before the government brought suit. The case solved nothing. It really did not punish the law offenders, nor did it alleviate the restraints on competition. 27. As William H. A. Carr, the already cited family historian, remarks, this may not be as bad as it sounds. Proctor and other economists believe the wartime prosecution was politically motivated. Supporting this suspicion is the fact that the Department of Justice first tried to obtain an indictment in Norfolk, Virginia, but the grand jury there refused to return a true bill. Then the government took its evidence to Philadelphia, where another grand jury went along with Washington's demand for action. 28. Actually, every proper prosecution or official act of any government official is politically motivated as an act in the management of the state, polis. The pejorative connotation that has become attached to the word political in popular American usage has developed owing to the frequent charge, usually made by anti-regulation business spokesmen, that questioned political acts are improper acts for personal advantage, which they may or may not be. But whatever the motivation of the prosecutors, the companies did not deny the charges and the court made its decision on the basis of them. If the companies were indeed blameless, then the court itself became the partner in an improper action. And we are always faced with this alternative whenever it is argued that companies brought before the bar are being persecuted. If the companies are innocent, even when they plead guilty or no contest, then there is a grave fault in the American constitutional system. But the schools and leading privately owned agencies of public information all say the American constitutional system is excellent, the best in the world. The intelligent citizen, therefore, must feel not a little confused when he hears charges made of improper political motivation. If that is the kind of system we have, some will reasonably conclude, it ought to be changed in the interests of simple justice. World War I saw the swift rise of E.I. DuPont to industrial stardom. 40% of the shells fired by the Allies were hurled from the cannon by DuPont explosives. At the same time, the company met fully one-half of America's domestic requirements for dynamite and black blasting powder. 85% of production was explosives. In brief, without DuPont the Allies could hardly have fought what has been appropriately called the most unnecessary big war in history. At the same time the company's capital flooded upward from $83 million to $308 million on the basis of a wartime gross business of $1 billion. Net profits for 4 war years reached $237 million, of which $141 million were paid out in dividends. Those dividends could be reckoned at 458% of the stock's PAR value. 30 with $49 million of wartime profits not paid out in dividends, E.I. DuPont de Nemours bought its initial interest in General Motors Corporation, then the product of the merger of 21 independent automobile companies. 31 DuPont soon took control. German interests having been driven from the post-war domestic chemical field, where they had been entrenched, E.I. DuPont de Nemours branched into the general chemical field, in which it previously had only a small foothold. It did this not through some inherent scientific capability, as is sometimes suggested, but by buying up with wartime profits one independent chemical company after the other: Viscolloid Company, National Ammonia, Griselli Chemicals, Krebs Pigment and Chemical, Capes Viscose, Roessler and Haslacher Chemical, Commercial Pigments, Newport Chemical, Remington Arms Company and others. Individual DuPonts, now well supplied with funds, bought into North American Aviation, Bendix Aviation, and United States Steel. 32 provided with enough money, anyone could have done this. Offered during World War II a cost-plus fixed-fee contract to build atomic bomb plants for the Atomic Energy Commission, E.I. DuPont de Nemours, which alone had gathered to its capacious bosom the engineering facilities and personnel for such a gigantic task, set the fee at $1. What led the company to make this resoundingly modest charge is said in the official history of the Atomic Energy Commission to have been the following considerations. The tremendous military potential of the atomic weapon posed a possible threat to the company's future public relations. The DuPont leadership had not forgotten the Merchants of Death label slapped on the company during the Nye Committee investigations in the 1930s. Certainly it was clear that the company had not sought the assignment, but to keep the record straight, DuPont refused to accept any profit. The fixed fee was limited to $1. Any profits accruing from allowances for administrative overhead would be returned to the government. Walter S. Carpenter, Jr., the DuPont president, disavowed not only profits but also any intention of staying in the atomic bomb business after the war. In his opinion, the production of such weapons should be controlled exclusively by the government. The contract provided that any patent rights arising from the project would lie solely with the United States. 33 And so we come to the present, when the labyrinthine DuPont enterprise, no longer specializing exclusively in the merchandisable means of death, is devoted to making thousands of peacetime products, what it calls better things for better living through chemistry. The melons, 4 leading melons on the Fortune list, are given a minimal combined worth of $1.6 billion and a maximum of $2.8 billion. As market values up to this writing have risen sharply, these figures now embody considerable understatement. The melons are another close family group, with holdings concentrated as shown in the TNEC study in a broad group of leading companies: Aluminum Corporation of America, Gulf Oil Company, the Alice Chalmers Manufacturing Company, the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, the General American Transportation Corporation, Jones and Laughlin Steel Corporation, Coppers United Company, Lone Star Gas Corporation, Niagara Hudson Power Corporation, Pittsburgh Coal Company, Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, the Virginian Railway Company, Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, and various others. Of this group, the melons controlled Aluminum Corporation, Coppers United and Gulf Oil. 5 melons held these interests directly and through 2 family holding companies, 3 closely held insurance and securities companies, 6 trust funds, 1 estate and 1 foundation. 34 In Aluminum Corporation common stock, the melons held 33.85%, in the contingent voting preferred stock the family and its foundation held 24.98%. In Gulf Oil Company, the Mellon family and its personal companies owned 70.24% of the common stock, an unusually large single-family stake in so large an enterprise. The Mellons held 52.42% of the common stock of Coppers United and 1.52% of the contingent voting preferred. 35 Applying the TNEC percentages of ownership at closing 1964 market prices, the value of the Mellon holdings in the 3 leading companies alone would be 7,127,725 shares of Aluminum Company common, 33% of outstanding 21,413,177 shares, at 61-1/2 $438,970,087 164,477 shares Aluminum Company Preferred, 25% of outstanding 659,909 shares, at median price of 85-1/2, 1964 price range 83 to 88, $9,128,468 $72,579,487 shares Gulf Oil Corporation, 70% of outstanding 103,684,981 shares, at 58-5/8 $4,254,972,426 $1,166,567 common shares Coppers, 52-1/2% of 2,222,032 outstanding shares, at 55-3/8 $64,599,968 Other companies underscore 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 total $4,767,669,949. This computation is made without considering the Mellon holding in the Mellon National Bank of Pittsburgh, not included in the TNEC study, and in various other banks and in many companies with Mellon participation as reported in the TNEC study. But although the preceding table shows the pattern of the family holdings in general, there have been shifts in Mellon holdings since the TNEC study, notably through the establishment of a series of foundations in the 1940s. These foundations, whose holdings should not be necessarily considered as additions to those already indicated, are as follows: date founded 1962 assets. The A.W. Mellon Educational and 1930 $24,197,042 Charitable Trust. Included in TNEC study, Avalon Foundation, NY 1940 $99,182,784, Mrs. Ailsa Mellon Bruce, Sarah Mellon Scaife Foundation 1941 $20,098,157 Old Dominion Foundation, NY 1941 $65,082,139, Paul Mellon, Bollingen Foundation, NY 1945 $6,013,881, Paul Mellon, the, Richard K. Mellon Foundation 1947 $82,028,250, the, Matthew T. Mellon Foundation 1946 $160,775, as of 1960, underscore 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 foundation total $296,763,028. Although the income and any capital distribution from these foundations must be used for legally prescribed public purposes, the capital investments, as long as they remain undistributed, represent Mellon voting power in industry. But the foundations established since 1940 do not, as comparison with the first tabulation shows, diminish by much the personal Mellon holdings of today when computed according to the TNEC pattern. The family, all lovers of the old-time capitalism will be cheered to note, does not appear to be dissipating its fortune in riotous charity. Andrew Mellon, 1855 to 1937, was himself an inheritor, the son of Thomas Mellon, a rich Pittsburgh private banker and the pre-Civil War Horatio Alger source of the family fortune. From his father's bank, Andrew and his brother, Richard B., began branching out and initially acquired a commercial bank and an insurance company. It was a small beginning, with far greater deeds of financial daring due to come. The first really big Mellon opportunity came, however, when two metallurgists told Andrew in 1989 of a successful new process for smelting aluminum discovered by Charles M. Hall. In return for $250,000 credit with T. Mellon and Sons, the Pittsburgh Reduction Company, owner of the process, gave Mellon control of the company. It was common at the time for banks to demand a piece of the action in any promising enterprise that applied for loans, which is how Mellon and other bankers turned up with toothsome participations in so many burgeoning enterprises. 36 For these participations in many if not most cases, they paid nothing whatever but sat in their money nets like intent spiders and let the flies walk in one by one. The Mellon participation in Gulf Oil came about similarly. Anthony F. Lucic, a Yugoslav prospector, brought in the Great Spindletop Gusher in Texas in 1901, which quickly led to more oil than all the Pennsylvania fields had since 1859. Money was now needed to handle the flow and build pipelines, and Pittsburgh interests were appealed to. Among these were William Larimer Mellon, nephew of Andrew and himself and heir of Thomas Mellon. In the upshot there was formed the J.M. Gully Petroleum Company, capitalized at $15 million. Andrew W. Mellon bought the prospector's interest for $400,000 and altogether put $4.5 million into the new company, of which Colonel J. M. Guffey, who had an interest in the Spindletop lease, was given the presidency, $1 million, and a promise of $500,000 from future dividends. Andrew W. Mellon and his brother, Richard B., took 40% of the stock and sold 60% to 6 Pittsburgh capitalists. 37 Guffey Petroleum soon was renamed Gulf Oil. Guffey himself was dropped. Mellon utilized the same technique again and again with other entrepreneurs who came to him for the means necessary to launch or tide over their enterprises. The aluminum company was eventually judicially designated a monopoly, but not until it had enjoyed a long charmed life. It repulsed a number of private suits under the Sherman Act early in the century and on a few occasions outmaneuvered the Federal Trade Commission, which could not prove its bone-deep belief that the company was engaging in unfair competition. In 1912, however, the aluminum company consented to a practically meaningless decree in an action brought by an unenthusiastic Department of Justice charging unfair trade practices. Again in 1937 the Department of Justice brought suit, holding that the company held a 90% monopoly. In 1945, the United States Court of Appeals, Second Circuit, concluded that the company indeed held pre-war monopoly control of ingot production. But the court did not force the company to dispose of any plants pending disposition of government aluminum-making facilities built in wartime 1942–45. During the war, with aluminum in short supply, Reynolds Metals Company with government encouragement began primary production, the first competitor in the field since 1893. After the war the government, bypassing Aluminum Company, offered its plants to 224 different companies, some of them large, and strangely found no buyers. Surplus Property Administrator W. Stuart Symington then accused Aluminum Company of blocking the surplus plant sale by its patent control. After denying this, Alcoa relinquished to the government its many patents, gobbled up during the years, thus throwing them open to free licensing. Reynolds Metals now bought or leased various of the government plants created around these patents. Kaiser Aluminum, formed for the purpose, took over other government-built plants. Since then the Anaconda Copper Company and Revere Copper and Brass, Inc., have entered the lucrative field, with still others likely to come. The long Mellon monopoly in aluminum was finally broken, but not before the Mellons made millions from it. And the country is now for the first time well supplied with aluminum. Who are the Mellons today? There are Paul Mellon, son of Andrew Mellon, director of the Mellon National Bank and various Mellon funds, his children, Timothy and Catherine Conover, Mrs. John W. Warner, Richard King Mellon, Jr., son of Richard Beatty Mellon, nephew of Andrew, director and officer of various leading Mellon enterprises, his children, Richard, Cassandra, Constance, and Seward, Ailsa Mellon, Mrs. Mellon Bruce, daughter of Andrew and mother of Audrey Mellon Bruce, Sarah Mellon, Mrs. Allen M. Scaife, died 1965. Daughter of Richard Beatty Mellon and mother of Richard Mellon Scaife, who is a director of the Mellon National Bank and of various Mellon funds and trusts, William Larimer Mellon, M.D., and others. By no means as numerous as the DuPonts, the Mellons nevertheless constitute more than the glittering quartet named by fortune. The Rockefeller monolith fortune, without mentioning Rockefeller guidance over huge foundation endowments, credited 7 Rockefellers with a minimum combined holding in 1957 of $1 billion and a maximum of $1.9 billion. Although the Rockefeller name is now synonymous with extreme wealth, it is probable, owing to its earlier head-on conflicts with the law and consequent attempts to propitiate an aroused public opinion by contributions to publicly approved activities, that the combined Rockefeller fortune today is below that of the DuPonts, who apparently have not as yet felt it necessary to indulge in Baroque endowment operations to appease public opinion. The concentrated Rockefeller financial punch, however, both because of controlled foundations and many personal trust funds, is demonstrably more than double the maximum weight indicated by fortune. Beyond this, the Rockefellers have acquired considerable moral influence. To some small extent, the larger figure I produce is attributable to the rise in market value between 1957 and 1964, but fortune left a great deal out of its calculations. The death of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., in 1960 provides us with a concrete case for checking on fortune's estimate of inherited wealth. The probate of the Rockefeller will show that fortune was again astray, in this case very far astray, in estimating JDR, Jr., as P.E. arsenally worth $400 to $700 million in 1957. The probate showed his holdings added up to no more than approximately $150 million. 38 for he had over the years, as it was announced, established trust funds for 6 children and 22 grandchildren. 39 from these trust funds the children receive only income, with the principal sums presumably accruing to the grandchildren. There is thus assured a steady future supply of well-propertied Rockefellers. If it was not evident before this, it should be clearly evident now that fortune had no confidential information and no special expertise in computing the value of the large fortunes, individual or collective. Sometimes its procedure produced acceptably accurate results, at other times it was far off the target. Its listing, however, provides a convenient springboard for getting more deeply into the basic data. The JDR, Jr., estate paid virtually no inheritance taxes because it was left half to the widow and half to the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, a foundation. Under the Inheritance Tax Law as revised in 1948, over a presidential veto, half of any estate going to a spouse is non-taxable under what is pleasantly called the marital deduction. Who could be so disagreeable, except one hostile to marriage and possibly home, children, and dogs as well, as to object to such a deduction? But the effect of this deduction was to more than have inheritance taxes for married property holders, a vast majority. The greatest money benefit, obviously, accrued to the very largest property holders, and it was undoubtedly they who deviously pressed for the measure through their many staunch friends in Congress. As the half of the Rockefeller estate left to the fraternal foundation was also non-taxable, the whole was non-taxable. However, when, as and if the widow disposed of her trust fund, which she was empowered to do, it became estate taxable, in lower brackets, to be sure, than if it were still part of the original whole estate. If left to charity it would be non-taxable. But if the widow made no disposition of the capital, it was all to accrue to JDR, Jr's, children, when it would be taxable as in the case of any non-charitable disposition. For many years Rockefeller, Jr., son of the original self-made tycoon, had been prudently reducing his taxable estate by 1. Establishing trust funds for members of his family and 2. Allocating money to foundations controlled by the family. Thus, early in the 1930s he had begun transferring large holdings into trust funds for the children, according to the Federal Record. 40 as of December 18, 1934, when stock prices were abnormally low, 2 trusts for Abby Rockefeller were launched giving 2.13% ownership of Standard Oil Company of California, 1 for John D. III giving 0.99% ownership, and 1 for Nelson A. Rockefeller giving 0.92% ownership, 4.04% in all. Similar trusts were set up at the same time for the same children in Standard Oil Company of New Jersey. 41 later, as the will disclosed, trusts had been established for all 6 children and the 22 grandchildren. The family was now resting quietly in trust. As a general pattern, the TNEC study disclosed that 30% of the Rockefeller holdings were in foundations, 30% in family trust funds and 40% in the hands of individuals, a judiciously balanced diversification. 42 trust fund holdings are now apparently higher, individual holdings lower. There are reputed to be a large number of Rockefeller trust funds. According to the Washington Daily News, June 8, 1967, page 69, there may be as many as 75 family trust accounts set up by John D. Jr., for his 6 children and by those children for their 23 offspring. The latter generation, known as the cousins, have begun setting up trust accounts for their 44 children. In pointing out the low taxability of the JDR, Jr., estate, I do not intend to imply that some sort of impropriety was practiced. Rockefeller, Jr., acted according to the prescribed laws and like any prudentially motivated parent in making the best possible material provision for his children. My reason for stressing the tax-free status of his estate is only to counter the notion, widely spread by newspapers and right-wing demagogues, that the tax laws in general are breaking down, dispersing or seriously trimming property holdings of all kinds. The dominant effect of the tax laws actually, and not surprisingly in a society dominated by property holders with abundant money and patronage to dispense, is to preserve and solidify private property in general, especially big private property. The latter type, naturally, derives the most substantial benefits from the equal protection of the law which, as Anatole France remarked, majestically allows rich as well as poor to sleep under bridges. There was the same sort of low taxable estate left when Rockefeller, Sr., died in 1937. The probate disclosed that he had left a pitiful $25 million, of which state and federal taxes took about half. Nearly all of the remainder was left to a granddaughter, Mrs. Margaret Strong de Cuevas, and her children, and to the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research. 43. The bulk of the fortune he had amassed through the original Standard Oil Trust had already been transferred to his son and to foundations. Whatever may have been transferred before 1914 was tax-free, whatever may have been transferred between 1924 and 1930 bore the low tax rates of the Mellon era in government finance, whatever was transferred in the 1930s was at Depression low values. In brief, the amount of inheritance taxes collected from John D. Rockefeller Sr. and Jr. has been virtually nil. And despite the continual references in the public prints to how taxes are breaking up big fortunes, the Rockefeller fortune, like the DuPont, Mellon, and many others assembled in the 19th century, is still intact, fully fleshed and going strong. As fortune was very much in error on the JDR, Jr., holding, there is no reason to suppose it was any more accurate in placing each of the 6 children in the broad $100 to $200 million bracket. The surer procedure, it seems to me, is to ascertain, as I have done before, what the TNEC, under power of subpoena, found to be the pattern and percentage of total family holdings by individuals, trust funds, family holding companies and foundations, and to assume at least tentatively that this pattern and percentage still persist. When anyone argues, as some are bound to, that holdings in a company may have been altered, it should be pointed that such alteration would not seriously call this method into question. Whatever was sold in one place would be invested somewhere else, probably to better effect, as these large holdings are all under skillful professional supervision and tend to take maximum advantage of circumstances and to minimize disadvantages. New investments outperform old, as in the case of W. Averell Harriman's investment in Polaroid. As for the modest sums paid out in gift taxes, it is standard trust doctrine that these can be recovered gradually out of the income of the trust. On top of all this, the big fortunes have an unending stream of dividends, the spending of which would wear anyone out and has indeed worn out some flamboyant spenders. Much of these dividends, after taxes, are reinvested, thus tending to increase the fortune. The Rockefellers, like the DuPonts and Mellons, could be relatively poorer today than they were at the end of 1937, the date of the TNEC data for this phase of the inquiry, only if they had 1. Sold substantial interests and hoarded the proceeds in uninvested cash or placed them in fixed interest securities, 2. if they had burned or flung away the cash proceeds of investment sales, 3. if they had sold good investments and made bad investments, or 4. if they had given huge properties into the absolute ownership of others. As there is no evidence available that they did any of these things, we may dismiss the idea that their total vested interest is smaller, either absolutely or relatively, than it was at the end of 1937. It must, in fact, be larger owing to the steady receipt of big revenues and the normal use of skilled professional advisors. The TNEC percentages, carried up to the present, must be, if anything, understatements in the case of the Rockefellers as in the cases of the DuPonts and Mellons. It should be stressed that the TNEC study did not embrace all the holdings of these groups. It did not include holdings in strictly financial enterprises, such as banks and insurance companies, any real estate or any stock holdings that aggregated less than the 20 largest in any single company. As to the Rockefellers, there was not included their dominant interest in the Chase National Bank, one of the international Big Three among commercial banks, colossal Rockefeller Center in New York City, and a variety of extensive real estate and land holdings. Indeed, a substantial fortune for each of these big families was deliberately left out of consideration in the TNEC study. If a man were to own whatever the Rockefellers, DuPonts, or Mellons held that was not even counted in the TNEC study, he would be considered one of the nation's nabobs. The following table applies the percentage of ownership of the Rockefeller interests, including foundations, as they appeared among the 20 largest stockholders as ascertained by the TNEC, and shows the value of these same percentages and at closing 1964 prices. 4 largest 1937. 1964. Stock holdings prices. Prices, percentage. Atlantic Refining Co. SO, $1.166,821,025. Bethlehem Steel Corp. $0.4110,379,268. Consolidated Edison, NY. $0.2810,170,255. Consolidated Oil Corp. SO, $5.717 million, $49,058,436. Continental Oil Co. SO, $0.8414,055,174. Illinois Central RR. Now Illinois Central IND, $0.32536,364. International Harvester Co. $2.3124,604,360. Middle West Corporation, now constituent companies, $2.118,272,495. Missouri Kansas Texas RR 1.14115,679. Norfolk and Western Re. $0.32782,073. Ohio Oil Co. Now Marathon Oil Co. SO, $19.5216 million, $190,165,807. Pair Marquette Re. Exchanged for Chesapeake and Ohio RR stock, $1.4523,927. Phelps Dodge Corp. $0.745,381,811. Radio Corporation $0.224,362,775. Santa Fe Railway $0.381,576,563. Saucony Vacuum Oil Co. Now Saucony Mobile Oil Co. SO $16.3476 million, $771,303,099. Standard Oil Co. of California $12.3247 million, $250,000. $664,330,693. Standard Oil Co. Indiana, $11.3658 million, $334,335,677. Standard Oil Co. New Jersey, 13.51 $163 million $2,628,070,253 US Steel Corp. $123,361,473 Western Pacific RR $4.73,916,487 underscore 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 total $4,741,515,014. Asterisk the Rockefellers actually had voting power over 20.20% of the vast New Jersey company, in assets the largest industrial enterprise of the world, enough to assure control, by reason of New Jersey stock owned by the minority-controlled Standard Oil Company, Indiana. Considering only the largest holdings, it will be seen how magnificently these properties have risen from depression-level valuations from 7 to nearly 17 times in less than 30 years, the latter in the case of the giant Standard Oil Company of New Jersey. How many persons in the same period have seen their salaries or property status improve by as much? If a school teacher, starting out at a salary of $3,000 a year in 1937, had experienced the same ratio of gain in remuneration, he would now be paid in the range of $21,000 to $51,000. Actually, the school teacher now receives in the range of $6,000 to $10,000, if that, and is facing early retirement at half pay. There never comes a time when property, large or small, is put on half pay because of age. In the case of the Rockefellers, as of the Mellons, it has been publicly announced that they have sold some of these holdings, JDR, Jr., in Saucony Mobil Oil and the Mellons in Gulf Oil. What the proceeds were used for new investments or trust funds for others is not indicated. At any rate, the foregoing table should not be taken as a recent breakdown of major Rockefeller investments, which in some cases may be larger or smaller, in others may include different properties. But, I argue, whatever the present holdings are, their relative value is almost certainly not smaller than the total for the tabulation and is, for a variety of sound reasons, very probably larger. What the TNEC study singled out as the personal largest industrial holdings of the Rockefeller family, individuals, and trust funds, is shown in the following table computed at closing 1964 prices, largest 1964 closing. Personal market value. Stock holdings, percentage. Atlantic Refining Co. $1.166,812,085. Bethlehem Steel Corp. $0.4110,379,268. Consolidated Oil Corp. $5.7149,058,436. Ohio Oil Co. $9.83 Saucony Vacuum Oil Co. $16.34 $771,303.099. Standard Oil Co. of California $11.86 $326,406. Standard Oil Co. Indiana $7.83 $236,721,770. Standard Oil Co., New Jersey, 8.69 $1,691,696,720 underscore 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 total $3,595,463,591. Asterisk by reason of the Standard Oil, Indiana, interest in the New Jersey company. The personal Rockefeller voting power in the latter company was 15.38%, enough to give practical control or dominance, in the language of the TNEC study. If we subtract from this $100 million for the widow, assuming her holdings had appreciated to this level since 1960, there is left for each of the 6 third-generation Rockefeller children personally $570,077,232, including whatever is laid up in trust for the grandchildren, which has lightened the financial burden of the parents. In view of the many ancillary Rockefeller holdings that are not here considered, this figure is far nearer what one should have for each more recently rather than the fortune figure of $100 to $200 million. Market values rose between 1957 and 1964, it is true, but broadly allowing for the rise and excluding grandchildren's trusts, it would seem that each of 6 Rockefellers must be worth at least in the range of $425 to $475 million, including trust funds, and possibly more than $570 million. The apportionment ratio of trusts as between children and grandchildren is not publicly known, but, as the grandchildren take from the parents, it is probable that direct trust provision for the grandchildren was made, if at all, on a much smaller scale than for their parents. To venture further into the labyrinth of family trusts without possessing the accountant's figures could only be unwarrantably speculative. As the foundations make public reports of their holdings, there would be a way of partially checking the correctness of these computations if the same foundations were now in existence as figured in the TNEC study. Unfortunately, the structure and number of Rockefeller foundations have greatly changed since 1937, and only the sketchiest sort of check is possible. Just as the Rockefellers have probably shuffled their personal investments, so have they publicly shuffled their foundations consonant with the introduction of a third generation into the management of affairs. The foundation holdings, reckoning by the TNEC percentages, should have stood at $1,146,051,423 at the end of 1964. At the end of 1962, the only figures yet available. The actual foundation holdings, when market values were somewhat lower than at the end of 1964, were $823,485,972, according to the Foundation Directory, 1964. My computations, it is clear, produce a figure that is $322,565,451 higher than seems to be the case. Before we consider this not inconsiderable discrepancy and what may account for it, the recent foundation holdings should be examined. The Foundation Directory shows them and their stated assets to have been as follows: date assets at founded end of 1962. General Education Board 1902 $342,834. Rockefeller Foundation 1913 $632,282,137. Seal Antic Fund, Community Fund for Seal Harbor, ME, and Pocantico Hills, NY, where Rockefellers reside, 1938 $11,639,033. Jackson Preserve, Inc. 1940 $21,939,398. 1961, Rockefeller Brothers Fund 1940 $152,386,637. American International Association for Economic and Social Development, Part Rockefeller, 1946 $752,585. 1961, Council on Economic and Cultural Development 1953 $3,360,950. Chase National Bank Foundation, Part Rockefeller, 1958 $782,398. Total $823,485,972 at the time of the TNEC study. There were only the Rockefeller Foundation, the General Education Board and the Spelman Fund of New York in the field. The latter has gone out of business and 6 others have been added since 1938. Applying the TNEC pattern, which found that 30% of Rockefeller holdings were Indiana foundations and 30% in personal trusts, with 40% individually held, and using the 1962 foundation holdings as the base of computation, one would have the following as the figure of dominated and owned holdings in 1962. Foundations 30% $823,485,972. Individual trust funds 30% $823,485,972. Individual holdings 40% $1,077,981,296. Underscore 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 total $2,724,953,240 using recent foundation holdings as the base to which the TNEC percentage is applied appears to me to result in a downward distortion, first because the individual holdings were concentrated in the upward spiraling oil industry while much of the foundation investment is in fixed interest securities, and secondly because the foundation pattern has been altered. My conclusion is that proportional to individual holdings and trust funds, the foundation holdings are now either less than 30% of the whole Oregon, that their assets by 1964 had moved up in value closer to the projected figure of $1,146,051,423 obtained by my computation. As the foundation reports are issued at a more leisurely pace than company reports and are not available for 1964 at this writing, direct comparison cannot be made. But critical readers can make the comparison at any time, when the reports become available, provided they always apply market values rather than book values of holdings. If one wishes to examine still another possibility, one can put together the figure of $3,595,463,591 for the 1964 value of the personal holdings obtained by my computation with the 1962 figure of $823,485,972 for foundation holdings. This gives a total of $4,418,949,563 for the combined holdings. I still believe, however, that my original figure of $4,741,515,014 is an understatement of the combined family holding, because the TNEC did not survey all the family properties, only the largest, and notwithstanding the fact that Rockefeller, Jr., had to pay gift taxes in the establishment of his chain of trust funds for children and grandchildren. When one throws the Chase Bank, Rockefeller Center and various real estate properties into the pot and considers that Lawrence Rockefeller has blossomed in his own right as a venture capitalist in luxury hotels and advanced technology enterprises, the combined Rockefeller financial punch should be above $5 billion. Although apparently outpaced by the DuPonts in the super wealth sweepstakes, the Rockefellers seem to me to be running at least neck and neck with the Mellons. The TNEC study, it must again be stressed, did not pretend to produce the totals of wealth held, for it confined itself only to the 20 largest stock holdings in the 200 largest non-financial companies and ignored ownership of banks, insurance companies, bonds, real estate, and smaller stock holdings. Relying on the TNEC method alone, there might have been missed even larger concentration of wealth. For example, if the 21st largest stockholder in all 200 companies had been the same person or family, but on other evidential grounds it is known that such a logical possibility did not hold in fact. The Fords of Dearborn, Mrs. Edsel Ford and her three sons Henry II, Benson and William were assigned a combined minimal wealth of $325 million and a maximum of $500 million by Fortune in 1957. Her daughter Josephine, Mrs. Walter Buell Ford II, was not noticed by Fortune. It is always fairly easy to compute the collective personal wealth of the Fords because they own 10% of the outstanding stock, but 40% of the voting power, of the Ford Motor Company, always assuming there have been no secret sales or purchases and that there are no side interests. On the face of it, although not really, 10% of the entire stock issue of the company appears to be the sole personal financial strength of the family. What slightly impedes any computation of Ford wealth is the rather complicated capital structure of the company as created under the wills of Henry and his son Edsel. At the end of 1964, this capital structure, after split UPS in each class, stood as follows: shares common stock, owned by investors, 52,338,152 Class A stock, owned by the Ford Foundation, 46,283,756 Class B stock, owned by the Ford family, 12,267,794 ________________________ total 110,889,702. The Class A stock is non-voting until it is either sold by the foundation or given by it to some approved non-profit organization, when it acquires 1 vote per share, but never at any time can all the common stock cast more than 60% of the vote at a stockholders' meeting. 4. As noted, 40% of voting power is concentrated by charter in all the Class B stock, giving the Ford family very nearly absolute control of the company at all times. All classes of stock participate equally, share for share, in dividends. Control is what counts. At the closing 1964 quotation of 54.5 per share, this capitalization had a gross market value of $6,043,488,759. This left the Ford's 10+% apparently valued at $604,348,876. But, considering the factor of control, the Ford family stock has as much voting power as 2/3 of the common, which was valued in the market at $1,901,619,450. Anyone who owns 2/3 of the common stock would have as much voting power as the Fords but would get more dividends on 34,892,100 shares as against 12,267,794 shares, and to that extent would have more value in hand. But the Class B stock, owing to the heavy weight of voting privileges embodied in it, is worth more, share for share, than the market value of the common stock, although nobody would seek to get that value unless he sought control of the company. If, however, a buyer of control were to show himself, the Ford-held stock at closing 1964 prices would have, in relation to the common, the value of close to $2 billion. I have assigned it by this computation. While the Ford stock gets dividends of only about 1/3 of the equivalent amount of voting power common, this isn't too much of a hardship as the Fords are in an income tax bracket that hits such soaring dividends hard. Besides, the men all drew high salaries as officers of the company. They have plenty of pocket money. So, at a price of around 54 for the present outstanding stock of the company, I would rate the value of the family holding at a minimal $82 billion. Although any syndicate interested in buying the company would probably have to pay more for it, assuming current or higher levels of profitability. Compared, then, with the DuPonts, Mellons, and Rockefellers, the Fords are in comparatively modest circumstances, although individually the members of the three latter families are on the average richer owing to the participation of a greater number of DuPonts in the heady DuPont mixture. Since 1964, however, there has been a slight alteration in the foundation holdings, which does not affect my computation nor the conclusions drawn from it. In June 1965, the foundation marketed more shares. Originally it received precisely 88% of all stock Indiana, the form of Class A non-voting shares. Adjusting for stock splits after the 1965 sale, it had disposed of very nearly half, or 46.9 million present shares. The 45.7 million shares it retained composed 35.8% of the entire capital stock of Ford Motor. In terms of its own book values of the various securities it held, Ford Motor plus others, the foundation at the end of 1964 was worth $2.4 billion. The great care taken by the two elder Fords to see that control remained in the family is shown by the voting provisions for the stocks. If the outstanding Class B stock falls below 5.4 million shares, which it can do only if it is called in by the family, the total voting power of the common rises to 70%, and if the B stock outstanding falls below 3 million shares, it votes equally with the common. Until the family, then, quixotically decides to call in the B stock, thus cutting its own throat as far as control is concerned, it holds 40% of voting power Indiana, the company, tantamount to absolute control. Should some syndicate attempt to buy control in the market, the Fords need purchase only 16 - 2/3% of outstanding common to give it 50% voting power, whereas a syndicate would have to purchase 83-1/3% of all common to reach the same dead heat point. In such an unequal race the Fords would necessarily win. But even if a syndicate turned up with all the common, giving it absolute control, the Fords have an ace in reserve. And this ace shows one of the many ways foundation control can be synchronized with industrial control. The Fords control the foundation. And the A stock held by the foundation acquires voting power as it is sold or given to a non-profit institution. Faced with an opponent who owned all the common, giving him a 60% vote and control, the Fords need merely activate the voting power of the foundation stock by selling it or giving it to friendly hands, thus diluting the voting power of the outstanding common. By converting all its remaining Class A stock into voting stock, the foundation could dilute the voting power of the presently outstanding common to 30% of the present capital structure. With the 30% of the voting power Indiana the newly converted common plus the 40% of voting power Indiana the Class B stock, the Fords would actually have, as they now potentially have, 70% of the voting power. The foundation, indeed, could sell somewhat more than half of its remaining Ford stock and leave the Fords able to muster 55% of the voting power Indiana any critical showdown. The ins and outs of this situation may have puzzled some readers. The point to be made is only to show the great care taken to guard control, revealing what the wealthy intend. In acting as they do, they are only being reasonable, for the humanly normal thing to do is to guard one's possessions. But we have many propagandists around, led by such errant professors as A. Burley, Jr., who apparently are not afraid of being judged certifiably silly by contending that control as well as ownership of the large companies is being widely spread around, that the big fortunes are being broken up to right and left. The Burley thesis, refuted on every hand by the facts, is that as ownership is dispersed, which it is not in fact, freelance company managements install themselves in the driver's seats as something of a new corporate breed. These new managers, the managerial revolution proceed in this fairy tale to elbow aside the DuPonts, Mellons, Rockefellers, Fords, Pews, Gettys and various others, and thus introduce a new set of actors on the stage of history, a set of actors that conquer by sheer bureaucratic techniques. Such being the case, reason many readers, we can all just sit back and watch the fun as bright young men rise to conjure the corporations away from the big owners. Like all fantasies, this one has quite a coterie of bemused devotees. The surviving Fords would have been a great deal richer today than they are if Henry Ford, founder and original mastermind of the automotive behemoth, who died in 1947 at 83 years of age, had been personally less grasping, and if the deaths of central figures in the family had not occurred before the very rich could get a tractable Congress around to trimming the New Deal inheritance taxes. This trimming process was no doubt hastened by the example of the tax-speared disaster that engulfed the massive Ford fortune. Ford's only son, Edsel, a far more likable, intelligent, and informed man than his flinty father but kept unhappily subordinate all his life, died prematurely at age 14 in 1943. The oldest grandson, Henry Ford II, at the age of 25, inexperienced in business and up to 1940 a sociology major at Yale, was hastily spirited out of the wartime Navy where he was an ensign and installed as a director and executive vice president of the vast company, a miraculous corporate success story. His brothers Benson and William, 25 and 18 years old at the time, trailed him into the company later, where they also showed their mettle by quickly rising to the top. Their mother, whom I have perhaps ill-advisedly listed as a rentier, played a strong and constructive role, from a family and property point of view, on the board of directors with Henry II. She backed him particularly, if she did not indeed take the lead, in getting rid of much accumulated deadwood in the Cracker Barrel executive suite of Henry I, holding tightly, and tax expensively, to 58.5% of the company's voting stock. Henry Ford at his death was publicly assigned a net worth of $500 to $700 million. 45 the value at the time of the Ford Motor Company, since reorganized and vastly improved internally by the grandsons, was in the vicinity of $1 billion. Ford's death came none too soon for the family fortunes, as the company under his old-style heavy-handed administration had for more than 15 years been losing ground to free-swinging General Motors and stepped-up Chrysler and had long since tumbled from the top of the motor heap. Definitely on the skids, the company was thought in the automobile industry to be headed for the junkyard that had already engulfed scores of automobile companies. But the deaths of Edsel and Henry, with the company slipping mainly because the views of Edsel were continually overruled by the feudal owner and his sycophantic cronies in the management, also came at an inopportune time with respect to the tax laws. For the marital deduction and the option of estate splitting had not yet been enacted. Both Edsel's and his father's holdings were faced by a flat 91% inheritance tax, designed under the New Deal expressly to break down big fortunes' tofivi with political power. Had the later law been in effect, the two Fords could have assigned half their holdings to their wives, tax-free, and the wives could have worked their funds with the help of lawyers into much lower tax brackets. This splitting, it should be noticed, also often puts the testator into a lower tax bracket as well, although it could not have had that effect with the two Fords unless they had made free use of trust funds for the grandchildren. Henry Ford was apparently too tight-fisted to do that, which would have cost him only bargain counter gift taxes. A partial way out of this tax disaster was engineered in the Ford Foundation for Human Advancement established by Edsel in 1936. Henry Ford himself was hostile to public benefactions and spoke out freely against them. 46 But even with the help of the Ford Foundation, the personal Ford fortune, which under standard tax management would have been much larger today, was literally decimated 9 times over. Edsel left the greater part of his holdings to the Ford Foundation, thus escaping the big tax, and his father eventually had to do the same or see his money go largely to Washington and its hated New Dealers. In this fluky way the Ford Foundation received nearly 90% of the stock Indiana the Ford Motor Company, all of it non-voting as long as the foundation held it but participating equally in dividends. 47 As far as Henry Ford himself was concerned, the foundation was an unwilling benefaction, the lesser of two ghastly evils. On the foundation's books, this Ford money was given the value, for tax purposes, of $416 million, but its real value, as measured by the earnings of Ford Motors, was at least $2,500 million. This is considerably more than half as much money as all the other foundations in the country have among them. 48 Still salvaging what they could in a bad situation, the Fords stipulated that the stock made over to the foundation should be non-voting, leaving the 10%er in the hands of the family with an initial 100%er voting power. Asked whether he would rather have all the Ford Motor dividends or company control, the average man would probably choose the dividends. He would be mistaken, for those in control determine whether there shall be any dividends at all. One in control could decide to invest earnings elsewhere until the designated dividend receiver came to some sort of terms, not disadvantageous to a controller. Control is always the prime objective of the true leaders in all large organizations: political, financial, economic, philanthropic, educational or otherwise. For control determines everything that is subject to the will. And, finally, the family, now controlling the company, was also placed by the elder Ford's testaments in control of the foundation. Although it could not receive foundation income or any part of it, the family could manage the foundation, as it has since done, to the advantage of the Ford Motor Company, the goose that lays the golden eggs. The Ford Foundation, which when Henry Ford was alive was devoted purely to community projects in and around Detroit that were beneficial to the Ford Motor Company, began its national operations only in 1950, when it started spewing forth huge grants for educational and other purposes in unprecedented fashion. Ordinarily hard-to-get money began to float around the country in huge gobs. In 1954 the foundation bestowed $68 million, 4 times the annual Rockefeller contribution to the charitable kitty and 10 times that of the third largest foundation, the Carnegie Corporation. This figure, a mere taste of what was yet to come, was as much as all American foundations combined spent in any single year up to 1948 and was about a quarter of the spending of all foundations in 1954. 49 If the Ford Foundation is a good thing, as many maintain, then it must be attributed to New Deal tax laws. In connection with trust funds earlier, the reader may recall there was a somewhat cryptic reference to Standard Doctrine. The two Fords relied on Standard Doctrine in creating the Ford Foundation. Just what is Standard Doctrine? Most broadly and informally, and applicable in all social and political contexts, Standard Doctrine was perhaps most pungently expressed by the late W.C. Fields when he voiced the deathless maxim, "Never give a sucker an even break." But, more specifically, it relates in our social system to known legal ways of maximizing advantages and minimizing disadvantages for property, especially under existing tax laws. Moreover, it shows one in detail how to accomplish these ends. With reference to the tax laws in all their ramifications, the doctrine is now well codified, notably in a series of multiple-volume loose-leaf publications titled the Standard Federal Tax Reporter, published by the Commerce Clearinghouse in New York. Supplementing the income tax series, there are the sub-series titled Federal Excise Tax Reporter and Federal Estate and Gift Tax Reporter. With respect to a structure like the Ford Foundation, Standard Doctrine holds charitable giving through the channels of charitable, tax-exempt foundations has achieved a position of importance in estate planning. Apart from the humanitarian aspects involved, the family foundation can be an effective means of reducing income and estate taxes and of continuing control of a closely held corporation in the family of the donor. 5. These are precisely the ends that were achieved by the testamentary dispositions of the Ford estates. Foundations, in other words, are a way of reducing taxes, and this is part of Standard Doctrine. Newspapers and other propaganda media, however, have long referred to them in their whimsical way as benefactions, which in certain cases they may also be, and their creators as philanthropists rather than as tax-sensitive acquisitors, which they may or may not be, and invariably refer to the transferred money as donations and gifts, which they are not necessarily. The donations, so-called, are the consequence of big tax write-downs offered by the government precisely for such a possibly benign placement of funds. But a large section of the public has been instilled with the unwarranted belief that something is being given away for nothing. And, anomalously, as I have had occasion before to point out, 51 these huge so-called gifts sprang from the hordes of men who in their active lifetimes left no stone unturned to amass for themselves great wealth. The most acquisitive, it would seem in this fantastic newspaper scenario, turn out to be the most benevolently inclined. More broadly, Standard Doctrine holds that one should always pay the lowest possible wages and taxes, charge the highest possible prices and rents, and never give anything away unless the gift confers some hidden, possibly overcompensatory personal benefit. The big propertied usually do their level best to adhere to it. This may sound cynical to some, but only because they have witlessly allowed themselves to be deluded by unrealistic propaganda lullabies. It is not only standard but sound doctrine in any social system that pits its citizens competitively against each other and makes property ownership a cornerstone of well-being. Would any property owner be considered sensible if he elected to pay maximum wages and taxes, charge minimal prices and then, if he had anything left, gave it away to Tom, Dick, and Harry? Even to steer a middle course between the two extremes would not be considered very astute. Although Henry Ford died worth $500 to $700 million at 1947 values, he met his final tax problem well, even though until then he had steered a less than canny course. His federal tax was only $21,108,160.91 on a taxable estate of $70 million, which consisted of $31,451,909.36 plus some Ford stock. 52 Edsel paid about $12 million, or 6% on an estate then estimated to be worth $200 million. 53 But in 1935 he had established trusts for his 4 children. In addition to Ford stock, he owned most of the stock of the Manufacturers National Bank of Detroit, which he left to his widow. As it was disclosed, Henry Ford owned 55% of the stock of Ford Motor, Edsel 41.5% and Mrs. Henry Ford 3.5%. 54 Together Henry and Edsel paid inheritance taxes of a little more than $30 million. The elder Ford would have done better, as the elder Rockefeller did, by giving his son, wife, and grandchildren stock over a period of years. But if Edsel and Henry had not had recourse to the foundation at the last moment, almost the estate would have been forced to pay a 91% tax. This would have left a mere 9% of outstanding ordinary stock Indiana Ford family hands, hardly enough to control the corporation. Instead, they were left with 10% of the stock, clothed by charter with 40% voting power, and 100% control over the asset-logged foundation, which as it engages in good works cannot help but generate friendly feelings for the Ford Motor Company in many worthy bosoms. 55. A further advantage in the plan adopted, for which some unsung lawyer deserves a summa cum laude, is that its provision for selling foundation stock created a horde of stockholding allies for the Ford family, which was dangerously isolated when it was the sole owner. Now when anyone wishes to make a face at the Ford Motor Company, the Ford Foundation or, indeed, at any of the Fords, he must reckon not only with all the grateful beneficiaries of foundation grants but with thousands of dividend-hungry small stockholders. Big owners have many small partners. The realm of superwealth, the DuPonts, Mellons, Rockefellers, and Fords, in any event, are the four cardinal points of the compass in the realm of superwealth. The Fords must be included by reason of the sheer magnitude of their controlled holdings, even though they do not yet have as varied an organizational task force as their peers. On the basis of sheer magnitude, again, J. Paul Getty should probably be thought of in the same class, although we do not yet know what will be the post-mortem status of his holdings. The other major clear-cut claimants to superwealth status and theirs would be minor superwealth are the Pews of the Sun Oil Company. Neither the Houghtons of Corning Glass nor the Allines of Olin Matheson Chemical appear to quite make it. But the Hartfords and Rosenwalds should be considered. The Houghtons, incidentally, were missed by the TNEC dragnet. Fortune mentioned only 2 Pews, but the TNEC study showed them to be a numerous clan: J. Howard Pugh, Marv Ethel Pugh, J. N. Pugh, Jr., Mabel Pugh Mirren, Walter C. Pugh, Albert H. Pugh, Mrs. Mary C. Pugh, Arthur E. Pugh, Jr., John G. Pugh, Helen T. Pugh, Alberta C. Pugh and others. The Pews collectively, individually and through estates and trust funds own 70.6% of Sun Oil Company common stock as of February 15, 1938. 56. Assuming that this same percentage of ownership was maintained, they would be collectively worth $708,458,121 at closing prices for Sun Oil in 1964. But the Pews since TNEC days have also set up foundations. As of March 2, 1965, the Pew Memorial Trust, through the Glenmead Trust Company, owned 21.7% of Sun Oil stock and held as fiduciary for other Pew trusts and estates 20.9%. 57. The Foundation Directory, 1964, states the 1960 assets of the Memorial Trust alone, leaving out its fiduciary holdings, at $135,309,481. Before we pass to lesser but interesting wealth holders, the extremely wealthy as distinguished from the super wealthy, we may scan those we have examined in this chapter for common characteristics apart from their holdings of wealth. Characteristics of the super wealthy: all were born American citizens, their families have been in the United States for generations. All are inheritors in greater or less degree and, except for the DuPonts who sprang from a revolutionary savant, all are far better educated than their family founders. Such being the case, they have a broader awareness of the world and its vagaries. None of these groups has its younger members placed in less than the third generation of wealth. The DuPonts stand at least 7 generations in the stream of gold. Such being the case, they altogether contradict the American folk belief that a family passes from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. None of these gilt-edged people, obviously, are having any of that. Offhand it would be said that they are all white, Anglo-Saxon Protestants, but such a statement would be somewhat misleading. The DuPonts are of French Huguenot origin, and there is a Jewish crossing, Bellin, in one of their lines of descent. Nor can it be said categorically that they are all Protestants. For Henry Ford too became a convert to Catholicism on the occasion of his first marriage and, through the foundation, funnels large sums to Catholic schools and colleges. As a consequence of his divorce and remarriage outside the church, he is now automatically excommunicated but remains a Catholic. His children are Catholic. Despite the fuss made by outsiders about being white, Anglo-Saxon, and Protestant, or Catholic Jewish, it is doubtful that any of these people attach much importance to the point. Most of them, from all indications, are pretty worldly wise and wear their ethnicity and religiosity debonairly. Money, they know, is what counts in the established scheme. Sinews of republicanism. A far more significant common characteristic of all these super-wealthy families is that they have long been the main supporters nationally of the Republican Party, the party of plutocratic oligarchy. They have been its big sinews. Except for some minor democratic deviance among the DuPonts, and the DuPonts can show many kinds of deviance from the basic family pattern, all leading members are Republican and their forebears were Republican. With the exception of the Fords, each has at various times played strong forward roles in the Republican Party. The Rockefellers, particularly under the McKinley administration, the Mellons under the Harding-Coolidge-Hoover administrations, the DuPonts with the Liberty League in fighting a strong rearguard action during the 1930s against the resurgent Democratic Party, and the Pews ever since in being the wealthiest supporters, among many, of unreconstructed right-wing republicanism down to the present. If not kings themselves, they are kingmakers. The Rockefellers have in recent years come again to play a forward role through the person of Nelson A. Rockefeller. Thrice elected governor of New York, until his divorce and remarriage to a divorced woman he was considered a chief Republican presidential prospect. Every professional politician in the country agrees that if the personable and outgoing Nelson had pressed for the Republican presidential nomination in 1960 he would have obtained it and beaten John F. Kennedy. While his divorce might not under other circumstances have kept him from the presidency, its inflation to a major issue by ultra-rightist Republicans tended to have that effect in the 1960s. But the Rockefellers still play a very strong role in Republican politics, and Winthrop has become the Republican governor of Arkansas. Ultra-rightist Republicans, however, give them credit for too much by blaming them chiefly for the electoral disaster that overtook their implausible darling, Barry Goldwater, in 1964. As important wheels in the political process, these families have always had quick and direct access to the White House, no matter what the party of the president. Not only in times of war, when gossamer party lines tend to blur, but in times of peace, representatives of these families have always been able to obtain an audience even with a Democratic president, and sometimes have been summoned for counsel, comfort, and advice by dazed Republican presidents. But the name of Rockefeller was once under such a public cloud that on a visit to the White House the younger Rockefeller was spirited in by a back entrance to talk to President William Howard Taft. 58 Yet these and other magnates of extreme wealth have been far from strangers to the Democratic Party. Both the political parties have been supported the Republican mainly by weightily propertied elements. The parties are opposite sides of the same coin. Instead of saying that the United States has a two-party system, it would be more nearly correct to say it has a dual-party system. After the Civil War, with the plantation owners self-destroyed, the Democratic Party always attracted large propertied elements whenever it made strong bids to win national elections. The Cleveland administrations were as close to Wall Street, manned by Wall Streeters, as any Republican administration. William Jennings Bryan, although anathema to the Wall Street establishment, was supported by Western mining interests, for whom free silver was so much extra gravy. The Wilson administration was as completely under the thumb of Wall Street as the subsequent Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover administrations. 59 John W. Davis, the Democratic candidate for president in 1924, was a Wall Street corporation lawyer. In 1928 Al Smith had his chief backing, financial and emotional, from fellow Catholic John J. Raskob, Prime Minister of the DuPonts. If Smith had won he would have been far less a Catholic than a DuPont president, although the religious question was what was pushed to the fore by a politically obtuse electorate. Hoover, the Republican, was a J.P. Morgan puppet. Smith, his Democratic opponent, was in the pocket of the DuPonts, for whom J.P. Morgan and Company was the banker. By 1936 Smith was a roaring Liberty Leaguer. The victory of either man put J.P. Morgan and the DuPonts into the presidential driver's seat. W. Averell Harriman was one of the leading wealthy Republicans who crossed the line to the Democrats in 1928 and has been a Democrat, and a high government official, in all subsequent Democratic administrations. Under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, owing chiefly to troubled circumstances, for the first time it appeared that some of the magnates might be unwelcome at the White House. The wealthiest, especially the DuPonts, opposed him bitterly, which meant that he was opposed by the banks and heavy industry. Those numerous wealthy persons who became staunch Rooseveltians were mainly of the second or third tier of wealth and nearly all in merchandising and light industry, immediately dependent upon the stagnating mass consumption market. They were down-the-line New Dealers but not, as misconceived Republican propaganda had it, socialists, populists or even welfare staters. But owing to the disastrous Republican-fostered and Wall Street-nurtured economic depression, which interrupted 72 years of unbroken rule by the magnates through either Republican or Democratic puppets, the Democratic Party became the inheritor of vast social problems informally created largely by Republican neglect. The big special problems in the United States always develop through neglect, in part because so many active and intelligent elements are permanently siphoned off into the chicaneries of the money-making process. If profitability cannot be shown for an activity, such as raising the cultural level and tending to the lame, the halt, the blind and the stricken, such activity is left to quixotic and somewhat suspect elements, quixotic at least by prevailing standards. Not that the Democratic Party moved very far to the left in coping with domestic disaster, as hostile propaganda has it, for the magnates had ready to their call almost the entire Southern congressional delegation, which had been their ready tool ever since Reconstruction days in a deal that left the Negroes to the mercies of their former masters in return for giving Southern support to the Republican magnates in Congress. The Southern wing of the Democratic Party, rooted in grassroots ineptitude, was as much a political tool of big wealth as was the Republican Party. Under the impact of the Depression, the Democratic Party became the national spokesman for the suddenly risen industrial city with all its problems. Its mass base was urban. The mass base of the Republican Party had always been in the small towns and rural areas, close to the fly-blown Cracker Barrel, although its telltale inaction in the 1920s lost it the overexploited Western farmers. But behind these disparate mass bases, city dwellers for the Democrats and country dwellers for the Republicans, with Southern Democrat politicos spiritually in harmony with the Republicans, and Western Republicans veering into the Democratic fold, there was at all times, in both parties, big wealth pulling the strings and arranging the scenes in its own succulent interests, a grotesque spectacle. It simply so happened that the biggest wealth, shaped by policies since the Civil War, was Republican and included the Rockefellers, DuPonts, Mellons and Fords. The Democrats had with them, however, plenty of heavy money, committed to different handling of the domestic mess created by the Republicans. Although Roosevelt and his New Deal became the hated devil of big wealth, which brought 85% of the newspapers to bear against him through its control of corporate advertising, with the advent of war and the adoption of a bipartisan foreign policy, it was Roosevelt who made the first overtures toward bringing the less fanatical Republicans into the government. He brought into his cabinet, for example, Colonel Frank Knox, Republican vice presidential candidate of 1940, Henry L. Stimson, Hoover's Secretary of State, E.R. Stettintinius, Jr., of J.P. Morgan and Company, and James V. Forrestal of the investment banking house of Dillon Read and Company. He gave Nelson A. Rockefeller his first leg up in political office by making him coordinator of Latin American affairs. With these and similar appointments, Roosevelt made his third administration seem a Bar Harbor, Newport, and Park Avenue affair. As FDR himself said, the New Deal is out the window. After two Republican administrations from 1952 to 1960, gained by using a clearly apolitical war hero as a stalking horse, the country again went Democratic under John F. Kennedy, himself a wealthy heir although basically a political man from a political family. Kennedy, even with no war providing an excuse for a coalition, awarded his chief cabinet posts to Republicans from the camp of big wealth. Douglas Dillon, Republican and very wealthy heir of the founder of Dillon Read & Company, Forrestal's old firm, was made Secretary of the Treasury. Robert S. McNamara, Republican President of the Ford Motor Company, was made Secretary of Defense. McGeorge Bundy, Republican, was made liaison man to the CIA. Dean Rusk, a Democrat, but president of the Rockefeller Foundation from 1952 to 1960, was made Secretary of State. The basic government posts, in other words, went to men deep in the camp of big wealth. But those posts that required dealings with the hoi polloi in social contexts went to party men versed in the rhetoric of inspirational ambiguity. Dillon resigned under Johnson and was replaced by Henry H. Fowler, a career Democrat, but most of the rest of the Kennedy team continued, with the distant goal a mirage, the Great Society. The laudable stated ends of this Great Society are the end of want and of inequalities of opportunity. As Princeton University political sociologist Richard F. Hamilton remarks, in an affluent society, a liberal, welfare-oriented party can go a long way toward satisfying the wishes of its followers. Rather than preside over a drawn-out struggle between the people and the interests, as if it were an either/or game, the new style is to give both what they want and pay for it out of the returns from a stable and rapidly growing economy. In essence, this is the Galbraithian solution: not to struggle over the take but to increase its size. Thus, the typical new figure on the political scene is the liberal demagogue, one who can cater to the masses because he is willing to pay them off and can do so without depriving the interests of what they want. He can be for civil rights, for improved housing, for urban renewal, for a poverty program, and at the same time can vote against a reduction of the depletion allowance. The Great Society synthesis overcomes that age-old problem of liberal politics: how to reward the clientele. Before affluence, the result was a long, hard, and usually indecisive fight with the interests, or it was capitulation. The new liberal, however, does not have to fight or switch. 60. The attraction of the Great Society for the wealthy, however, is the new opportunities it creates for making money on huge government contracts. In the area of defense, there is a huge tax-supported military establishment making constant highly profitable demands up to 40 and 50% profit on industry for complex new weapons. In urban renewal, there is the vast profitable enterprise, replete with windfalls, of rehabilitating the commercial heart of the big cities. In slum clearance and school buildings, there are vast slushy construction projects of low quality in the offing. And in the anti-poverty program itself, there is vast road building, as in Appalachia, which needs few roads, as well as opportunities for the local political machines. As Dr. Hamilton remarks, large numbers of entrepreneurial types have recently discovered that there's money in poverty. We have, then, as he notes, now developed liberals of convenience as contrasted with liberals of conviction, and staunch republicanism is no longer to be taken for granted among the big wealthy, whatever their past history. For big wealth cannot afford to back political losers. Everything about the Great Society as blueprint spells lucrative contracts for someone. Hence the party of the Great Society now has special attractions for the wealthy that the Republican Party, fallen into the hands of dervishes of the Cracker Barrel, no longer has. The defections of the professional elite and leading mass media from the Republican cause in 1964, when a true Republican ran, clearly show the way the wind is blowing. In point of fact, the Johnsonian Democratic Party is the new political rallying ground of big wealth, which is forced by circumstance suddenly to see some validity in the democratic approach, Me Tooism. The social programs of marginal rehabilitation and repair will go forward, but at a snug profit, provided the military can spare the money. And big wealth will continue to get its depletion allowances, tax cuts, and big deduction write-offs. Lest we be carried away by the prospect of an early marriage of old-line Republicans with the Democratic Party, we are reminded of difficulties by no less a personage than David Rockefeller, president of the Mammoth Chase National Bank, 1964 assets, $13 billion. Explaining in a television interview that he had great admiration for the President Johnson, Mr. Rockefeller said he was nevertheless disturbed by the government's move in the aluminum price increase that was rescinded after the government moved to sell stockpiled aluminum. In words that his grandfather would have unhesitatingly endorsed, the Chase Bank chief said the aluminum industry was the best judge of whether prices should go up, and added that he was in disagreement with the attitude of government that prices should be controlled. The problem of inflation should be dealt with through natural economic forces within the capitalist system, the Times said he observed, without specifying just what these natural forces were and to what extent they included greed, which is certainly a sturdy, old reliable natural force. An assumption in his position, as in that of the early classical economists, is that if something is natural it is acceptable, which tenet would make tuberculosis or cancer acceptable. A further assumption was that if someone intervenes in any process, as in regulating industry or practicing surgery, there is something unnatural and to be condemned about it. Actually, whatever any human being does, spit on the sidewalk, paint monstrosities on the walls, set fire to buildings, fornicate with lower animals, or regulate the actions of other people, is entirely natural. For if it weren't natural they couldn't do it. Mr. Rockefeller, like many others, reserves natural as a description of that of which he approves. Said the Times report, Mr. Rockefeller said the manner in which President Johnson handled the aluminum increase, even though he remained largely behind the scenes, was not appreciated by business read persons of wealth any more than President Kennedy's halting of a proposed steel increase. 61 But the reason Democratic presidents must be sympathetic toward the big wealthy at all times, short of allowing them to upset the new synthesis, is simple: all these people, even if Republican, carry great weight in American affairs because of their intimate hereditary involvement through professional subordinates in complex enterprises penetrating into every comer of society. They may no longer be self-made, they may have been sired by trust, testament, or codicil out of holding company, foundation and monopoly, but they are independent power wielders. They aren't average citizens. And this is a political fact, not likely to be overlooked by any serious politician. Any criticism of Presidents Kennedy and Johnson for the nature of their top appointments should face up to this question: where should they look for cabinet officers? Kennedy and Johnson looked for them where Eisenhower looked for them, and where Roosevelt looked, in the large financial and industrial organizations. These organizations belong to the wealthy. They are part of their plantation, which in its broadest sweep is the marketplace itself. Experts of greater if not complete independence of judgment are to be had, to be sure, from the leading universities, and Franklin D. Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy both drew heavily upon them for certain tasks. But scholars have neither the habit of command nor is their authority apt to be recognized by men practiced in the arts of expedient manipulation, Plato's men of the appetites. Any president has to look to the big enterprises, selecting competent men who are least compromised by egocentric self-service. To be sure, it is not the quintet of DuPonts, Rockefellers, Mellons, Fords and Pews that alone has supported the Republican Party in its struggles to protect and nourish big wealth and is now playing around the edges at least of the Democratic Party. They have had many collaborators among groups of lesser wealth, most of them strong Republicans in the past as now, even though some of them seem inclined to take fright as latter-day woozy fanatics come to the fore in the Republican Party. When, as and if they become Democratic, the Democratic Party will have to become more tractable along the lines David Rockefeller suggests, it will have to become more Republican. This not too difficult process may take place gradually and stealthily. But the power of money is such that it can easily come about. 5. The inheritors, 2. Approximately 200,000 households of the upper layer of American wealth holding assets of $500,000 or more own 22% of the private wealth of the country and 32% of the investment assets, while another 500,000 households, worth $200,000 to $500,000, own another 13% of wealth and 22% of investment assets, 54% in all of investment assets for 700,000 households out of 57.9 million households. Add another 700,000 households, those worth from $100,000 to $200,000, and one has accounted for 43% of all private wealth and 65% of all investment assets. Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Survey of Financial Characteristics of Consumers, Washington, D.C., August, 1966, pages 151-136. It is these huge percentages of ownership that give these relatively small groups their enormous leverage in the American political economy and justify our referring to the ownership as leverage wealth. It should, therefore, be evident that the super wealthy and big wealthy are settled within a somewhat larger contingent of contemporaries who differ financially only in that their holdings are less extensive in the pyramidal hierarchy of property. Relating to this property there is an all-pervading cult, forming a large part of what some refer to as the American ideology. The part of this ideology that relates to property is, basically, standard doctrine, heavily sugar-coated. For preliminary guidelines to the big holdings, we can do no better than to turn to the compendious TNEC report, based as it was on official questionnaires filled out by the companies. The data in them are as hard as government surveillance can make them. Summarizing this valuable governmental study in a report to Senator Joseph C. O'Mahony, Chairman of the TNEC, Sumner T. Pike, Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, under date of September 24, 1940, wrote, 13 family groups including these three, DuPonts, Mellons, and Rockefellers, with holdings worth $2,700,000,000, own over 8% of the stock of the 200 largest non-financial corporations. Only one-half of the large shareholdings of individuals in the 200 corporations are in the direct form of outright ownership, the other half being represented by trust funds, estates, and family holding companies. The study clearly shows the importance of these instrumentalities for perpetuating the unit of control over a block of stock held by an individual or the members of a family. Each large interest group has shown a strong tendency to keep its holdings concentrated in the enterprise in which the family fortune originated. The branching out of the Mellon family into a dominating position in half a dozen important corporations in as many industries is rather unusual and not duplicated among the other interest groups controlling any of the 200 corporations. Many large family interest groups, however, have greatly expanded their industrial sphere of influence by indirect means, viz., the acquisition of control over additional enterprises by the corporations which they control, such acquisitions being financed mainly out of undistributed profits. In the case of about 40% of these 200 largest corporations, one family or a small number of families exercise either absolute control, by virtue of ownership of a majority of voting securities, or working control through ownership of a substantial minority of the voting stock. About 60 of the corporations, or an additional 30%, are controlled by one or more other corporations. Thus, a small group of dominant security holders is not in evidence in only 30% of the 200 large corporations. Emphasis added. Note, although the TNEC confined itself to non-financial corporations, approximately the same pattern of ownership is shown by informal inquiry into purely financial enterprises such as banks and insurance companies. The same people own these that own the industrial corporations, Rockefeller, DuPont, Ford, Mellon, and others. The financial stake of officers and directors in their own corporations is relatively small. Note, this is because they, like workers lower down, are merely employees, subject to dismissal. The largest holdings of officers, said the report, are in the hands of those who represent dominant or controlling family groups. The 20 largest shareholdings in each of the 200 corporations account, on the average, for nearly one-third of the total value of all outstanding stock. In the average corporation, the majority of the voting power is concentrated in the hands of not much over 1% of the stockholders. Emphasis added. As the study showed, the value of the 20 largest record holdings in 208 common stock issues as a percentage of total value was, manufacturing companies 26.7%, railroads 24.9%, electric, gas, and water utilities 45.3%, Others 17.3. The relatively small percentage in the fourth category is accounted for by the fact that it included AT&T with its widely dispersed comparatively small shareholders. But for the 20 largest stockholders to own such large percentages, on the average, of the leading companies testifies to the extremes of concentrated ownership in the American economy. Most of the millions of individual stockholdings in the hands of a variety of run-of-the-mill people made up only 6% of the ownership and voting power. The general anonymous stockholders, although up to 20 million by count in 1965, altogether own very little and have as much to say as the Russians have over their rulers in the Kremlin. The great bulk of the 8 to 9 million domestic stockholders own only small amounts of stock, and the dividends they receive represent but a minor proportion of their total income. About half of all stockholders have an annual dividend income of less than $100 and holdings worth less than $2,000. The group which depends economically to a large extent on the dividends from corporate stocks or the market value of these stocks is very small and probably numbers not much more than 500,000 people. The ownership of the stock of all American corporations is highly concentrated. For example, 10,000 persons, 0.008% of the population, own 1/4, and 75,000 persons, 0.06% of the population, own fully 1/2, of all corporate stock held by individuals in this country. 2 foreign investors, it was pointed out, own more than 6% of the common and nearly 4% of the preferred stock of these companies, and foreign ownership exceeds 10% of total stock outstanding. Indiana about 1/10 of the 200 corporations. Note, these foreign holdings are held by comparable individual large European interests. These patterns persist down to the present, as shown conclusively by the Lampman, University of Michigan, Federal Reserve, and many other studies, and also in what I shall refer to as the Dartmouth Study, Corporate Concentration and Public Policy, by Professors Martin L. Lindahl and William A. Carter of Dartmouth College. Noting that the patterns persist does not mean that the position of the owners has remained stationary. Although the percentage of ownership in the economy may conceivably be no greater than the concentration of control, owing to the steadily increasing concentration of assets, it is unquestionably greater now than it ever was before. The only dropouts from the upper strata of ownership have been produced by the ending of a family line. None of the big fortunes pinpointed in the TNEC study has gone bankrupt. Under the impetus of economic and technical change, of course, some of the minor big fortunes have lost ground relative to the leaders, but as other elements have thrust their way forward, the essentials of the panorama have scarcely changed. While it might be of some interest to pinpoint changes for the better or the worse within some fortunes, it is not within the scope of this exposition to make such an attractive digression. We may, therefore, be spared the details of who is worth $100 million more or less. The Ford Motor Company is reported to have taken a $250 million loss on its unsuccessful Edsel model, but the Ford family remains in the leading quartet of wealth. These big fortunes can afford to take big losses, and they do have their ups and downs. What they lose one day in one place they make up another day in another place. What permits them to do this is heavy reserves, affording maneuverability. The TNEC study broke itself down into types of control, either by family or corporation, as follows: A. By majority ownership. B. By predominant majority. C. By substantial minority. D. By small minority but in most cases control of one corporation by another, saw the controlling corporation itself under single or multiple family control. The 13 largest TNEC family interest groups as measured by market or calculated value at the end of 1937, the 13 wealthiest family interest groups, led by the DuPonts, Mellons, Rockefellers, and Fords, also included the following: 3 family main corporations: McCormick, Chicago, International Harvester Hartford, New York, Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Harkness, New York, Standard Oil, New Jersey, Standard Oil, Indiana, Standard Oil of California and Saucony Vacuum Oil. Duke, North Carolina, Duke Power, Aluminum Co. of America. Liggett and Myers Tobacco. Pew, Philadelphia, Sun Oil Pitcairn, Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh Plate Glass Clark Singer, Sewing Machines, Reynolds, North Carolina, R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Cress, New York, S.H. Cress, Variety Stores. To be sure, as the study warned, many members of these groups undoubtedly had stock investments in one or more of the 200 corporations which did not appear among the 20 largest record shareholdings. Many also had investments in other corporations, particularly in large financial corporations which are not covered by the study, and investments in other forms such as corporate bonds, tax-exempt securities, real estate, and bank deposits. It is quite possible that for some groups these outside investments had a larger aggregate value than their identified holdings in the 200 largest corporations. For a point never made by the TNEC study is that this same pattern of concentrated ownership and control extends below the 200 largest companies to the 500 largest, the 1,000 largest, the 10,000 largest, etc. What is remarkable about the TNEC showing is not that there were shown ownership and control by such tiny groups but that there were such concentrated ownership and control over such mammoth corporate entities, which standard propaganda insists are widely owned by the rank-and-file citizenry as stockholders. As enterprises get smaller and smaller, there is even less public participation in their ownership than in the biggest companies until one soon runs into the 100% family-owned or individually owned closed corporation. It is no exaggeration to say that all money-making enterprises of whatever size, including the widely owned AT&T, are owned by a very small class of proprietors. Whatever property is scattered among nearly 90% of the populace is mostly non-revenue-producing, much used cars, TV and radio sets, furniture in brief, chattels. The Standard Oil branch of the Harkness family, now with few surviving members and its once vast funds largely distributed, mainly to leading educational institutions, was found to be among the 20 largest stockholders in no fewer than 24 of the 200 largest companies, apparently a record 0.5. While this particular ownership is no longer concentrated, the fact that it recently existed shows what is possible within the system. Family control by majority ownership. 6 single main percentage of family corporation ownership. 1 Dorrance Campbell Soup 100. 2 Duke Power 82. 3 Ford Motor 100. 4 Hartford Great Atlantic and Pacific 100. 5 James Western Pacific RR 61.18. 6 Cress SH Cress 79. 7 Mellon Gulf Oil 69.5. 8 Mellon Coppers 52. 9 Mellon Pittsburgh Coal 50.9. 10 Pew Sun Oil 69. Multiple. Family 1. Anderson Clayton 94 plus, Houston, 2. Clark Born Singer 50 plus 3. Billups Olmsted Long Island Lighting 47 plus Childs 4. Bell Darby Cooper American Cyanamid 88.77 Biddleduke et al. A peculiarity about this last holding was that while most of the Class A voting stock was owned by 8 senior officers, almost 29% by W.B. Bell, President, most of the equity was represented by the Class B non-voting stock. The 22 leading stockholders, with 3 tied for 20th place, held 88.77% of the voting stock. 7. The holdings of the Hartford family in the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, which does more than 6% of all retail grocery business in the United States, are not precisely ascertainable now on the basis of the TNEC report. The Hartfords owned at least 61% of the old preferred stock, exchanged for 3 shares of common in the recapitalization of 1958, and all of the voting common, exchanged for 1 share of new common. In the old arrangement there were 935,812 shares of non-voting common, also exchanged share for new common, but because the TNEC did not inquire into the Hartford ownership, if any, of this stock, its possible present ownership position, assuming no sales or purchases, cannot be completely deduced. But, assuming the Hartfords owned none of the non-voting stock and retained all their other stock in the exchange, they would now own very close to 70% or control of the company. At the end of 1964, all its outstanding common had a market value of $936,850,025, leaving the Hartford share at about $650 million. At the end of 1959, 33.98% of this outstanding stock was held by the John A. Hartford Foundation. I conclude, then, that the Hartford family through nominees still retains majority controlling ownership of this huge company by a wide margin. Predominant minority control. A predominant minority was defined in the TNEC study as consisting of the ownership of 30 to 50% of the stock. 9. Single-family corporation. Percentage of, approximate number of ownership income recipients. 1. DuPont E1. DuPont de Nemours 44, about 250, controlling General Motors by 23%. 2. Mellon Aluminum Co. of 34.4, about 10, America Mellon Pittsburgh, Cone solely 50.9 Coal. 3. Cudahy 48.7110, about 32. 4. Deere 34.1211, 4. 5. Pitcairn Pittsburgh Plate Glass 35.3412, 4 or more. 6. Strauss R.H. Macy 38.6713, 14. 7. Kresge S.S. Kresge 44.2414, 6. Multiple Family 15.1. Field Simpson Shed Marshall Field. 2. Rosenstiel Jacobi Wieskenli Distillers Schwarzschaftger Gross. 3. Weyerhaeuser Clapp Bell Weyerhaeuser McKnight. The largest number of family interest groups was found to use the device of control by means of a substantial minority ownership of stock, which permits controlling positions to be taken in some cases in a wide spectrum of big companies. These were as follows: control by substantial minority 16. Single Family Corporation 1. E.I. DuPont de Nemours and General Motors Co. Family Controlled, 2. Crane 3. Colgate Palmolive Peat 4. Firestone Tire and Rubber 5. Jimble Brothers 6. McCormick International Harvester 7. Hanna National Steel 8. Palmer New Jersey Zinc 9. Rockefeller Ohio Oil, now 10 Marathon Oil, to Saucony Vacuum Oil Co. 30, now Saucony Mobile Oil, % Standard Oil of California in Standard Oil, Indiana, each Standard Oil, New Jersey, Case 10. Levis Owens Illinois 11. Mellon Pullman 12. Rosenwald Sears, Roebuck 13. Avery U.S. Gypsum 14. DuPont U.S. Rubber 15. Williams North American Co. Since dissolved into constituent public utility operating companies. Multiple Family. 1. Walters Jenkins Newcomer Atlantic Coast Line RR2. Stone Webster Engineers Public Service Co. Since dissolved into constituent operating units. 3. Davies Woodward Iglehart General Foods 4. Block Ryerson Jones Inland Steel 5. Rand Watkins Johnson International Shoe Peters 6. Widener Elkins Dula Liggett and Myers Tobacco 10 Ryan to 7. Hillman Chauvelin Chalfont National Supply, Oil 30 Well Supplies, % S Miller-Volkman Schilling Pacific Lighting in 9. James Dodge Hannah Phelps Dodge each, Copper, Case 10. Procter & Gamble Cunningham, Soap, 11. Lynch Merrill Safeway Stores, Groceries, 12. Kirby Woolworth F.W. Woolworth Donahue McCann 13. Hochschild Loeb Climax Molybdenum Sussman Hochschild Loeb American Metal Sussman. Small Minority Control 17. Family Corporation. 1 More American Can. 2 Zellerbach Crown Zellerbach. 3 Crawford Lone Star Gas Less. 4 More National Biscuit Thin. 5 Cornish National Lead 10. 6 DuPont Phillips Petroleum %. 7 Swift S Warner Brothers. Pictures. We have named 57 single families and combined, cooperating multiple family groups that exercise control of the largest corporations by majority, predominant minority, substantial minority, and small minority ownership. There were 37 single family control entities, although some of these, such as the Mellons, DuPonts, and Rockefellers, each controlled several big companies. There were 64 single families in the multiple family groups named, although in some cases the names are not given in this text. Perhaps as many as 400 families composed the various multiple control groups in the 200 largest corporations. Some of these companies, as noted, have changed their modus operandi, notably the public utility companies. Some have changed their names, like the Ohio Oil Company. Others have gone out of existence by the merger route. It is neither necessary nor expedient to trace here each company through various subsequent permutations and combinations, for equities are what concern us. Have the percentage positions of these families remained the same in all these companies? Probably not. In some cases they have undoubtedly increased their holdings, in others they are known to have decreased. Some may even have closed out their holdings. But, as pointed out earlier, if anyone has sold out in one place he has reinvested elsewhere, and possibly to better advantage. He is, therefore, still rich. Knowing the value of the property from the inside, all these groups know when the stock is overpriced and when to sell. As the income tax returns since the war show, the higher income groups have been steadily taking capital gains, which are taxed at a maximum of 25% or a bargain in relation to the upper income taxes. Wealthy holders usually show a strong tendency to sell some holdings in rising markets and to buy again in declines, thus increasing their percentile position, standard doctrine. So their percentages of ownership change from time to time. Sales would not necessarily show on the books of a company. For a man can always sell the stock short. With the exception only of two as far as I have been able to ascertain, all these families are still extant and still highly solvent. The exceptions are the Harknesses and Arthur Curtis James, 1867–1941, who died leaving no heirs. James left his money to a foundation with the fairly unusual stipulation that the principal was to be distributed in 25 years, which was done. Like James himself, the foundation is now defunct. There remains the case of one big company holding control of another big company. Control of scores to hundreds of smaller companies by many of the big companies is the common pattern now in the American economy. Nearly all of the 200 largest non-financial companies of the TNEC study, like most of the 500 industrials regularly featured by Fortune, are in fact holding companies, not operating companies at all. Just about all the big companies that are familiar household words in the United States are holding companies, contrary to the general public belief. AT&T, for example, is a holding company. Corporate control by majority ownership 19. Holding company operating company %. Armour, Illinois, Armour, Delaware, 100. Cities Service Empire Gas and Fuel 100. Royal Dutch Petroleum Shell Union Oil 64. AT&T Pacific Telephone 78.17 and Telegraph. AT&T New England Telephone 65.31 and Telegraph. Chesapeake and Ohio Re New York, Chicago and 57. St. Louis RR. Reading Company Central Railroad of NJ 55. Atlantic Coast Line RR Louisville and Nashville 51, under multiple Walters RR Jenkins Newcomer control, many public utility holding many public utility 100 companies operating companies now cut loose in many cases, particularly in railroads and public utilities, two corporations shared control. A predominant minority as well as substantial and small minority control was exercised by many corporations, particularly in the railroad and electric utility fields. In this latter field, long subject to gross manipulative abuses, the companies holding widely scattered properties were finally dissolved by congressional decree and the equities in operating companies were distributed to individual stockholders. Until very recently the most salient instance of a predominant minority control of one mammoth corporation by another was that of E. I. DuPont de Nemours and Company of the General Motors Corporation, discussed in Chapter 4. While there were some cases where the big owners were underrepresented in the management by reason of youth, old age, sex, preoccupation with other financial or non-financial interests or other considerations. Heavy representation or even overrepresentation was much more common. 20. Thus, although members of the Swift family owned only 5% of the voting stock, the remainder of the stock being distributed mainly in slices of 100 to 500 shares each, the Swift family held 6 of the 9 directorships. In the Crown Zellerbach Corporation, the Zellerbach family, owning 8.5% of the stock, provided the president, a vice president and 3 directors out of a board of 13. It is not necessary, then, for a family to own a majority or near majority of stock to control a company and the disposition of its total weight. A small family block of stock and many small general stockholders are enough to secure control of the board of directors and officers. Nor did the revelations to the TNEC in all cases show the true center of control, owing to a complicated network of company ownerships. An example is the Tidewater Associated Oil Company, which as of December 15, 1939, the date of the TNEC questionnaire, was already well in the pocket of J. Paul Getty, although unknown to the world. The TNEC report shows that 3.07% of the common was owned by George F. Getty, Inc., which in turn was 43% owned by J. Paul Getty in person and 57% as trustee for his children. But Pacific Western Oil Corporation owned 3.93%, and was in turn owned 67.9% by George F. Getty, Inc., and 2.62% by the Mission Corporation. Again, the Mission Corporation owned 16.52%, and was in turn owned 46.53% by Getty's Pacific Western Oil Corporation and, observe, 7.39% by the Tidewater Associated Oil Company. Directly and indirectly, J. Paul Getty at the time, undetected by the TNEC analysts, already owned 23.52% of the mammoth Tidewater enterprise. Actually, his percentage of control was somewhat higher than this because the South Penn Oil Company, of which Tidewater owned 17.27%, reciprocally owned 2.77% of Tidewater. Mission Corporation was originally established to hold the interest of Standard Oil, New Jersey, in Tidewater, but Getty, as he reports in his memoirs, talked John D. Rockefeller, Jr., into selling him his Mission stock, and then in a quiet campaign prevailed on other stockholders to follow the Rockefeller lead. At the time of the TNEC study, Standard Oil, Indiana, owned 1.05% of Tidewater through the 98% owned Pan American Southern Corporation. 21. The TNEC made a supplemental study of 10 interesting large companies that were not included on the list of the 200 largest. Some of them were as follows: 22 Family Corporation percentage owned. Dorrance Family Campbell Soup 100, by trust indenture, Woodruff Nunnally Stetson Coca-Cola International Candler Ilgs, controlling Coke and Nearly Cola Co. 50-20 individuals Crucible Steel 45.55 mainly members of the Bell General Mills 20.14 family among 20 stockholders Havernayer family, H.O. Great Western Sugar 43.34 Havmeyer Estate, and the Osorio, Thatcher, and Bircher families Heinz family H.J. Heinz 82.10 20 individual stock International Utilities 26.71 holders, mainly investment companies Ajax Pipeline Standard Oil, Ohio, 24.77 Rockefeller Foundation Standard Oil, Ohio, 17.63 Harkness Flagler Prentice Standard Oil, Ohio, 10.92, Rockefeller, 4 other individuals and 11 trust companies and brokerage houses for others St. Regis Paper United Corporation 8.332, Utility Holding Company, American Superpower United Corporation 6.640 J.P. Morgan & Co., Brown United Corporation 9.846 Brothers Harriman & Co., and 16 brokerage houses and investment firms. The 10th company on this supplemental list was the Electric Bond and Share Company, then a utility holding company and now an investment trust. Its 21 largest stockholders were banks, brokerage houses, and investment companies, and the names of the beneficial owners of the stock were not elicited. Leading family names not yet mentioned that were strewn through the 20 largest stockholders in the 200 largest non-financial companies, in many cases appearing in more than one company, were as follows: Adler, Astor, Cabot, Clapp, Doris Duke Cromwell, Cunningham, Doherty, Drexel, Fleischmann, Forstmann, Gollett, Goldman, Guggenheim, Hanna, Hearst, Hillman, Hutton, Jones, Laughlin, Jones and Laughlin Steele, Lynch, McClintock, Miller, Milbank, Palmer, Payson, Penny, Pillsbury, Rosenwald, Schott, Skaggs, Vanderbilt, Watkins, Whitney, Widener, and Winthrop. Names of wealthy families that did not appear because their stock holdings were not among the 20 largest and were probably widely distributed in smaller blocks, rentier style, through many companies or were in real estate or bonds, were the following: Baker, Bedford, Berwind, Curtis Bach, Fisher, Frick, Gould, Green, Hill, Kahn, Lehman, Metcalf, Patterson, Pratt, Phipps, Taft, Timken, Warburg, and others. These omissions, not at all to be deplored, came about because the TNEC study was not directed to ascertaining the names of all wealthy families. What it gleaned here was a byproduct but merely of determining who controlled the 200 largest non-financial companies. Anyone who was concentrated mainly in real estate, banking, insurance, or in widely diversified, non-concentrated investments the study necessarily missed. All the new Texas oil men were missing. Joseph P. Kennedy's name did not appear. Even if one had before one an up-to-date list of all the largest income taxpayers, names of some extremely wealthy people could readily elude us, such as anyone who, like Mrs. Horace B. Dodge, had converted all her holdings into tax-exempt state and municipal securities. One could, theoretically, own $1 billion worth of these, drawing a tax-free income of $25 to $30 million a year, and never show up on the income tax list at all. What the TNEC analysis made incontrovertibly clear was that the family, not the individual, is now the significant wealth-holding and wealth-controlling entity in the United States, a thesis I had antecedently asserted, for the first time as far as I know. 23. While the proposition may seem firmly established to some, it is, curiously, often denied or blandly ignored, even though the SEC continues to supplement the TNEC findings in detail. One man may amass the fortune, as in the case of John D. Rockefeller, but if the fortune is to remain intact it must have heirs. Where the fortune builder is a bachelor or fails to establish a family, the fortune simply disappears in a foundation or institutional grants. Heirs, then, are as important to a fortune as to a title of nobility. Most American fortunes, easily by a majority of 70%, are Indiana the hands today of heirs. And, in saying that the family holds the fortune, one cannot suppose this to suggest that its members fend individually for themselves to all points of the compass. They must hold together, for their predecessors have in almost all cases entangled them in a network of trusts and family holding companies that assure unified action at all times. No less than half of all these controlling corporate holdings were in trust funds, estates, and family holding companies. 24. Even if an heir wished to go away on his own, all he could take with him would be income, the holding itself would remain in a center, massed with other individual holdings and directed by some individual or small family committee. This circumstance puts all the holdings into a tight fist, generating power that is played out in the political and cultural arena. Anyhow, who would want to walk away from the goose that lays the golden eggs? Family holding companies. There are thousands of personal and family holding companies, large and small, in the United States. In most cases their names have never been seen or uttered by 99.9% of the citizenry because these entities are private, are under no obligation to make any report to anyone except the tax authorities. No public compilation of them exists. Their names usually only come to public attention through court proceedings or as the byproduct to certain government investigations, such as the TNEC inquiry. That particular inquiry did provide information about the existence of some extremely large family holding companies. A family holding company may have a score or more participants of beneficial interest in it: infants, teenagers, the superannuated, the mentally retarded, absent big game hunters, scholars, and normal persons in the prime of life. But the slices of beneficial interest, apart from the income payout, are all managed as one entity by a single person or a family committee, which in turn is either adept in the management of large properties or has the benefit of expensive professional advice. An heir may seem deficient in business acumen to all who know him, but he may be the constant beneficiary of the best legal and investment advice available, perhaps even against his own wishes. He might prefer to take his stake and invest it in various attractive schemes, or spend it, but he is firmly deterred from this course by the family holding company. And it functions, up and down the line, according to standard doctrine. We have already noticed, in connection with the DuPonts, that the TNEC found a large role being played by the Christiana Securities Company and Amor Securities, Inc., both family holding companies. But other huge family companies were also uncovered in the report. There was, first, the Bessemer Investment Company, instrument of the Phipps, Carnegie Steel, family that included, among many persons named Phipps, such names acquired by distaff marriages as Douglas, Janney, Sevastopolo, Martin, and Winston and Raymond Guest. In all, 20 or more Phippses were beneficiaries. All appeared to have the financial status of rentiers and were well-known social registerites and polo players. Bessemer Investment Company was found to be a principal stockholder in New England Power Association, International Hydroelectric System and International Paper Company, whatever else it held of lesser dimensions. Oldwood, Inc., was 66.58% owned by the Bessemer Investment Company and a group including the Chase, Gamook, Majas, Cox Brady, and Phipps families. It was a leading stockholder, too, in the New England Power Association. More than 20 DuPonts had a participation large enough to list for Christiana Securities Company, which had among its stockholders other DuPont family holding companies such as Delaware Realty and Investment Company, Archmere, Inc., and DuPont Trust Funds. The Cliffs Corporation, the personal instrument of the Mather family, owned all the common stock of the Cleveland Cliffs Iron Company, which was among the principal stockholders of the Wheeling Steel Corporation and the Republic Steel Corporation. The coalesced company was owned 50-50 by Paul Mellon and Ailsa Mellon Bruce, and in turn was among the top stockholders in Coppers United Co., the Virginian Railway Co., Pittsburgh Coal Company and General American Transportation Company. The Mellon Securities Company, owned by Richard K. Mellon, Sarah Mellon Scaife and various Mellon Trusts, was a leading stockholder in Aluminum Company of America and the Gulf Oil Corporation. The Curtis Southwestern Company belonged to Arthur Curtis James and Harriet P. James and in turn was a principal owner of the Phelps Dodge Corporation, the Western Pacific Railroad Corporation and the Missouri-Kansas-Texas Railroad Company. The Empire Power Corporation was the instrument of the Lorry Moore Corporation, owned by Ellis and Catherine Phillips, the Delaware Olmsted Company, owned by the Olmsted family, the Eastern Seaboard Securities Corporation, a joint Olmsted-Phillips venture, and individual Olmsteds and Phillipses. Empire Power was a principal stockholder of the Long Island Lighting Company. The Falls Company was a holding company for the very numerous Rosengarten family and was a principal stockholder of the United Gas Improvement Company, the Duquesne Light Company and the Philadelphia Electric Company. The M. A. Hanna Company, monument to Mark Hanna of McKinley-era fame, belonged to the Hanna family and its numerous interrelated genetic lines. It was a principal stockholder in Phelps Dodge, Lehigh Coal and Navigation and the National Steel Corporation. The Ilks Securities Company belonged to the numerous Ilks Chenoweth Woodruff and other families and was a principal stockholder in the Coca-Cola Company. The Illinois Glass Company was the holding company of the numerous Levis family and was a principal stockholder in Owens Illinois Glass Company and National Distillers Products Corporation. Light and Power Securities Corporation belonged to the Starling W. Childs family and was a principal stockholder in 4 large public utility companies. The Miami Corporation, a holding company for the Deering Estate, was a chief stockholder in International Harvester Company and the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway Company. The Newcastle Corporation, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Alfred P. Sloan, held the Sloan stock in the General Motors Corporation and the Phillips Petroleum Company, both among the big holdings. The North Negroes Sugar Company belonged to the Osorio family and was a principal stockholder of the Great Western Sugar Company and the American Sugar Refining Company. The Phillips family, quite numerous, owned the T.W. Phillips Gas and Oil Company, which in turn was the dominant stockholder of the Federal Water Service Corporation. The Pitcairn Company, a leading stockholder in the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, the Consolidated Oil Corporation and the Columbia Gas and Electric Corporation, was owned by the Pitcairn family of Pittsburgh. The Provident Securities Company was owned by William W. Crocker, Helen Crocker Russell, Charles Crocker, and Ethel Mary DeLimmer, and in turn was a leading stockholder of the Tidewater Associated Oil Company, General Mills, Inc., Pacific Telephone and Telegraph Company, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, and the Southern California Edison Company. The Reek Investment Company belonged to the Reek Woodworth families and was a principal stockholder in the National Dairy Products Corporation and the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company. The Take-Care Corporation, which held a large number of serially numbered trusts, belonged to the Benjamin family and was a big stockholder in the Virginian Railway Company, Jimble Brothers, Inc., and the Brooklyn Union Gas Company. Serial and paralleling family holding companies are not uncommon. For example, the Colgate family, of the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, reported a tangle of holding companies that with a few other relatively small interests made up 31.85% of the 20 largest Colgate-Palmolive stock holdings. There was the Beechwood Securities Company, the Oakbrook Company, the Bertco Company, the Holly Security Company, which was 100% owned by the Philston Security Company, itself a holding company for family members, and the Orange Security Company, owned 100% by the Beechwood Securities Company, and then there were individual holdings by individual Colgates and Distaff descendants. One could go on at great length exhuming the names of hundreds of additional family holding companies, but nothing would be added except repetitive detail to the essentials of this report. It is not usually the case, then, that a big fortune is subject to the ownership and direction of some single individual, some dominating croesus. It is usually directed by a small family committee with access to expert professional advice, each member of this committee owning only a small percentage of the big pie. But the decisions respecting the big pie are the same as far as the world outside is concerned as if one man owning hundreds of millions made his will effective. Under American law the entailment of estates is prohibited, but the prohibition has in effect been nullified through what may be termed serial entailment. For property owners of the third generation make provisions for placing property once again in untouchable trusts extending to 3 more generations, and so on ad infinitum. Boston is a particular center of such long-range serialized trusts. 25 as in England under legal entailment, in the United States huge properties are thus secured for generations unborn. The future beneficiaries can never have made any compensatory social contribution and may never make any after they are born. They are simply privileged by prescription as under the long-standing American despised European system. Trust funds. Whereas private family holding companies are a favorite way of keeping big holdings intact and under central direction, even though the beneficial interest in income may be spread among scores or hundreds of cousins, aunts, and in-laws, there are also individual trust funds, usually under the direction of a bank. The concentration of many trust funds in large banks, of course, concentrates just this much industrial voting power under the boards of directors of the banks. It makes them powers in the land. Some of these trusts are relatively small. But, altogether, they add up to an enormously big financial punch. And, as the banks largely maneuver according to the same point of view, they in effect act in concert in voting these securities in various corporations. Indeed, the size of the holdings they represent often enables them to name members of corporate boards of directors, which is one of the reasons so many bank officials are found strewn among the corporate boards. The large amount of stock that places them in position is not their own. But it gives them a great deal of veiled authority. In some cases, various apparently unconnected members of the boards of directors of the corporations are like so many horses running out of the same stables, carrying the same ownership colors. The family that is the biggest stockholder in Corporation X, holding 20%, is also the biggest stockholder in the bank with many trust fund holdings in relatively small amounts of stock of Corporation X, also perhaps adding up to 20%. Another bank, also holding a great deal of trust stock, perhaps 12% or in hundreds of trust funds, may not be controlled by any of the first parties but is merely a friendly back-scratching ally. Together the two groups absolutely control the corporation, name its officers, determine its policies, apply its influence. To what extent are funds now under trusteeship? At the end of 1964, trust departments of commercial banks bad investment responsibility for assets of approximately $150 billion, of which about $50 billion represented employee benefit accounts. In addition, bank trust departments provided investment management for agency accounts with assets of at least $35 billion. 26 in these last the banks acted as agents for other trustees. We see, then, that non-employee or individual trust funds amount to at least $135 billion, although the true figure is actually larger than this, for there are non-bank trustees who do not make use of banks even as agents. Of the trust holdings of national banks, more than 59% of these assets were invested in common stocks, about 52% of the employee benefit accounts, and approximately 62% of the other accounts. 27 Most of these trust funds were concentrated in a few large banks. 21 banks with investment responsibility for trust assets of more than $500 million held approximately 56% of the total, and the 100 largest trust departments held more than 80% of the trust assets of national banks. Asset concentration was greatest among employee benefit accounts, for which the 21 largest national bank trust departments held almost 80% of the assets where national banks acted as trustee. Large trust departments, for the most part, are concentrated in the largest commercial banks, although there are many exceptions where moderate-sized banks have very large trust operations and vice versa. 28 national banks with trust assets in excess of $5 million reported having approximately 580,000 trust accounts, including 68,500 corporate accounts, and 340,000 accounts where they exercised investment responsibility. 29 These figures indicate, excluding the corporate employee accounts, that there are at least 920,000 individual or private trust accounts in national banks alone. Some persons, of course, are the beneficiaries of many trust funds. Not all trust funds are large, may indeed be as small as $5,000 or $10,000, but the larger banks will not accept these. The larger New York banks do not like to be named as trustee for anything under $100,000, even for inclusion in their collective trust funds, in which there is a mingling of many smallish trust funds with proportionate participations, as in an investment trust. The average size of trust accounts where the bank exercised investment responsibility, excluding employee benefit accounts, was $173,000, but in the larger banks the average size was $300,000. Smaller banks carried trust accounts at an average size of $53,000. 30 But investment management accounts tend to be larger than the average for other trust accounts, since many banks set a relatively high minimum size or minimum fee on such accounts. 31 Thus the average size of such accounts was $582,000, and in the bigger banks it was $735,000. In addition to national banks there are the state-chartered banks to be considered. We estimate that state-chartered banks have investment responsibility for trust assets, apart from those of employee benefit accounts, of approximately $51 billion, bringing the total of such assets for all banks to approximately $105.50 billion. 32 employee benefit accounts in such state-chartered banks were estimated at $29.5 billion, with the New York State Banking Department alone accounting for $23.6 billion as a definite non-estimate figure. For all state-chartered banks, investment management accounts were estimated at $20 billion. 33 total trust accounts for which banks have investment responsibility, then, amounted to $155.8 billion at the end of 1964, of which $105.5 billion represented non-employee benefit or individual accounts. 34 There was another $35 billion for which the banks acted as investment advisory agencies, and an unknown amount in the bands of individuals or corporations that did not make use of banks as advisory agencies. There are two significant aspects of these trust fund figures. First, they represent an entirely new set of statistics, the gathering of which was begun by the controller of the currency only in 1963. Of greater significance, however, is that the figures show the deep foundations of vested inherited wealth in the United States. Trust funds are popularly thought of as solely for the benefit of widows and minor orphans, and such are no doubt included among the beneficiaries. But, by and large, most of the beneficiaries are able-bodied adults, unwidowed, unorphaned and, as often as not, pleasantly idle. In many cases the first generation in receipt of trust fund benefits never collects the principal at all, which is left to the next generation. When principal is paid out, it is often in dribbling installments throughout the recipient's lifetimes. In the case of the original Marshall Field, trusts were established that did not allow the grandchildren to collect the last part of principal until they were 50 years of age. Such provisos keep the fortune from being dissipated through the exercise of immature judgment. The first generation cannot disturb the principal and the next generation does not get all of it or, sometimes, any of it until its members are quite advanced in age. At that point many of them lock the principal, Boston style, back in new trusts for the benefit of the next two generations. Again, too, inheritance taxes are bypassed except at those points where principal is paid over. From a property ownership point of view all this undoubtedly has great merit. But what it signifies for the unpropertied is that they will never lay hands on any of this property no matter how they perform, short of overturning the legal system and the military forces behind it. The beneficiaries cannot even be swindled out of their benefices. Obviously, economic opportunities, legal and illegal, are considerably narrowed for the multitude when so much property is closely sequestered for the benefit of unborn generations. The trust funds, like the family holding companies, point up the fact that the United States, like the Europe it proposed to surpass in equality of opportunity, has developed a permanent hereditary propertied class. Indeed, owing to the far greater proportion of public ownership now in Western Europe, the United States actually has more of a hereditary property system than does Europe. And if this seems paradoxical, one may notice this even greater paradox: there are kings now in Europe who are far more democratic in their attitudes than the average American citizen. What stocks are trust funds concentrated in? This is not difficult to ascertain. Although individual trust funds may, by stipulation, be concentrated in one or a few stocks, when there is no such stipulation the principle of diversification is resorted to by competent trust officers. This amounts to invoking the principle of the investment trusts that limits their holding of any issue to no more than 2% of the entire capital. The big New York banks issue to interested parties the portfolio list of their collective trust funds, that is, those where many smaller trusts are mingled together, with each trust participating proportionately to its size. A small trust is defined in different ways by different banks and may be as much as $500,000. Small here means too small to be managed profitably by itself. As these lists of collective trust funds show, the stock investment is mainly in the list of the 200 largest companies and the 500 largest industrial companies and the 50 largest merchandising, public utilities and railroads, respectively, on the annual fortune lists. Trust funds are not invested in the biggest companies per se but in the relatively well-performing stable companies that are relatively cheapest at each time of purchase. Public utility and insurance company stocks have for some time especially attracted trust accounts. While questionable practices were uncovered in some trust accounts in the 1930s, such as stuffing them with dubious issues for which the bank was in an underwriting syndicate, now no longer possible with the separation of underwriting from banking under the law. In an advanced jurisdiction like New York, the trust companies are under strict state supervision. The trust company has come to the fore as an institution because of the many cases in the past where individual trustees have exercised bad judgment or turned out to have sticky fingers with respect to the trusteed property. The very life of a trust company depends upon its proper operation within average limits. Before leaving this topic of trust funds, one may ask, what is their major utility? The trust funds are designed to keep principal intact and impervious to error of inexperienced heirs, and to hold inheritance taxes to a minimum. Family holding companies revisited, the personal and family holding companies also perform this function, and more. A personal holding company is defined in the Revenue Code as a company owned 50% or more by no more than 5 stockholders with income derived primarily from certain types of investments. The 2 Mellon entities already named are examples. The family holding companies are the equivalent of close investment trusts and operate under tax laws appropriate to such entities. Says Standard Doctrine, a personal holding company is a close corporation, organized to hold corporate stocks and bonds and other investment assets, including personal service contracts, and employed to retain income for distribution at such time as is most advantageous to the individual stockholders from a tax point of view. 35. As of 1958, the latest date available, there were 6,285 personal holding companies. Another type of closely held corporation, similar in many cases in its functions, is the legally defined small business corporation. There were, as of 1962, more than 120,000 of these. They are taxed through their stockholders, of which there may not be more than 10. The personal holding companies are purely investment companies. The total assets for all of them were $5,236,429,000, but $4,304,158,000 of the assets were concentrated in only 652 with assets of $1 million or more, 25 had assets exceeding $50 million, 12 exceeding $25 million and 48 exceeding $10 million. Total income of these entities was $361,916,000, of which $216,822,000 came from dividends. Whatever their size, these were instrumentalities of larger property holders. 36A remaining advantage in both corporate forms is that they concentrate corporate voting power for the special benefit of all the beneficiaries. Let us, for the sake of simplicity, suppose that there is a family group of 200 individuals, each owning precisely $1 million stock in the mythical Supercosmos Corporation, whose outstanding stock is valued at $1 billion. Each one of these persons would, on the basis of his personal equity, have little to say about the company, it is clear, but would be part of the rabble of minor stockholders. Combined, however, possibly in a group of personal holding companies, they own 20% of the stock and thus name members of the board and are always well advised in advance of intercompany developments. Their representatives, too, can trade such intercompany information with similar groups in other companies for investment orientation. They are, also, politically powerful as a group. Again, under existing tax laws, it is the general strategy of the very rich to keep dividend payouts low in relation to earnings. The family investment company can hold back some of its income as corporate reserve, thus reducing the tax liability of its members. This corporate reserve, in turn, is reinvested. In the sphere of operating corporations as a whole, producing goods or services for the public, the average dividend payout is ordinarily about 50% of earnings. Some of the earnings are retained to replace worn-out equipment, to expand and to keep dividends stabilized in less profitable years. But corporations differ in their payout rates, even among good earners, ranging from 0 to 80%. Small stockholders tend to favor those with high payout rates. But many big stockholders have come to prefer those with small payout rates, for then personal income taxes are lower. Control of companies, however exercised, enables one to have something to say on this important subject of payout rates. But in recent years, many of the large corporations have retained earnings greatly in excess of replacement and future dividend needs. Such earnings have been used in the acquisition of companies in unrelated fields, as part of a policy of investment diversification, and in buying control of foreign companies, which might be classed as economic imperialism. The advantage to the big stockholders is that the money is not paid out in taxable income but is continually plowed back to increase the underlying value of equities. However, if any big stockholder wants more income, he can take it in the form of low-taxed capital gains by selling some of his stock. The large yearly aggregates of capital gain income reported to the Internal Revenue Bureau since 1950 reveal what is happening. A fairly recent concept that has emerged in the corporate world is that of the growth company. A growth company, manifestly, is a company that grows. The name is attached rather indiscriminately by brokers to new companies in technologically novel fields, electronics, space age, atomic power, etc. Not all of these are growth companies. For, as experience shows, not all of them grow. But any company that plows back a large proportion of its earnings steadily is obviously a growth company. With taxes in mind, such companies are advantageous. The very wealthy, in brief, are less interested in increasing their taxable incomes than in increasing their non-taxable ownership stake. This, when necessary, can always be cashed. Observations en passant: there remain some observations to be made about the American hereditary owners, contradicting common beliefs. It is generally supposed that the heirs of the big fortune builders are comparatively incompetent playboys or at best poor copies of the original old man. While wastrels have been seen among some of the very wealthy, most of them women or some man intent upon impressing some woman, Astor, Vanderbilt, Hearst, and others. In all the big surviving fortunes, the heirs seem to show greater and greater finesse in applying standard doctrine under more and more complex conditions. The original fortune builder might not understand everything they were doing, but he would have to admit they are getting results as good as or better than he ever got. One reason for this is that the heirs now have available to them much more highly developed professional experts, deeply versed in the intricacies of each situation: economists, statisticians, analysts, engineers, psychologists, lawyers, and the like. Two original DuPonts did very well in launching E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company and deserve a reverent salute from all deeply committed money fans. But they seem to have been outdone by every succeeding generation of DuPonts, each of which appears to have missed no opportunity to enlarge that part of the fortune it inherited. The same with the Fords. After his first great success, Henry Ford, set in his ways, dogmatic, began to lose his touch. He refused to defer to his son Edsel, who close observers believe would have put the company on a sounder footing than it found itself in the 1940s. But Henry Ford too, a grandson in his 20s, later aided by two younger brothers, brought the Ford Motor Company up to new heights of wealth, public esteem, and prestige. In a little more than 10 years, the grandsons more than sextupled the value of the company, outperforming the economy as a whole, and have no doubt engaged in unknown side coups of more than modest proportions. Judge Thomas Mellon's sons outdid his financial feats, and his grandchildren do not appear, under more difficult circumstances, to have lost the golden touch. The Mellons are still going strong, surrounded by family holding companies, trust funds, and banks. As to the Rockefellers, it might appear that none of them will ever be able to outdistance the wily old monopolist who put the family on the financial and political maps. But many authorities would argue that John D. Rockefeller, Jr., performed a far more difficult feat in holding the fortune together under strong political attack. Judge Mellon's opinion that it is harder to hold on to money than to make it has been explicitly made part of standard doctrine. 37. If this is so, then Rockefeller, Jr., who inherited a difficult situation, must be considered to have surpassed his father. The grandchildren are doing even better, for in addition to advancing the family fortunes, they have performed the difficult feat of making themselves the idols of a considerable public. As to it being more difficult to retain money than to make it, probably few would readily agree with this proposition. But slight reflection will show that it is true. Most adults have jobs and are paid. But how long does the weekly paycheck last? Could one resolve not to spend it? Most people could not make such a resolution unless they wished to starve. Actually, most persons are unable to save as much as an average 5% of their earnings. This state of affairs illustrates the point. The average man in the street might contend that if his pay were only higher he would retain some of it, and in some few cases, let us agree, he would. But from time to time there are big sweepstakes and lottery winners, suddenly possessed of goodly sums. How old Judge Mellon would smile if he could hear them excitedly telling newspaper reporters what they are going to do with their windfalls: a new house, a new wheelchair for Grandma, crutches for Tiny Tim, a new car, a trip to Florida, and then some government bonds of declining purchasing power. A year or so later, as it turns out, they are all where they were financially to begin with, looking back wistfully to the time they were suddenly rich. What happened to the money? They ask. Where did it go? What defeats most people in holding on to money, reinforcing the judgment of Judge Mellon, is that they are basically childish spenders. And therein lies part of the opportunity of acquisitive moneymakers. One task of the marketplace is to separate people from their money, often giving them something meretricious in return. Present status of 200 TNEC corporations. What has happened to the 200 corporations of the TNEC in the 25 years that have elapsed? Have any fallen by the wayside, carrying their owners to disaster? Have any slipped from the top of the heap? Analysis of the 1937 group of 200 non-financial corporations, according to the Dartmouth Study 38, reveals on the surface a number of things. In terms of current dollar values, there has been great growth for the group as a whole. In terms of constant dollars, values adjusted for depreciation of money, the total growth is probably not much greater than the rate of growth of our economy. This point cannot be pressed further, however, in the absence of detailed information about the accounting adjustments which the various firms have made as the value of the dollar has declined and as new assets have been added. The TNEC list is set forth parallel with the 1964 list of biggest non-financial corporations in Appendix B. There have been changes of detail in the list, although not significant, with respect to who owns and controls the wealth. With the exception of a few newcomers, the same groups own the companies as owned them in 1937. Certain companies have moved off the master list of the leading 200, not because they have lost out entirely but because they have been squeezed off by mergers or by the emergence of new industries such as aviation and natural gas pipelines. Except for the Mellon, Pittsburgh, Consolidation Coal Company, all coal companies have been pushed off the list, replaced by gas pipelines. Railroads have moved down on the list and some have moved off, but a merger kept Erie-Lackawanna on the list. Pullman, Inc., a Mellon enterprise, has declined, partly because of an adverse antitrust decision. It is evident that the loss of a monopoly position in the face of new means of transport is what has taken the bloom off the railroads. In meat packing, the Big Four have been supplanted by the Big Two: Swift and Armor. The electric utilities on the two lists are not strictly comparable. On the later list are many new regional companies that are the outcome of the dissolution of the old holding companies. But in essentials the same electric power properties are on both lists, though often under different names. Film companies have been pushed off the list, owing to the competitive advent of television and adverse antitrust decisions. Their owners were never seriously classified among the big wealthy. In all, close to 50 companies appear to have been pushed off the list. In addition to 3 coal companies, 2 packers, and 15 old line utility holding companies, they are Texas Gulf Sulphur, American Sugar Refining, American Woolen, Textron, Hearst Consolidated, International Shoe, New Jersey Zinc, U.S. Smelting, National Supply, United Shoe Machinery, Gimbals, Marshallfield, R.H. Macy, Hudson and Manhattan Railroad, 6 interstate railroads and 2 film companies. No really big interests experienced a decline. Some newcomers are the product of split-offs. Western Electric came out of AT&T and now ranks 25th in size. The only other newcomer in the first 25 is Tennessee Gas Transmission, representing new capital mobilization. The only newcomer in the second 25 is El Paso Natural Gas, owing to similar circumstances. The second 50 have among them as new faces only Sperry Rand and Olin Matheson, outcomes of mergers. The most recent list, in brief, represents the same old crowd with a few additions produced mainly by mergers and subtractions by squeezing. At the very top there is due change, except that the companies have grown much larger. AT&T, largest company in the world, leader of both lists and the stock of which is widely held, had total 1964 assets of $30.306 billion compared with $3.859 billion in 1937. Standard Oil, New Jersey, largest purely industrial company in the world in point of assets, had assets of $12.49 billion compared with $2.06 billion in 1937, and was in second place both times. The smallest company on the TNEC list was Texas Gulf Sulphur, with assets of $62.9 million. The smallest company on the later Fortune list was Scott Paper, closely shadowed by Allied Stores, with assets of $413.8 million. The TNEC list was compiled during a depression, the Fortune list after a war and 20 years of boom, heightened concentration, and inflation. As to the owners and controllers, there has been no significant change except that they are more firmly established in the ascendancy than before. 4 Rockefeller companies appear among the first 25 compared with 3 in 1937, and there are 6 of them on the TNEC list and 7 on the Fortune list. The 2 big DuPont companies have moved up among the first 25, improving relatively. One of the chief Mellon properties, Gulf Oil, has moved into the first 25, in 8th place, where it was not to be found in 1937. The Ford Motor Company has moved up from 23rd to 4th place. One of the most spectacular improvements in the approximately 30 or so years separating the 2 lists was Sears, Roebuck and Company, which moved from 69th place, with assets of $284 million, to 9th place, with assets of $4.271 billion, making it the world's leading retail merchandiser. The position of the dominant Rosenwald family has been correspondingly improved, making it easily worth more than $500 million and on the threshold of super wealth. An even more spectacular growth company was International Business Machines, leader of the computer automation field, which moved from 185th to 12th place in size of assets. Most of the newcomers to the list, however, are the result of mergers, spin-offs or the rise of new industries such as aviation and gas pipelines on the basis of new capital. But, although there are newcomers, few of the newcomers are new properties. Mergers either brought companies onto the list, moved companies up on the list or kept them on the list. General Telephone, American Metal Climax, International Telephone and Telegraph, Olin Matheson, Burlington Industries, Erie Lackawanna, Georgia Pacific, General Dynamics, United Merchants and others. While the lists in both cases represent only a small sample of American companies, these companies represent almost 70% of U.S. output. Basic economic activity outside these lists represents the lesser portion of the pie. Aluminum Company of America moved from 79th to 38th place even though its monopoly position was broken by the sale of wartime government aluminum plants to competitors. The Kaiser interests, one of these competitors, and nurtured by government patronage, have put no less than 3 new companies on the master list: Kaiser Aluminum, Kaiser Industries, and Kaiser Steel. The Pugh family's Sun Oil Company moved up from 138th place to 75th. Although J. Paul Getty's Tidewater Oil is only 69th on the list, up from 92nd place, it should be remembered that Getty owns most of it and has many other oil interests whose lesser dimensions fail to qualify them for this list. Viewed again purely from the perspective of this most recent list of the biggest American proprietors, the financial Grand Dukes of the United States appear still to be, individually and collectively, the Rockefellers, DuPonts, Fords, Mellons, Rosenwalds, Pughs, Gettys, Phippses, Mathers, Hartfords, McCormicks and individuals like Alan Kirby, who in addition to his New York Central and Woolworth holdings is a leading stockholder of the big manufacturers Hanover Trust Co. of New York. The old question pops up: have positions in these companies been maintained at the same level throughout the years? In some cases, as in that of the DuPonts, we know they have. There have been some shifts in Rockefeller holdings, and the Ford holdings are about what they were when Henry Ford I died. At the time of the TNEC study, the Rosenwalds held 12.5% of Sears, Roebuck. In view of the steady strong growth of this company, one would not suppose they would have sold out. If anything, guided by standard doctrine, they would have increased their holdings. As groups like railroads and coal companies declined in the economy, no doubt leading holders tended to sell them out. But they may also have re-established positions at lower prices, and in recent years the railroads have shown great improvement, both in earnings and in market action of securities. No big interests such as Hartford's, Zellerbach's, Weyerhaeuser's, Duke's, Pitcairn's, Matthews, Swift's, and others are reported to have cleared out. Among smaller interests there have undoubtedly been intercompany shifts of holdings, as into oils, aviation, natural gas, and gas pipelines. Old money, though, has found its way into successful new enterprises, as in the Harriman Warburg Strauss ground floor investment in Polaroid. We have seen that concentrated ownership is a more prominent feature of small companies. This circumstance and the fact that there is such concentrated ownership of very large companies show that concentration of ownership and control in few hands is a built-in feature of the American economy. While 20 million or more stockholders have an equity, usually trifling, in these and hundreds of other companies, it is a fact, as the TNEC study showed, that from 2 to 3 up to 20 of the largest stockholders own very large to total percentages of the companies. Total ownership by small interrelated groups was shown for Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, Ford Motor Company and Campbell Soup Company. The small stockholders are therefore no more than insects crawling on the backs of rhinoceri. 6. Where are they now? As the TNEC data are more than 25 years old, the question naturally arises, are these large holdings of wealth still extant? Have they not been destroyed by ruthlessly vicious taxation? Aren't the large heirs under pressure not only of a monstrous tax burden but of militant trade unions, draconic government regulation, intense competition with each other, hostile legislators, public welfare schemes at home and communist inroads at home and abroad, really in reduced and increasingly precarious circumstances? The sociologist C. Wright Mills, as noticed in Chapter 2, Note 2, found difficulty in ascertaining who was wealthy. He spent a good deal of time making inquiries of people supposed to know and who, though sympathetic to his quest, found the question of identities equally mysterious. He was reduced to calling names as they had been more or less randomly mentioned in various books and by authors dealing with unsystematic data and constructing his own architectonic symmetries from them. While it cannot be claimed on the basis of any available collection of data that one has unearthed every wealthy person and clan, the means are at hand for making far better contemporary determinations than did Mills, who was apparently not aware of the monumental TNEC data. But even the TNEC findings are continually being supplemented in monthly reports of significant securities transactions, required by law, to the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. Moreover, any new issuance of securities by an existing company, or in the launching of a new company, requires that information be supplied to the SEC about major individual participations in ownership. This information is open to public scrutiny. The reports to the SEC are tabulated alphabetically and published each month in the official summary of security transactions and holdings, published by the United States Securities and Exchange Commission. All persons can consult back numbers in any central metropolitan public library or can subscribe to the publication at $1.50 per year. Under the Securities and Exchange Act, 1934, all corporate officers, directors, closed-end investment companies and individual non-officer owners or beneficiaries of 10% or more of any securities issue of any company offering securities for sale in the American market must report each month all purchases, sales, or other transfers of securities in any company in which they have a direct or indirect interest. This requirement in some ways provides far more data than did the TNEC study. For it relates to all security selling companies, not merely the 200 largest. And while, unlike the TNEC study, it does not single out the largest stockholders as such, the requirement that stockholders owning 10% or more of any issue report changes in investment position often discloses the biggest elements. If someone owned only 2% of an issue but was among the 20 largest stockholders, the SEC reports, unlike the TNEC study, would not disclose him unless he was also an officer or a director. To some extent the 10% requirement partially screens big wealth, which is held mainly in family phalanxes. For if 3 buyers or sellers each held 9.9% of the stock of a big company, amounting to 29.7% control, the SEC reports would not show them unless they were officers or directors. The same would be true if 10 members of a family each owned 5.5% of the stock, amounting to 55% or absolute control. They could be represented on the board of directors by nominees, their own lawyers or bankers, who might hold only a few directors' qualifying shares. Not only do the SEC reports show purchases and sales but also acquisitions or dispositions by bequest or inheritance, compensation, corporate distribution, exchange or conversion, stock dividends, stock splits, redemptions and gifts. While personal gifts of stock are strewn throughout the year, apparently in observance of birthdays, Christmas appears to be a favorite time of the propertied for giving stock. The Christmas gifts are especially reflected in the January and February reports for each year. What the SEC reports do not tell us about wealth holdings would perhaps be a better guide than the statement of what they do contain. The SEC reports do not inform us at all about 1. Federal, state and municipal bond holdings, although they do inform us about corporate bond holdings and about all senior and junior issues. 2. Non-corporate real estate, land, or mortgage holdings. 3. Personal interests in enterprises abroad that do not offer securities in the American market. 4. Holdings of non-corporate promissory notes, options, cash, foreign exchange, insurance policies, and collections of jewels or objets d'art. Or 5. Miscellaneous personal property, such as Swiss bank accounts, racing stables, foreign islands, yachts, airplanes and cars. It is not our intention to determine the exact extent of participation of any fortune in a particular property, although the TNEC study did make such a determination possible with respect to the largest corporations. Nor is it our intention to determine the exact investment position of any fortune at any given moment. Such a determination could only be made by a new government study or by a permanent National Economic Committee. Even the TNEC study did not inquire into stock holdings below the top 20, although a person could be incalculably wealthy if he was the 21st largest stockholder in many companies. Nor is it our intention to trace shifts in holdings among various companies, although in certain cases such shifts are clearly shown by SEC data. Despite the logical possibility of concealment of a fortune in, say, tax-exempt bonds or jewels, it should be noticed that no big fortune was ever made in such investment media. The modern corporation, plus engineering technique, more recently aided by huge government contracts, is the big and virtually exclusive instrument of modern fortune building, and a fortune once made cannot disappear from view merely by going into tax-exempts or real estate. One can usually trace it, as in the case of Delphine Dodge, at least up to the point of its conversion into more static media. Even with the help of the voluminous SEC reports, it is possible to lose exact trace of some large fortunes, although, having no evidence of their destruction, one knows they must still exist in some form. Individuals or groups owning 15% of enterprises scrutinized by the TNEC may have halved their participation and spread the proceeds of sale among various companies. If they do not function as officers or directors or hold at least 10% of some company, their further transactions are not reported by the SEC. Lamentable though this may appear, it does not impede us by much, for most of the large interests stay put. They are more likely to increase their holdings, as J. Paul Getty and the DuPonts have steadily done to the date of this writing, than to reduce them. If they merely retain their holdings, new investments are apt to be made with income from the old investments, thus obtaining desirable diversification as a shield against changes of various kinds, technological, political, cultural, economic, and social. Aims of SEC reports. The object of the SEC reports was to terminate the rigging of securities markets, prevalent before the passage of their enabling law. Before the law was passed, company officers, directors and leading stockholders, while issuing optimistic or pessimistic reports, would secretly sell or buy the company's stock on the basis of knowledge at variance with the reports. A large public of gullible small stock buyers was in this way repeatedly stung and tended gradually to lose faith in the rip-roaring republic for which an earlier gullible horde had bled and died. Under the securities law, insiders cannot long keep to themselves favorable or unfavorable turns in a company's outlook. Again, what they say can be evaluated in relation to what they actually do in their own securities. Buying and selling by insiders do not invariably indicate something about a company. Insiders, too, have been wrong in their estimates of a company's position in the context of public policies and conditions. Sometimes insiders sell some of their holdings because they need money for taxes, because they see a better opportunity elsewhere, or because they have a fixed policy of taking low tax capital gains in companies with low dividend payouts. Usually it means only that they are taking profits or avoiding losses. Some small market operators mechanically follow the buying and selling of insiders, but not with universally fortunate results. Everything else being equal, as it seldom is, it is not a bad policy to pay heed to company officers and directors when they buy or sell heavily. For this reason the SEC monthly reports are closely studied by market aficionados. But company officers, playing only for swings in the market, often sell as quickly as they buy, and the knowledge is only available a month later, sometimes too late for outsiders. One thing the SEC reports show clearly is that in many companies the officers and directors repeatedly buy and sell as a block. Presented to the country as masterful managers of giant enterprises that are the envy of the world, as builders of the nation indeed, they nevertheless in many cases seem interested in playing this private poker game which has no economic justification. It does nothing for gross national product. In so doing they show they are basically pecuniary men willing to turn their attention to anything that will swell their bankrolls. If they could go out on the corner and make money by trading baseball cards or stamps the way children do, or lagging pennies, one would find them out on the corner. Their icon is the stock ticker. Different companies have different policies about timely flutters in the securities market by officers and directors. In some cases such transactions are rare. In many companies it is apparently thought to be one of the perquisites of officers to trade tip and down in a percentage of their holdings, thus incurring low capital gains taxes while getting more income so their wives and children won't fall behind on country club dues. With such factors in mind, the monthly SEC reports on holdings have been selectively checked with a view to updating the TNEC data, thus reassuring anxious critics that our material is all fresh and new. But, in general, in and out trading by mere company officers and directors has been ignored here except when it has seemed to be of significant proportions or by significant officers. Attention has been concentrated pretty much on the original TNEC list and the 1964 Fortune list of the largest non-financial companies, although there is also presented an extensive listing of control groups in other well-known companies. As to the method used in examining the SEC reports, which embrace thousands of companies and tens of thousands of individuals, the reports have been closely scrutinized in their entirety from 1960, inclusive, through 1965. As every transaction registered requires that the net remaining holding be given, one is assured of what the latest position is, confirming or not the TNEC finding at a distance of about 25 years. In this way, too, late-coming names of big holders, if they buy or sell, are brought into view. Where significant large holdings have not turned up in this 1960 decade, a special tracing backward by individual companies was made prior to 1960 to ascertain the latest date when a net position was given for some family member, thus showing the continued presence of the family. In certain companies the holdings were traced back to 1945 or to the point that yielded the latest total holding. Such a complete tracing was made of all the major Rockefeller, Mellon, Ford, DuPont, and Rosenwald properties. It was not necessary in the case of others because their presence is fully revealed by the data of the 1960s in almost all cases. What may seem to be a defect in this method, and perhaps it is a genuine defect, is that by stopping the retroactive survey with 1960 we won't pick up any new investments made by either new or old wealth holders prior to 1960. But the objective here is not to show the entire investment position of either new or old wealth holders or to trace all these elements from one company to another in such cases in which they have transferred investment allegiance. All I am trying to do is to show who is rich now and who is a big newcomer to riches by presenting some large samples. Nor am I trying to develop in detail the names and holdings of every one of 90,000 or more millionaires. Limited space makes it necessary to confine attention to the cream of the crop. In the case of some of the new companies, I have examined the original prospectus filed with the SEC, as required by law, to ascertain any significant changes in holdings and identities. Particular attention was given to the new public utility operating companies organized out of the old holding companies, because as matters stood in the earlier chapter we tended to lose sight of the owners in the shuffle. The question is, are they still there? If not, who has taken their place? We are initially armed with the fact that these companies aren't owned by just anybody out of 190 million odd in the population. Even the most tenuous kind of ownership puts the owner into about 10% of the populace. And any holding of any kind worth minimally $60,000 net as of 1953 places him within 1.6% of the population. The holdings with which we are most concerned are limited to a circle consisting of 0.11 of 1% of the population. Thus narrowed, our attention is focused directly on the biggest American proprietors, the magnates, the big shots. The SEC requires that reports of a person's entire interest be made if there is any change in any holding in which he has a beneficial interest. This means that his personal holdings, those in which he has an indirect beneficial interest as from a trust or family holding company, those held by a spouse, those for which he acts as trustee or custodian, must all be reported if more than 100 shares are bought or sold in any part of the holding, direct or indirect. A good picture is therefore given of particular beneficial interests. While such reporting is for individuals except when made by a closed-end or family investment company, the holdings of big financial groups are revealed through different transactions on behalf of various members of a family. It is true that this method will not reveal the holdings of an entire family group in a particular company unless every member of the group engages in transactions, as they sometimes do. But we already know the names of the big family groups, so that if we see one member altering his investment position, it may be deduced that the others are still solvent but are merely not interested in buying or selling. We cannot tell in every case who is better off or worse off. A family group may have closed out a very large holding and diversified its ownership in smaller slices in many companies. The new diversified position may have improved its position or not. In dollar values, owing to the general inflation of prices, probably all positions have been improved. At the very top, among Mellons, DuPouts, Rockefellers, Rosenwalds, Fords and Pews, we know that relative positions have been improved because their companies have outperformed the economy, sometimes by very wide margins. Comparisons can be made here by relating gross sales to gross national product, gross income to national income and net income to net national income. The reports are set down by the SEC in the following general form: transaction net holding John Doe plus or minus X shares X shares. Trust X1 do. X2 do. Savings fund X2 do. X2 do. Employers fund X3 do. X3 do. Wife or family X4 do. X4 do. As trustee X5 do. X5 do. As custodian X6 do. X6 do. Investment company X7 do. X7 do. Partnership X8 do. X8 do. The plus or minus, indicating a purchase or sale, is credited in the SEC report to whatever individual or instrumentality did the buying or selling. It would require too much space here to report individual by individual in this way. A somewhat different form of presentation has been adopted to convey the same information. Our findings will be set forth as much as possible in semi-tabular form. Although share totals will be given, they will not be translated into market values. This task may be left as an exercise for the interested reader, who will be given the 1965 prices for the biggest companies. As a foretaste of what we are after, let us ask, For example, how do matters stand in the late 1960s with J. Paul Getty? Is he still rich? The SEC official summary, September 1965, informs us that he personally owned 4,610,217 shares of the Getty Oil Company and was an indirect participant in trusts with 7,948,272 shares, a total of 12,558,489 shares, or about 80%. At a price of 34.78 for Getty Oil on November 22, 1965, this holding had a market value of nearly $438 million, in late 1967, $1.2 billion. This figure by no means represents everything owned by Getty, who is interested directly and indirectly in many other companies, but it does satisfy us that he is still very rich, probably worth more than $1 billion. And that is all we are concerned with. For many years, he and his companies have been steadily adding to their holdings. The SEC report for July 1965 showed Getty Oil owned 4,077,240 shares of Mission Development, a different company. The report for December 1963 showed that Getty Oil, after buying 21,169 shares, owned 2,748,883 shares, or 63% of Tidewater Oil Company Indiana, which J. Paul Getty through a trust fund owned now only 4,225 shares. He owned none directly, having exchanged his earlier Tidewater stock for Getty Oil stock. The report for June 1964 showed that Mission Corporation in turn, after buying 8,500 shares, owned 3,431,280 shares of Skelly Oil Company. These are all majority ownerships. We could go on in this way analyzing the multifarious holdings and interholdings of J. Paul Getty, but we would never get to the bottom of it in any event. For Getty, like many others, is a big foreign operator and unquestionably does not have all his holdings registered on the American record. Getty is clearly officially certified as still in possession of vast wealth. But we must continue, as there may be gnawing doubts about others, such as Rockefellers and Pews, Pitcairns, DuPonts, McCormicks and Rosenwalds, Clarks and Dukes. 1. In requiring reports of a beneficial interest in trust funds and of holdings as a trustee, the law reveals a large portion of the social security system of the rich. It is an excellent system, and provides much security for its beneficiaries. But in considering it, one wonders about the oft-heard thesis of many conservative and ultra-conservative spokesmen and newspapers that the federal social security system, the family welfare system and the trade union system all carry great danger of destroying the characters of the participants. They might, among other things, become mercenary or lazy. The rich themselves very evidently do not believe that being the beneficiaries of huge trust funds has undermined their characters, or that establishing trust funds for their children will distort the children's characters. No case has come to light where the children of the wealthy have been left penniless for their own benefit. All known cases of disinheritance are punitive, because the children have displeased the parents. Why, if drawing benefits without labor from a big trust fund does not destroy character, will drawing benefits in old age from Social Security or a pension system do so? Why would a true welfare state be injurious to the general public when a private welfare system of trust funds is not apparently injurious to its limited number of beneficiary heirs? The DuPonts today, as it is never wrong to begin with the DuPonts in any discussion of American wealth, let us begin with this fabulous clan, leveling our fundamental question: where are they now, financially speaking? The evidence strongly suggests that they are still massively concentrated in Christiana Securities Company, E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, General Motors, Remington Arms, and other enterprises of the kind they were partial to in the 1930s. They stand approximately where they were shown to be in the TNEC study. They have neither gone elsewhere, suffered diminution, become bored with property ownership, nor disappeared. Taxes have not exterminated them or even visibly shaken them. Some revelatory SEC reports by members of the DuPont family in the 1960s are, incompletely, as follows: Dates refer to monthly issues of the official summary of security transactions and holdings. Christiana Securities Company price range $19.65, $232 to $315. Shares date reported. Irony DuPont, Jr. 150,460 March, 1965. Trust 22,322. A. Felix DuPont, Jr. 20,510. Trust 92,132. L. DuPont Copeland 252,657 August, 1964. Trust 100. Crawford H. Green Evol 52,848. Trust 4,410. S. Hollock DuPont 140,000 March, 1964. William Winder Laird 88,546 August, 1963. R.R.M. Carpenter, Jr. 11,520 February, 1963. Trusts 130,995 Pierre S. DuPont 29,472 October, 1961. Lamet DuPont Copeland, through Delaware Realty and Investment, merged with Christiana 52,299 **** shares of Delaware Realty and Investment. These holdings vary from year to year. Some of the DuPonts are, from time to time, fairly active traders in a marginal percentage of their holdings. And while they do not reflect the entire holding of the DuPont family in Christiana Securities, for which the TNEC study showed the family owning 73.958% of common and 58.541% of preferred prior to its absorption of Delaware Realty, of which the family owned 83.985%, what these deals since 1960 do positively show is that the DuPont family is today still ensconced where it was found to be by the TNEC inquiry. 2 is for E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company, the world's largest chemical company. The SEC reports show the following incomplete recent holdings: E.I. DuPont de Nemours price range $19.65, $225-1/4-$261. Shares date reported. Christiana Securities 13,416,120 February, 1965. Crawford H. Green Evol 11,710 CO Trustee 4,000 L. DuPont Copeland 69,297 November, 1963. Andalot, Inc. 40,668 Trust 86,072 Irony DuPont, Jr., 7,562 August, 1963. Trusts 20,000 Pierre S. DuPont 2,926 March, 1963. William DuPont, Jr., 8,000 February, 1963. Trusts 1,261,888 Irony DuPont, Jr., Trust 143. 864 September, 1962. Henry B. DuPont 12,407 September, 1961. Emile F. DuPont 8,766 March, 1961. These are by no means the only transaction dates for DuPonts in stock of Christiana Securities and E.I. DuPont de Nemours in the early 1960s. They merely represent some of the latest positions. A more thorough disclosure of the identities of some leading DuPont stockholders was made in the monthly summary for June 11, 1949, on the occasion of a stock split in E.I. DuPont de Nemours. Then the holdings of DuPonts who were officers and directors and holders of more than 10% or were American Samoa follows, common shares. Donaldson Brown, married to Greta DuPont Barksdale. Brosco Corp. Brown Securities Corporation, 20,000. J. Thompson Brown 49,096. W. S. Carpenter, Jr. 47,256. Christiana Securities 12,199,200. Lamet Copeland 110,680. Trust 92,572. Delaware Realty and Investment 1,217,920. Émile F. DuPont 2248. Wife 180. Eugene DuPont 203,212. Henry B. DuPont 10,844. Henry F. DuPont 173,000. Irene E. DuPont 12,000. Lamet DuPont 63,836. P. S. DuPont 36,940. Pierre S. DuPont 32,896. C. H. Green Eval 4,236. $4.50 Series Preferred Shares. Lamet Copeland through Delaware Realty 16,256. Émile F. DuPont 15. Eugene DuPont 6,405. Henry B. DuPont through Delaware Realty 16,256. Henry F. DuPont 14,184. P. S. DuPont 311. Pierre S. DuPont 34. Trust 1611. The way titles stood at the end of 1965 was as follows: members of the DuPont family own more than 75% of Christiana Securities, which in turn owns at least 29% of the stock of EI DuPont de Nemours. Individual DuPonts separately own additional EI DuPont stock or are beneficiaries of trust funds, so that the entire family holding exceeds 44% in gigantic EI DuPont de Nemours. EI DuPont de Nemours itself, until recently, owned 23% of the stock of General Motors Corporation, sales-wise the world's largest industrial company. After it and other DuPont holding companies and trust funds were ordered by a federal court to distribute this stock to individual equity owners, each owner of each share of EI DuPont de Nemours received 1.36 shares of General Motors. Upon receiving their share of the GM distribution, Christiana Securities and other DuPont family funds, selling some to pay capital gains taxes, passed the GM shares they received on to individual DuPonts. The question now is, how much General Motors stock remains in the hands of individual DuPonts? Assuming that they sold none since the court order took effect in 1962, on the face of it they still hold at least 17.25% of General Motors' outstanding stock. This minimal figure is arrived at by assuming the payment of a 25% capital gains tax on the entire holding in GM, an overgenerous assumption because the holding was not all interpreted as capital gains. However, the DuPont Company management announced that, going beyond the court order, members of the family closely associated with the DuPont Company management would voluntarily dispose of their General Motors stock, but such sale would hardly bring holdings below 17.25% because no tax at all was required on the GM shares distributed to individuals by EI DuPont de Nemours. The SEC reports do not show holdings for DuPonts in other companies where they are not officers, do not own more than 10% or individually or have not engaged in stock transactions. But that they are interested personally in other companies is shown by the September 1965 official summary where Henry B. DuPont is reported holding 6,000 shares in Remington Arms after selling 500 shares. EI DuPont de Nemours owns 60% of Remington Common and 99.6% of the preferred. Transactions were not traced for this study in companies like U.S. Rubber and Phillips Petroleum, where DuPont interests are represented on the boards of directors. But in Remington Arms another big old line family holding was shown in the December 1961 report for M. Hartley Dodge, son of the founder, who was reported as retaining 510,787 shares after selling 9,072 shares to other members of his family. Mr. Dodge, son-in-law of William Rockefeller, held 50,000 additional Remington Arms shares through a holding company and 28,407 shares in a trust fund. The SEC reports provide similar information on the other old line wealthy families: Phipps, Clark, Danforth, Knudsen, Baker, Anderson Clayton, Dollar, Fisher, Heinz, Swift, Prince, Pugh, Harriman, Block, Ryerson, Pitcairn, Hanna, Levis, Warburg, Kresge, Timken, Armour, Grace, Bedford, Firestone, Rosenwald, Colgate, Peat, Millbank, Crocker, Jennings, Olmsted, Cudahy, Havemever, Cabot, Lehman, Woolworth, Jimble, Jones Laughlin, Candler, Rosengarten, Hochschild, Wrigley, Rosensteel, Reynolds, and others. With very few exceptions, and a few additions, the role that was called in the formidable TNEC study is echoed and re-echoed today in the SEC monthly reports. What has been proved in these foregoing pages? Not very much, one would be forced to agree, merely that the DuPonts are still alive and thriving and are richer and more powerful today than they were in 1940. And one can predict that they will continue to grow richer and more powerful as long as the continually amended New Deal, Square Deal, New Frontier, and Great Society politico-economic synthesis prevails. The Ford family. There isn't much doubt about the financial endurance of the Ford family, because the holdings of Henry and Edsel Ford were transferred only after 1947 to the present heirs. Those who believe they may be suffering extinction under the impact of metaphorically brutal taxes or other forces may gain reassurance from recent records. The Fords did not turn up in the SEC reports until September 1956, when it was shown that Benson Ford held 1,025,915 shares of Ford Motor Class B stock and Henry Ford II held 1,055,346 of the Class B. The Class B stock, all of which went to the Fords, holds 40% of the voting power. The way this Class B holding came to the SEC record was explained as follows: reported that by the terms of a trust created by a relative, Benson Ford and Henry Ford II had in common with two others an option expiring June 26, 56 to acquire 15,000 shares of Class B stock. Benson Ford, on June 20, 56, by gift, delivered an assignment of his portion, 3,750 shares, of the option. On June 26, 56 Henry Ford II, for a consideration, delivered an assignment of his portion, 3,750 shares, of the option. In the February 1957 official summary it was reported that Henry Ford II disposed of 9,000 shares of Class B, and in September 1957, it was shown that he disposed of 100,000 shares and acquired 100,000 shares of the common. The March 1959 report showed him disposing of 19,415 Class B shares in a private sale and that he had established a holding company that owned 3,284 shares. He retained 815,901 Class B shares at this point. By September 1959, he had reduced his common holdings to 90,500 shares. As of September 1964, Henry Ford II no longer held any common in his own name but did hold 43,846 shares through a trust. In March 1964, it was reported that he now owned 1,319,576 Class B shares, held 75,000 B shares in trust, 12,000 B shares through holding companies, and was trustee for 316,398 B shares. He now held 99,846 common shares in a trust. In January 1962, it was reported that Benson Ford had reduced his direct holdings of the Class B to 894,147 shares but indirectly held 5,987 in holding companies and 105,456 in trust. These are the latest positions through 1965 shown for the two men. No positions are shown for William or Charlotte Ford, which presumably were originally identical. As reported earlier in this account, the Ford family effectively controls the Ford Motor Company and would continue to control it even if a considerable amount of additional common stock were given voting power through sale by the Ford Foundation. The Mellon family. The SEC report of March 1965 showed Richard King Mellon clearing out his last 100 shares of Aluminum Company of America $3.75 cumulative preferred stock, leaving his holdings in this issue at zero. In July 1963, however, he was shown as holding 861,200 common shares of Alcoa, $61-1/$2.79-5/8, after disposing of 291,552 shares. Alcoa is the world's largest aluminum producer. And in June 1963, he retained 2,809,922 shares of Gulf Oil, $87.94-1/4, after disposing of 1,943,580. But in July 1961, he held 4,666,929 shares of Gulf after selling 400,000 shares. On the basis of the above facts, one might reasonably conclude that the Mellons were still flourishing, without taking into account their other manifestations in the form of directorships and the like. But a more positive showing can be made. In December 1945, according to SEC reports, some years before 6-for-1 stock splits, Richard King Mellon owned 1,070,637 shares of Gulf Oil, and his sister, Sarah Mellon Scaife, who died late in 1965, owned 1,041,144 shares. Donaldson Brown of General Motors and DuPont Intermarriage owned 100 shares of Gulf Oil in July 1947, and held 93,400 through the Brosco Corporation. Alan M. Scaife owned 9,300 shares of Gulf Oil, according to the January 10, 1949, SEC report, and by January 1950, had raised his holding to 10,300 shares. He owned 30,600 shares in June 1951. Down through the years, various other transactions in Gulf Oil and Alcoa are shown for this branch of the Mellon family, but there is no present point in tracing them. The Mellons are, obviously, still in the ascendant. The SEC reports show no transactions since 1945 in Gulf Oil or Alcoa for Paul or Elsa Mellon, or transactions for either of these two Mellons in the securities of any companies since 1960. Paul Mellon has been less active than his older cousin in corporate affairs, has more particularly applied himself to foundation and cultural affairs. The TNEC study found that this clan had a finger in some 100 companies. Even if one had records of recent transactions in them all, it would be awkward to set them forth. Exposition is defeated by the very extent of holdings. Recent SEC reports show, for example, that the Consolidation Coal Company, formerly the Pittsburgh Coal Company, of which Richard, Paul, Sarah, and Ailsa Mellon owned more than 50%, according to the TNEC study, now holds a 7% interest in Indiana the Chrysler Corporation. To trace all such ramifications would be a virtually endless task. Nor can we undertake to scrutinize all overlappings of large interests. The M. A. Hanna Company is a very large stockholder in Consolidation Coal, the SEC reports, and has heavy investments in many other large companies. H. Barksdale Brown, of the DuPont clan, owns 3,317 shares of Gulf Oil, SEC, May 1965, and the Brosco Corporation, instrument of the Brown family, held 666,684 shares on that date. We have already seen that Donaldson Brown, former High General Motors executive, and the Brosco Corporation are heavy stockholders in E.I. DuPont de Nemours. Donaldson Brown and the Brosco Corporation are also substantial stockholders in General Motors, SEC, October 1950. Down through the years there has been much talk, much of it uninformed, about interlocking directorships. It is more significant that there is a great deal of interlocking ownership among the big interests. The Pugh family. The TNEC study found the Pugh family of Philadelphia in firm ownership control of the huge Sun Oil Company, $56-5/$8.67-3/4. Recent SEC reports confirm that the family is still in charge with a large dominant interest, 41.5%. John G. Pugh recently held 44,139 shares, September 1965. Arthur E. Pugh, Jr., held 37,170 shares, and a John G. Pugh Trust 217 shares, December, 1964. Walter C. Pugh held 434,214 shares, November, 1964. J. Howard Pugh held 794,416 shares, April, 1964. A trust for A. E. Pugh, Jr., held 32,207 shares, November, 1963. J. N. Pugh, Jr., held 647,335 shares, November, 1960. And so on. Whatever the precise Pugh ownership position is at any given time, one is obliged to conclude that the Pughs are still in full charge of the Sun Oil Company. The Pitcairn family, this Pennsylvania family, shown by the TNEC study to dominate the giant Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, $67-1/$4.85, in the SEC report for August, 1965, was shown to still hold 3,121,296 shares, about 30%, through the Pitcairn Company, the family holding company. Nathan Pitcairn, according to SEC reports, August, 1963, owned 2,912 shares of the Pittston Company, $23-1/$8.32-3/8, Big Coal, Oil and Transportation Holding Company, and the Pitcairn Company held 42,000 shares of Pittston. Whatever else they own, the available record showeth not. The Rockefeller family, the SEC reports fail to show any dealings in any of the Standard Oil Company stocks by the 6 leading Rockefellers since 1940. This lacuna is perhaps to be expected, as none of them is a director in the Standard Oil cluster, and apparently none individually owns as much as 10% of any Standard Oil stock. As far as the SEC reports show, the Rockefeller position in the Standard Oil Group has remained basically unchanged since the time of the TNEC study, although there could have been sales or purchases without their being reflected in the SEC reports. There were indeed sales of Saucony in the early 1950s by the late John D. Rockefeller, Jr. The SEC report for July 10, 1947, showed the Rockefeller Foundation holding 345,902 shares of Standard Oil of Ohio after selling 6,782 shares. Various SEC reports show recent holdings for old-line Standard Oil families such as the Jennings and Bedfords. But a few dealings in stocks of non-Standard Oil companies of which they are directors are shown in the reports for David and Lawrence Rockefeller, suggesting that they still command ample resources. Whether they have sold out any Standard Oil holdings in order to participate in other companies the record does not show, but there is no reason to suppose they have. Apart from their foundation trusteeships, the Rockefeller brothers, with the exception of New York Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller, are currently all directors of Rockefeller Center, Inc., and Rockefeller Brothers, Inc. David Rockefeller is chairman of the Chase Manhattan Bank, second largest in the country, and is known to hold stock in companies in which he holds directorships. The SEC, November, 1962, showed that he held 8,950 shares of B.F. Goodrich stock through trusts. As of 1965 he was a director of Goodrich, Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., Equitable Life Assurance Society, and chairman of Morningside Heights, Inc., a real estate development. Lawrence S. Rockefeller is often described as a venture capitalist and, in addition to his foundation trusteeships, was in 1965 chairman of Rockefeller Brothers, Inc., Cancel Bay Plantation, Inc., Rockefeller Center, Inc., director of Phillichers et Tissages Africaines, chairman of Estate Good Hope and of the Dorado Beach Hotel Corporation. The SEC reports, September, 1961, show that he held 183,274 shares, more than 15% of the Marquardt Corporation, $8-3/$4.19-1/2, after selling 1,300 shares. In iTech Corporation he sold 425 shares as reported by SEC in July, 1965, retaining 152,080 shares, $41. His investment orientation is said to be toward growth enterprises. Winthrop Rockefeller, a self-described investment manager, has established himself in Arkansas as an extensive operator in land and large-scale agricultural projects. He is a director of the Union National Bank of Little Rock. The most martial of the Rockefellers, he entered the Army as a private in 1941 and emerged as a lieutenant colonel. He was with the 77th Infantry in the invasion of Guam, Leyte, and Okinawa and was decorated with the Bronze Star with Oak Leaf Cluster and the Purple Heart. If one were to base one's conclusions about the financial status of the Rockefellers from the SEC reports alone, there would be little to tell. A stranger to the scene, with only the SEC reports to go on, would never conclude the Rockefellers amounted to much financially. But we do know from court records that the extensive Standard Oil holdings of John D. I passed to his children, chiefly to John D. II, whose will in turn indicated that he had established trust funds for his 6 children and many grandchildren. We are thrown back in this case to the TNEC study for basic data. The family could have divested itself of Standard Oil holdings, but, if it had, the fact would have become known through SEC reports or other channels. The Rockefellers do not actively associate themselves with the management of the Standard Oil enterprises, apparently allowing them to be run according to standard big business practices, but the general opinion of investment specialists is that directly and indirectly they hold a decisive veto power over any policy or action of these companies. No conceivable financial syndicate in the world would undertake to challenge the unobtrusive Rockefeller dominance of Standard Oil Company, New Jersey, the largest oil company and the largest industrial enterprise by assets of any kind in the world. My conclusion is that the relative financial position of the Rockefeller family is now the same as or better than it was at the time of the TNEC study. It may be surpassed a bit by the far more numerous DuPonts, but no single DuPont appears to be as wealthy as any one of the 6 oldest Rockefellers. The financial strength of the DuPonts is spread unevenly among some 250 persons. So, while the collective net worth of the DuPonts may or may not be somewhat greater than that of the Rockefellers, only the Mellons can compare with the latter individually. The general strength of the Rockefellers and Mellons, net worth to one side, also appears notably great because it is more widely diversified in high-priority enterprises, especially banking. The DuPonts seem more deeply entrenched in frontier technology, although neither the Standard Oil companies nor Gulf Oil should be overlooked as huge science-oriented enterprises. They are more than producers and distributors of petroleum. But the very vagueness of our recent specific data on the Rockefellers, their failure to trade in and out of their stocks, should in itself be taken as a sign that they preside over enterprises too vast to permit distraction into minor operations. The Rosenwald family, about 25% of the stock of Sears, Roebuck and Company, largest merchandising enterprise in the world, is owned by the Employees' Pension Fund. The TNEC report showed the Rosenwald family holding 12.5% of the stock, worth now about $500 million. While the Rosenwalds do not engage in many stock transactions in this company, there have been a few, enough to signal that they are still present. Whether their percentage holding is now greater or less than it was, there is no way of determining through the SEC reports. In view of the vast expansion of the company since the war, one would surmise that they had simultaneously added, net, to their holdings. The most recent Rosenwald holding was shown in the SEC report for October 1964, when Edgar B. Rosenwald, Stern, Jr., was shown as owning 25,017 shares directly, 1,762 shares as community property and 312,844 shares through a trust fund. He is a director of the company and an occasional trader in the stock. The July 11, 1949, SEC report showed that Julius Rosenwald II held 7,248 shares after selling 750 shares. As neither of these are the major living Rosenwalds, who are Lessing and William, we may safely conclude that the family still maintains a large financial presence in the company, with the management of which they have always been actively associated. Miscellaneous large holdings. Similar large holdings by family and investment groups in major companies can be set forth. In order to economize on space, there will now be summarily reported, on the basis of the SEC reports, some concentrated large stock holdings in the largest companies of 1964, mostly of old line families. The dates are of the SEC monthly reports. Prices are the 1965 range. Some such holdings are, incompletely, as follows: shares date. Armor, $35-1/4-$53-1/8. Frederick Henry Prince Trust of 1932 $356,000 September, 1965 Modestus R. Bauer $136,400 March, 1965 William Wood Prince 63,625 January, 1965. Reynolds Metals, $33-5/8-$48. David P. Reynolds 175,090 January, 1965. Trusts 180,264. Minor Daughters 4,720. Davren Corp. R.S. Reynolds, Jr. 64,075. Trusts 252,256. As custodian 323. Ryerine Corp. 42,472. William G. Reynolds 108,486. Trusts 84,878. Wilren Corp. 240,577. Singer, $56-83-1/4. Stephen C. Clark, Jr., 113,432 September, 1965. Trusts 193,872. F. Ambrose Clark 259,264 January, 1964. Trusts 650,110. American Sugar, $19-3/8-$31-5/8. Frederick E. Osarayo 51,325 September, 1965. Osarayo Family 35,759. As custodian 21,896. Inland Steel, $41-3/8-$48. LB Block 61,500 August, 1965. Trusts 123,900. Joseph L. Block 51,563 May, 1965. Trusts 123,900. Philip D. Block, Jr. 143,694 February, 1960. Trusts 19,500. Allegheny, $8-3/4-$13-3/4. Alan P. Kirby, Woolworth, 3,451,913 December, 1963 Holding Company A 632,900 Holding Company B 9,400. Scott Paper, $33.40-1/8. Thomas B. McCabe 865,752 November, 1963. Minnesota Mining and MFG. $540.71-5/8. Ralph H. Dwan 1000 August, 1965. Trust 876,000. Trust 371,800. John D. Ordway 4500 August, 1964. Foundation 1500. Ordway Trust 4,682,504. William L. McKnight 2,711,801 May, 1963. Archibald G. Bush 1,797,895 May, 1961. General Guarantee Insurance 25,000. Owens, Illinois, $49-5/867-1/4. Robert H. Levis 212,980 July, 1965. R.G. Levis Estate 4,200. Trust 60,000. J. Preston Levis 25,450 August, 1964. Trust 2,000. William E. Levis 53,592 July, 1960. Partnership 8,000. Polaroid, $44-1/4-$130. Edwin H. Land 1,313,520 July, 1965. James P. Warburg. Holding Company 36,885. Beidel Company 169,7176. Fontenoy Corporation 1,216, both of these holdings are reduced from originals. International Business Machines, $404 to $549. Arthur K. Watson 56,111 May, 1965. Trusts 34,315. Thomas J. Watson, Jr. 37,072. Trusts 34,315. Sherman M. Fairchild 164,795. Magellan Company 3,750. Dow Chemical, $65-1/8-$83-3/4. Herbert H. Dow 272,832 March, 1965. Corning Glass Works, $49-1/8-$58-3/4. Amory Houghton 51,350 February, 1963. Trusts 918,651. Amory Houghton, Jr. 400 October, 1961. Trusts 22,500. As trustee 1,130. Arthur A. Houghton, Jr. 265,465. Trusts 990,401. International Paper, $281/4-$36-1/8. Ogden Phipps 1513 March, 1965. Trust 14,599. Holding Company 909,226. W. R. Grace, $47-1/4-$61-3/8. J. Peter Grace 240,678 March, 1965. Trusts 50,715. Michael Phipps 8,641 December, 1963. Holding Company number 1,370,897. Holding Company number 29,146. John H. Phipps 10,028 July, 1962. Trust 752. Holding Companies 372,590. Weyerhaeuser, $41-1/2-$49-3/8. C. D. Weyerhaeuser 117,069 February, 1965. Trust 165,963. Corporation 1422. John H. Hauberg 15,658 December, 1964. Asgardian 7,050. Trusts 170,732. Corporations 13,500. Non-profit Corporation 2,125. Herbert M. Kiekbefer 298,278. John M. Musser 76,356 April, 1964. Trusts 162,800. As trustee 110,257. F. K. Weyerhaeuser 142,646 January, 1964. Trusts for Children 64,000. Green Valley Co. 35,360. Winn-Dixie Stores, $35-1/8-$43-7/8. 4 members of Davis family 2,714,897 February, 1965. Anderson, Clayton, $26-1/8-$33-1/2. S. M. McCashin, Jr. 55,326 January, 1965. S. C. McCashin Trust 129,838. William L. Clayton 111,652 October, 1964. Leland Anderson 31,103 December, 1962. Hunt Foods and Industries, $24-3/4-$33-7/8. Donald E. Simon 236,921 January, 1965. Trusts for Children 3,422. Frederick R. Weissmann 11,025 November, 1964. Larand 80,293. Robert Ellis Simon 260,649 August, 1964. Georgia Pacific, $51-5/8-$65-5/8. Julian N. Cheatham 61,086 December, 1964. J. N. Cheatham Corp. 21,173. Owen R. Cheatham 217,189. R. B. Pamplin 22,329. R. B. Pamplin Corp. 22,943. Trusts 31,300. Robert E. Flowery, Jr. 37,644 March, 1965. H. J. Heinz, $33-5/8-$49-3/8. H. J. Heinz 405,839 September, 1963. C. Z. Heinz Trust 577,728. Distillers Corporation Seagrams, $33/8-$39-1/8. S. Bronfman Trusts 3,382,026 August, 1963. Rome and Haas, $151-1/2-$181-1/2. F. Otto Haas 13,936 January, 1965. Trustee 23,707. John C. Haas 20,446. As Trustee 23,708. Trusts 638,702. Charitable Trusts 644,767, also see February, 1963, for larger holdings. William Wrigley, Jr. $92-1/4-$104-3/4. Philip K. Wrigley 364,256 December, 1964. Trusts 60,845. Corporation 15,000. Firestone Tire and Rubber, $40-7/8-$50-1/4. Roger S. Firestone 267,452 November, 1964. H. S. Firestone, Jr. Split 6 for 127,346 April, 1947. Raymond C. Firestone Split 6 for 135,914. Roger S. Firestone Split 6 for 128,390. Upjohn, $52-1/4-$77. Dorothy U. Dalton 465,299 June, 1964. Rudolph A. Light 247,587. Trusts 72,331. Preston S. Parrish 16,083 April, 1964. Trusts 242,152. E. Gifford Upjohn 44,617. Trusts 50,649. Donald S. Gilmore 188,750 January, 1964. Trusts 211,065. Consolidation Coal, $46-3/8-$66-3/8. M. A. Hanako 2,010,000 April, 1964. National Steel, $51-$65-3/4. M. A. Hanako 3,402, 780 April, 1964. Columbia Broadcasting, $33-5/8-$47-7/8. William S. Paley 1,391,968 March, 1964. Holding Company 297,430. As Trustee 9,178. Olin Matheson Chemical, $41-$58-1/4. Spencer T. Olin 28,984 February, 1964. In Voting Trust 380,930. Ralston Purina $34-7/8-$41-1/2. Donald Danforth, Jr. 40,304 January, 1964. As Custodian 61,346. Crown Zellerbach, $47-$60-1/4. J. D. Zellerbach 104,462 July, 1963. Texas Eastern Transmission, $44-1/2-$53-3/4, George R. Brown, Brown and Root, 0 June, 1963. Partnership 747,066. Foundation 16,850. Trusts 16,528. Brown Engineering 19,232. John F. Lynch 249,566 January, 1963. Fairchild Camera, $27-1/4 $165-1/4. Sherman M. Fairchild 457,396 February, 1963. Partnership 35,000. Holding Company 22,000. Smith Kline and French Laboratories, $70-1/4 $86-3/4, Miles Valentine 856 December, 1962. Trust A 42,570. Trust B 2,116,000. Allied Chemical, $46-1/8-$58-1/4. William A. Burton 94,485 September, 1962. Trust 80,661. Company 136,135. Merck, $48-1/2-$75. Adolf G. Rosengarten, Jr. Split 3 for 133,110 September, 1961. Estate A split 3 for 160,600. Estate B split 3 for 143,000. C. Henley Industries, $22-1/4 $39-7/8. Louis S. Rosensteel 636,958 September, 1961. Wholly owned company 66,183. Trust A 1,500. Trust B 217,859. American Metal Climax, $40-3/4 $54-1/4. Harold Hochschild 510,558 August, 1961. Concentrated control in all companies. Having shown the persistence into the present of these very large interests, it will now be demonstrated that virtually all companies large, medium, and small are ultimately controlled and/or mainly owned by a few large interests manifested mainly as families. One could show this by direct citation of the SEC reports, which would necessitate literally thousands of references. But these SEC reports are utilized by investment analysis services in reporting to their pecuniary-minded readers. These services summarize the SEC reports of large holdings. We may therefore refer to a highly reliable secondary source which picks lip and summarizes these facts, a source available in major public and university libraries. It is the Value Line Investment Survey, published by Arnold Bernard and Company of New York. This survey, devoted to analyzing investment properties, keeps a large number of well-known listed companies under a 13-week cyclical survey each year. The facts about to be listed were taken from the summaries of this survey, which were compiled from the SEC Monthly Official Summary. The contention to which we are addressing ourselves, once again, is this: American companies are widely owned by at least 20 million stockholders, a number that is increasing. While this is true, because anyone owning a single share of stock worth $5 is a stockholder, we have already seen that most people do not own any stock at all. The thesis that stock ownership is widespread and the further thesis that most stock owners hold a great deal of stock is false. Only a very few people own stock in significant quantities. Just how few is shown by the cited University of Michigan studies. In certain companies, it is true, stock ownership is widespread compared with most companies, and much of the stock is held in small quantities. But the fact that a person holds a small quantity of stock in a company like at 100 to 500 shares does not prove he is a small stockholder. He may and often does hold stock in many companies. Although a company like AT&T does indeed have many small stockholders, persons owning 50 to 100 shares and perhaps little or no other stock, the carefully nurtured propaganda even about AT&T is grossly misleading. This propaganda asserts that no individual owns as much as 1% of the stock of AT&T. Now, if any person owned only 1/2 of 1% of the stock Indiana AT&T, he would be enormously wealthy, worth about $160 million, but AT&T has large stockholders whose exact percentage of holdings today would be disclosed only by a government investigation addressing itself to this question. The United Kingdom government, for example, was until recently a very large stockholder in AT&T as well as in other American and European companies. European governments are large stockholders in many American and European companies. Additionally, private investment holding companies and family trust funds are large holders. The stockholdings interest even in AT&T, then, is not so completely generalized as one might conclude upon being informed that no individual owns as much as 1% of its stock. But if only 10 individuals held 1/2 of 1% each, that would be 5% of the stock, worth about $1.6 billion, and a long step toward working control. In presenting the following list of dominant interests in a wide variety of companies, it should be noticed that the big stockholders are usually characterized as a family or group of officers and directors. This is done to save space. Anyone can look up officers and directors in standard reference manuals if he is interested in identities. Scores of companies reported in the Value Line Investment Survey are not listed. In general, those are not listed in which no large interest is reported. But just because large interests do not trade in a stock and because directors own only a few shares, there is no reason to believe that large interests are not in the immediate background. In the General Electric Company, world's largest manufacturer of electrical appliances, directors own only 1% of the stock, and the SEC reports do not show any single stockholder or family group holding more than 10% of the stock. Nevertheless, stock holdings in General Electric are quite concentrated. The TNEC study, for example, as of November 24, 1939, showed that 86.2% of the stockholders, owning 19.4% of the stock, held fewer than 100 shares each. But 13.8% of the stockholders, owning 80.6% of the stock, held in blocks of more than 100 shares each. 3 actually, out of 209,732 stockholders at the time, 522, or 0.2% of all stockholders, held 33% of outstanding General Electric stock, while 1.5% of all stockholders held 53% of the stock. 4. At that time in E.I. DuPont de Nemours, known by current SEC data to be still closely held by the DuPont family, 0.4% of stockholders held 65.7% of all stock. 5. There is not much difference, then, between a company closely owned and one supposed to be widely owned. At that same pre-war period, the TNEC study showed that in AT&T, 0.02% of stockholders held 7.8% of the stock, 0.1% of the stockholders held 15.3% of stock, and 0.4% of the stockholders held 21.2% of the stock, these figures being cumulative. 6. In a large company, only 5% of the stock, particularly if it is voted by the management, is generally considered to be a long step toward working control, and 15% is said to be well-grounded working control. Only a powerful syndicate contending for the support of medium and small stockholders can hope to challenge the control of a 15% block in a big company. Naturally, the closer the controlling block approaches 51% of the stock, the nearer it is to absolute control. But working control is ordinarily sufficient for running the company and determining its policies. AT&T in 1965 had 2,674,000 stockholders. If we assume there is now the same distribution of large stockholders it's before World War II, then 534 stockholders now vote 7.8% of the stock, 2,674 vote 15.3%, and 10,679 vote 21.2% of the stock. Thus is refuted the contention that in this most widely owned of American companies there is no power center of concentrated ownership. And if these percentages do not now actually prevail, some closely similar set of percentages surely holds, and it may well be that relatively fewer stockholders own larger percentages of the stock now than in 1939. The management of AT&T, far from representing a generalized wide interest in its stock, in fact acts at the behest of a small group of large stockholders and trust fund managers. The directors themselves hold less than 0.1% of the stock. By consulting this same TNEC source, anyone can ascertain that in every large American company, no matter how many individual stockholders it may have, extremely large blocks are held by a handful of people. Indeed, the same statistical presentation of TNEC showed some large companies to be 100% owned by a single shareholding: Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, Ford Motor Company, and Hearst Consolidated Publications. In the 1930s it was quite common for big public utility operating companies to be 100% owned by a holding company, and for entire issues of preferred stock to be owned by a single stockholder. The TNEC study showed, in fact, that almost always only a fraction of 1% of the stockholders, usually only a small fraction, in all the large companies own huge controlling blocks of stock. 7. Numerous small stockholders collectively usually own only a minor percentage of outstanding stock. Let me here cite the TNEC percentages for a few companies commonly regarded as widely held. American Can, 0.2% of stockholders own 29.9%, 0.8% owned 45.2%, Coca-Cola, 0.7% owned 66.1%, Corn Products, 0.4% owned 37.3%, Consolidated Edison, 0.2% owned 30.8%, Eastman Kodak, 0.1% owned 16%, General Motors, 0.6% owned 65.5%, Sears, Roebuck, 0.2% owned 44.9%, Texas Corporation, 0.3% owned 31.8%, etc. The pattern rarely varies. And when it does, it gives no support to those who argue that stock is widely held. Thus, in Anderson, Clayton & Co., then and now the largest cotton merchandisers in the world, 10% of stockholders held 73.6% of common stock, and 26.7% held 95.8%. But the 10% consisted of 3 shareholdings and the 26.7% of 8 shareholdings, for this was a company with very few stockholders. The fact that all companies are not cited in what follows, therefore, does not indicate that there are companies without very small groups of large stockholders. All it indicates is that there has been no recent citation of such evidence for some companies in the SEC reports. This can flatly be said as a fact. There is no American producing company that is controlled through a representative directorship by or primarily on behalf of a set of stockholders, each of which owns or has a beneficial interest in only an infinitesimal proportion of outstanding shares. People's capitalism has this in common with people's democracy: the rank and file doesn't have much to say, which is what common sense alone would lead one to suppose. The method of disproving this sweeping statement, what logicians call a universal statement, is extremely easy. All anyone has to do is to point to the exceptional company and the statement is falsified. The company usually pointed to as the exceptional case, AT&T, is clearly not such a case, nor is General Electric. There is no company on the TNEC list, analyzed with a view to disclosing such data, that meets the requirement. Bearing all this in mind, let us now look at the broad evidence of large interests that has been revealed in recent SEC reports. The dates heading each section of companies are the dates of the separate weekly issues of the Value Line Investment Survey. The additional companies with recently revealed large controlling owning individuals or groups of stockholders are as follows. Instances repeating our findings from the SEC reports have been retained. October 1, 1965, Allied Supermarkets officers control about 50% of shares. Broadway Hale Stores, Hale Brothers Associates owns 20% of stock. City Stores Bankers Securities Corp owns about 75%. GA Amsterdam, Chairman and Associates own majority control of Bankers Securities. Emporium Capwell Broadway Hale Stores, Inc., owns 23.9%. Jimble Brothers Directors and Associates interested in about 15% of shares. W.T. Grant owns 14% common stock, Grant Foundation, 12%. S. Klein Department Stores McCrory Corp owns 18.6% of outstanding stock. E.J. Corvette F. Furkauf and family own 28% of stock. Sears, Roebuck Employee Pension Fund owns 24%. Rosenwald family owns at least 12.5% by TNEC study and scattered SEC reports. Bond Stores Directors interested in 14.1%. Diana Stores Directors vote 26.2% of outstanding stock. Lane Brevant Directors vote 28%. SS Kresge Directors vote about 3% of stock. Kresge Foundation, 21.6%. McCrory Rapid American Corporation owns 50.5% of common. Neisner Brothers 51% of stock controlled by Neisner family. J.J. Newberry family controls about 40% common. People's Drug Stores Trusts of the Gibbs family control about 13% of stock. Colonial Stores National Food Products Corp holds 33% common, directors own about 17% Colonial common. 21% National Food. Food Fair Stores Friedland family controls about 35% common. Food Giant Markets Management controls about 35% common and 51% preferred stock. Food Mart Management controls about 10% of shares. Grand Union L.A. Green, director, and relatives own 9.0% common and 10.9% convertible debentures. Great Atlantic and Pacific Hartford Foundation and members of FAMT Co. Iley own 72% of stock. National Tea Company controlled by W. Garfield Weston. Penn Fruit directors own about 35 to 40% common. Vaughn's Grocery Von der Ahe family owns 43.6% of stock. Hayden family owns 19.5%. Winn-Dixie Stores Davis family of Florida owns 28% common. Bonnet Corp. El Paso Natural Gas owns 32%. National Sugar Refining H. Havernever, Jr., and H. W. Havmeyer and their associates own 28%. North American Sugar Kaiser family owns 25%. American Crystal Sugar North American Sugar holds 9%. Sucreist Corp. Tausig family controls about 42%. October 8, 1965. Columbia Broadcasting W.S. Paley and directors control about 15%. Desilu Lucille Ball, actress, owns 50%. Common and Class B combined Disney Productions directors own or control about 41%. MCA, Inc. Directors own 45%. Common. Hilton Hotels Conrad Hilton and directors own 27% of stock. Howard Johnson about 38% is owned by Johnson family. Sheraton Corporation Henderson and Moore families own 22%. October 15, 1965. Only banks and insurance companies, involving secondary holdings of assets, are listed in the issue of this date, and usually the dominant interests are not shown because there are few changes in key holdings from year to year. The known dominant interest of the Mellons in the Mellon National Bank or of the Rockefellers in the Chase National Bank is therefore not alluded to. On the basis of either the SEC or TNEC reports, there is no direct evidence of such interests, which are known on other grounds such as presence among directors. If a Mellon, Rockefeller, DuPont, or similar personage is on the board of directors of a bank, one has no reason to suppose that he is contributing his widely informed insight to a profit-making institution in which he has no beneficial stake. In general, among banks and insurance companies there is an even smaller distribution of small holdings than in some of the well-known industrial companies because they are more apt to attract a rarer sophisticated type of investor with a better understanding of these relatively complicated media. Values in the shares of financial companies are leveraged by more subtle factors than are those of most industrial companies, and often the true values are concealed. In general, in the mid-1960s, the values of most banks and insurance company stocks were understated in market price while the values of most industrial companies were grossly overstated. These discrepancies correct themselves in time. But a sophisticated investor, buying a stock at 50 which he knows to be worth 100, and such situations can be pointed to, does not mind if the price does not immediately advance or even if it declines still further. He knows that eventually it must work out at its true value. Meanwhile, he can presumably afford to wait. But in this issue of the Value Line Investment Survey it is pointed out that the Transamerica Corporation, an investment company, holds an 11% interest in Indiana Crocker Citizens National Bank of California. Transamerica was established by the Giannini interests, which built the Bank of America of California into the biggest commercial bank in the world. October 22, 1965. Aerojet General Tire owns 84% of voting stock. Beech Aircraft Mrs. O.A. Beech controls 17%, directors 4%. Douglas Aircraft J.S. McDonnell controls 5%. McDonnell Aircraft J.S. McDonnell, Jr., owns 14%. Common, other officers 5%. Fairchild Hiller Sherman M. Fairchild and other directors own/control 7%. General Dynamics Henry Crown controls almost all of 896.7 million preferred stock. Grumman Aircraft Engineering directors control 8.5%. Marquardt Corporation Lawrence Rockefeller owns 16%. Piper Aircraft W.T. Piper controls about 18%. Chrysler Consolidation Coal, Hannah Mellon, owns 7%. Directors 1%. American Metal Products directors own about 6.5%. Champion Spark Plug Management owns about 66%. Dana C.A. Dana owns 9.5%. Common. Dana Foundation 16.4%. Eltra American Manufacturing owns 33.4% of stock. Fram S.B. Wilson and Family control 11%. Gulf and Western Industries directors control about 20%. Common. A0. Smith family owns about 53% of stock. Timken Roller Bearing directors have 22%. General Battery and Ceramic officers/directors control about 26%. Common. Globe Union Sears, Roebuck owns 12%. Gould National directors own about 24%. Divco Wayne directors own 28%. Deere directors own 14.5%. Armstrong Rubber Sears, Roebuck owns 9%, directors about 11%. Firestone Tire and Rubber Firestone family owns about 21% of stock. General Tire and Rubber directors control 17%. October 29, 1965 Braniff Airways Great America Corp owns 58%. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines Dutch government owns 51%. National Airlines directors own about 13%. Northeast Airlines Storer Broadcasting owns 87%. Trans World Airlines 77% of stock held. Indiana Trust for Hughes Tool Co., owned by Howard Hughes. New York Central RR Allen P. Kirby controls, he owns 4.5% directly and controls 15% through Allegheny Corp. Pittsburgh and Lake Erie RR 81% owned by New York Central. Soo Line RR Canadian Pacific owns 56%. Pittsburgh Forgings directors own/control 12%. American Commercial Lines 16% closely held. American Export Isbranson Co. owns 26.3% common. Likes Brothers Steamship directors own 15%, another 50% closely held by Likes family interests. McLean Industries directors own 60%. Moore and McCormick directors interested in 34%. Cooper Jarrett about 35% of stock closely held. McLean Trucking about 20% of stock closely held. Merchants Fast Motor Lines G&CL Whitehead own 47.2%. Roadway Express Galen J. Roush family owns about 52%. Ryder System directors control about 53%. Spectre Freight directors own about 47%. November 5, 1965 Amerada Petroleum United Kingdom government owns about 10.8%. British American Oil 65% owned by Gulf Oil, Mellon. Creole Petroleum 95.4% owned by Standard Oil, New Jersey, Rockefeller. Hess Oil and Chemical Leon and Moses Hess interests control 66%. Imperial Oil 70.2% owned by Standard Oil, New Jersey, Rockefeller. Kerr-McGee interests control more than 11% of stock. Murphy Oil Management controls 56%. Pacific Petroleum's Phillips Petroleum, DuPont Presence, owns 45%. Richfield Oil Sinclair and Cities Service did own 61%, Atlantic Refining Rockefeller now owns. Shell Oil 69.4% owned by Royal Dutch/Shell Group. Signal Oil and Gas Officer directors own majority of Class B voting common. Superior Oil more than 50% are owned by Keck family. Coastal States Gas Producing directors own about 19%. Texas Gas Transmission Hillman family owns 11% common. Transcontinental Gas Pipeline Stone and Webster Inc. owns 11% common, directors 2.6%. Ayrshire Collieries B.F. Goodrich and Associates own 43% common. Consolidation Coal M.A. Hanna controls with 15% of common stock, dominant Mellon presence. Eastern Gas and Fuel Associates 26% are closely held. Peabody Coal directors own 16.3% of voting stock. Pittston directors control about 11% common, Pitcairn family presence. United Electric Coal General Dynamics owns 53%. November 12, 1965 Diamond Alkali directors own 6.2% common, Mellon National Bank as fiduciary 12.7%. International Salt the Fuller family holds about 10%. Copper's directors control 10% but long-time Mellon interest. Minerals and Chemicals Philip 50% stock closely held. Minnesota Mining and MFG directors own 19%. National Starch and Chemical. Mr. and Mrs. F. K. Greenwall own more than 20%. Occidental Petroleum directors, including Armand Hammer and Frederick Gimbel, own 14%. Olin Matheson Chemical. Olin family and directors own 15%. Pittsburgh Coke and Chemical directors own or control about 57%. Reichhold Chemicals. H. H. Reichhold owns 14% of common. Remington Arms. E. I. DuPont de Nemours owns 60% common, 99.6% preferred. Rome and Haas 70% of stock closely held, mainly by Rome and Haas families. Stauffer Chemical 16% of stock controlled by directors. Sun Chemical. N.E. Alexander, president, owns about 20% common. U.S. Borax and Chemical 73% are owned by Borax, Ltd. Wallace and Tiernan. Wallace, Tiernan and Strasenbug families own 54.5%. Whitco Chemical directors control 56%. American Hospital Supply directors own 13.6%. Baxter Laboratories management controls 25% common. Carter Wallace CPT Development Corp., controlled by Hoyt family, owns 51.9%. Johnson & Johnson 42.4% controlled by Johnson family. Kendall directors own 20% common. Eli Lilly Endowment, Lilly family and associates own 100% of Class A voting stock, only 25% of Class B non-voting stock publicly held. McKesson and Robbins Foremost Dairies owns 25%. Mead Johnson directors bold 49.6% of voting stock. Miles Laboratories management controls about 12.4% of outstanding stock. Plow, Incorporated. A. Plow, president, owns 13%. Rexall drug directors own 12.3%. W. H. Borer family owns 36%. G. D. Searle family controls 46%. Smith, Klein and French directors control 32%. Laboratories. Syntex Corp. Allen & Co., investment bankers, own 20%, directors about 7%. Upjohn family owns 47%. Warner Lambert Pharmaceutical directors own 12.2% common. Anheuser-Busch family and directors own about 24%. Drewry's directors interested in about 10.1%. Falstaff Brewing directors control about 13.3%. Pabst Brewing management stock holdings are understood to be large. Joseph Schlitz Brewing owned 93% by Uline family. Brown Shoe directors control about 8.5%. Edison Brothers Stores Edison family owns 15%. Genesco officers and directors own 21% common. Green Shoe officers and families own about 26.5%. International Shoe directors own 9.5%. U.S. Shoe directors own about 15%. Wolverine Shoe and Tanning Krause family controls 45%. November 19, 1965 Duke Power Duke, Doris Duke Trust and Duke Endowment control 73% common stock. Note, in most of the electric power and light companies directors usually own 1% or less of the stock and the large stockholders in recent years do not trade. The large holdings, therefore, are not reflected in recent SEC reports but must be sought in the original SEC prospectuses. November 26, 1965 American Cement directors own about 25% of stock. Philip, Carey MFG. Directors and families own about 10%. Congolium Nairn Power Corporation owns 26.3%, directors 7.5%. Corning Glass Works Houghton family owns 33%. Crane directors own 18%. DeSoto Chemical Sears, Roebuck owns 52% common. Kaiser Cement and Gypsum Kaiser family and directors own 24% common. Kaiser Industries Kaiser family owns about 50% common. Marquette Cement directors own 18.7% common. Masonite directors own 14.5%. National Homes officers and directors own 32.7%. Owens Corning Owens Illinois Glass, Levis, and Corning Glass, Houghton, each own 31.1% common. Pittsburgh Plate Glass Pitcairn family owns 30% stock through the Pitcairn, Colorado. Screw and Bolt directors control 26.4%. Wallace Murray about 1/3 of common and 2/3 of convertible preferred owned by Charles H. Dyson and F. H. Kistner. Walworth General Waterworks owns 49.9%. Well-Built Hirsch Interests own 70% common. Hudson Pulp and Paper Abraham Mazer Family Fund, Inc., controls 60.25% common with management interests. Regal Paper directors control about 10%. American Distilling directors own about 20%. James B. Beam Distilling directors control about 55%. Brown-Forman Distillers directors own about 25% of Class A, 20% Class B. Distillers Bronfman family holds more than 38.8%. Houbline directors own 16% of stock, additional 25% held Indiana Trust for insiders and families. National Distillers 12% common owned by Panhandle Eastern Pipeline. Publicker Industries S.S. Newman owns 25% common. Controls additional 30%. Skenley Industries directors and associates own 30% common. December 3, 1965 Admiral Siragusa family owns about 40%. AMP directors own or represent about 33%. Avnet family owns 25.8%. Bunker Ramo Martin Marietta owns about 62%. Bundy officers and directors own 35%. Collins Radio Collins family owns 24.4%. Consolidated Electronics U.S. Phillips Trust owns directly and in Industries directly about 33% common. CTS directors own about 43%. Emerson Electric directors own 8%. Emerson Radio directors own more than 33%. Fairchild Camera SM Fairchild of IBM owns 20%. Cornell Dubilier Electric 98% owned by Federal Pacific Electric. Pioneer Electric 100% owned by Federal Pacific Electric. Foxborough about 49% is closely held. General Instrument directors own about 20%. General Precision Equipment directors own about 10%. Hoffman Electronics H. Leslie Hoffman and his family own about 22%. Indiana General directors control about 7.9%. International Resistance directors control about 10%. Magnavox officers and directors own about 9%. Maytag directors own about 15%. McGraw-Edison officers and directors own 9.4%. Motorola Galvin family controls 24%, other insiders own additional 12%. Robert Shaw controls Reynolds Metals, largely owned by Reynolds family, owns 30%. Ronson directors control more than 15%. Sangamo Electric Bunn and Lamphere families control 25%. Schick Electric Eversharp and Technicolor own 25%. Schlumberger family controls about 50%. Sunbeam directors own about 13%. Tungsol Electric directors own or control about 22% of common. Varian Associates directors and officers own about 17% of stock. Whirlpool RCA owns 0.5%, Sears, Roebuck 7.5%. Directors 6%. Zenith Radio directors own 7%. Carolina Telephone and Telegraph Bell System owns about 18%. ComSat 50% owned by the common carriers, balance by general stockholders. New England Telephone AT&T owns about 69%. Pacific Telephone AT&T owns about 90%. Southern New England AT&T owns 18.4%. Telephone. Central Telephone Western Power and Gas owns 57%. Common. Addressograph Multigraph Directors own about 15% of stock. American Photocopy Board family owns about 27%. Control Data Directors own about 6%. December 10, 1965. Cyclops Directors own about 6%. Detroit Steel Directors control 13.7%. Eastern Stainless Steel Officers and Directors own about 8%. Firth Sterling Directors own 11.7%. Common. Harsco Directors have about 10% of stock. Interlake Steel Pickens Mather & Co. own 9.2%. Common. Directors 3.4%. Kaiser Steel Kaiser Industries, owned by Kaiser family, owns 79%. Lucan Steel Houston family owns 38%. National Steel M.A. Hanaco owns 22%. Insiders 3.5%. Phoenix Steel Insiders own about 25%. Common. Pittsburgh Steel Directors control about 21%. Common. U.S. Pipe and Foundry Directors own about 2%. Freeport Sulphur 5.7%. Wheeling Steel Hunt Foods and Industries own 11.1%, Cleveland Cliffs Iron 4.8%, Directors 1%. Woodward Iron Woodward family holds about 15.4%, Directors about 8%. Common. American Metal Climax Selection Trust owns 12.2%. Monday, Directors 4.2%, Phelps Dodge 4%. American Zinc, Lead and Smelting Consolidated Goldfields of South Africa owns 61%. Bunker Hill Hecla Mining owns 9.75%. Common. Campbell Red Lake Dome Mines, Limited, owns 57%. Cleveland Cliffs Iron Directors own about 5%. Detroit Steel 22%. Consolidated Mining Canadian Pacific owns 51.5%. Copper Range American Metal Climax owns 17.5%, Blackton & Co. 12.5%. Great Northern Iron in trust for lifetime of 18 persons. Harvey Aluminum Harvey family owns all Class B stock. Hudson Bay Mining Anglo-American Corporation owns 18%. Common. Inspiration Consol. Copper Anaconda Co. owns about 28% of stock. Kaiser Aluminum Kaiser Interests own 45.2%. Common. Magma Copper Newmont Mining owns 80.6%. Common. McIntyre Porcupine Mines shares closely held. Newmont Mining Directors own more than 15%. Common. Reynolds Metals Directors, mainly members of Reynolds family, control about 19%. United Nuclear Olin Matheson and Mallinckrodt Chemical Works own nearly 30%. Vanadium Directors control about 11%. Calumet and Hecla Directors control about 9%. Common. Continental Copper Directors control 7%. Common. Fensteel Metallurgical Directors control 9% of stock. General Cable American Smelting owns 36%. Haumet Pecheny, France, owns 49%. Common, Directors control 8%. International Silver Directors control 9%. Common. Revere Copper and Brass American Smelting owns 34% of stock. December 17, 1965. American Chain and Cable W.T. Morris Foundation owns 17.8% of stock. Directors 3.1%. Baker Oil Tools Directors hold about 16%. Common. Clark Equipment Directors and families own about 12% of stock. Continental Motors Ryan Aeronautical owns about 47%. Foster Wheeler Directors own 5.7%, Financial General Corp owns 13.5%. Gardner Denver Directors represent 7.1%. Halliburton CO Directors own about 8%. Ingersoll Rand Directors own 6%. Common. Lisana Directors own about 17%. Link Belt Directors own about 6%. McNeil directors own 11%. Mista machine directors own about 6% common. Outboard Marine Ralph S. Avinrud owns/controls 14% of stock. Rockwell Manufacturing Rockwell family controls 19%. Symington Wayne directors own 10%. Textron directors own 6.5% common. SS White directors own about 6% common. Brown and Sharp Manufacturing Henry B. Sharp, President and family own 34% of stock. Carborundum Mellon family and related interests own about 21% common. Cincinnati Milling Machine directors and families own 21.7% common. Giddings and Lewis directors and families own 21% of stock. Moch and Merriweather Machinery 10%. Carney and Trecker family owns about 50%. Norton officers and directors own 11% common. UTD directors interested in 25.3% of stock. Dr. Pepper directors hold about 11%. Royal Crown Cola directors hold 14.6%, Pickett and Hatcher Educational Fund 2.9%. General Baking Goldfield Corp owns 51% common. United Biscuit directors own 18% of stock. Ward Foods directors interested in 32% of stock. John Morrill directors hold 18%. Campbell Soup Doran's estate owns in trust about 64.3%. Chock-full Nuts William Black, chairman and founder, controls about 15% common. Consolidated Foods Nathan Cummings owns 9.4% of stock, Union Sugar 8.2%. Gerber Products Gerber family and directors own about 30% common. H.J. Heinz family owns more than 37% common. Hershey Chocolate Milton Hershey School owns 66% of stock. Hunt Foods and Industries directors own about 7.9% common. Libby, McNeil and Libby foreign interests own 40% common. A.E. Staley family owns 60% common. Stokely Van Camp A.J. Stokely, President, and directors own or control 31% common. William Wrigley, Jr. Wrigley interests and directors control about 35% common. Eversharp directors own about 15% of stock. Max Factor directors own 99.9% common and 33.5% Class A shares. Helene Curtis Industries directors own 53% of stock. Revlon directors own 99.9% Class B and 11% common. Pet Milk leading stockholders own about 65% common. Anderson, Clayton directors control 48% of stock. Kellogg WK Kellogg Foundation controls 51% common. Pillsbury directors control about 6% of stock. Bulova Watch directors control 19%. Hewlett-Packard directors own about 70%. Polaroid directors control about 25%. Tektronix directors and officers own 57%. Allegheny Allen P. Kirby owns about 40% common. Indiana. This company with big holdings in New York Central RR, Missouri Pacific RR, Transamerica and Investors Diversified Services. General American Investors directors own about 11% common. Investors Diversified Services Allegheny owns 43% voting stock. The burden of proof has clearly been shifted in this chapter to those who contend that stock ownership and corporate control are widely dispersed among many small stockholders. All available evidence, direct and statistical, stands as an insurmountable barrier against the contention. Any low percentages of participation in the foregoing list should not be taken as implying that they exhaust the concentrated interest. All they indicate is that this is the concentrated interest as shown under the rules of the SEC. In every single case, even where only a 5% interest is shown, deeper inquiry would show, almost invariably, that far fewer than 1% of stockholders owned the bulk of the stock or enough to give working control. Even Fortune after many years of surrender to the burly means fantasy that ownership is divorced from control in most of the big companies, has now, June 15, 1967, come over to recognizing that the big owners have more than a little to say. What burly means did, initiating the fantasy, was to confuse control with operating direction. Company managers, whether themselves owners or non-owners, are always in charge of operations, by tacit or explicit leave of the big owners. The issue of control is seldom raised. But when it is, as most recently with a big company in the case of the New York Central Railroad, the non-owning management walks the plank. In this case the big owners turned out to be the young Kirby Murchison Group. After more than 2 generations during which ownership has been increasingly divorced from control, says Fortune rather misleadingly, it is assumed that all large U.S. corporations are owned by everybody and nobody, and are run and ruled by bland organization men. The individual entrepreneur or family that holds onto the controlling interest and actively manages the affairs of a big company is regarded as a rare exception, as something of an anachronism. But a close look at the 500 largest industrial corporations does not substantiate such sweeping generalizations. In approximately 150 companies on the current Fortune 500 list, controlling ownership rests in the hands of an individual or of the members of a single family. Significantly,